This is a world full of magical pets. Here, there is a giant mountain ape that can crush the castle with 1 foot. There is a flying rock that soars up to 90,000 miles. A blazing firebird whose flames can burn 1,000 miles away. The origin of all this can be traced back to the first year of the Xingchong calendar. That year, relics of war pets emerged in various places on Earth, as if the dusty history had suddenly revived. The appearance of these relics not only amazed humans, but also caused changes in wild beasts. They began to mutate and develop all kinds of extraordinary skills. A god-level monster can even easily destroy a city with a population of 1 million. Humans were forced to retreat, build huge base cities, and barely resist with firearms. However, as the level of monsters continued to rise, human resistance became increasingly difficult. Just as despair was spreading, humans discovered unhatched pet eggs in the ruins. When these eggs were hatched into combat pets, humans were able to share power with their pets through contracts, and they were finally able to stabilize the situation and barely resist the threat of monsters. But the monsters in the wild and the horrors lurking deep in the ruins are still the nightmare of all mankind. My name is Qin Yi, and my parents were professional demon hunters from the Beast Tamers Association. During a beast-tide attack, the beasts broke through the defense line and entered the base city. My parents unfortunately died in the battle, leaving only Uncle Lin to take care of me. Uncle Lin has been my support since I was a child, and his figure has always been my umbrella of protection. 3 years later, an SS-level star pet relic suddenly appeared in the underground of Jiangnan Base City. The ground collapsed into a huge abyss, and 12 terrifying Lord-level monsters broke out from the ruins. The city instantly fell into the abyss of destruction. I witnessed with my own eyes that the president of the Beast Tamers Association and the city lord led 5 Lord-level war pets in a desperate battle with monsters, and ultimately they all perished. Afterwards, those terrifying Lord-level monsters slaughtered all living creatures, and I was not spared. What killed me was a terrifying floating giant eye monster. Its body was 30 meters in diameter, and its scarlet inverted triangle eyes were filled with a bone-chilling chill. Its 10-meter-long tentacles were waving around, destroying the world. And Uncle Lin was ruthlessly killed by it when he was protecting me. The sight of him using his flesh and blood to block me still makes me feel heartbroken. However, when I opened my eyes again, I found myself reborn 3 years ago. And I was also bound to a super god tamer system. The system gave me an upgradable void territory, a precious fire dragon egg, and an upgradable small fire pet nest. More importantly, as long as you complete the system tasks, you can get more powerful resources and rewards. Many years later, a reporter asked me, "Master Qin, it is said that the god-level star pets can withstand nuclear explosions, and the battle pets in the ruins can even burn mountains and boil seas and shatter stars. Is this true?" I smiled and summoned a 5-clawed golden dragon. The dragon was 8,000 feet long, with scales as big as houses, and exuded endless majesty. It roared, and spit out a blazing beam of light that pierced the sky. The beam tore through the atmosphere, igniting a wave of fire that flowed back into the sky, and blasted a giant meteorite outside the Earth into powder. The circular air wave formed by the explosion can even be clearly seen on the surface of the Earth. "It's true," I replied softly. "But this is just the beginning." In an ordinary apartment in Gangnam Bay City, I was lazily leaning on the sofa, studying the new super god tamer system. Suddenly, an irresistible pulling force surrounded me, my vision quickly blurred and distorted, as if I was thrown into the water, and even breathing became difficult. I closed my eyes subconsciously, and when I opened them again, the scene in front of me had completely changed. This is a strange space, about 100 meters long, wide and high, all covered with soft green grass, like a flat land suspended in the void. In my mind, information about this place emerged like a tide. Even more strangely, an invisible energy particle poured into my body from all directions, making me feel warm and comfortable, as if I was giving a deep massage all over my body, and I almost moaned out loud. At this moment, a light screen with black background and gold letters appeared in the void before his eyes, like a holographic projection in a science fiction movie, cold and full of technology. Void territory, level, LV1 function, provides space for pet breeding in the void. After unlocking 5 pet buildings above LV1, the territory will be expanded. Upgrade conditions: 5 LV1 pet buildings plus 1 elite quality starstone plus 30 million federal coins. When my eyes swept over the 30 million federal coins, I couldn't help swallowing, and my wallet seemed to split open. 30 million? Are you robbing me? I complained. You know, after my parents died, the city lord's mansion only gave them 2 million federal coins as compensation, but this broken system asked for 30 million at the first sight. This gap made me doubt myself. Forcing myself to calm down, I rubbed my face and consoled myself. Forget it, maybe this is an advanced system. I may make money back later. Just as he was thinking about how to solve this huge pit, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook. A few seconds later, a strange building about 20 meters high appeared in the distance. It was a fiery red nest, as if it was carved from fire crystals, shining brightly and emitting a burning breath. Next to it, a spring flowed quietly. The spring water was clear and transparent, as if inlaid with countless tiny stars. The light screen immediately updated the building information: small fire pet nest, level, LV1 function, improve the attributes of black iron level fire pets and nurture fire pet eggs. Upgrade conditions: 5 million Federation coins plus 2 resident pets. 5 million? I was shocked again. This system is a money-eating beast. But I have to admit that the function value of this nest is amazing. The props that can improve the attributes of pets in the market start at 1 million. Ordinary animal trainers simply can't afford it, and even elite animal trainers have to empty their pockets. Just as he was thinking about how to respond, a ripple suddenly appeared in the sky above the nest, and a scarlet dragon egg slowly fell into the center of the nest. Dragon egg? I walked over quickly. The eggshell was red, warm and smooth, with flowing lines on the surface, like a top-notch work of art. I touched it gently and felt a faint warmth, as if there was life breathing in it. Chirp, a soft and sticky sound came from the egg, as if responding to my touch. The eggshell swayed gently, like a child acting coquettishly. Looking at this dragon egg, I immediately became excited. Dragon pets are at least elite quality, and with a little luck, you might get a Lord level 1. This is a huge surprise. At this time, a system prompt sounded in my ears. Do you want to spend 10 million federal coins to speed up the hatching time of the fire dragon egg? It is detected that the host is hatching a pet for the first time. The system will provide a free acceleration service. When I heard the word free, I was so moved that I almost cried. If it weren't for this discount, I wouldn't be able to afford so much money with my monthly living expenses of $300 federal. Agree, I said silently without hesitation. The next moment, the dark red jade under the nest slowly gushed out a light red energy mist, which quickly merged into the dragon egg. The light on the eggshell gradually became stronger, and the little fire dragon seemed to be madly absorbing this energy. At the same time, a countdown appeared on the light screen: hatching time, 9 hours. September 1st, 9 a.m., Jiangnan No. 3 Middle School Stadium. The entire playground was eerily quiet. In the center stood a black platform 3 feet above the ground, majestic and solemn, with 18 steps leading to the top. At the top of the platform is a round stone platform, 2 meters in diameter and about 1 meter high, with a smooth mirror-like surface and a mysterious luster. This is the pet altar in the legendary S-level ruins, and it is also the watershed of the fate of all students. On Earth, students who are 18 years old or older can summon their first pet with a drop of blood through an altar. There are many kinds of pets, but those who can summon combat pets often have the opportunity to enter the Combat Pet University, and their lives will be glorious from then on. However, the qualifications of a pet directly determine its future. The higher the qualifications, the greater the upper limit of growth. Conversely, low qualifications are destined to stagnate and lead to despair. Pet levels are divided into 13 stars, 1 6 stars, Black Iron Tamer 7 9 stars, Elite Tamer 10 12 stars, Lord Tamer 13 stars and above, God Level Tamer. Qualification determines the upper limit of a pet's growth. For example, a pet with 7-star qualification can only reach the 7-star elite level in its lifetime. If you want to break through the limit, you can only do so through expensive qualification training. Therefore, pet trainer has become a hot profession on Earth, with a respected status and amazing salary. In my previous life, it took me many years to barely become a Black Iron 3-star cultivator. But now, with the power of the Void Territory, I have every confidence in reaching the elite level, or even higher. My class 3, has a total of 37 people, of which only 30 have successfully summoned pets, and only 6 have combat attributes. In my previous life, the battle pet I summoned was named Firevine Monsterwood, with Black Iron 3-star qualification and 2 skills, Flame Blessing, and Spirit Snake Strangulation. Although ordinary Black Iron pets have a limited number of skills, their skills can break through the limitations if they are highly qualified or professionally trained, but the cost is extremely high and not affordable for ordinary families. Qin Yi! What are you daydreaming about? I came back to my senses when I heard a familiar voice in my ears. The person who took the photo of me was my desk mate, Sun Xiaoxing, a nonchalant guy. He had a relaxed smile on his face, without any sign of nervousness. Don't think too much. You are the best in theory in the class, you can definitely summon someone powerful. Sun Xiaoxing smiled and patted my shoulder, comforting me. He had reason to be so relaxed, because his family had already passed the internal test, confirming that his qualifications were above 5-star Black Iron, and the probability of summoning a combat pet was as high as 80%. But I knew that his fate was about to usher in a terrible disaster. Sun Xiaoxing, listen to me, beware of your stewardly. I reminded him in a low voice. Butler Li? Sun Xiaoxing was stunned for a moment, then sneered. What a joke! He has been a servant of our family for 19 years. I stared at him, my tone low and serious. Trust me, beware of him. There's no harm. Sun Xiaoxing's smile froze, shocked by my gaze. He hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, I'll pay attention. As he was speaking, a deafening eagle cry tore through the air. A golden feathered eagle with a wingspan of nearly 12 meters descended from the sky, bringing with it a strong wind that flattened the grass on the playground. The eagle's body was covered with black feathers, except for a tuft of golden feathers on its head, which made it look majestic and noble. This was an elite 7-star battle pet, the dream of countless students. A figure jumped off the eagle's back. It was Zhao Shamo, the elite animal trainer of the Jiangnan Animal Trainer Association. He stood in the center of the altar, his cold eyes sweeping across the audience, like a knife pointing straight at everyone's heart. I'm Zhao Shamo, the host of this summoning ceremony. Without further ado, go up on stage in order of your student numbers to take the test of your qualifications. His voice was low and strong, silencing the entire playground. The first person to go on stage was a girl from Class 1. She was wearing a black and red school uniform, her hands were clenched, her steps were unsteady, and she was obviously at a loss due to nervousness. The eyes of the entire playground were focused on the altar, and the atmosphere was depressing and suffocating. Don't be nervous, relax a little. Zhao Shamo stood beside the altar, looking at the thin little girl in front of him. He showed a rare bit of gentleness, and soothed her in a gentle tone. The little girl nodded vigorously, followed the instructions obediently, carefully raised her right hand, and placed her palm on the column in the center of the altar. The next moment, her brows furrowed slightly, and the slight pricking sensation in her palm caused a drop of blood to slide down and seep into the cylinder. Buzz! The moment the blood merged, the silent altar suddenly lit up, ancient runes emerged, and golden light covered the surface, like a smooth mirror. Then, a small green snake about a foot long emerged from the mirror. The sprout-like bulge on the top of its head was clearly visible, and 3-star marks next to it lit up. 3-star Black Iron, a one-horned green snake battle pet. Zhao Shamo nodded with satisfaction. It has good aptitude. Only a few elite beast trainers in the association have it. Its skill, Thorny Entanglement, is quite powerful. The little girl was obviously nervous, her face turned pale, her eyes were fixed on the green snake, and her body was shaking uncontrollably. Don't be afraid, it's your battle pet. It's intelligent and won't hurt you. Zhao Shamo's tone softened, and his eyes revealed some memories. He remembered that when he participated in the summoning ceremony for the first time, he also saw a girl fainting from fright after summoning a giant black stone spider. The little green snake climbed up the girl's arm lightly and coiled around her intimately, exuding a familiar sense of closeness. This feeling of spiritual connection with the battle pet gradually made the girl relax. She took a deep breath and carefully stepped down from the altar. The students around cast envious glances at him. 3 Iron Stars universities will definitely compete to recruit her. A student sighed in a low voice. The girl's performance was a good start for the summoning ceremony. The students of Class 1 came on stage one after another. 31 of the 35 students were successfully summoned, and 4 of them had the qualifications of battle pets, which was an excellent performance. Then it was the turn of Class 2. Although they also had 6 people who successfully summoned battle pets, most of them were Iron 1 or 2 stars, which made Zhao Shamo a little regretful. Battle pets with these qualifications had limited room for improvement in the future. Then, Class 3 began. I was the first student to go on stage. I looked calm, as if I had anticipated everything that was to come. I pressed my palm against the cylinder, and the stinging pain came as expected, and blood flowed. The golden light bloomed again, and a dark red vine emerged like a snake. It moved towards me nimbly, and finally turned into a dark red bracelet, clinging to my wrist. A fire-attributed plant pet fire vine monster tree. Zhao Shamo's eyes showed a little more appreciation. It's an extremely rare combat pet, with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Its speed is not inferior to that of snake pets, and it has fire-attributed attacks and self-healing abilities. I looked down at the vine on my wrist, raised the corners of my lips, and whispered, "Old friend. It has been my battle pet for 3 years, and now it has returned with a brand new look." Then it was Sun Xiaoxing's turn. His summons pushed the atmosphere to a climax in the light. A palm-sized ice jade butterfly appeared, its entire body as crystal clear as white jade, and a chill lingered around it. An elite 7-star battle pet! Zhao Shamo showed a rare smile on his face. He commented, "Although the ice attribute battle pet is slightly weaker in melee combat, it can make up for this shortcoming when paired with other pets. If you need training, you can come to the association to find me at any time." Sun Xiaoxing thanked him repeatedly, his eyes full of excitement. This battle pet meant that he would have the opportunity to enter the Imperial Academy of the Dongji Principality, which was a gathering place for the country's top talents, and a holy place that countless animal trainers dreamed of. The Imperial capital was only a day's high-speed train ride away from Jiangnan City, or even half a day's ride on a flying demon. Uncle Lin's daughter, Lin Yanran, is a student at the Battle Pet Academy of the Imperial Capital Academy. Last year, she became one of the top 3 geniuses in Jiangnan City with the Black Iron 6-star qualification. Black Iron 5 stars or above is the minimum standard for admission to the Imperial Capital Academy. Base cities that fail to meet this standard may not even have the opportunity to send students to the Imperial Capital Academy. In my previous life, I was admitted to another top university in the Imperial Capital under the strong recommendation of Lin Yanran. This was also thanks to the recommendation opportunity she got in exchange for an elite pet refining stone obtained from the ruins. Pet refining stones are rare resources that can improve the qualifications of combat pets. Most of these resources come from dangerous ruins, and their grades range from D to SSS. D-level ruins only have ordinary materials and battle pets, while C-level ruins begin to have elite materials and even elite battle pets. Higher-level ruins may contain Lord-level or even God-level star pets. Today, there are only 2 SSS-level ruins in the world, one in the icy wasteland of the Arctic, and the other standing on the top of the Kunlun Snow Mountain. Half a day passed quietly. The summoning ceremony of Jiangnan City came to an end. There were more than 300 people participating, of which only 57 had the qualifications for battle pets, which was slightly more optimistic than in previous years. However, a talented student with elite qualifications amazed the whole audience. Such a person would definitely be among the best even in the Imperial Capital's Academy. After saying goodbye to me, Sun Xiaoxing hurried back to the wealthy villa area and went straight to his father Sun Nantian's study. Sun Nantian is the president of the Black Iron Pharmacy Company in Jiangnan City. He is in charge of a top 10 enterprise that not only produces black iron potion, but also trains a group of top pet breeders. Sun Xiaoxing relayed to his father everything I said to him at the summoning ceremony without reservation. Micro-expression psychology? Interesting. Sun Nantian pondered for a moment, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. However, if he is really a member of the Black Magic Society, would he expose himself so easily? Dad, Qin Yi is not talking nonsense. He has no reason to slander but Lily. The two of them have no grudges against each other. Besides, can an ordinary student hide his true emotions at any time? The possibility is too low. Sun Xiaoxing's tone was firm and his eyes revealed trust. Sun Nantian nodded slightly and said tentatively, Qin Yi is a very important friend to you, right? However, you have outstanding qualifications, and after you enter the Imperial Capital Academy in the future, you may not have too many interactions with him. He is very important, Sun Xiaoxing answered without hesitation. He is willing to tell me this, which shows his sincerity to me. Sun Nantian seemed to be thinking about something, and slowly said, Okay, I will have someone test him. It just so happens that I have 2 magic-inducing potions that flowed out of the Imperial Capital's black market. If Butler Li is really a member of the Black Magic Society, he will definitely not be able to hide. As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered someone to call Butler Li. After a while, Butler Li walked slowly into the study. He was dressed in a black robe, with a kind smile on his face, and his manners were gentle and elegant. Although his face was full of wrinkles at the age of nearly 60, he still made people feel friendly and trustworthy. Sun Nantian picked up the teacup, his tone calm but with a hint of coldness. Butler Li, this is a cup of excellent tea. You have served Xiaoxing for many years, you have worked hard, drink it. The servant presented a cup of tea with a faint black tea aroma. Butler Li took the teacup, but felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. Sun Nantian's sharp eyes made him dare not ask more questions, so he could only bite the bullet and drink the tea in one gulp. Just moments after taking the tea, Butler Li suddenly felt a surge of heat in his body, and a power that had been sealed for many years was drawn out. His eyes suddenly widened, and his voice trembled. Inducing potion! Master Yu! Before he could finish his words, his body shape suddenly changed drastically. His black suit was torn in an instant, and black hairs like steel needles emerged from his body. His cheeks were covered with black hairs, and his body swelled up like a half-beast werewolf. The cold aura released from his body instantly froze the entire study room. Sun Xiaoxing was so frightened by the scene in front of him that he froze. He had never thought that the usually amiable housekeeper Li would show such a face. He trembled inwardly. Fortunately, Qin Yi reminded me, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Sun Nantian's eyes were like blades, and his cold voice was decisive. It turns out that they are from the Black Demon Society. However, before he could make a move, Butler Li suddenly went berserk, his eyes were mad, and his sharp wolf claws pounced directly at Sun Xiaoxing. A strong wind blew in his face, and murderous intent was awe-inspiring. At the critical moment, a beam of white light broke through the air and swept past Butler Li like a sharp blade, instantly chopping off his head. Butler Li's headless body fell straight down, with a dull sound that made people palpitate. Sun Xiaoxing was shocked. He saw that the source of the white light was a big cat with a snow-white body and a tail as sharp as a sickle. It jumped to the ground lightly, licked its front paws gracefully, and its eyes were full of innate pride. This was Sun Nantian's elite 8-star pet, the sickle-flying cat. With its strength, it could easily deal with a mere black iron-level orc. Sun Nantian sighed, his tone complicated. Thanks to Qin Yi for reminding me. The Sun family owes him this favor. Xiaoxing, I will send him a pet gift to express my gratitude. After a pause, he added, Not only that, as long as Qin Yi is willing, I will let him choose a pet baby with elite qualifications or below from the Sun family's battle pet store. At the same time, I was alone at home trying to bring the fire vine monster tree into the void territory. With a thought, the familiar feeling of space pulling brought me into the void territory again. In the fire pet nest, a fire dragon egg has entered the last 2 hours of hatching countdown. The fire vine monster wood that has turned into a vine bracelet on the wrist seems to have sensed the existence of the fire dragon egg, and suddenly became active, rushing towards the nest like a dark red spirit snake. The system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for harvesting the first black iron level pet baby and obtaining the achievement of Rookie Tamer. Do you want to receive the reward? I smiled and said softly, Receive it. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the Rookie Tamer achievement. Achievement, effect for Novice Tamer, permanently increase the combat power of all pets by 50%. A 50% increase in combat power? That's outrageous. My pupils suddenly shrank, my heart was filled with ecstasy, and a smile involuntarily rose at the corners of my mouth. Memories of the past life surfaced in my mind as a black iron level trainer. I don't know how much energy and resources I spent to improve the combat power of my pets. Rare materials, complex secrets, the slightest mistake would backfire, or even backfire. Even for top trainers, the success rate is only 80%, while for ordinary trainers it is only 30%. And now, with just one achievement, one can directly and permanently increase combat power by 50%, which is really incredible. The fire pet nest in front of you exudes a burning breath. My eyes fell on the fire vine monster tree not far away. It was whining like a spirit snake, its tentacles greedily approaching the spring, absorbing the energy-rich spring water. The fire crystals underground around it emitted a faint glow, but were completely devoured by it. Ding! Fire attribute pet fire vine demon tree detected. Do you want to spend 1 million federal coins to accelerate its growth? Nickname, Fire Vine Monster Tree Qualification, Black Iron 3-star Attribute, Fire Skills, Flame Blessing, Snake Strangling Growth Progress, 12%, can be accelerated. 1 million federal coins? I couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that Krypton Gold is the king. A bottle of flame potion on the market costs as much as 500,000 federal coins, which can only accelerate growth by 10%, and has serious side effects, and cannot be reused within a year. However, this 1 million can instantly achieve a significant growth acceleration, which is obviously much more cost-effective. However, I was not in a hurry to invest in the Fire Vine Demon Tree. Instead, I turned around and looked at another dragon egg that was glowing faintly beside me, the red dragon egg with only 1 hour left on the countdown. Dragon-type pet. The ultimate dream of all tamers. Even the lowest qualification is Elite 7 stars. Not to mention the buffing effect it brings to the owner and other pets is enough to drive everyone crazy. Instead of investing in the Firevine Demon Tree, it is better to put resources into dragon pets. I made the decision secretly. As time went by, tiny cracks finally appeared on the surface of the dragon egg. With a light, crackling sound, a tender red head popped out, and the broken eggshells scattered all over the ground, with a continuous crisp sound. The little fire dragon crawled out of the eggshell and stood unsteadily. Its retracted dragon wings behind it were glowing faintly, and its red scales covered its entire body like lava. It looks cute and adorable. It opens its mouth to pick up the fallen eggshells, chews them and swallows them into its stomach. It is obvious that these eggshells contain extremely high nutrients. Nickname, Little Fire Dragon Qualification, Lord 10 Stars Attribute, Fire Skills, Dragon Roar, Small Fireball, Fire Wing Slash, Triple Sprint Passive. The Master's combat power increases by 100%, and fire attacks are reduced by 10%. Seeing this attribute panel, my heart beat faster and almost jumped out of my chest. Lord-level qualifications? In the entire Principality of Dongji, only a handful of Lord-level pets are born every year, and almost all of them are snatched up by the top animal tamer universities. This little fire dragon not only has outstanding talents, but also has extremely strong passive skills, especially the 10% immunity to fire attacks, which is simply amazing. This little Charmander must be hidden! I instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. In the Principality of Dongji, pets with excellent qualifications are prey in the eyes of countless people, especially the targets of organizations like the Black Magic Society. With my current strength, if I reveal the existence of Charmander, I am afraid I will be killed. I quickly formulated a plan. C-Rank Pet Ruins Battle Pet Tomb. The War Pet Tomb is a tomb dedicated to war pets. It is not very dangerous, with only a few small beasts, but it contains countless petrified pet eggs. Although most of them are dead eggs, rare pets that have survived by chance are occasionally found. This place is perfect for covering up Charmander's origins. There are 2 ways to enter the War Pet Tomb. One is to pay 200,000 federal coins and use the unlocking tools provided by the Tamer Association to select the petrified egg. The other is to become a pet breeder and obtain free admission. In that case, let's use the name of the War Pet Tomb to give Charmander a reasonable identity. I made up my mind, with a firm look in my eyes. Before having enough self-protection ability, keeping a low profile is the fundamental way to survive. After a long time, in the fire pet nest in the Void Territory, the little fire dragon had swallowed the red eggshell clean. Its little belly is slightly bulging, making it look funny and cute, but it also has a lot more energy. With clumsy steps, the little guy staggered to my feet, rubbed my trouser legs gently, then lay down, and fell into a deep sleep in a few breaths. Upgrade progress 5%. After investigating, I nodded secretly. Although Charmander's upgrade speed is not as fast as that of Fire Vine, it is far faster than that of ordinary pets. The Fire Vine monster tree is summoned directly from the pet altar, and the initial progress is 10%. Pets like Charmander that hatch from eggs usually have to start from scratch. Reaching 5% right after hatching is proof of top talent. Just as I was about to quit the investigation, a system prompt suddenly rang in my ears. Ding! A pet with sporadic fire attributes has been detected. Do you want to spend 1 million federal coins to accelerate its growth? My expression suddenly became firm, my eyes were determined, and I responded without hesitation. Yes. The growth potential of dragon pets is unmatched by other pets. Although the investment of 1 million is a lot, it is extremely cost-effective. Ding! Deduction successful. Growth is accelerating, breaking through the countdown of sporadic. 9 hours. 9 hours? I couldn't help but raise my lips slightly. After 9 hours, Charmander will be able to break through the 0-star level and be promoted to Black Iron 1 star. You know, dragon pets are not only extremely difficult to train, but the cost of their food is prohibitive for ordinary people. I recalled my previous life. At the Imperial Capital Tamer University, the monthly feeding cost of a dragon-type battle pet of a proud student of the academy was as high as 100,000 federal coins, and if you were a little more particular, it could even reach hundreds of thousands. At that time, I could only envy and watch from afar, but now, I finally have the opportunity to have my own dragon pet. Coming back to my senses, my eyes fell on the Fire Vine monster tree. Its upgrade progress has quietly increased to 16%. The fire environment of the Void Territory is indeed extraordinary. The environment alone can make pets grow so quickly. After exiting the Void Territory, I opened my Federation account and found that the balance was only 800,000 Federation coins. Thinking about the high cost of purchasing food for the little fire dragon and the Fire Vine monster tree, I frowned and thought about how to raise more resources. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. When I opened the door, I was stunned for a moment. The person standing outside was Sun Nantian, a wealthy man from Jiangnan-based city. He was dressed in a black suit and looked calm and composed, followed by Sun Shaoxing and a burly, resolute-looking middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was carrying a heavy box. Sun Nantian smiled and said, "Excuse me for coming to visit. I am Xiaoxing's father, Sun Nantian. Thanks to your reminder, we were able to find out the spy of the Black Magic Society. The Sun family owes you a big favor." My heart was moved, and I quickly said modestly, "Uncle Sun, you are too polite. That is just my guess, purely coincidental." Sun Nantian smiled without saying anything, took out a black pet gift card, put it on the table, and said, "No matter what, this is the Sun family's thank you gift. The gift card can be exchanged for a pet baby with Black Iron qualifications. There is no qualification limit." My heart skipped a beat. This kind of gift card is extremely valuable, especially when there is no qualification limit. The market price of a top-level Black Iron War pet is at least 5 million. "Uncle Sun, this is too expensive." I quickly declined. "What? You think Xiaoxing's life is not worth this price?" Sun Nantian was still gentle, but his words revealed a firmness that could not be refused. Sun Shaoxing on the side also advised, "Qin Yi, my father is so generous, you should accept it quickly. With this gift card, you can definitely choose a good battle pet, and maybe you can even enter the Imperial Capital University, and we can be classmates." Seeing this, I no longer refused, solemnly accepted the gift card, and expressed my deep gratitude to Sun Nantian. After everyone left, I opened the box and my eyes immediately lit up. There are exactly 60 bottles of fire spirit liquid placed on the first layer, with fluorescent dots like stars in the sky. The second layer is 10 black iron grade fire spirit stones, which contain rich and stable fire attribute energy and are the top-level food for black iron grade pets. Looking at these resources worth nearly 1 million, I took a deep breath. The weight of this thank you gift was far beyond my imagination. In the evening, as the dusk deepened, I walked into the Velociraptor Pet store under the Sun Family Group. This store is unique, with a lifelike carving of a velociraptor with bared teeth and claws on the sign, as if it would pounce on its prey at any time, which is unforgettable. The store's name, Velociraptor, comes from the characteristics of these dragon-type pets. It is said that they are very similar to the newly discovered Jurassic dinosaurs in the ruins of Earth, hence the name. As more and more Jurassic pet eggs are unearthed, these dragon-type war pets are quickly becoming rare treasures in the pet circle. Holding the black gold gift card given by Sun Nantian, I decided without hesitation to take this opportunity to buy a combat pet for myself. In this era where strength is everything, one more trump card means one more chance of survival. Especially in the face of the potential threat of the Black Magic Society, if the existence of Charmander is exposed, more battle pets will be the most powerful line of defense. As soon as you step into the store, the sense of technology in the exhibition hall hits you. A light curtain is suspended above the counter, and the virtual screen generated by the light and shadow grass is playing the adult form of the battle pet in a loop, with lifelike 3D images. The bottom of the screen contains information about the battle pet's qualifications, which is amazingly detailed. Since these pet eggs are all from the ruins and need to be preserved under special conditions, the store does not display the actual eggs directly. After quickly scanning the pet encyclopedia on the screen, I walked straight to the counter and took out the black gold gift card. A pretty female clerk in a black uniform immediately put on a warm smile when she saw me. "Hello, distinguished guest," she said in a gentle tone. "Do you have flying feather spirit grass?" I went straight to the point. "Yes, you are so lucky!" Her smile deepened. 3 days ago, we just got a baby feather spirit grass with black iron 6-star qualification, which completely meets your needs. With this black gold gift card, not only can you get it for free, but you can also get an extra piece of Shimu soil, which can increase the growth rate of feather spirit grass by 20%. I nodded. Yes, I'll take this one. Feiyu Lingqiao is a wind-type auxiliary pet that is good at speed. It can not only provide support in battle, but also help me to retreat in dangerous moments. Feiyu Lingqiao of this caliber is extremely rare, and there are probably only a handful of them in the entire Jiangnan-based city. Soon, the store sent a special car to deliver the 1-meter diameter, 50-kilogram Shimu soil and Feiyu Lingqiao to my residence. After the baby spiritual herb was awakened by the spiritual liquid, it took on a peculiar appearance. It was shaped like a small snow-white ginseng, about 10 centimeters tall, with green lines on both sides of its back like knife marks, adding a bit of agility and mystery to it. After entering the void territory, I carefully placed the Shimu soil in place. However, unlike the fire vine demon tree and the little Charmander, the flying feather spirit grass did not choose a fire-type nest. The system prompt immediately sounded. Ding! A wind attribute pet baby has been detected. Do you want to spend 200,000 federal coins to build a LV0 micro wind attribute pet nest? Is there such a thing? I frowned, a little helpless. 200,000 federal coins. Everything really depends on money. Let's build it. After the deduction was completed, the ground shook slightly, and a huge floating stone with a length and width of 10 meters slowly rose from the ground and hovered in the air 1 meter high. The surface of the boulder was covered with Shimu soil, dotted with wind spirit stone fragments, and exuded a faint luster. This boulder was made of precious black iron-grade flying stone, and its value far exceeded 100 million federal coins. After I placed the feather spirit grass on the boulder, I couldn't wait to check its properties. Nickname: Feather Spirit Grass Qualification, Black Iron 6-star Attribute, Wind Level, Sporadic Skill, Small Wind Blade Blessing Skill, Feather Step, 3-4 times the Speed Blessing. Yes, the blessing skill can actually work on the pet owner. I nodded with satisfaction. Generally speaking, a black iron level tamer can only contract up to 3 pets, and the number of contracts is directly related to the strength of the soul. But the void territory seems to have given me different rules. If the void territory allows me to contract pets endlessly, a bold idea came to my mind. With the combined skills of more than a dozen pets, wouldn't I be able to transform into a god of war and fight against lord-level monsters head-on? After a moment's thought, I took a deep breath, tried to suppress my inner excitement, and began to analyze the situation calmly. Although he could contract more than a dozen pets, the key question was, could he afford to raise them? The top priority now was to train Charmander with all his strength and let it break through to the Lord level as soon as possible. 3 years later, if those terrifying Lord-level monsters below Jiangnan Base City break out from the SS-level pet ruins, the entire base city will probably become hell in an instant. Thinking of this, I glanced at my account, which showed that the balance was less than 600,000 federal coins. I smiled bitterly and said to myself, "It was only 2 million yesterday." Then I thought, there is something important to do tomorrow. I have to take the pet trainer qualification exam. My eyes focused and my plan gradually became clear. With this qualification certificate, I can not only open a shop to earn income, but also step into the gate of the Imperial Capital Animal Tamer University. At my age, it is rare to become a pet breeder. As long as I can pass the exam, my future will undoubtedly be bright. Just as I was making plans for the future, the communicator in my pocket suddenly vibrated. I took out the device and the name, Lin Yanran, appeared on the screen. When the video was connected, what came into view was a girl with black hair, picturesque eyebrows and eyes, and her smile was as gentle as water. "Xiaoye, is the summoning ceremony over?" Lin Yanran asked softly. "It just ended. I contracted a 3-star fire vine monster tree," I replied. "Uncle Lin doesn't know yet. He is still outside the base city and hasn't come back yet. 3 stars is a good qualification. Have you chosen a good animal tamer university?" she asked with a smile. Her question caused ripples in my heart, and my memory instantly went back to the past. The deep friendship between my parents and Uncle Lin began when they were on the verge of life and death. My father tried his best to save Uncle Lin and his daughter, and was even left with a hidden disease and a demonic poison. Uncle Lin took good care of me for this. When I was in middle school, hooligans outside the school bullied me, but Lin Yanran took a baseball bat and beat them into submission. Since then, no one dared to mess with me in school. Now, she is an elite of the Imperial Capital Tamer University, with a promising future a mentor or even a Lord-level tamer. As for me, I can only work hard step by step to narrow the gap between us. Imperial Capital Tamer University. I came back to my senses, smiled and said, "Sister, don't worry about me. I also contracted a black iron 6-star flying feather spirit grass. To thank me, son Nantian also gave me a pet store gift card." Hearing this, Lin Yanran's expression on the other side of the screen changed slightly, and her eyes instantly became as sharp as a knife. Although she quickly recovered as usual, the chill at this moment made my heart shudder. "The Black Magic Society's people are omnipresent," she said in a low voice. "The Sun family may have their spies. Although they may not attack you, you must be careful. Sister, don't worry. There are city guards patrolling nearby every day. They won't take risks for a small person like me." I waved my hand and said with a nonchalant smile, "You are quite open-minded." She smiled and hung up the phone. However, I did not notice the cold light that flashed in her eyes at the last moment. On the other end of the phone, Lin Yanran stopped smiling and replaced it with a cold expression. She dialed another communicator and connected with Zhang Xuedong, an acquaintance of the Jiangnan-based city garrison. "Xuedong, we need to send an extra patrol team to the vicinity of Dong'an community. Xia has been involved with the Black Magic Society recently." On the other end of the phone, Zhang Xuedong, who was wearing tight black armor, frowned slightly, but quickly nodded in agreement. "Leave it to me, don't worry." After a few words, Zhang Xuedong immediately contacted the deputy commander of the city guards and adjusted the patrol route. For Zhang Xuedong, the transfer of a patrol team is just a trivial matter, but this timely care makes people feel an indescribable warmth. Late at night, Jiangnan-based city Sun family villa. In the study, Sun Nantian sat at the table, his brows showing a bit of coldness. He just received the news that I exchanged a flying feather spirit grass with a black iron 6-star qualification from the pet shop. This is a support pet that can significantly increase speed and even grant flying ability after elite quality. More importantly, it can also master attack skills through training. Even if it lacks talent, it can be made up for by finding an elite trainer. A good choice. Sun Nantian nodded lightly, a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. A pet with both offensive and defensive capabilities, suitable for developing D-level ruins. You can attack when you advance, and you can defend when you retreat. On the side, a middle-aged man with a burly figure and a stern expression reported in a cautious tone. "Master, the house has been re-examined, including the young master's new housekeeper, and they have all passed the test of diluting the magic potion. In addition, the listening magic mouse found no abnormalities." Sun Nantian nodded coldly and said in a serious tone, "Don't be careless. Send 2 more masters to guard the little saint to ensure that there is nothing wrong before he goes to the Imperial Beast Tamer University. He looked out the window at the night, his thoughts cold as ice. The infiltration of the Dark Order was frightening, and if he hadn't been warned in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Since the other party dared to provoke him, he would make them pay a heavy price. An underground bar in the eastern part of Jiangnan City. The red lights flickered, the light and shadows intertwined, and the air was filled with the smell of alcohol and tobacco. Behind the bar, the bartender was thin and dressed in a well-tailored tuxedo, elegant yet a bit weird. His red eyes were slightly narrowed, as if he could see through every inch of darkness. In front of the bar, a sturdy man wearing a black windbreaker and a machete hanging from his waist was shrouded in murderous aura. He took a gulp of strong liquor and asked in a cold voice, "Has the Sun family's chess piece been pulled out?" The bartender replied slowly, "It has been exposed and has been cleaned up." Although his words were plain, they could not hide a trace of regret. "What a pity!" The sturdy man cursed in a low voice and clenched his fists. "The chess piece that has been buried for 20 years is gone just like that. I heard that it was a middle school student named Qi Yi who mentioned Li Xing's name, which made Sun Nantian suspicious," the bartender said slowly, with a meaningful tone. "Middle school student?" The sturdy man sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Have you checked the background?" "I checked. His parents died early, and he has a friend who is a black iron level beast tamer who takes care of him. His pet for this summoning ceremony is just a 3-star black iron level fire vine monster tree, which is nothing special." The sturdy man thought for a moment, his eyes became colder and colder. "There is something fishy about this matter. This kid ruined the plan and cannot be let off easily. I will investigate it myself." He stood up and left, and his figure quickly disappeared in the shadows of the lights. Early morning, void territory, fire pet nest. A dazzling red light burst out from the little fire dragon's body. It had advanced. The little guy, which was only 40 centimeters long, had grown to 70 centimeters. Its scales were even more red and dense. The newly born dragon horns on its head were immature, but exuded majesty. The dragon's wings flapped gently, stirring up a hot air current. A red dragon breath spurted out with a roar, and heat waves rolled up, rushing 6 meters away, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. I called up Charmander's attribute panel, unable to hide the joy on my face. Nickname, Charmander qualification, Lord 10 stars level, 1 star skills, Dragon Roar, Fireball, Fire Wing Slash, Triple Sprint Blessing skills, increase stamina by 100%, 15% immunity to fire attacks. Immunity increased by 5%. It seems that this advancement is indeed extraordinary, I murmured to myself with satisfaction. The little fire dragon raised its head and roared, its deep dragon roar shaking the surroundings. Its eyes swept around and finally landed on the fire vine monster tree. The fire vine monster tree sensed the dragon's might, and immediately dodged into a pile of boulders, trembling with fear and not daring to show its face. At this time, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully training the first black iron level pet. The achievement can be claimed. I can't wait to click and receive. Achievement reward, Iron Level Tamer. All pet attributes are permanently doubled. Double? I widened my eyes, unable to suppress my excitement. This system is too amazing! Originally, Charmander could release 5 fireballs at the 1-star stage. Now its attributes have doubled, and its skill power and endurance have soared several times, making it comparable to a 2-star pet. Thinking of the future scenes of enemies being crushed by my pets, I couldn't help but sneer. The next morning, at the Animal Tamers Association in Jiangnan City. The morning light shines down, illuminating this majestic building. The thick black stone walls are covered with dark green vines, and the vines are dotted with scarlet fruits, as bright as blood. These vines are not ordinary plants, but elite-level combat pets that guard the dignity of the association. Anyone who dares to force their way in may be bound by the vines or even strangled in an instant. The gate of the association is 2 meters high, and is carved with lifelike and powerful war pets, as if they will jump out of the stone gate at any time and release infinite pressure. Although it was still early, there was already an endless stream of demon hunters, some looking exhausted, some looking nervous, hurrying by with unfinished tasks. I stood out in the crowd. I was dressed in black casual clothes, standing in front of the door with a calm look. Some animal trainers looked at me with a little curiosity when they passed by, but then quickly looked away, obviously not paying attention to me. After walking through the association's door, I went straight to the trainer examination counter in the corner. The person in charge of the counter was a young woman wearing a black animal trainer uniform, with a capable temperament. Her long hair was smooth and natural, and on her shoulder hung a black iron badge with the word 2 engraved on it, representing her qualification as a 2-star animal trainer. I want to take the exam to become a black iron level trainer. I got straight to the point. She was slightly stunned, then frowned and said, "The test fee is a full 10,000 federal coins. Are you sure?" "Card." I calmly handed over the bank card. The woman looked at me suspiciously, and seeing my firm attitude, she could only shake her head and thought to herself, "Another overconfident newcomer, probably just trying his luck." After the deduction was completed, a black iron level 1-star pet, the king firefly, flew out of the glass bottle on the counter. Its abdomen emitted a soft white light, and it was the guide for this exam. "Follow it to the examination room on the 3rd floor. The instructor will be here shortly." She pointed in the direction of the stairs. I nodded slightly and followed the fireflies through the hall. On the way, I noticed the vines hidden between the walls. They seemed to sense the breath of the fireflies and quietly retreated into the shadows without showing any hostility. At the same time, on the 9th floor of the association, President Jiang He received my assessment notice. "A 16-year-old boy?" Jiang He's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of interest. "It's really rare. I want to see what this young man is capable of." As the president of the Animal Tamers Association, Jiang He rarely participated in the assessment in person. But this time, for some reason, he took the initiative to take the task, took the elevator, and went straight to the 3rd floor. The examination room soon became lively. This 300 square meter room was divided into 3 major areas, corresponding to 3 levels. The first level, make a black iron grade quenching potion. This tests the cultivator's skills and meticulousness. Level 2, identify 90 out of 100 black iron grade materials within 10 minutes. Level 3, use the materials identified in Level 2 to successfully create a black iron grade potion. This level requires flexibility and is extremely difficult, with almost no way to cheat. The strictness of the assessment makes the profession of educator extremely rare and noble. When Jiang He walked into the examination room, he saw me at first sight. He was slightly surprised and retrieved my information through internal authority, a student of Jiangnan No. 3 Middle School, with excellent theoretical scores, and a 3-star black iron battle pet qualification, and my battle pet is Fire Vine Monster Tree. However, he was well aware of the gap between theory and practice. "Are you ready?" Jiang He's voice was low but majestic. "Okay," I said calmly, my gaze unwavering. The first level begins, the production of quenching potion. 3 ingredients were neatly placed on the stone table: cold jade liquid, black iron red fruit, and clover. After I confirmed everything was correct, I lit the flame under the refining vessel. The cold jade liquid was slowly poured in, and the temperature of the medicine dropped rapidly. I then threw in the black iron red fruit and watched it dissolve and blend with the medicinal power of the cold jade liquid in a balanced manner. The last step is to throw the clover into it. As the color of the liquid gradually turns light white, a perfect quenching potion is formed. I carefully put the liquid medicine into the test tube, looked up and said calmly, "It's done." Jiang He was slightly startled. He was just observing casually, but he didn't expect that the boy could complete the first level so smoothly. "It actually worked?" Jiang He felt a hint of approval in his heart, his eyes complicated. "It seems that this kid's ability is more than that." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the first black iron level potion and obtaining the achievement of black iron level cultivator. Do you want to extract it? Extract! I confirmed without hesitation. My movements were familiar, as if I was already confident. Achievements: Black Iron 1-star Cultivator Effect, Potion Lucky Value Bonus Skills, Black Iron Level Beast Body, Black Iron Level Appraisal Technique Additional Skills, Divine Refining Technique, Spiritual Cultivation Method. Body of 10,000 Beasts, can exert pressure and shock on Black Iron Level pets. Identification technique can identify black iron level pets, materials, and items. The moment the achievement was unlocked, a huge amount of information poured into my mind. I didn't even have time to fully appreciate the potion luck bonus before I was deeply attracted by the appraisal technique in the skill list. This skill comes at a perfect time. Strong joy arose in my heart. The question that has been bothering me for a long time finally has an answer. The threshold for breaking through from 3-star to 6-star black iron has always been limited in obtaining illustrations of pet materials. Domestic trainer families monopolized the resources and raised the prices of these illustrated books to sky-high prices, which ordinary trainers could not afford. Even black market transactions were just a gain between the rich. However, identification allows me to have the possibility to break free from resource constraints. What surprised me even more was the spiritual cultivation technique. The attribute panel clearly marked spiritual cultivation technique. Spiritual training. I couldn't help but think of the rumors in my previous life at the Imperial Capital University. Mental strength is the key to breaking through to become a Lord-level beast tamer. When contracting a Lord-level war pet, the beast tamer's soul will often be greatly exploited, and the slightest mistake will backfire and lead to death. Therefore, this kind of secret method of spiritual cultivation has long been in the hands of aristocratic families and is simply out of reach for ordinary people. Now, I actually have such a skill! I clenched my fists, my eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement. This time, the Lord level is no longer an unattainable dream. Just as my heart was filled with emotions, Jiang He in the examination room was so shocked by the potion on the table that he was speechless. He picked up the bottle of glowing potion, examined it carefully, and couldn't help muttering to himself. This potion's effect is actually a perfect potion. A 1-star black iron potion has achieved a 3-star effect. It's simply a miracle! The perfect grade potion had extremely demanding requirements for the refining process, and every step had to be precise and accurate. Even if he tried his best, he might not be able to do it. And in front of him, this was made by a 16-year-old examiner. Jiang He's gaze gradually turned fiery. This young man is definitely not an ordinary person. I calmly entered the second round of the next test. The long black table was filled with 100 kinds of pet materials, and the display screen next to it listed 10 characteristic options for each material. The examinee needed to quickly identify and choose the correct answer. I glanced at the questions, my expression focused and calm. My white fingers quickly tapped on the screen, and I finished a question in just 2 seconds. Time passed by, and when I submitted the last question, it took me less than a minute. The accuracy displayed on Jiang He's screen remained stable at 100%. This speed! Jiang He couldn't believe it, and the veins on his forehead throbbed slightly. The test questions were mixed with rare 2-star and even 3-star pet materials. He spent several hours looking up the information before he mastered it. I didn't expect that I could be so accurate without thinking. After completing the identification, I quickly selected 3 precious 3-star materials and started to prepare the potion. Fire spirit grass. It is red all over and looks like dogtail grass. It is about 20 centimeters long. Hanyuya, the basic material for neutralizing the medicinal power, viscous and transparent. Yellow jade bean, as crystal clear as topaz, only dozens of beans are produced each year. The preparation process was neat and tidy. I first poured the cold jade liquid into the vessel, then chopped up the fire spirit grass and added it. The fluctuations of the liquid gradually became stable, emitting a weak heat. Finally, the yellow jade beans were accurately added, and the entire liquid suddenly glowed with a dark red light like glass. Success! I couldn't help but whisper as I watched the gorgeous potion flowing in the vessel. At the same time, I could clearly feel a mysterious force being injected into it, and the quality of the medicine leapt forward again. Is this the effect of the luck bonus? I clenched my fists secretly, with endless expectations surging in my heart. Chapter 13. Obtained the trainer certificate. Another perfect grade potion, and a 2-star one at that. This kid's luck is too good. No, it's not just luck. It's more like a high-level cultivator is preparing a potion. To be so skilled, he must have received his teachings from a master. Jiang He picked up the 2-star fire spirit potion and used his soul to investigate. The medicinal power in this potion was about 3 times more than other potions of the same level. This kid definitely did it on purpose. He has the ability to refine a 2-star potion. Jiang He knew in his heart that the control of the medicinal power of the 2-star material would increase the burden on the soul several times. Unless some people are born spiritually superior to others, they are born pet trainers. Pet trainers at this star mainly refine potions. When they reach the 2-star assessment, other assessment items will be added, and they will prepare the potion needed by a pet. President Jiang, can I pass the test? Qin Yi looked at Jiang He, who was standing there in a daze, holding his potion, and reminded him. At the same time, his eyes fell on the potion. President, if you want this potion, I can sell it to you for 350,000. The price is fair, absolutely fair to everyone. I'm sure the president has also seen that I'm incredibly lucky. This is a 2-star fire spirit potion, and it's perfect. The market price is 350,000, which is absolutely worth it. Qin Yi said with a kind smile on his face. This kid knows it clearly. Jiang He smiled helplessly. He was indeed interested in purchasing this 2-star potion. The price of an ordinary 2-star potion is 100,000, while the price of a perfect grade potion will rise to 300,000, but they are generally out of stock. Perfect grade potions are extremely scarce. Okay, then do you want to sell the previous perfect grade tempering potion? No, I'm using it as my pet. Of course, if President Jiang really wants it, I'll sell it to you for 200,000. Cheaper. Not for sale anymore. Qin Yi was just about to take out the perfect grade tempering potion, but he took it back directly. There was no way he could get it cheaply. As for the quenching potion, I can buy some materials for refining the potion, and then mix it out for Charmander and the others to use. There is no problem at all. Purchase. Jiang He is very interested in this perfect grade potion. He also wants to study the differences between these potions and ordinary potions. If he can really understand the difference between the two, coupled with the research, it will also be an improvement in his method of refining potions. After, Qin Yi directly gave Jiang He his own federal bank card account and asked him to use the payment function on the pet home app to transfer the money directly to his account. After a while, he received a notification that 550,000 federal coins had arrived. The Pet Home app is an app developed by the Animal Tamers Association and is used throughout the Earth Federation. All transactions involving the 4 major countries. The payment function in this app is just one of them. There is also a special pet forum and a trading section. However, transactions across cities require the payment of a lot of federal coins, because there are many wild monsters between urban areas. Of course, you can also use high-speed trains between urban areas for transportation. If you want to transport items faster, you can hire a powerful animal trainer to escort them. Generally, animal trainers are hired to transport valuable items. Ordinary goods are basically transported by high-speed trains. Many outposts have been built along the high-speed train route, and a high-voltage power grid has been set up around the train passage. Under the huge voltage, even some elite wild monsters will be injured. There are also animal trainers stationed at the outpost to prevent wild monsters from attacking the train. It's been a pleasure working with you. When Qin Yi saw that the balance of his bank card had exceeded 1 million, a smile appeared on his face. Then, Jiang He gave Qin Yi a pet trainer's certificate and transferred his file information to the Animal Tamers Association. Protected by the Animal Tamers Association. Qin Yi, you are now the youngest trainer in our Jiangnan-based city. There are many trainer tasks posted by the association on the pet home. If you are interested, you can take a few. Now you have just participated in the summoning ceremony. The news that you have become a trainer may be known directly to those animal trainer universities. I suggest that no matter what conditions other animal trainer universities promise you, your first choice must be Imperial Capital University. The Imperial University is not just a matter of reputation. The relics they control are several times more than other universities. In this day and age, the more relics a university controls, the more benefits it will bring to their students. Jiang He watched Qin Yi accept the certificate and spoke to him earnestly. I see. Thank you, President Jiang. You're welcome. By the way, President, now that I have obtained the trainer's certificate, do I have a chance to enter the battle pet tomb? I was able to mix 2 perfect grade potions in one go. My luck is incredible. I feel like I can make something good. Qin Yi and Jiang He chatted for a few words and then got straight to the point. Ha ha, you are lucky, but it will be difficult to enter the battle pet tomb to try your luck. Although the battle pet tomb is a sea-level relic, there are very few pet babies that can actually survive in the stone. They are very scarce. In the past few years, nearly 300 people have entered the ruins, but only 7 have been able to create pets from stone eggs. All 5 are of ordinary qualifications, Jiang He said with a smile. He didn't believe that Qin Yi could be so lucky. It was terrifying enough that he could concoct 2 perfect grade potions this time. Give it a try. It's a free opportunity anyway, so why not use it? President, I would like to request a visit to the War Pet Cemetery. Well, come with me. After saying that, Jiang He took Qin Yi out of the examination room and went straight to a room on the basement floor. Vines were intertwined on the doorway of the ruins room, and in the center there was a dark red ghost head the size of a millstone. Combined with the dark environment in the corridor, it seemed a bit eerie. The ghost usually closes his eyes, and when someone approaches, he opens his eyes to investigate. That ghost vine is the elite 7-star pet that guards the gate to the ruins. President. When the ghost-headed vine saw Jiang He, he spoke in a respectful tone. Ordinary pets, once they reach a star level, can unlock a certain level of intelligence, equivalent to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Once it reaches the elite level, or even the lord level, the pet's own intelligence will be greatly improved. Yes, open the door. Jiang He nodded, and the door wrapped in dark red vines suddenly opened, revealing the full view of the room. This room covers an area of over 100 square meters. The surrounding walls were reinforced with a layer of black iron, and were pitch black. On the walls of the room, a few white fairy flowers were blooming, just like incandescent lamps, illuminating everything in the room clearly. In the middle of the room was a pitch-black door about 10 feet high, with a gray-black mist floating above it. This is the passage to the War Pet Tomb. Chapter 14. The Power of Identification. Yes, this is a drop of softening liquid. Choose a stone egg from the tomb and drop this drop of liquid on it. Then you can easily remove the hard shell of the stone egg with your hands. You only have 3 hours at most, Jiang He said. Qin Yi then took the small glass bottle from Jiang He's hand and put it in his arms, saying with a kind smile, Don't worry, President Jiang will wait for me to return triumphantly. After saying that, he entered the portal of the ruins. After Qin Yi entered the portal of the ruins, the space in my sight was rotating and distorted, and everything around was gray, as if I had entered a space surrounded by chaotic fog. Then, it gradually becomes clear. Sea-level pet ruins and pet tomb. Looking down from the sky, this is a huge island with some huge tropical shrubs and stone eggs of various sizes everywhere. Basically, they are gray-black in color, and many of the stone eggs have cracks in their shells. In some of them, you can even see that the petrified pets have been pierced through the cracks and have broken into several pieces. On this huge island, near the beach, there was a meter-high gate standing in the middle. A light flashed and a young man in casual clothes walked out of it. Qin Yi looked around. Looking back, I saw that the sea surface about 10 steps away was covered by a thick white fog. That is the end of this pet ruin space. There were quite a few stone eggs on the beach in front of him, some of which were half sunken into the sand. Qin Yi walked over and touched them with his hand. They were no different from ordinary stones, and felt cool to the touch. He knocked them a few times casually, but felt nothing. This stone is nearly 1.5 meters high, and so thick that even those Lord-level beast trainers would not be able to see through the stone egg easily. It really just depends on luck. But Qin Yi had just obtained the black iron level identification technique. The introduction to the identification technique can determine everything about black iron level pets and materials. Try. Qin Yi's eyes flashed. He directly cast an identification spell on the stone egg that was 1.5 meters tall in front of him. A ray of white light that only Qin Yi himself could see merged into the stone egg. The next moment, a stream of information about the stone egg flooded into his mind. Stone. Just 2 words. Performing this identification technique did not consume much mental energy, and he then identified all the stone eggs on the beach. More than 99% of it is stone. Now Qin Yi finally understood why Jiang He laughed when he suggested entering the War Pet Tomb. He didn't believe from the bottom of his heart that Qingyi could find the pet baby in this war pet tomb. At last, a black iron-level pet baby finally emerged from the stone egg in front of the huge bush. It's just a stone egg no more than 20 centimeters high. Black iron 3-star qualification, black poison butterfly. Finally, it's not a stone anymore. The 3-star qualification is already comparable to his own fire vine demon tree. Pick some more. I don't know if I can identify those with elite qualifications. Qingyi looked at the large group of stone eggs lying on the ground in the bushes. He inserted a broken bush branch at the place where the black poisonous butterfly was. After marking it, he began to quickly identify the stone eggs one by one. There are a lot of stone eggs in this war pet tomb. An hour later, Qingyi had only finished identifying a quarter of the island, and had identified at least several thousand stone eggs, but there were only 12 black iron-level pet babies. Most of them have 3 or 4-star qualifications. It's on par with the black poisonous butterfly. Qingyi didn't think much of it. He wanted to continue exploring. It was impossible to explore the entire war pet tomb in 3 hours, but it was almost there. Qingyi then turned his gaze to the 2-meter-tall stone egg in front of him and used the identification technique on it. Unknown elite pet. Depend on. I've made a fortune. Qingyi was stunned, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Even the cheapest pets with elite qualifications cost tens of millions, and they are all in short supply, making them difficult to buy even if you have money. Although identification cannot determine the species, it can at least determine whether a pet has elite qualifications. Continue. Qingyi made a mark. If there were no other elite-level pets, he would soften this elite-level stone egg. Then Qingyi continued to identify with full energy. If this pet is identified as having elite qualifications, it will be worth tens of millions of federal coins, which is very helpful for raising this money-eating beast in the void territory. Naturally, the more federal coins you have, the better. Even if you cannot use this elite pet yourself, you can sell it on the black market at Pet House. After 1.5 hours. After 3/4 of the area was confirmed, a pet with unknown elite qualifications was identified. Star rating cannot be displayed. The second elite qualification stone egg was 30 centimeters tall and looked ordinary. Even underneath the stone egg, there were many places where tiny cracks could be seen. If it weren't for the feedback from the identification technique, others would definitely think it was a dead fetus. It's a pity that I can't take both. Qingyi felt a little regretful. But after I get out, I will come back in a few days and take away another elite pet. According to the regulations of the Beast Tamers Association, no one can enter the war pet tomb within 7 days. Then, Qingyi went straight back to the 2-meter-high stone egg. He wanted to announce the little fire dragon to the war pet tomb this time. That 30-centimeter-tall stone egg definitely won't do. If Jianghe entered the war pet tomb to investigate, he would find that the size of the little fire dragon did not match the stone egg at all, and it would immediately reveal a flaw. Qingyi would naturally not be so stupid. A drop of golden softening liquid fell on the stone egg and merged into the stone egg like melting ice and snow. After a few breaths, Qingyi touched it lightly, and the softened eggshell began to peel off easily. As the outer shell of the stone egg fell off, the elite pet sleeping inside the stone egg also came into view. It turned out to be a round ball that looked like a bone, with many black holes on it. What's this? Qingyi was stunned. The fact that this stone egg pet was of elite caliber was beyond his expectations. Many similar pet illustrations appeared in his mind, but none of them matched this one at all. When all the obstructing stones outside softened and fell off, the white bone ball began to shake. It was affected by the outside world and seemed to wake up immediately. This kind of pet that has just awakened in the stone egg is the weakest, and a drop of blood can be used to directly form a contract with it. After Qingyi placed his hand on the white bone ball, he thought about it and threw it directly into the void territory. He also summoned the little fire dragon in the small fire pet's nest to the battle pet tomb. Generally speaking, this kind of pet with elite qualifications or above that has fallen into hibernation, even if it is very weak after waking up, can still have a strength of about 1 to 2 stars, which is completely in line with the current situation of Charmander, and can directly reach the black iron 1 star. Kindness? What's going on? The sleeping little fire dragon fell face down on the ground after being summoned. It woke up immediately and looked at Qin Yi at the first moment, with a big question mark on its head. Qin Yi shook his head. I have to find some time to go out into the wild and hone this little fire dragon's combat awareness. Chapter 15. 16-year-old trainer. Outside the war pet tomb. Jiang He yawned in the ruins room, looked at the ruins gate which was motionless, and continued to browse the pet house forum. At the same time, he is also writing a manuscript about Qin Yi becoming a Black Iron 1-star trainer. Of course, Qin Ye's information had been modified when Qin Ye's file was transferred before. It wouldn't be long before the Animal Tamer University, which was paying attention to the student recruitment information, would be able to find out. He even planned to use his account in Pet House to publish this message, which would not only promote their Jiangnan-based city, but also gain a wave of fans and expand the influence of their Jiangnan Animal Tamers Association. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. At this time, 3 hours have passed. At the gate of the war pet tomb ruins, thick gray-black fog suddenly began to churn up, and Qin Yi walked out of it. Really? Jiang He smiled in his heart. Even if it takes a long time, what's the point? It's not that easy to get a pet from the war pet tomb. Oh my god! Jiang He, who was sitting nearby, saw the little fire dragon as strong as a calf, its ferocious dragon head, and the 2 pairs of sickle dragon wings retracted on its back behind Qin Yi. He exclaimed and stood up from his seat. Fire dragon pet! Black Iron 1-star! Jiang He sensed it, and walked to the little fire dragon with a look of surprise on his face. Qin Yi, how did you do it? Jiang He walked up to the little fire dragon in a daze, his eyes showing some excitement. This is a dragon pet. It's a fire type with high attack power. Among dragon pets of the same level, they are almost invincible. Wisdom. Qin Yi suddenly looked unfathomable and spoke in a low voice. Wisdom is bullshit. Jiang He looked at Qin Yi, who looked like he deserved a beating, and couldn't help but curse in his heart. I'm really lucky. I was able to mix 2 perfect grade potions in one go, and now I got a dragon pet from this battle pet tomb. Alas, comparison is the thief of anger. Jiang He sighed. President, I actually have a way to know if there are any pets among those stone eggs. Kindness? Real? Of course it's true, you see. After saying that, Qin Yi pointed at the little fire dragon at his feet. The little fire dragon also cooperated by growling, and blew out a stream of hot air from its mouth, blowing up Jiang He's clothes in front of him. What do you mean? I'll sell you the method, and I'll take a small loss myself. 1 billion federal coins! Qin Yi said this with great sorrow, as if he had really suffered a great loss. Get lost! By the way, you can't reveal your dragon pet for now. It might cause some trouble. Just being a trainer will attract attention. Add to that the fact that you have a fire dragon pet, and it might cause big trouble. I will let him circulate the news about your fire dragon pet within the Tamer Association. Of course, the people from the Imperial University will also know about it. This is your bargaining chip. The better you perform, the more resources you can get. Then, Jiang He suddenly said with a serious expression. President, please leave a conch. No matter what, I am a genius in our Jiangnan-based city. If I am really assassinated by the Black Demon Society and cannot defeat them, I can still call for support. Qin Yi stared at Jiang He and said pitifully. The reason why I didn't leave a phone number. Because the members of the Black Magic Society are not fools. They all carry signal jamming devices with them. Once they start fighting, the phone call is just like moving bricks. Really? Jiang He took out a conch as big as a baby's palm. It looked like a conch and was light red in color. This conch is an auxiliary pet that can be used even without signing a contract. Generally, it is a mother and child conch. Qin Yi is holding the baby conch, and Jiang He is holding the mother conch. If they encounter danger, they can directly take out the conch to ask for help. Thank you, President. You're welcome. I'll use the account on Pet Home to post the news that you've become a breeder on the forum. By then, there will definitely be many people from the Animal Tamer University trying to win you over. Jiang He said. Alas, when you are famous, you are prone to gossip. Qin Yi shook his head and sighed. Jiang He's face turned dark. Thinking of the perfect raid potion and the fire dragon pet created by the battle pet tomb, he became angrier and angrier. He drove Qin Yi out directly, but before leaving, Qin Yi asked President Jiang He for a robe. He couldn't let the little fire dragon walk out so brazenly, so if he put on a black robe, it would be difficult to see the true appearance of the little fire dragon. After Qin Yi left, Jiang He directly posted that Qin Yi had passed the entrance exam for the Teachers Association. Jiang He's account still has 900,000 followers. Basically, they are of concern to the locals of Jiangnan-based city. Byte. At this moment, the 900,000 fans who followed Jiang He all received push notifications about the post sent by President Jiang He. Jiangnan-based city 16-year-old pet trainer, Qin Yi from Jiangnan No. 3 Middle School, he did it! In a pet pharmacy company on a high floor of a commercial building, a long-haired woman dressed casually was looking at the posts pushed by Pet Home. He looked stunned. 16-year-old pet trainer! It's a hit! Didn't you just participate in the summoning ceremony? I wonder if you summoned your battle pet. The long-haired woman was a member of the advertising and publicity department of the pharmaceutical company. She saw the business opportunity at first sight. This Qin Yi is going to be very popular for sure. If they sign him, it will definitely bring huge traffic to their company. Just 10 minutes. That post received 500,000 views and directly became one of the top 10 hot posts in the Jiangnan-based city division. Let more people see this news. The most surprised among them were Qin Yi's classmates in Class 3 of Jiangnan No. 3 Middle School. After one of them learned the news, he was immediately shocked. Qin Yi and the others all knew it. That was the theoretical score that they had always ranked first in their class. Unexpectedly, Qin Yi was able to obtain the trainer certificate directly after completing the summoning ceremony. Having this trainer certificate can open the door to some advanced animal trainer universities. Of course, this news was just the beginning. Qin Yi, with the little fire dragon, took a taxi and went straight to his home in Dong'an community. Shortly after Qin Yi left, a 30-centimeter tall falcon with a wingspan of nearly 1 meter flew out directly from the tall building of the Animal Tamers Association, and flew high into the sky. He caught up with the taxi that Qin Yi was riding in. His sharp eagle eyes looked down at the surroundings. On one of his eagle legs, there was an iron ring from the Animal Tamers Association, which confirmed his location. This is the elite 7-star combat pet, the Gale Falcon, sent by Jiang He to protect Qin Yi. Not only is he an expert in speed, he can also perform cross-wind blades, and spit out strong winds and sonic attacks from his mouth. Among the elite 7-star combat pets, the combat power of the Gale Falcon can definitely be ranked at the top. Now, on a building more than 10 stories high opposite the Beast Tamers Association, a sturdy man in a black windbreaker looked at the taxi Qin Yi was riding in, as well as the falcon from the Beast Tamers Association. On the mobile phone in his right hand was a post from the 16-year-old trainer Qin Yi. Interesting, not simple. The strong man wearing a peaked cap and a black trench coat had an interesting smile on his face. Chapter 16, Parasitic War Pets. On the Pet Home app. The post about Qin Yi exceeded 1 million views within half an hour. At this time, Jiangnan Beast Tamer University is a university located in the northeast corner of Jiangnan-based city, covering an area of several hundred acres. Principal Wang Qian also saw the post posted by Jiang He. The post was sent by Jiang He and was absolutely true. Minister Yan, please contact Qin Yi's teacher at No. 3 Middle School to see if you can have a conversation with Qin Yi. Our Jiangnan-based city is willing to sponsor Qin Yi with 5 million federal coins every year. Free funding all the way to the Black Iron 3-star breeder. Wang Qian called Minister Yan from the admissions office and immediately explained to him, although Wang Qian also knew very well that with only 10 years of experience in their Jiangnan-based city, their competitiveness was very small. But even so, he still wants to try it. If he succeeds, it will be an opportunity for Jiangnan Beast Tamer University to become famous. Yes, Principal. At this moment, Director Yan of the admissions office, after receiving the principal's order, immediately began to contact the teachers of Jiangnan No. 3 Middle School. Now, the Imperial Beast Tamer University in the far north, as well as Qingyang University in the imperial capital, Dongji Beast Tamer University, and Magic City Beast Tamer University, the 4 highest-level beast trainer universities in the East Ji Principality, Their admissions offices also all know about Jiangnan-based city, such a small place. A 16-year-old pet breeder appeared. Being able to pass the trainer's assessment at the age of 16 is enough to show the talent of this young man and his ability to be a trainer. He also has a great advantage over other animal trainers in training his own combat pets. For these 4 top schools, Qin Ye's talent is also among the best. Although, after the summoning ceremony, 2 young men from the tamer family also obtained the status of trainers. But those 2 young men both had the support of their respective families, and had been educated by special trainers since childhood. But Qin Ye's background information is unremarkable. He is so ordinary that he cannot be more ordinary, and there is no shadow of any big power behind him, so he is easy to recruit. Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University. Admissions Department. In Minister Yan's office, a push message suddenly popped up in the pet home mailbox on his computer. This was sent by an elder from their Imperial Capital Tamer University who was on a secondment to the Tamer Association. What? That Qin Yi actually got a fire dragon pet. Battle pet tomb. This luck is going against the will of heaven. Minister Yan saw that the message sent by the elder of the Animal Tamer University was the information modified by Jiang He, the president of the Jiangnan-based City Animal Tamer Association, which was absolutely correct. We at the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University must capture this boy. I promise you a bonus of 1 million Federation coins, and 3 free entries into the ruins every month. I can also provide an elite 7-star dragon blood potion regardless of the level of the ruins. Minister Yan then sent a message directly to the admissions office, Li Qingho in Jiangnan-based city. Li Qingho is the mentor that Minister Yan can find who is closest to the Jiangnan-based city. It is indeed the most appropriate person to let him complete the enrollment task this time. After all, if they get in touch with Qin Yi first, then they will have an advantage over several other top animal tamer universities. A fire dragon pet with the minimum elite qualifications and a certified trainer, this is indeed a rare genius boy. In Qinghe-based city, 30 miles to the west, on a cliff on the side of a river 100 feet wide, Li Qingho, dressed in a black robe, stood upright on the cliff that was nearly 50 meters high. On its shoulders sat a fiery red bird, looking at the river tributaries below with lively eyes, as if looking for something. He came here just to get rid of an elite monster, the black water python, which had been causing trouble here for several years. Go! Li Qingho growled. A white ice snake suddenly emerged from the sleeve of his left hand. Its body was as white as jade, and it was surrounded by cold air. When it fell from the cliff, its body began to swell rapidly from over 1 meter long, like a balloon. After a few breaths, it had a huge body of nearly 50 meters. After it dived into the river, many places on the shore were frozen with a layer of frost due to the escaped cold air. At the same time, the fiery red bird on its shoulder also flew out immediately, and its body also grew from small to large, eventually becoming a behemoth with a wingspan of nearly 15 meters. On both sides of its sharp eyes, there were 2 flames burning, which was extremely majestic. The mournful bird calls were extremely penetrating and echoed across this river tributary. The 9-star deep-sea mystic ice snake and the 9-star blazing sun firebird, among which the 8-star black water venomous python, soon encountered the mystic ice snake. With a level-crushing advantage and the addition of ice attacks, it was only a matter of time before the black water poisonous python was defeated. If the poisonous python wanted to escape, it would be intercepted by the scorching sun firebird above. And at this moment, the cell phone in Li Qingho's pocket suddenly vibrated. He opened the phone and glanced at it. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. A dragon pet student, and a trainer. I have to take a closer look. It would be a shame if I didn't trick someone with such good qualifications into becoming my disciple. I can't let those old guys in the academy get away with it. No matter how they make trouble, it's better to strike first. Li Qingho, who originally had a stern face, turned his head to look in the direction of Jiangnan-based city with a smile on his face. At this time, Jiangnan-based city. Dong'an community. After Qin Yi returned home, he didn't think much about it, but went straight into the void territory. His figure disappeared out of thin air in the room. Ding! A parasitic gold-type pet has been detected. Do you want to spend 1 million federal coins to build a level 1 small gold-type pet nest? Parasitic combat pet. There was some heat in Qin Ye's eyes, The power of this kind of combat pet is used to improve the tamer himself, and it is extremely rare. Like dragon-type combat pets, they are extremely scarce. Before having a parasitic battle pet, the tamer is just an ordinary adult. But if a parasitic battle pet can help the tamer transform into a beast, or even condense armor and weapons outside the body, the tamer can also exert combat power comparable to that of a battle pet. This kind of parasitic pet is basically the same as those high-level combat pets with enhanced skills, except that the amplification effect of parasitic pets is stronger. Yes, build a nest. After Qin confirmed it. The federal currency, which had just broken 1 million, hit bottom in an instant. Seeing that there were less than 200,000 federal coins left, he took a deep breath. If he didn't work hard to make money, he would not be able to support such a group of money-eating beasts. Fortunately, I have passed the exam to become a pet trainer, so I can open my own trainer shop on Pet Home. Boom! In the void territory, next to the level 0 micro-wind nest, there appeared a dark golden hill about 4 or 5 meters high. Under the hill, there was a light golden pool of water, which exuded an extremely strong golden power. Nickname: Small Gold Pet Nest. Level: LV1. Function: a nest that improves certain attributes of 1-star gold pets, speeds up their growth, and can hatch gold pet eggs. Chapter 17: Bone Blades, Bone Spurs, and Bone Armor. With the help of the power of the void territory, the parasitic battle pet bone ball in Xinya's right hand directly merged into his body. It turned into a pool of white liquid and flowed from his right hand into his limbs and bones. In an instant, a strong feeling of pain came from all over the body, like waves, coming one after another. Qin clenched his teeth. He didn't know that parasitic combat pets would feel such severe pain during the fusion process. It felt like all the bones in his body were broken and replaced with new bones. Bang! With a muffled sound, Qin half knelt on the ground. He saw a small golden nest 2 meters in front of him. Perhaps because of the parasitic war pet, a strong desire arose in his heart. He walked into the small golden pet's nest with difficulty, and leaned against the side of a 4 or 5 meter high dark golden hill. The moment it enters the pet's nest, a light golden mist emerged from the ground paved with dark golden rocks, and the mist was filled with pure golden power. At this moment, all of them were swallowed up by Qin's body. A parasitic combat pet. When concluding a battle pet contract and fusing them, it is necessary to prepare a large amount of pet attribute resources, otherwise the fusion will not be successful. If it fails, not only will the battle pet be severely damaged, but the tamer himself may also become disabled. Qin didn't even have time to look up information on this matter, and directly concluded the contract under the power of the void territory. Fortunately, a small gold pet nest was built, otherwise the fusion would definitely fail this time. Qin was lying in the pet's nest. When the light golden mist surged out from the rocks and entered his limbs, the pain disappeared instantly. It was like a gentle spring water, wrapping around his body and flowing through him, making him feel extremely comfortable. Afterwards, Qin fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it took before I woke up. My whole body was feeling numb and sore, so I stood up and moved around. I feel a lot lighter, as if I had removed dozens of kilograms of sandbags. Make a fist. A straight punch was thrown. Call! There was a sound of wind breaking through the air, and the fist was sharp. It's a parasitic battle pet after all, so it shouldn't just improve its physical condition a little bit, Qin thought. After all, it had been sealed in that stone egg for who knows how many billions of years, and after waking up, it had the combat power of 1 star. Qin tried to communicate with the white bone ball. Connected directly. A stream of information flooded into his mind. Now that the two of them had signed a battle pet contract, he could finally know the information about the white bone ball. Nickname: Bone Transformation Bug. Qualification: Elite 9 stars. Attribute: Gold. Rating: 1 star. Parasitic skills: Level 1 Bone Blade, Level 1 Bone Spike, Level 1 Bone Armor. Unlock skills by upgrading. I have Elite 9-star qualifications. I am only 1 star away from becoming a lord. I'm making a lot of money. I have to find a way to get the other elite pet from the Tamer Association's War Pet Cemetery someday. After Qin Yi learned about the properties of the bone ball, he was quite excited. But judging from the ranking of this battle pet, can such a large ball of white bones be a bug? After signing the battle pet contract, the bone ball collapsed directly and turned into a pool of bone-like water, which merged into his body. He saw that scene clearly. Perhaps that ball of bones is a nest of modified bone worms, and those modified worms are so tiny that they are as small as cells. Qin Yi was just guessing, and his guess was basically right. If he could reach the Lord level, he could use his mental power to detect, and perhaps he would be able to see the true appearance of those bone-modified insects. Parasitic skill, Bone Blade! Qin Yi connects with the bone-transforming worm. Puff! The next moment, a pale bone blade grew out from under the skin on his right leg and directly on his right leg bone. It was nearly half a meter long, and a cold light appeared on the blade, which seemed very sharp. This activity is not convenient. Can it be adjusted to other places? This bone blade is like a short knife that you carry with you, preferably on your arms. Qin Yi cancelled the skill. The half-meter bone blade on his right leg was directly integrated into Qin Yi's skin, leaving no scars. Even after the transformation, his skin became much whiter than before. Then, Qin Yi turned his attention to his right arm out of common sense. Bone blade! Puff! Under the skin. The half-meter bone blade appeared again. It can be controlled delicately, but it only requires concentration on one point. There is a flaw with this skill. It just wastes clothes. The 2 blows from the bone blade just now had left a big hole in his pants. Luckily, he was wearing a short-sleeved shirt. The trousers are torn and need to be mended. Afterwards, when Qin Yi wanted to try other white bone skills, he took off his upper body and pants and put them aside. Bone spurs! Puff, puff, puff. Under the skin. Once again, a number of bone spurs grew out of it. Each bone spur was nearly 20 centimeters long and had a certain curvature. When attention is not focused on one place, these bone spurs grow from all over the body surface. After it concentrated in the right leg, 10 bone spurs grew over the entire right calf. If this whip kick is used, it can directly cripple the opponent. Even by concentrating these bone spurs at one point, they can also play a protective role. The last 1-star skill, Bone Armor. This is a thin layer of bone armor formed under its skin, like a layer of bone armor, but it is whole body. However, what Qin Yi himself did not notice was that when he used the bone transformation insects, the pupils of his eyes were white. If there was a Lord-level warrior standing nearby and using his mental power to investigate, he would be able to see countless tiny bone-modified worms as big as cells gathered together in the depths of Qin Yi's eyes. At the same time, his eyesight has also improved to a certain extent compared to normal times. Call! After adapting for a while, Qin Yi let out a long breath. The bone-modified worms need to replenish golden power, and the consumption is greatest when using bone armor. However, after it is consumed, you can replenish it directly in this small gold pet nest. The lost strength will be replenished soon. It also places a certain burden on mental strength, requiring attention to fine-tune the bone blades, bone spurs and bone armor. Moreover, seeing the power of the bone-transformed worm, Qin Yi knew that this bone worm had a lot of room for growth. However, with his current mental strength, all he can do is simply perform these 3 parasitic skills. It is the greatest combat force besides Charmander. In the Void Territory, the Fire Vine Demon Tree and the Flying Feather Spirit Grass, with the blessing of the pet nest, were promoted very quickly. The Fire Vine Demon Tree has completed 69% of its progress, and the Flying Feather Spirit Grass has also completed 1/2. This speed of advancement is already extremely terrifying. In 2 more days, they can all reach the 1-star level. By then, Qin Yi's combat power will increase again. Even if a black iron 5 or 6-star beast tamer comes to cause trouble, he will be able to fight with the opponent. Chapter 18, Soul Refining. Ancient Vulcan Atlas. After a moment. After getting familiar with the various uses of the bone blades and bone spurs of the bone-modified worm, he began to sweat and exhaled a little hot air. Of course, the bone-modified worm also consumed a lot of its own strength, but with the assistance of the small gold pet nest, the missing gold power can be quickly replenished. It only took a few breaths for him to clearly feel the light golden mist emerging from under the rocks of the nest and pouring into his body. The countless bone-modified worms in the bones and blood were greedily devouring the golden power that was pouring into their bodies and recovering rapidly. After consuming his strength several more times and devouring, Qin could even feel that after the tempering of his body, his own flesh and blood and even strength had increased to a certain extent compared to before. Every time the golden power is devoured, even if it passes through flesh and blood, it will bring a certain increase. You can say that. Every time the bone-transforming insects are used, it has the effect of tempering the body. It is equivalent to a tonic with extremely strong medicinal power. If Qin Yi entered the lair of that golden monster, with the help of the parasitic bone-modified worms, he would constantly devour external forces and have an infinite source of power, and he could even keep fighting. After Qin Yi calmed down the bone-transforming worm, he rubbed his head. It was not only the consumption of golden power, but also a certain burden on the power of the soul. Qin Yi immediately turned his attention to spiritual cultivation and soul-refining techniques. This method. It is an achievement skill obtained after breaking through to the black iron cultivator. In the more than 200 years of history of animal trainers on Earth, Qin Yi's soul-refining technique may even be the first case. Before entering the Lord level, he can rely on practice to improve his mental strength. Of course, it is not ruled out that, with Qin Yi's knowledge, he does not know whether some of the big families in the Dongji Principality that control a city also have this kind of spiritual practice method. Buzz. When Qin Yi's attention fell on the soul-refining technique, an extremely mysterious information burst out from the soul-refining technique and flooded into his mind. Information is the secret method of soul-refining. However, this information was somewhat obscure and difficult to understand, and one could even faintly hear a slightly old voice singing in his ear. Qin Yi immediately sat cross-legged. The focus was on soul refining. This information seems to only include the first two levels of soul refining. If one wants to refine the first level, one needs to concentrate one's mental strength and visualize a ferocious creature, or some instruments, in one's sea of consciousness, so as to achieve the effect of consolidating one's mental strength. The first level is to condense the image, and the second level is to manifest it. According to the records of the second layer, if one visualizes a dangerous creature or vessel, after entering the second layer, they can even be summoned into reality to launch a mental attack. When Qin Yi wanted to practice the first level, the phantoms of ancient evil creatures immediately appeared on the soul-refining technique. Each phantom was lifelike, sitting cross-legged in the air, bearing fangs and waving claws, with great power. Qin Yi saw it at first sight. Among the shadows of those evil creatures, there was a humanoid monster with flames all over its body. Its body was 100 feet tall, and there was a fire dragon circling beside it. There were many shadows of evil creatures around it, all of which were far away from the god of fire. It's you! After Qin Yi's weak mental power captured and connected with it, the phantom of the ancient fire god directly condensed and turned into an almost transparent picture, which was imprinted above the sea of consciousness and hovered above. After Qin Yi's mental power touched the atlas, a powerful pulling force instantly erupted from it, constantly devouring his mental power. What are you doing? After a few breaths, Qin Yi's face turned pale. Within 2 or 3 breaths, 30% of his mental power was directly devoured, while the translucent ancient fire god atlas above the sea of consciousness only filled less than 1/10. Outside world. In the void territory. After sensing the changes in Qin Yi's body, a lot of fluorescent dots appeared in the void, like flying fireflies, and one by one they merged into Qin Yi's body. In vivo. Qin Yi felt waves of coolness pouring in from the outside world, as if it was the purest divine power, all of which was very spiritual, and entered into his sea of consciousness. It creates a delicate balance between the missing mental power and the supplementary one. But this external supplement cannot continue forever. Just half a minute. The connection was cut off directly. This void territory in the outside world was only level 1, still at the initial level. But to upgrade this void territory, not only do you need to unlock 5 buildings to level 1, you also need to spend 30 million in Krypton gold and a piece of elite quality starstone. He couldn't take it out at the moment. You need to open a pet shop as soon as possible and sell some potions to make money, or go hunting monsters in the wild and kill them. many materials on the monsters can also improve the attributes and levels of your pets. I can even build armor for my pet. After all, if the evil nature of those wild monsters can be suppressed and tamed, they can also be kept as pets. Qin Yi has already planned to go to the wilds of Jiangnan-Bay City to hunt some monsters, also to hone the melee skills of the bone-modified worms and the lazy and sleepy little fire dragon. While he was practicing in the void territory, the little fire dragon was still sleeping in its nest, but its upgrade progress increased by 1% to 2% every day. But this is too slow. If you can't upgrade the nest to level 2, you will have to sleep for more than 3 months to upgrade it. Afterwards, Qin Yi adjusted his state in the void territory and recovered some of his mental strength. Now 1/4 of the ancient atlas of the god of fire in the sea of consciousness has been filled. Qin Yi's mind moved. A repulsive force came from the void around him, and the next moment he disappeared out of thin air. When he appeared again, he was already at home in Dong'an community. Familiar bedroom. Outside the window, it was already dark. Qin Yi looked at the time. It was 11:30 in the evening. This trip to the void territory took at least 10 hours. But in terms of combat power, there has also been a significant improvement. Now, Qin Yi suddenly felt something was wrong in his mind, and he felt uneasy for some reason. Half an hour ago. On the roof of Dong'an community. Under night. After 11 o'clock, the lights in the community gradually became less and less. In the corridor on the top floor of Dong'an community, Wu Lu, the leader of the East District of Black Devil City, had already blended in and was hiding in it. He looked up at the ceiling. A stern look flashed in his eyes. This was the time to take action. Wu Lu had only planned to investigate Qin Yi before, but he didn't expect that Qin Yi went directly to the Beast Tamer Association after leaving home. It only took a few hours, but after coming out, I had already obtained the trainer certificate. From now on, even if you are not a student of the Imperial Capital Animal Tamer University, you will be a student of one of the other top animal tamer universities. People of this level can already be hunted by the Black Magic Society. And now, Qin Yi only has one Storm Falcon from the Beast Tamer Association, so he just needs to kill it quickly. Then go to the 6th floor and kill Qin Yi. It won't take more than a quarter of an hour. If this deal is completed, you will definitely be able to get huge benefits from the Black Magic Society. It is worth a try. Chapter 19 Night Attack. Wu Lu is full of confidence. Qin Yi was just a kid who had just finished the summoning ceremony. Even if he had a trainer certificate, that didn't mean he was a beast tamer. The summoned battle pet must not even be 1 star. For an elite beast tamer like him, it would be easy for him to kill such a young boy instantly. His stealth assassination skills are ranked number 1 among the 12 crows in Jiangnan-Bay City. Color-changing bubble bug. Flying feather spirit grass. The color-changing bubble bug is an elite combat pet with stealth capabilities. It can change color and camouflage itself according to the surrounding environment. This kind of elite combat pet is extremely scarce. Even in Jiangnan-Bay City, there are only 3 people who have this kind of combat pet, including Wu Lu. The other 2 are from the Beast Tamer Association and a Jiangnan noble family. Its main body is a mucus bubble nearly the size of a palm. After receiving the owner's command, it flies directly out of the pocket. It grew from the size of a palm to nearly 2 meters in size and swallowed Wu Lu into its stomach in one gulp. From the outside world, it was like a thin film bubble wrapped up Wu Lu, and his figure disappeared out of thin air in the corridor. The aura and other things can be temporarily blocked. Qin Yi already has 1 Feiyu Ling Chao. There are quite a few of these auxiliary combat pets in the Jiangnan-Bay City. A flying feather spirit grass that looked like white ginseng poked its head out from his trouser pocket, causing Wu Lu's body to suddenly feel a lot lighter, as if it had no weight. He achieved his maximum in terms of both speed and quietness. It's time to take action. Wu Lu sneered and climbed directly onto the roof. His speed was as fast as a nimble monkey, and he reached the roof in a few strokes. From the rooftop of a building more than 10 stories high, a gale force falcon with green feathers was standing on the fence at the top of the building. A pair of sharp eyes overlooked the entire Dong'an community, and from time to time he raised one of his wings and combed it with his mouth. Wu Lu quietly arrived half a step away from the gale falcon. He raised his right hand, a cold light appeared in his palm, and suddenly a short knife nearly 6 or 7 meters long appeared. The blade is completely black, and only at the edge can you see a sharp white light. Swish! Wooloo locked his gaze on the head of the gale-like falcon in front of him and chopped it down directly. Half a step in front of you. The gale falcon also sensed a sense of crisis, but the moment it sensed the danger, a cold light flashed by, and the falcon's head was directly moved away. The other part of his body was also tightly grasped in Wooloo's left hand. This elite 7-star gale falcon was killed instantly. Not even a scream was heard. If Wooloo and this gale falcon were to fight head-on, he would be no match for the gale falcon if he did not have a similar flying pet. But when it comes to assassination, Wooloo is an expert. Then, Wooloo set his eyes on the positioning iron ring on the foot of the gale falcon, and without moving, he threw the falcon's body aside. The color-changing bubble bug continued to wrap around his body and ran straight to Qin Ye's residence on the 6th floor. Wooloo was unsure, and he didn't know whether Jiang He from the Animal Tamers Association knew that the falcon had been killed. But there was no problem with the positioning iron ring, and he killed the falcon instantly. The patrolling city guard squad was several hundred meters away from here, which gave them enough time to escape. Qin Yi in the room on the 6th floor. Just came out of the void territory not long ago. For some reason, he felt a little uneasy. In his sea of consciousness, the picture of the ancient fire god just condensed. At this moment it also began to flicker. Something's going on. No matter what, the unusual movement of the Vulcan Atlas is definitely a warning. Then, Qin Yi turned off all the lights in the house and hid in a corner. At the same time, he took out the conch given by Jiang He without any hesitation. Regardless of whether there is danger or not, it is definitely not wrong to call the other party to explore the community. President Jiang, come quickly, someone wants to kill me! After saying that, Qin Yi calmly put away the conch. To put it bluntly, President Jiang was not very enthusiastic about coming. Soon after he finished speaking, Wooloo, who was in the corridor on the 6th floor, felt his cell phone vibrate slightly, and a message appeared on it that Jiang He had left the Warrior Association. Kindness? I've been discovered? Is there another battle pet protecting Qin Yi? It's just a few dozen steps away. Kill him first, then leave. Then Wooloo made a decision in his heart. Looking at Qin Ye's room number, which was a dozen steps away, he rushed over directly. Acid mud worm. A green worm with a head the size of an apple popped out from his sleeve. It suddenly opened its mouth and spurted out a strong acid, which directly corroded a big hole in the protective iron door. The security door melted like ice and snow in 2 breaths. Oh! Looking at the large area of damaged door, Wooloo sneered. In his eyes, Qin Yi was just a little chick. Without any hesitation, he walked straight to the door. But in the darkness of the room. But suddenly, a blinding flash of fire lit up, followed by a bright red glow, and a red fireball nearly the size of an adult's head shot out. Directly opposite the door. And when the fire lit up, he saw the true form of the battle pet that spewed fireballs. It was a dragon pet covered in fire scales. 2 protruding dragon horns could be vaguely seen on its slightly immature dragon head. Is this Qin Ye's pet dragon? Or was it sent by Jiang He to protect him? When did Jiangnan City have a dragon pet like this? Wooloo's face was full of surprise, and a thought flashed through his mind. He could only summon the acid worm in front of him to block it. Otherwise he would be doomed. In the sleeve of his right hand, a nearly 3 or 4 inch thick green mud worm stood in front of Wooloo, its ferocious mouth opened wide, but before he could spray out the strong acid, the fireball, as big as a skull, instantly engulfed the body of the mud worm. The distance between the 2 sides is too close. After noticing the movement outside the corridor, Qin Yi planned to attack instead of defend. He was not sure about the opponent's strength, so he first summoned out the sleeping little fire dragon, blocked the door, and waited for the guy to break in and burn him directly. The shrill sound of insects chirping came from the waves of fire. The power of the fireball was still about 50%, splashing onto Wooloo behind him, and his elite-level leather coat instantly burned a lot. Even her hair caught fire. Damn it! There's actually a fire dragon pet! Bubble bug! Even without Wooloo's order, the bubble bug hiding in his pocket jumped out directly, spitting out a mouthful of water from its slimy body, extinguishing the flames on its body. Come again! In the room. At Qinye's urging, the little fire dragon once again spewed out a fireball as big as an adult's head. Its power was already comparable to that of an ordinary black iron 3 or 4-star fire element. At such a close distance, if there is no means to control the fire, Wulu definitely couldn't get close. Now, there was a surge of murderous intent in Wulu's eyes. This Qin Yi is even more terrifying than he imagined. This dragon pet doesn't look like it belongs to the Beast Tamer Association, and its fireball is not very powerful. If this dragon pet is really Qin Ye's, then the bounty for this kid within their Black Magic Association will definitely be increased by several levels. If you fail to kill it, it will become a big problem in the future. He must capture him within 10 breaths, otherwise when that old guy Jiang He arrives, he will have no chance of escaping. Then Wu Lu took out a bright red potion from the side of his windbreaker and swallowed it. In an instant, Wu Lu's aura increased significantly, and black hairs grew on his limbs, and hair also began to appear on his cheeks. After a few breaths, it turned into a wolf head, and some lush wolf hair could be seen on the exposed skin all over its body. It was as if he had turned into a werewolf. Beast transformation potion! Damn, I even brought this thing with me! Qin Yi, who was commanding the little fire dragon, cursed angrily. Chapter 20 Beast Transformation Potion. Beast Transformation Potion. As the name suggests, it is a potion that can transform humans into beasts. The potion is made from orc blood collected from pet remains and mixed with some pet materials. It has only been 30 years since this beast transforming potion was formulated. After swallowing the beast transformation potion, its physique will become the same as that of an orc, with a strong body, and its physical body can fight against some black iron level war pets without falling behind. But this medicine is controlled by the government. The side effects are serious. If one swallows too much, he or she will even lose his orcish mind and turn into a real orc. Even if one is able to withdraw from the animal transformation potion, the body will still reject the drug for a period of time and will be weak for a month or more. Now, Wu Lu was helpless. He had not expected that Qin Yi would be so difficult to deal with now. He actually knew about him in advance, and even made arrangements. The fire dragon pet had already reached the black iron level and could not be killed in a short period of time. The only way to kill it in a short period of time is to swallow the beast potion and capture and kill it with the power of the orc. Charmander! In the room. Looking at Wu Lu, who had just completed his beast transformation, he immediately commanded the little fire dragon among them. Boom! A red light flashed in his mouth. A small fireball the size of an adult's head was ejected again, directly targeting Wu Lu, who was a few steps in front of him, and once again hit his beastly body. Swish! This time, Wu Lu dodged it nimbly, and only the inner armor on his chest was touched a little, leaving a few burn marks on it. The impact is minimal. I don't think you'll die this time, Wu Lu shouted angrily. Like a hungry jungle wolf, it rushed straight into the broken door, turning into a shadow, and its hands turned into sharp wolf claws. You can clearly see several cold rays emerging. Jianghe, this old guy is too slow. Looking at Wu Lu, who rushed into the room, Qin Yi complained helplessly in his heart. This process seemed long, but from the time Wu Lu scored the goal to the time the two sides fought, only 6 breaths of time passed. Charmander, go ahead and bite him. Qin Yi immediately commanded the little fire dragon. Dragon's mighty roar. Roar! The little fire dragon took a big breath of air, and its abdomen swelled slightly. Then, a loud dragon roar erupted from its mouth. Wu Lu's head was a little dizzy under the attack of the sound wave. Of course it's only temporary. But after the 3 war pets on Wu Lu felt the dragon's might, they all lay down in the pocket and curled up their bodies. Outside world. In Dongnan community. Many houses started turning on their lights, and after noticing the battle on the 6th floor, many people immediately called the city guards, saying that there was a beast tamer fighting. The tamers didn't have many fights in the base city, but that was against the rules. Below. People on many floors leaned out their heads and saw the flames bursting out from the 6th floor. There were many animal trainers in the community. He originally planned to go and check out the situation, but when he felt the commotion, a look of fear appeared on his face. A moment later, even a dragon roar was heard, which caused many black iron-level beast tamers and their battle pets, which were originally eager to try, to immediately retract their heads into their homes after sensing the breath of the little fire dragon. Fire wing slash! When the little fire dragon saw that the dragon's roar had no effect, the sickle dragon wings that were originally shrunk behind it suddenly burst into flames. After adding more flames, it rushed towards Wu-Lu. Qin also rushed over, one man and one dragon, outflanked the opponent from the left and right. Oh! A young dragon that has just entered the Black Iron stage, a middle school student who has just obtained a dragon pet and has not even tempered his body. A smile flashed across Wu-Lu's eyes. Good to come. Just kill them all. In Wu-Lu's eyes, the most troublesome thing is the fire dragon. Its flame-attached attack seems to be quite strong, and the dragon pet's combat power itself is invincible at the same level. Fight with all your strength. Even some Black Iron 5 or 6-star combat pets suitable for close combat might be able to match him, and he already has the demeanor of a minor master. Wu-Lu and Charmander collided with each other. Bang! A muffled sound. The ground of the entire floor shook, and the burning flames in the room due to Charmander's fire wings attack even burned one side of the wall into a charred black. Wu-Lu transformed into a werewolf, and his pair of sharp claws tightly grasped Charmander's pair of flaming wings, and a look of effort appeared on his face. Bite the bullet. The physical body of this fire dragon pet is so terrifying. With his beastly body, he can definitely kill war pets below the Black Iron 5-star easily. But it can only be better than the opponent. When Charmander charged, he used another skill of his to triple the speed. Now, Qin Yi also rushed to Wu-Lu with nimble movements. Wu-Lu planned to withstand Qin Yi's attack head-on. What use would a middle school student's weak fist be? He decided to tear off the wings of the little fire dragon in front of him first. When he exerted force with his arms, he poked several bloody holes on the little fire dragon's wings. Puff! Moment. What Wu-Lu didn't expect was, he felt a sharp pain in his back, and a small piece of white bone knife emerged directly from the position of his heart in his chest. On Qin Yi's right hand behind him, a half-meter-long bone blade grew out. In his previous life, he had accumulated a lot of combat experience. He directly pierced Wu-Lu's left heart and rotated it in his hand, causing his heart to be directly damaged. How is this possible? When did he get the weapon? Wu-Lu's head was full of questions. When Qin Yi rushed over, he saw clearly that the other party was unarmed, so he was assured that even if he was hit by a few punches from the weak boy, he would not be affected at all. But what I didn't expect was... Puff! Just when Wu-Lu felt pain in his chest. Feeling the severe pain on its wings, the little fire dragon opened its ferocious dragon mouth, flapped its wings to break free from the restraints, hooked its front claws on the flesh on Wu-Lu's chest, jumped up suddenly, bit Wu-Lu's neck directly, and pressed him to the ground, accompanied by a loud thud when it landed. Everything became quiet, leaving only the breathing of Charmander and Qin Yi, and the sound of flames burning on Charmander's wings. After dealing with Wu-Lu, the flames on the little fire dragon's wings went out, and several blood holes could be clearly seen on them. However, with its powerful recovery ability, the scars healed in just a few breaths. Outside Dong'an community, 300 meters in the air to the north, Jianghe, with a pair of green wings behind him, had just arrived near the residential area when he heard a loud dragon roar inside the community. And I also smelled the scent of animalization potion. The scent of the beast's potion, under the perception of mental power, was like a ball of black mist emitting fierce malice, which was extremely conspicuous. After all, it was the power from another dimension, relying on the blood of the orcs in the ruins. It's terrible. Jianghe's face changed. He didn't expect that the people from the Black Magic Society would take action so quickly. Chapter 21. Join forces to kill the enemy. Dong'an community. Qin Yi's house was in a mess. Dead. He used the animal transformation potion. He is definitely a member of the Black Magic Society. Looking at the little fire dragon biting Wu-Lu's neck tightly, its sharp dragon fangs almost pierced Wu-Lu's neck. There was a dead look in its eyes, and its heart was crushed by Qin Ye's bone blade. It was dead. Then he touched the corpse and saw the color-changing bubble worms and the flying feather grass that the Black Demon Society had just used. It was a pity that the acid mud worms had been burned to death. However, the guys from the Black Magic Society should have more than just these 3 combat pets. Qin Yi touched the sticky bubble worms. After the death of the Tamer Master, he would also suffer a certain mental backlash. At this moment, some of the listless ones were picked up by Qin Yi and then thrown into the void territory. The same thing happened to another Feiyu Ling Chao with a weak breath. Qin Yi also found a black iron plate from this guy. On the back was a red-eyed crow, and on the front was a capital 6. Wulu. Qin Ye's expression changed, and he knew clearly the identity of this person. In his previous life, Qin Yi knew about some news about the Black Magic Society in the Jiangnan-based city. He was furious when Sun Shaoxun was around and was rounding up those members of the Black Magic Society. Information about the 12 crows was dug out. This Wulu is the leader of Crow Group 6. The government will offer a bounty for a small leader of the Black Magic Society, and the minimum starting point is 1 million federal coins. These guys have slaughtered many civilians outside the towns of Jiangnan-based city. The more they kill, the more people they can protect. Then Qin Yi continued to feel around, and finally he touched a vine armor that seemed to be attached to his lower body. He mobilized some bone-modified insects with his hands, and his strength increased greatly. He directly pulled off the rattan armor that seemed to be embedded in Wulu's back. What caught the eye was a wooden box wrapped in dark wood. There were some tiny vines around the box, and there were some tiny barbs on the vines. It was these barbs that made the wooden box look like it was embedded in Wulu's back. Identification technique. Unknown elite quality combat pet, advancing. I see. What a lucky guy. Your own natal battle pet is still in the process of upgrading and cannot be used normally, yet you dare to come and kill me? Do you think I'm a middle school student? After knowing the feedback from the identification technique, Qin Yi grinned. Then Wulu's natal war pet would be his trophy. What a pity. Due to the limited mental power of the Black Iron Tamer, even if he can contract a battle pet, he cannot contract a pet with a higher level than his own battle pet. Even if he forces the contract, the battle pet will backfire, and he will be killed by it. Even elite tamers and lord-level tamers cannot contract a battle pet of the same level. It must be 1 level lower so that their mental strength can withstand it. An elite-level combat pet like the one Qin Yi got from Wulu can only be contracted with by a lord-level tamer. Otherwise, they will be sold to some pet companies or some superforces such as the Animal Tamers Association. They are all happy to receive some war pets without owners. It is possible to sell them, raise them, let them have pet babies, or even slaughter them to obtain some materials from the pets. There are many ways to earn profits. Qin Yi first threw the dark wooden box-like battle pet into the void territory, and then studied it again. After searching over and over again, he only found a bank card from the inside of his windbreaker. The card only had a password, and half of it was burned by the flames of the little fire dragon, so it could no longer be used. Even if it works, it's useless without the password. When the people of the Black Magic Society learn that something has happened to Wulu, they will definitely abandon everything he has at the first possible moment, and they may even abandon their base. Roar! The little fire dragon that was biting Wulu's neck at the side couldn't help but growl after feeling Jiang He's breath, as if to warn Qin Yi. This was the first time that the little fire dragon encountered a battle, and its temperament had begun to change. It looked out at the outside world with a pair of vertical pupils that looked like dark red rubies. While it was breathing, a faint red-hot stream came out of its mouth, as if it would directly spit out a fireball as long as Qin Yi gave the order. It's okay, I'm here to support you. Qin Yi stroked the little fire dragon's hard head, where the scales were clearly layered. However, when his eyes fell on its dragon wings and the bloody holes left by the wolf's claws, his eyes sank. This damn Black Magic Society, we have a grudge against each other. They were able to act so quickly that Qin Yi even began to suspect that when he got involved in the Sun family's affairs, the guy from the Black Magic Society had already noticed him. It is very likely that Wulu came to investigate him, and seeing that he had obtained the trainer certificate, in their eyes he had become a genius who could be admitted to the Imperial Capital Tamer University, so they killed him directly. The probability of this is very high. Immediately following, from the roof, a green figure flew down directly. The pair of green wings with a wingspan of nearly 3 meters behind him were folded up, and with a wave of his hand, an oval pet capsule flew out. Some were as big as a baby's fist and dark all over. This is a kind of pet space capsule that can only be obtained in small quantities in S-level pet ruins. Each pet space capsule can only store one combat pet, and it cannot exceed 10 meters. In addition, nothing else can be put into the pet space capsule. This space capsule has been studied by many scientific research institutes in the Dongji Principality for more than 100 years. But there are still no major results to show. The other principalities have also invested in research in this area. They all want to conquer space research. Once successful, they will occupy a dominant position on Earth, but it is extremely difficult. The pitch-black capsule opens. In the corridor, a 1.8-meter tall male snake warrior suddenly appeared. He had a human body and a snake tail, and was holding a black steel fork. He was also wearing a set of black light armor, but his head still retained a snake head, but had a human torso and arms. An elite 9-star peak snakeman warrior. He exuded a dangerous aura, holding a steel fork in one hand and a round shield in the other. His sharp snake eyes stared at the messy room. When his eyes fell on the fire dragon pet, the snake warrior was stunned and a hint of respect appeared in his eyes. Although this young dragon is still weak, once he reaches the elite level, he will definitely be crushed by those at the same level. Even though it was a young dragon, the snakeman warrior couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. This was a reaction from deep in his blood. It's over? Did you kill him? Jiang He looked at the quiet room. The light in the room had been turned on by Qin Yi. There was the door corroded by acid, the broken floor, and the scorch marks on the walls. Everything showed how fierce the battle just now was. When he saw Wu Lu covered in wolf hair, he asked Qin Yi with a surprised look. No, I killed him with the cooperation of my battle pet. I killed this member of the Black Magic Society by surprise. This is his Dark Order brand. After saying that, Qin Yi handed him the Wu Lu sign. Hiss. Wu Liu, Elite Beast Tamer. You are amazing. Jiang He lowered his head and glanced at the fatal wounds on Wu Lu's neck and chest, and couldn't help but praise him. I almost died, President, your support was too quick. President, let's be practical. My house is almost demolished by this guy. He has some status in the Black Magic Society, right? How much reward can he get? Qin Yi glanced at the werewolf-like Wu Lu and said with some anticipation. Chapter 22, 13 Million Bounty. Wu Lu, a member of the New Generation Crow Group 12 in Jiangnan Bay City, has been in office for 5 years. He once invaded Chunha Town. The number of civilians and animal trainers who died at his hands totaled to 300. The government offers a reward of 5 million federal coins. The Animal Tamer Association offers a reward of 5 million federal coins. And the 3 million federal coins offered by the Jiangnan He family. This guy is quite valuable. He killed a genius from the He family 2 years ago. He is a genius who can enter the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University. This guy is not easy to deal with. His natal battle pet, Ghost Vinewood, is extremely difficult to deal with. In addition, he has several other auxiliary battle pets. If you want to deal with this guy, you need at least a few elite beast trainers. Jiang He said earnestly. I got a bargain. Wu Lu underestimated me. His natal battle pet was in the process of uprooting and could not be used. This guy thought I was a middle school student and easy to deal with, but he got caught in the end. So if I kill this guy, I can get 13 million federal coins. Profitable. President Jiang, you are also responsible for my distress this time. Give me 2 million federal coins as compensation for mental damage. This matter is not over yet. Then, without waiting for Jiang He to continue speaking, Qin Yi said with indignation. Jiang He, if you hadn't reported to me that I had passed the training certificate, I would definitely not have been targeted by Wu Lu so quickly. Moreover, your support speed was too slow. If I didn't have some tricks of my own, I might really be finished. It's a loss for me to ask for 2 million federal coins. Qin Yi couldn't help but speak. If you don't have 2 million federal coins, I can give you a dose of Earth Dragon Blood Pet Potion. Jiang He thought about it, and realized that he did have a responsibility. He should not have sent just one Gale Falcon. He should have sent 2 more elite combat pets to protect Qin Yi. Perhaps then Wu Lu would not have been able to break into Qin Yi's home so easily. The Earth Dragon Blood Potion only costs 800,000 federal coins on the market. President, you are too stingy. No? Well, nothing. It's not like I didn't lose anything. I sent an elite 7-star Hurricane Falcon before, but it was killed by Wu Lu. Jiang He said. Yes. Qin Yi shouted hurriedly. It's better to have something than nothing. Also, when the city guards arrive later, I will say that I was the one who killed Wu Lu. I will collect the federal currency for you and transfer it to you later. Jiang He said seriously. Kindness. Qin Yi nodded in agreement. This is indeed the safest way to do it. If the people from the Black Magic Society knew that Qin Yi, a middle school student who had not yet entered the Beast Tamer University, had eliminated an elite beast tamer in their society, they would be in great trouble. Just based on this point, Qin Yi's bounty will skyrocket, and he may even be targeted by elite beast trainers above 9 stars. Killing Wu Lu was already a fluke. If 1 or 2 elite animal trainers with full combat power were really sent, Qin Yi knew very well that he would definitely not be able to defeat them. The only way would be to hide in the void territory and wait for support. Qin Yi was also taking a gamble when dealing with Wu Lu. After all, he had caught the opponent by surprise at the beginning, which gave him a certain advantage. Let Charmander engage in close combat with him and find Wu Lu's weakness, so that with the help of the man with the bone blade, he could kill him. Soon, the city guards rushed to the scene. Fortunately, it was already early in the morning and the onlookers no longer paid much attention after knowing that the crisis was over. However, many of them still have a vivid memory of the dragon roar that came from the battle place on the 6th floor. Most of them were black iron-level battle pets. After hearing the roar of the dragon, they all huddled in one place, extremely frightened. In the city guards. What Qin Yi didn't expect was that there was Zhang Xuetong inside, wearing black light armor. She was tall, with her long hair tied into a neat ponytail behind her, and she looked heroic. Xiao Yi, are you okay? I'm Zhang Xuetong, your sister Lin Yanran's good friend. You can call me Sister Tong. I have a mission to come to Jiangnan Base City this time. Your sister asked me to look after something. I have already dispatched a patrol team, but I didn't expect it to be of no use. Fortunately you are okay, otherwise I would not be able to explain to your sister. Zhang Xuetong walked up to Qin Yi, looked him up and down, and saw some blood on his right hand. She said with some self-blame in her heart. She had just returned from the Pet Ruins and the Knoll Mountains, and after hearing about the incident in Dongan community, she rushed over without stopping. I'm fine, thank you for your concern, Sister Tong. It was thanks to our highly respected Beast Tamers Association President Jian He that he arrived in time and killed Wu Lu from the Black Demon Society. As expected of President Jiang, you came to support us so quickly. I admire you. Zhang Xuetong and the leading general of the city guards praised Jian He. It's my job. Qin Yi is a genius from our Jiangnan Base City. I personally presided over the training assessment today. He got a 1-star training certificate at such a young age. As the president of the Tamer Association, I will protect these geniuses in the city. Jiang He said in a righteous and solemn manner. The city guards were moved after hearing what he said, and they all gave Jiang He a thumbs up in their hearts, saying that he was worthy of being the president of the Animal Tamers Association. Qin Yi on the side couldn't help but applaud Jiang He, the veteran actor. There were absolutely no flaws. Even if there were spies from the Black Magic Society among the city guards, they wouldn't notice anything. And they would never have thought that the truth was that Qin Yi killed Wu Lu, and no one would have thought of this possibility. Wait, President Jiang, you said Qin Yi passed the 1-star trainer certificate today? Now. Zhang Xuetong, who rushed over, finally heard what Jiang He said. She was stunned for a moment, and then immediately confirmed it. Indeed, I personally examined it. It can't be wrong. Jiang He replied. Xue, you are amazing. You have passed the training certificate exam at such a young age. With your talent, it is absolutely possible for you to join the Imperial Capital Tamer University. If your sister knew, she would definitely be very happy. I was just about to tell her, but before I could, I was attacked by the Black Demon Society. There's no need to tell Sister Lin about this. With President Jiang He protecting her, nothing will happen. Qin Yi said. Well, Sister Tong, I listen to you. Welcome to the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University to be my junior. Sister Tong will protect you from now on. Zhang Xuetong smiled. Thank you, Sister Tong. Qin Yi replied politely. He already remembered Zhang Xuetong. She was indeed Lin Yanran's good friend in the previous life. However, 1 year later, she was killed by a wild monster while on a reconnaissance mission. If we give her a reminder or two at that time, we can change the trajectory of her being killed. After Jian He finished negotiating with the city guards, he called the people from the Animal Tamers Association to carry Wu Lu away. He took a photo of Wu Lu transformed into a werewolf and immediately sent it out using his pet home map account. The Black Demon Society Wu Lu wanted to kill our city's genius boy Qin Yi, but he was shot dead by me in Dongmen community today. Jiang He checked it again and after making sure there were no typos, he decided to post it directly. This way he could create some momentum, and after killing the members of the Black Magic Society, his upper-level Tamer Association would also allocate some rewards to them. This is another good thing that kills two birds with one stone. Moreover, after Jiang He posted the message, he also tagged the Jiang and He family in the comments section below the post. The He family's reward of 3 million federal coins must be obtained as soon as possible. He couldn't stand Qin Yi, that money grubber, who kept reminding him endlessly. Chapter 23 Du Xinxi. Pet Home Forum. There were a lot of praises under the post posted by Jiang He. You are worthy of being the #1 animal tamer in our Jiangnan-based city. These villains from the Black Magic Society are really asking for trouble by trying to get their hands on our base city's talented young man. Yes. My home is near Dongmen community, and I witnessed President Jiang flying by with my own eyes. We can all rest assured that Jiangnan-based city has such a guardian. However, these members of the Black Demon Society are too arrogant. They dare to commit such a crime in the community. Please ask President Jiang to uproot them and completely eliminate them. Yes, we should completely eradicate them to prevent future troubles. What are you thinking, the people upstairs? If a group of these black magicians die, a new group will come. We can't kill them all, but if we can kill a group, it will be enough to scare them and make them dare not do any assassination. They have to live in hiding. At this moment, Jiang He, who was flying in the air, looked down at the messages praising him under the post on his mobile phone, with a look of satisfaction on his face. But afterwards, after Jiang He put away his phone, his expression became much sharper. He looked down at the brightly lit street below, and the figure of Wu Lu appeared in his expression. These people from the Black Magic Society have indeed become much more active. The Black Demon Society was also involved in the Sun family incident. The head of the Sun family reported it directly after the incident. He also noticed Qin Yi after that incident. Perhaps when the first incident happened, Qin Yi was targeted by those people from the Black Magic Society, and this post of his directly made those guys want to kill him. They were able to take action so quickly. Perhaps those bastards from the Black Demon Society had been monitoring Qin Yi for a day or two. We have to find Oldly to harvest the members of the Black Magic Society in this base city. Jiang He thought in his heart. The old manly that he was thinking of, Li Qianjun, was the nominal lord of the Jiangnan base city, and controlled the largest forces, the city guards and the wild demon hunting corps. There are countless masters at hand, and they are more powerful than their Beast Tamer Association. At the same time, Jiang He also increased the reward to 1 million federal coins for anyone who could provide clues about the Black Magic Society on the Jiangnan Beast Tamers website system. If you can tell the exact location and confirm it is correct, you will be directly rewarded with 5 million federal coins. If one of the other team leaders of Crow Group 12 can be captured alive, a reward of 9 million federal coins will be offered. All this money came from their Animal Tamers Association, which was the private treasury of President Jiang He. However, this time Qin Yi was in danger and even killed one of his elite combat pets. He had already developed the desire to kill. There is no doubt that Qin Yi is a rare genius in their Jiangnan-based city in decades. He just posted a post about Qin Yi. Qin Yi was attacked right after. If it weren't for Qin Yi's tricks and Wu Lu's carelessness, the consequences would be disastrous if the Black Magic Society really succeeded. The prestige of their Animal Tamers Association and the city guards would be severely damaged. What Jiang He wanted was to gather the hearts of the civilians and animal trainers in the base city. There must be a concept that the Black Demon Society must die. Now, in the bar on the underground floor of the club in the eastern district of Jiangnan Bay City, in the dim environment, the tall and thin bartender also saw the message sent by Jiang He. There was a hint of regret in his cold expression. Wu Lu is so bad. He was dealing with a middle school student who had not yet entered the rank, but he was discovered and killed. Perhaps this is a trap. The tall and thin member of the Black Magic Society thought for a moment, and then seemed to have thought of something, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The more he thought about it, the more this possibility seemed to him. This Qin Yi suddenly appeared and had amazing talent. The Black Demon Society would definitely not sit idly by and watch such a genius, so they would take action against Qin Yi. Jiang He must have placed several elite combat pets around Qin Yi, otherwise, with Wu Lu's means, it would be impossible for him to defeat a high school student who had not yet entered the rank within 30 breaths. Tap tap tap. In the bar, the crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground was heard, and a red-haired woman in a black hip skirt walked in from the entrance. Du Xingxi was the person sent by the Black Magic Society to take over Group 6. Du Xingxi, from today on, I will officially take over the territory of Group 6. The previous leader, Wu Lu, was really useless. Our superiors told us not to move for the time being. Jiang He just increased the bounty of our Black Magic Society by several times. All future activities can be cancelled. Hide well. Du Xingxi walked gracefully to the bar, took a sip of the red wine prepared by the thin man, and spoke in a calm tone. Yes. The thin man with mullets nodded slowly. He had already received the notice about the change of team leader. Du Xingxi's name was correct. This woman was not easy to mess with. She was from the neighboring Qinghe Bay City and was the president of a high-end pharmaceutical company. Her methods were ruthless. Today, because of the summoning ceremony in Qinghe Bay City, more than 3 young geniuses with the qualifications of elite animal tamers appeared. They directly poisoned the medicine given to them. There was no problem with the medicine itself, but there was a highly toxic substance on the outside of the medicine tube. It was colorless and odorless, making it difficult to detect. After she was exposed, she was directly arranged to come to Jiangnan Bay City. She could not stay in Qinghe as she had already been exposed. Moreover, the president and the mayor of Qinghe Bay City were crazy about killing her. This place is nice. I'm going to rest first. Du Xingxi raised her right hand and rubbed her temple. She was very tired after escaping from Qinghe Bay City and entering Jiangnan Bay City. As soon as she arrived here, she received the task of replacing Wu Lu. This private club for animal trainers is an asset of the top pet pharmaceutical company in Jiangnan Bay City. It is backed by a century-old wealthy family in the imperial capital, so they will not investigate it easily. And even if they want to be investigated, they all have legitimate identities. Normally, the bar under this private club is open, and many animal trainers come here. The main thing is that Mullet provides a limited supply of a few cups of medicinal wine every week. After the trainer drinks it, it has the effect of tempering the body. Therefore, it can also attract a group of animal trainer customers. Dong'an Community. The city guards left a garrison team outside the community, and then left Qin Ye's home. After a simple cleanup, we can still live here, but the scorch marks on the floor and walls will require us to hire a trainer to repair them tomorrow. There are some tamers' pets that are very easy to repair in this regard, and you can become a renovation team by yourself. Qin Yi dismantled the iron door that had been corroded by strong acid by 2/3 and put it aside. He casually covered it with a cloth curtain and planned to install a new one tomorrow. I still have more than 100,000 federal coins on me, which is enough. He was just waiting for Jiang He to transfer the money to him. It was a bounty of 13 million, but it was still a little less. It would require 30 million federal coins to upgrade the Void Territory to level 2. Lying on the bed in the bedroom, Qin Yi opened the Pet Home app and saw the reward message sent by Jiang He. He was delighted. Here came the opportunity to make money. Chapter 24. I want to provide information. Qin Yi sent a text message to Jiang He without saying anything, and also attached a screenshot of the Black Magic Society's bounty. I want to provide information. The screenshot is confirmed and the text is added. According to his memories from his previous life, Qin Yi knew about several bases of the Black Demon Society, including Wu Lu's base, which was located in the underground bar under the Hongyun Club. Moreover, he had come into contact with Wu Lu in a life-and-death battle this time. If he found some addresses recorded by the other party, it would not be a big problem and everything would be explained. After sending the message, I waited for Jiang He's reply. A moment ago, Jiang and Animal Tamers Association. After Jiang He returned to the association, he immediately summoned Jiang Chao, a demon hunter in their base city. Jiang Chao is an elite 7-star demon hunter. The strongest battle pet is a 2-headed magic dog. Mo Quan has an excellent sense of smell and may be able to find some approximate places through the scent of Wu Lu. The association is on the basement level. After a simple treatment to stop the bleeding, Wu Lu's werewolf corpse was thrown on the floor of the room. Jiang He stood aside with his body straight and a serious expression. Next to him was a middle-aged man with an untidy beard and 3 claw marks on his left cheek, standing respectfully. Half a step to his side was a black hound that was nearly 1.6 meters tall and more than 3 meters long. Some muscle lines could be vaguely seen, giving the visual impression of a ferocious beast. Especially the 2 huge black heads, which were 2 times larger than Jiang Chao's head. Their light red eyes stared at the werewolf-like Wu Lu on the ground in front of them with a bit of ferocity. When they looked at Jiang He, there was some fear and respect in both pairs of pale red eyes. The 2-headed demon dog smelled a dangerous aura from Jiang He. Go ahead. See if we can find any clues about this guy's aura, Jiang He said. The 2-headed demon dog turned its head to look at its master, and after making sure that the master nodded, it moved quickly to the werewolf-like Wu Lu. The 2 huge heads sniffed around, then raised their heads and sniffed some scents in the air. Woof! The 2 dog heads barked in unison. Then Jiang He and Jiang Chao followed the 2-headed demon dog, rushed out of the Animal Tamers Association, and started running wildly on the streets late at night. The 2-headed hound was running so fast that it immediately reached a speed of over 80 miles per hour. Jumping up and down on the sparsely populated streets below the high-rise buildings, not long after entering the East District of the city, the 2-headed demon dog stopped at a T-junction, lay on the ground, and began to sniff carefully. But after staying there for more than 10 breaths, the 2-headed demon dog still did not move further. Then, the 2-headed demon dog looked back at its master with great trepidation, and shook its 2 huge heads. It was obvious that the breath had stopped. Certainly. Jiang He didn't have much confidence. After all, if the Black Magic Society's base was really so easy to find, they would have been wiped out long ago, and would not be jumping around now. Is it in the East District? Qin Ye's family is also in the eastern part of the city. It seems that this is indeed the right place. Jiang He glanced at the bustling skyscrapers in the East District of the city, with a hint of thought in his eyes. Suddenly Jiang He's cell phone vibrated. After seeing the text message sent by Qin Yi, she immediately made a video call to him, and the scene of Qin Yi in the bedroom appeared directly on the phone. Do you know any clues about the Dark Order's base? Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang He asked immediately. I just saw a piece of paper under the sofa with an address on it. It might be the base where Wu Lu is staying. The note? Jiang He immediately became suspicious. The people from the Black Magic Society wouldn't be so stupid as to write the address of their base on a piece of paper. If they were arrested, wouldn't they immediately harm the people in the base? But Jiang He thought about it and realized that Wu Lu was only going to deal with a middle school student like Qin Yi, so he would definitely be careless. The information on the base address is worth 5 million federal coins, you said. Of course. How can the Beast Tamer Association's bounty be wrong? Tell us quickly. If it's true, you will definitely be included, Jiang He said. Qin Yi earned nearly 20 million federal coins in one go. Even for an ordinary elite animal trainer, it would take several years to earn this amount of money. Then, Qin Yi told the address of the bar on the basement floor of the Hongyun Club in the East District of the city. Also in the East District? No. Jiang He hung up the phone. Although I have only known Qin Yi for a short time, he is still a reliable person. Although I don't know how he got the information, but since the address in the East District is so clear, it is likely that he got it. The fewer people who take action, the more likely we are to catch the Black Magic Society's members. Jiang He already suspected that there was a traitor in their Beast Tamers Association. If more people from the Beast Tamers Association were mobilized, there would be a certain probability that those guys would be alerted. President, we have reliable information confirming that the Black Demon Society has a base in the East District of the city. And since we are already in the East District, let's go there together. Jiang He said in a serious tone. I obey your command. Jiang Chao on the side bowed respectfully. Woof! Woof! The two demon dogs about 10 steps away on one side also bowed their heads respectfully and growled twice, their voices revealing their eagerness to fight. Swish! Then, Jiang He mobilized the elite 8-star flying feather spirit grass, and a pair of green wings condensed behind him. The wide wings suddenly spread out. After determining the location of the Hongyan Club using the map on his mobile phone, he flew directly away. Jiang Chao below immediately jumped onto the two-headed demon dog, hugged the demon dog's neck with both hands, lowered his body, and followed closely under President Jiang He above, galloping away. Above. While flying, Jiang He did some research on the background of the Hongyan Club, the Yun family's industry in Jiangnan-Bay City, and also the largest pharmaceutical company in Jiangnan-Bay City. Snort! Jiang He snorted coldly and ignored it. This pharmacy company has recruited many elite animal trainers, including some demon hunters from their Animal Tamers Association, mainly because this pharmacy company offered a very high price. There is no shortage of training resources for animal tamers, so it is not difficult to recruit them with high salaries. If there really is a Black Demon Society base under the Red Cloud Club, then this cloud-level pharmaceutical company must be thoroughly investigated. If he can't do it alone, he will go find Old Li for help. After a dozen breaths, Jiang He went directly to the outside of the Hongyan Club. Outside the magnificently decorated hall, there were two middle-aged black iron beast tamers guarding it. On the side of each guard squats a 1 meter 6 meter tall black wolf, both of which are combat pets that are good at close combat. Swish! Without waiting for the two guards to react, Jiang He's figure fell from the sky like a huge rock and crashed onto the floor outside the Hongyan Club. There was a loud muffled sound, and a circular air wave was set off. Chapter 25: Eradicate the Black Demon Society's Stronghold. Jiangnan-Bay City, outside Hongyan Club in Chidong District. Who? Two animal trainers guarding outside the Hongyan Club looked at Jiang He, who was dressed in white, and asked with surprise in their eyes. But when they saw Jiang He's face, they were stunned. President! President! How could they not know that President Jiang He was one of the two lower-level animal tamers in this base city? Swish! The next moment he threw a pet space capsule from his hand, and in a blink of an eye, a burly snakeman warrior appeared out of thin air, holding a steel fork in one hand and a round shield in the other. The snake's tail swam rapidly, and under Jiang He's command, it rushed into the Hongyan Club at an extremely fast speed. Base. At the same time, Jiang He took out a black gold long sword. The black gold long sword was a weapon that could easily smash the armor of elite combat pets. This kind of black gold only existed in the pet ruins. The green wings behind it flapped violently and turned into a strong wind. It followed the snake warrior in front and entered the club. Then, not far behind him, Jiang Chao, riding on a two-headed demon dog, also arrived outside the Hongyan Club. The two burly guards at the door looked at each other and swallowed their saliva with fear. Although they were paid by the Jiuxing Pharmaceutical Company, they could not intercept President Jiang He, who was the patron saint of Base City. They were all from Jiangnan and could not do such a thing. The black wolves beside them also lost their ferocity and hid behind the two men, curling up their bodies and not daring to stick their heads out. These two black wolves are nothing more than 3-star black iron level battle pets with very simple skills, except for their outstanding melee ability. The snakeman warrior summoned by Jiang He just now could chop the two black wolves into pieces with just 2 strikes of his steel fork. Under the clubhouse, in an underground bar, Wu Yu was wiping the wine glass, still with that indifferent look. The reason why they hadn't left after Wu Lu exposed them was that they were not afraid of the Animal Tamer Association and the city guards coming to their door. This stronghold has existed for more than 30 years and is very safe. Boom! But at this moment, There was a sudden noise above the bar. Wu Yu was stunned for a moment, with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. He then immediately called up the surveillance video from the outside world, and on the screen he saw the figure of Jiang He with green wings behind him. Jiang He! Mullet looked shocked. The stronghold has been exposed. Damn it! Then Wu Yu directly opened the secret passage under the counter and crawled into it. This was a retreat route he left for himself. His battle pet was a purple-scaled pangolin, which was very good at digging holes. The secret passages under the counter are also interconnected. It is not easy for ordinary people to find the right path in those secret passages if they want to chase and kill someone, as a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Now, Du Xinxi, who was just about to take a break in this underground bar, felt some movement coming from above. Immediately, a red snake head popped out from his sleeve, making a few hissing sounds. Bad luck. Du Xinxi knew that this stronghold had been exposed. But she had just arrived here and thought that this stronghold was safe and sound. After all, it had not been discovered for decades. But she didn't expect to encounter such a thing as soon as she arrived. I just managed to escape from Qinghe City, but now I'm in danger again. Du Xinxi just came out of the room. Then he saw a snakeman warrior breaking through the iron door outside the bar. The full body armor and the fierce aura emanating from him made Du Xinxi's body tense up. Go! One-horned red snake! The little red snake in Du Xinxi's sleeve shot out directly, and grew bigger in the wind. From a small and exquisite snake several inches in size, it quickly became a giant red python as thick as a bucket and nearly 15 meters long. Its entire body is covered with red snake scales, the size of a baby's palm, and it has a straight black horn that is extremely ferocious. Roar! This elite 7-star one-horned red snake opened its huge bloody mouth and immediately spewed out a mouthful of highly acidic venom, aiming at the snakeman warrior. However, the snake warrior raised his shield, and the snake tail under his body swam quickly to avoid the attack, and rushed directly to the front of the one-horned red chain snake. The strong acid fell on the round shield mixed with black gold, and only a few wisps of green smoke came out, and there was no other big problem. Call! The snakeman warrior waved the black steel fork in his hand, and the entire black steel fork was immediately wrapped by a black airflow. This was similar to the secret fighting method of the snakeman in the pet ruins. With this secret method, this snakeman warrior can fight against a 9-star monster alone. This is why Jiang He always keeps him by his side. This snakeman warrior has unlimited potential. The steel fork chopped down. The steel fork, which was enhanced with fighting spirit, had a sharp blade at the front that extended to nearly 1.5 meters, directly cutting off the body of the red snake, cutting it in half. The intense pain caused the one-horned red snake to roll wildly on the ground. Du Xinxi saw that his strongest support was killed. She knew very well that the person who came to kill her this time was definitely not a simple person. What a pity. He himself had a ground dragon battle pet that could walk underground as if it were flat ground. Unfortunately, he was killed by the president of Qinghe City in order to protect her while escaping. Otherwise she would have fled from here long ago. After dealing with the red-bellied snake, the snakeman warrior swam directly in front of Du Xinxi and swung the steel fork without any hesitation, piercing her shoulder and pinning her to the ground. And at this moment, Jiang He also rushed here. After looking around, he saw the secret door at the counter, which was an underground tunnel. Jiang He raised his hand and threw another pet space capsule into the tunnel. From inside the capsule, there appeared a snow-white fox with 2 snow-white tails. After entering the tunnel, it turned into a white afterimage and entered it. An elite 9-star snow mountain psychic fox. After doing all this, he walked to Du Xinxi's side and a cold look fell on her face. Du Xinxi? Jiang He looked a little surprised. This woman seemed very familiar. She was a wanted criminal in Qinghe City. She poisoned 3 top young talents in their base city the day before yesterday. After escaping from death, he unexpectedly came directly to their Jiangnan base city. This guy's identity is not low, and he unexpectedly took over Wu Lu's identity. If things go well, Du Xinxi will definitely use the identity of Wu Lu as a springboard to be promoted directly to a higher level, and it is possible that he may even become a city lord. This is a big fish. The key point is that the reward offered by Qinghe-based city for Du Xinxi has directly reached 30 million federal coins, which has already broken the historical bounty amount, so Jiang He has an impression of it. The president of Qinghe-based city had specifically instructed him. After all, Jiangnan-based city was one of the cities near Qinghe-based city. Then how did Du Xinxi escape? It must be just a few base cities nearby. 30 million federal coins! Give some to that kid Qin Yi. Jiang He thought in his heart. Qin Yi provided crucial information. Without him, it would have been impossible to catch Du Xinxi. Moreover, if that money grubber knew about it in the future, who knows how much money he would have to cheat him out of. Chapter 26. Li Qinho is here. Inside the underground bar, Jiang He took out his cell phone and immediately took a picture of the restrained Du Xinxi, then sent it to Jiang Tao, the chairman of Qinghe-based city. There was also a text message. This Du Xinxi has been captured alive by me. He can't escape. This guy is definitely going to die. Don't lose the 30 million federal coins. Remember to transfer it to my account. Happy cooperation. Finally, Jiang He added a kind smiley face. Just after he finished doing all this, he also sent a text message to Qin Yi. The information was correct, and the reward of 5 million federal coins was definitely inevitable. Moreover, a big fish was caught, and there was a lot of bounty that could give you 10 million federal coins. After giving this kid 1/3, it was the first time that Jiang He felt so generous. If it were just Qin Yi, the possibility of defeating Du Xinxi would be slim if he really fought against him. There was also a noise coming from the secret door on the side of the counter. The nearly 1.6 meter long snow mountain psychic fox was holding a mullet's human head in its mouth. There were some bloodstains on the snow-white fur, which was very conspicuous. Well done. Jiang He smiled and threw out an ice pill, which the snow mountain psychic fox swallowed directly into its stomach. Jiang He then put the pill into his pet space capsule. Strike hard! The Black Demon Society's stronghold in the eastern district of Jiangnan-based city was destroyed, several enemies were killed, and the stronghold was completely cleared. After Jiang He contacted the people from the Animal Tamers Association, he leisurely wrote a post and posted it on Pet Home again. That Qin Yi is really reliable. Because of him, their Jiangnan Beast Tamers Association showed up several times this time, and this time they even annihilated a stronghold of the Black Demon Society. The Beast Tamers Association will also reward them for such achievements. It's profit either way. Qin Yi and Dong'an community. After seeing the post and text message sent by Jiang he felt relieved. From the text message sent by Jiang He, it seemed that there were other people in the Black Magic Society's base in the east area of the city. In my memory from my previous life, there was no mention of any big shots in the Black Demon Society's stronghold. This time, there was actually a big fish, which made Jiang He directly give him 10 million federal coins, plus the 5 million federal coins from the previous information about the Black Magic Society's stronghold. Received 15 million federal coins. Qin Yi himself didn't expect to earn so much. He thought it would be at most 5 million federal coins, which was already very good. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Qin Yi fell asleep very contentedly, but before falling asleep, he summoned out the fire vine demon tree that was about to advance, and asked it to guard the door of the room. Qinghe-based city. Jiang Tao, the president of the Animal Tamers Association, saw the text message Jiang He sent him, and there was no doubt that the person in the photo was Du Xinxi. Ha! Good! Jiang He did a great job. Alas, what a pity for those 3 good seedlings. After Jiang Tao laughed heartily, he couldn't help but look a little lonely. Although he had taken revenge, the 3 talented young men who were buried were finished this time. Each of them has elite qualifications and is at the top of each middle school. This time, the number of people from Qinghe-based city who can enter the 4 top animal tamer universities in the country will definitely be less than in previous years, as the number of places is related to the allocation of resources from the Ministry of Education. This is a big deal. The only thing they could do was to train the other talented candidates within this half month. Their trainers and city guards could only fund them to contract a second war pet, so that they could get the chance to enter a top university with the second war pet. However, the second battle pet is never as easy to cultivate as the first one. The compatibility between the natal battle pet and the tamer is the highest, and the compatibility with the tamer's soul is high, and it is also easy to advance. If you focus on your own battle pet, it will definitely be much more powerful. The next day. It was noon. Qingyi, who had slept for 9 hours, felt refreshed. The fire vine demon tree guarding outside the door at this moment gave Qingyi a warning. Kindness? Qingyi was a little confused. Get out of the bedroom. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, I saw a man in a black, slim-fitting suit. He seemed to be in his early 30s, and his aura was reserved and deep. At the edge of one side of the sofa, the fire vine demon tree was so frightened by Li Qingho's aura that it didn't dare to move at all. Oh, you're awake. It's not bad to be able to cooperate with your dragon pet to kill an elite beast tamer of the Black Demon Society. By the way, let me introduce myself. I'm Li Qingho, a mentor at the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University. I'm here to negotiate with you on behalf of the school. As long as you can come to our Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University, we've got very generous conditions for you. One of you can become my student, and I, a Lord-level Beast Tamer, will teach you. The school is also very sincere. They promise you a bonus of 1 million federal coins and 3 free entries into the ruins every month. Regardless of the level of the ruins, they can also provide you with an elite 7-star dragon blood potion. Li Qingho stood up and spoke to Qingyi, whose hair was messy, in a kind tone. 7-star dragon blood potion. This is worth a lot. Deal. When will you give me the money? And give me the dragon blood potion as well? Qingyi said excitedly. Of course I don't have any. I can only give it to you after you enter school. Also, does this mean you agree to be my student? No. What are the benefits of being your student? Qingyi asked. With me, a Lord-level beast tamer, as your backer, don't worry. My lineage is quite famous in the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University. Our entire school occupies an entire ruin. Join our space department, you will make a fortune. Li Qingho hurriedly advertised. A department occupying a pet ruins. In some ordinary animal tamer universities, a school that controls a pet relic is already considered famous. This also shows the strength of the Imperial Capital Animal Tamer University. Previous life. The ordinary Animal Tamer University in the Imperial Capital where Qingyi was studying just occupied a pet ruins, and that was why it could barely make a name for itself. It was far behind the Animal Tamer University in the Imperial Capital. Their mentors are all elite 8 or 9-star mentors, while all the mentors in the Imperial Capital are powerful men above the Lord level, and a few are elite 9-star mentors. But he can be a mentor at the Imperial Capital Tamer University with an elite 9-star level, and his true combat power is enough to defeat a lord. Is there any money to take? Have. Of course. Every year the school allocates 300 million to our department. Our space department also has a pet ruins, which contains a lot of pet materials. Anyone in the department can go pick them under certain rules. Li Qingho said. Deal. Qingyi replied decisively. He had been planning to go to the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University anyway. It's enough to get so many benefits. At this moment, the smile on Li Qingho's face became even brighter. Qingyi, such a rare dragon pet genius, joined their space department, which provided their space department with powerful fresh blood. This is my tutor's badge, and my Fishan contact information. Be sure to contact me as soon as you get to school, and I'll pick you up. Li Qingho took out a black and gold plate, which was 3 or 4 inches long, with the 3 exquisite characters, Li Qingho, written on it, and said with a serious face. He was afraid that Qingyi would be kidnapped by those old guys and forced to become their student. Chapter 27 Recruiting from Multiple Parties. 1 million federal coins have been transferred to you. This is my gift to you. It is an elite-level poisonous python fang. You can make a short blade for self-defense, and this set of elite 7-star inner armor. Will the black demon just give up? This inner armor may save your life at a critical moment. After. Li Qingho transferred 1 million federal coins to Qingyi's account. He could then go to the admissions office to claim reimbursement for the money. For a Lord-level beast tamer like him, a mission would cost more than tens of millions of federal coins. The most valuable item was the inner armor of the elite 7 stars, which was made from the silk from the body of a silkworm he had once killed. This kind of natural silk is the most valuable among the inner armors of the same level. It is the lightest in weight, but its defensive effect is not weak at all. After saying that, a palm-sized golden frog jumped out of the pocket on one side of Li Qingho's upper body. There were 2 silver silk threads on the frog's back, from top to bottom. This is a treasure frog. The elite 9-star treasure frog is a rare species and very hard to come by. This treasure frog has a lot of hidden treasures inside its body, including a storage space of nearly tens of cubic meters. Under Li Qingho's command, the treasure frog spat out a snake fang about 1.5 meters long from its mouth. From this snake fang, one can judge how huge the venomous snake monster killed by Li Qingho is. It must be an elite monster above 8 stars. The value of this snake fang is definitely over millions of federal coins, but it is not easy to forge a short blade with it. You need to hire a professional blacksmith. Forging also costs a lot of money. The minimum amount should be over 200,000 federal coins, so it would be better to sell it. However, Qin Yi liked the inner armor very much. It was a rare item. In his previous life, when he was in the imperial capital's Beast Tamer University, he had seen many disciples from large families wearing this kind of inner armor. The value of this simple inner armor was definitely more than 10 million federal coins. Thank you, teacher. Qin Yi took it over and couldn't help but say. Li Qingho nodded with great satisfaction, and then briefly explained some things to Qin Yi, and then left directly, and before leaving, he also directly summoned Jian He and the principal of Jiangnan No. 3 Middle School. He also explained that Qin Yi had agreed to join their imperial capital Beast Tamer University, and asked them to stop some of the visitors. The admission certificate will be delivered in 5 days at the latest. School will start on October 1st. Remember not to delay. Master, I still have some tasks to handle, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Li Qingho left Dong'an community in a hurry. After a while, Qin Ye's phone vibrated. It was another push notification from Pet Home. When it came to building momentum for Jiangnan Bay City, Chairman Jiang He was always at the forefront. Congratulations! I, Qin Yi, a student from Jiangnan Bay City No. 3 Middle School, was admitted to the imperial capital Beast Tamer University. This post directly blocked other animal trainer universities that wanted to visit. But even if those people from the Beast Tamer University admissions office were blocked, there were still many pharmaceutical companies in Jiangnan Bay City that wanted to sign contracts with Qin Yi. Qin Yi also had a brief understanding of it. Many pharmaceutical companies imposed great restrictions on him. Although they paid him a lot of money, Qin Yi had no intention of completing the drug preparation tasks they gave him. His real plan was to open a pet shop of his own. However, what Qin Yi didn't expect was that even Sun Nantian called him. Xie? I heard that you were attacked by the Black Demon Society last night. Are you not hurt? I have sent someone to give you 10 healing potions and 1 mental potion. Take care of yourself. I wonder if you are free to have dinner together tomorrow. I also saw that you were admitted to the imperial capital Beast Tamer University, and Xiaoxing's place has also been confirmed. You will be classmates in the future, so you should communicate more. Good. Uncle Sun, just make up your mind. Qin Yi was also very straightforward. It is a pleasure to communicate with a smart person like Sun Nantian. Even if the mental power potion is of black iron grade, its price is 10 times that of other potions of the same grade. Mental power is a potion that can restore the combat power of a trainer, or even a lord-level beast tamer. It is very difficult to prepare, and it is usually hard to find one on the market. This is enough to show Sun Nantian's sincerity. The other side. In a villa in the wealthy area of Jiangnan, Sun Nantian also hung up the phone at the same time, feeling a little emotional. Now Sun Nantian no longer believed that Qin Yi had only noticed by chance that something was wrong with the housekeeper. He must have discovered something. The mental strength of a trainer is much stronger than that of an ordinary animal trainer. Nowadays, these few days, Qin Yi was arguably the most popular figure in their Jiangnan-based city. He also knew that the Black Demon Society had targeted Qin Yi so quickly, perhaps because he had been involved in the affairs of their housekeeper. If Qin Yi had not appeared out of nowhere, the target of punishment by the Black Demon Society would definitely be Sun Xiaoxing. This time, Sun Nantian also wants to sign Qin Yi, and all he needs to do is to affiliate with him. Dong'an Community. After Qin Yi contacted the decoration workers, he soon received the 11 potions given by Sun Nantian, 10 of which were light red and the other one was just black. Mental strength potions can be taken by both trainers and tamers, while healing potions are used on pets. Of course, if a tamer suffers internal injuries, he can take 1/10 of the potion for physical healing. After the decoration workers arrived, everything was resolved in just half an hour. The effect was indeed greatly improved with the help of the power of pets. The other party also knew Qin Ye's identity, and only charged a symbolic 20,000 yuan for materials. Everything in the room looked brand new again, and the door was replaced with a thicker protective door. Before he could enter the void territory, he took a look at Charmander. The phone rang again. It was a video call from Lin Yanran. 2. If Zhang Xuedong knew about his affairs, she would definitely tell Lin Yanran. Xie. Are you okay? I heard from Xuedong that you were attacked by the Black Demon Society. It's fine. Look, my arms and legs are still there. As soon as the video call was connected, Lin Yanran asked in a somewhat anxious tone. Qin Yi also smiled and raised the camera of his mobile phone, scanning his arms and legs. Those guys from the Black Demon Society were all very weak. They were no match for me at all. I defeated them in no time with my pet dragon. Dragon pet? Yes, look, this is the fire dragon pet I got from the war pet tomb of the Tamer Association. I said I have amazing luck. Qin Yi also directly summoned the little fire dragon and showed its face to Lin Yanran. The fact that I have a dragon pet is kept secret by President Jiang, but the top leaders of the Tamer Association know about it, and it will definitely be revealed later. Also, today, Li Chi-ho, the instructor from the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University, came here in person. I have agreed to join the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University and become his student. Qin Yi said. Li Chi-ho, you became his student. The older teachers of the Space Department, as well as the current senior students, have offended many people. You might also be implicated when you get to school, Lin Yanran said with some worry in her eyes. Chapter 28, Uncle Lin returns. Battle pet injured. Are there few people in the Space Department? Qin Yi asked. Yes, compared to other departments, there are dozens of times fewer. The main reason is that the Space Department has very few battle pets that are suitable for this department, and their Space Department has occupied a pet relic. The pet relic was occupied by the first dean of the Space Department when the school was first established. The dean of the Space Department was very powerful at that time. He was a top beast tamer of the 12 Star Lords. The strongest person in the Imperial Capital Tamer University was unfortunately buried in the ruins of Kunlun Mountain. He has not come out for nearly 200 years. Many Lord-level tamers went in to look for him, but after several of them died, they stopped the search. After the death of the first dean, many people who were once suppressed by the Force began to cause trouble for the Space Department. Many people want the pet relic controlled by the Space Department. It is an S-level pet relic, the strongest pet relic in the Imperial Capital Tamer Academy. Just suppressing it has involved a lot of space-based Lord-level beast tamers. I don't know the specific situation. I have already joined the Heavenly God Academy. I was accepted as Master Wang's personal disciple, Lin Yanran said. Qin Yi knew very well that in his previous life, the reason why Lin Yanran was able to interfere with a beast tamer university in the imperial capital and let it accept Qin Yi from his previous life was because of his identity as a disciple of the Heavenly God Academy. The Heavenly God Academy of the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University is filled with Lord-level warriors who have lived for more than 100 years, and each of them was famous when they were young. Many people, because they are much older, will look for some students to take in as their personal disciples and train them in order to pass on some of their Lord-level war pets. Those who were selected were directly removed from the ordinary departments of the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University, independent of it. However, because of this identity, it is only a matter of time for Lin Yanran to become a Lord-level beast tamer. Once her master's time is up, she will not have the tempering brought by a breakthrough in realm, nor the treasure to prolong her life. The possibility that she could inherit a Lord-level battle pet was definitely more than 90%. Of course, it is not so easy for a Lord-level beast tamer to die. To this day, in the imperial capital of the Dongji Principality, there are still several large families with hundreds of years of inheritance. It is rumored that there are several old monsters who have lived for more than 200 years, and each of them is a lord-level beast tamer. Their families had spent huge amounts of money to purchase all sorts of life-extending treasures to ensure their ancestors' survival. Certainly. There are all kinds of war pets in this world, and there must be some war pets with long-lived abilities. It is not impossible for them to live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years with the help of their abilities. Tian Xinyuan? Although Qin Yi knew it, he still had to pretend that he had just heard it for the first time. You'll know once you enter the academy. Anyway, your sister, can still protect you. By the way, you have to be more careful in the future. With your current talent, if the Black Demon Society knew that you had a little fire dragon, they would definitely increase their bounty on you. Don't worry. With President Jiang He here, one of the Black Magic Society's strongholds in Jiangnan Base City has been eliminated. The rest of the Black Magic Society members will definitely not dare to show up at this time. Qin Yi said. Also, were those people from the Black Demon Society really killed by you? Lin Yanren thought of what Qin Yi had just said, but the information she got from Zhang Xiudong was that it was President Jiang He who solved the problem. Of course, President Jiang He said he killed him to protect me. It was also because the guy from the Black Magic Society was careless and thought I was a middle school student who was easy to bully. In the end, he fell into my hands. Qin Yi smiled. It's too dangerous. Next time you encounter something like this, the first thing you should do is run away and seek support. Don't be reckless next time. I understand. I'm not stupid. If I can't win, I'll run away. What Qin Yi meant was that if they could win, they would definitely not run away. The battle pets on those people from the Black Magic Society were very valuable. Please take good care of my dad for me. Don't worry, sis. After that, the two hung up the phone. In his previous life, the main reason why Lin Changhe did not follow his siblings to the imperial capital of the principality was because he had guarded this Jiangnan-based city for a lifetime. All my relatives and friends died here in the war, and their graves are all here. Many of my comrades are still here and don't want to leave at all. Even though Lin Yanren had advised him for a long time in his previous life, Lin Changhe still said the same old things and drank alone in the same old way. However, when the Jiangnan-based city fell and was trampled to pieces by a dozen lord-level wild monsters, he must have regretted it in his heart when he saw Qin Yi from his previous life die in front of him. After all, no one in the entire Dongji Principality had expected that there would be an SS-level pet ruins under the Jiangnan-based city. At least before leaving, I must make Jiang He alert that there is a great danger below the Jiangnan-based city. If it is discovered in advance, there will be enough time to evacuate the people in the base city. If enough lord-level beast tamers could be mobilized, this would be the grave of the first batch of a dozen or so lord-level monsters. Qin Yi thought in his heart. Lin Changhe calculated the time and realized that he should return from the wild today. He was just a 6-star black iron demon hunter, and he was traveling in the wild with a few old friends. There is also a certain chance of encountering elite monsters. If you really encounter it, it would be extremely dangerous. Previous life. Lin Changhe's battle pet, the Iron Wolf, came back injured, but encountered a pack of black iron-level gray wolves. The pets of several of his comrades who went with him were also injured. It's just that they didn't have enough money to buy too many black iron 6-star healing potions, which left Uncle Lin's Iron Wolf with a hidden disease. The combat effectiveness was also greatly reduced. Therefore, from then on, he further reduced the scope of his activities outside the base city, and his frequency of leaving the city also decreased, mainly because he was worried about his armored wolf. Unable to withstand the fierce fight. Not long after, Jiang He directly transferred 28 million federal coins to his federal account, which was the money for the bounty on Wu Lu and the information about the Black Magic Society's base. There was also Jiang He who said that he caught a big fish and was given 10 million federal coins. Even without him saying it himself, Qin Yi could guess that he must have found a member of the Black Magic Society who was officially wanted in the Black Magic Society's base in the east of the city. Plus the 1 million federal coins given by Li Qiho. Qin Yi already has 29 million federal coins in his account. This money is enough for the Void Territory to build a few more LV1 pet buildings. First, he needs to build 5 LV1 buildings, and then meet the other conditions for the promotion of the Void territory. In the evening, outside Dong'an community, a camouflaged heavy truck drove in. The truck, which was reinforced with thick iron sheets, was covered with claw marks, some long and some short, from attacks by wild monsters. Some are even nearly 2 meters deep, almost an inch deep. It was almost penetrating the iron sheet outside the heavy truck. It was very thrilling. Nearby, many people in the community looked at the heavy trucks with respect. These were heroes who could fight against wild monsters outside the city and protect the city. The door of the heavy truck's cab was wide open, and Lin Changhe, looking tired and wearing tattered leather armor, walked down from it, with white gauze tied around his right arm. Following behind it was a 1.7-meter tall black giant wolf. The giant wolf's forehead was covered with a layer of black bones, as if it was wearing a black steel helmet, so it was called the Iron-Armored Wolf. However, the armored wolf's right leg was injured, and it limped behind Lin Changhe. Chapter 29 Unlocked, Pet Healing Room. Dong'an Community. Lao Lin, is everything okay? A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s at the gate of the community looked at Lin Changhe, who was in a dishevel, and asked with some concern in his eyes. On the way, Lin Changhe attracted the attention of many people in the community. Although there were also a few professional demon hunters in the community, they would venture out to hunt in the wild every once in a while. But most of them are within 10 kilometers of the base city, and the danger is not high. As long as you hunt down a few black iron level monsters and sell them, you can have a lot of time to rest. There are very few people as miserable as Lin Changhe. Even the leg of his natal combat pet, the iron-armored wolf, is lame. If it cannot recover well, it will have a great impact on the combat pet's strength. It's okay. We just encountered a pack of gray wolves. My old friends and I have already slaughtered those animals and sold them for a lot of money. It's a pity that we couldn't get back before Xieye's summoning ceremony. There was a hint of regret in Lin Changhe's tone. Xieye is really capable. Did you see the city guards at the door before you came? Those were all the city guards who stayed behind to protect Xieye. Xieye has made great progress and passed the training certificate. Even the people from the Black Magic Society targeted Xieye in the early hours of last night. Fortunately, there was no danger. President Jiang He arrived and rescued her. And most importantly, Xieye, like his sister, was admitted to the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University. Your family has produced 2 geniuses from the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University. My family only created an auxiliary pet in the summoning hall. Even if he wants to go to Jiangnan Animal Tamer University, he still needs to take an exam. Then, the middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s standing on the roadside spoke. Lin Changhe was a little confused. He had only been away for 2 weeks, and so many things had happened after the summoning ceremony. Even the people from the Black Magic Society were entangled in it. This made Lin Changhe feel a little worried. If President Jiang He hadn't come to support immediately, Xieye would have been in danger. However, it is a good thing to apply to the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University, as you will have the protection of the university's tutors. Especially the tutors there are all Lord-level beast tamers, the same level as the city lord of their Jiangnan base city. It's safe once you leave Jiangnan base city. I'm leaving first. Yeah, don't worry. After saying goodbye to his good friend in the community, Lin Changhe took the injured armored wolf and took the elevator to the 6th floor. Qin Yi calculated the time well. Several dishes have already been prepared, including the spicy chicken that Lin Changhe likes. In the past, whenever Lin Changhe left, Qin Yi would cook at home. He is a master in cooking. Qin Yi even bought the white wine that Lin Changhe liked. You know I'm back, little brat? Lin Changhe walked to the door and looked around the house. He felt relieved and found that there was nothing damaged. He thought that they were just some scum from the Black Magic Society. How could they be allowed to be so arrogant in Jiangnan Base City? Especially President Jiang He's natal pet, which is a flying war pet. Uncle Lin, are you okay? Qin Yi looked at Lin Changhe, whose leather armor was torn, and said with some concern. It's nothing. Taitu was just injured and encountered some trouble, otherwise he would have been able to return before your summoning ceremony. In order to prove that he was fine, Lin Changhe waved his arms flexibly, but only he knew that he would feel waves of pain when waving. Woo woo! The 1.7-meter tall armored wolf behind him whimpered with some grievance and ran to Qin Ye's side. Taitu has lived with him for 10 years, so they are very close. Taitu, this is a healing potion. I'll give you one. It can heal your leg injury. After saying that, Qin Yi took out a light red potion from the table nearby. Taitu opened his mouth obediently, and the potion was poured directly into his mouth. He took a few sips and swallowed it all. Kindness? What's up with this potion, Xiuye? Spend less of the money your parents gave you on potions. I hunted a lot of monsters this time. Although some of them were robbed along the way, there are still a lot left, enough to buy some healing potions. This was given to me by Sun Xiaoxing's father. I passed the training certificate exam and helped him before. He also made an appointment with me for dinner tomorrow. It might be about the contract. Sun Xiaoxing has also been admitted to the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University. We can go to the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University together in the future. Good. If your father and mother knew that you were admitted to the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University, they would definitely be proud of you, Lin Changhe said with a relieved smile. He didn't ask any more questions. After drinking 2 healing potions and eating a broiler chicken prepared by Qin Yi, Taitu found a corner near the balcony, lay down on a blanket, and fell asleep exhausted. One of the side effects of the therapeutic drug is drowsiness. During deep sleep, the recovery process is also the fastest. Lin Changhe is already 52 years old. His biggest concern is that Qin Yi can successfully pass the summoning ceremony and be admitted to the Beast Tamer University. Now he can finally put an end to his worries. At Qin Ye's request, Lin Changhe also drank some of the healing potion. This time, they went hunting in the wild for more than half a month and slept in the open air. They even encountered a pack of magic wolves on the way. A normal team would probably not be able to come back, but fortunately they had the cooperation of their comrades. But even so, they were already exhausted. After drinking a lot of wine, Lin Changhe, feeling tired, fell into a deep sleep. Midnight. Qin Yi walked to Taitu and stroked his head. After sleeping for 2 or 3 hours, Taitu recovered a little. After smelling Qin Ye's scent, it raised its huge and hard wolf head and rubbed Qin Ye's arm affectionately for a few times. I'll take you to a place that may be able to heal your injuries. Don't resist anything you feel. Qin Yi touched Taitu's head and said. The next moment, Taitu nodded very obediently. Receive! Afterwards, Qin Ye's mental power connected to the void territory above his sea of consciousness, and the familiar pulling force came from the surrounding void again, carrying Taitu, and disappeared directly into the living room of the room out of thin air. Wait until it appears again. They were already in a void territory that was 100 meters long, wide and high. Ding! A seriously injured black iron level battle pet has been detected. The conditions for building a pet healing room have been met. Do you want to spend 10 million federal coins to build a black iron level pet healing room? Yes. Qin Ye's eyes lit up with joy. This void territory really had a way to cure Taitu's injuries, and it also unlocked a pet building. However, it required a little more federal coins, and the level was directly classified as black iron. Now, Taitu, who had just entered this place, was a little scared at first. But after it sensed the breath in the small gold nest, its eyes immediately widened, as if it had discovered a plate of tempting roast chicken, and rushed directly into the small gold pet nest. At this moment, it seemed that his injured hind leg became much more flexible. He hugged the 4 or 5 meter high dark golden boulder and squinted his eyes with enjoyment. Take a closer look. It could be clearly seen that after feeling Taitu's weak breath, the dark gold rock released a weak dark gold aura, which was very spiritually integrated into Taitu's injured body, nourishing the injured bones and flesh. Chapter 30 Healing the Battle Pet. In the Void Territory. Boom! Beside the small golden pet's nest, the ground suddenly shook, and a circular black building nearly 20 meters high and nearly 15 meters in diameter rose directly from the ground. The whole structure is built with huge black stones. When you get closer, you can see that there are many portraits of pets engraved on this giant black stone, but they are all very faint. There are many types of pet portraits engraved on the stone. There are at least thousands or tens of thousands of species on just one huge rock, and the total number is more than 1 million. Bone blade! Puff! A pale bone blade more than half a meter long quickly grew out from under the skin of his right arm. Bang! Then he swung the bone blade and chopped at the black boulder in front of him. But apart from a sound of metal friction, there was no trace left on the black boulder. This boulder used to build the pet healing room must be a rare pet material, and its grade must be not low. His bone knife is comparable to black iron. He was confident that pet armor below the elite level would leave some scars, but this boulder did not have any marks at all, which showed that this was definitely a stone above the elite level. However, Qin Yi then thought of the giant flying stone in the miniature wind nest. Everything is relieved now. All products produced by the system are high quality. This is a tall but not very wide house. It is more like a short tower. The black iron level healing room inside is also quite simple. In the center of the healing room there was nothing but an altar 1 foot off the ground. Around the stone walls in the room, there were faintly some dark green vines tenaciously growing from the walls made of stacked boulders, as if this pet healing room had been abandoned for a long time. On the altar, there are some green lines engraved on it, which seem to be a formation that conforms to some kind of rules. Nickname: Pet Healing Room. Level: Black Iron. Function: spend 100,000 gold to restore all injuries of a black iron level pet. Limit 3 times a day, and the second time will double the gold. Upgrade conditions: Void Territory reaches level 7. It only costs 100,000 federal coins to restore all the injuries of a black iron level pet, which is really worth it. Double it would only be 200,000 federal coins. Then, Qin Yi pulled Taitu out of the small gold pet's nest, and looked reluctant to leave before leaving. Squat here on the altar. Your leg will heal soon. Ouch. Taitu called out softly, then squatted obediently on the altar. Ding! An injured black iron level pet iron wolf has been detected. Do you want to spend 100,000 federal coins to heal the pet? Yes. Deduction of federal currency successful. Healing. The system prompt sound ends. At the feet of Taitu on the more than 1 foot high altar in front of him, the green array pattern suddenly released a dazzling light, and green mist emerged, carrying a powerful vitality, submerging Taitu's entire body in it. Now, Ironhead was wrapped in a powerful vitality, and the green mist from the outside world penetrated into his body like crazy, and a wave of coolness spread throughout his body. The soreness in my limbs is subsiding rapidly. The place where the hind limb bones were broken was wrapped in the vital green mist, and then a tingling sensation came. After a few breaths, Taitu couldn't help but kick his hind legs. The broken bones have completely healed and there is no pain at all. His entire body was tempered, and he returned directly to the peak of his combat power. Ding! Healing successful! Ouch! Feeling the vitality surging in his body, Taitu couldn't help but let out a long roar towards the sky. Roar! But then, outside the pet healing room, the little fire dragon and the small fire nest heard Taitu's roar and also roared towards the sky. After hearing the dragon's roar, Taitu's whole body tensed up a lot. After Qin Yi comforted him with a few words, Taitu relaxed. Taitu also sensed the dragon's roar. It was not the roar of an adult dragon beast, but just the roar of a young dragon. But even so, he did not dare to provoke easily. Moreover, the dragon beast seemed to have the aura of young Master Qin Yi, so it was obvious that they were a family. After a moment, inside the pet healing room, the green mist gushing out from the altar was swallowed up by Taitu's body. His black hair became brighter and smoother, his wolf eyes became sharper, and his body seemed to be slightly larger, with an imposing aura. The broken leg was restored to its original state, and can move freely. Swish! Then Taitu happily ran to Qin Yi and rubbed Qin Ye's body affectionately. Let's go! As long as it's cured. Without waiting for Taitu to react, Qin Yi took him directly out of the void territory. He was afraid that if they left for too long, Xingchong would wake up and not be able to find them, which would be troublesome. He didn't want to tell Xingchong about the fact that he owned such a void territory. The functions of this void territory were very powerful, almost covering pet upgrades and treatments, and even other pet buildings would be unlocked in the future. Once other people know about it, it will be a big disaster. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. Outside world. Qin Yi brought the fully recovered Taitu and appeared out of nowhere in the guest room. Taitu looked around and saw that the small golden pet nest was gone. He then lay on the ground with a look of disappointment and rubbed Qin Yi's trouser leg. He looked at Qin Yi eagerly, as if he wanted to enter the void territory. "I'll let you stay for a while tomorrow night." After Qin Yi finished speaking, he touched Taitu's head and returned to his bedroom. Lin Changhe was still in a daze and dreaming. Qin Yi returned to the bedroom. Entered the void territory again. This time he specifically checked Charmander's injuries. Because of the small fire nest, the several bloody holes on its wings scratched by the werewolf Wulu were also healed. The aura around him was also a bit stronger than before. After the training of the last battle, Qin Yi also discovered that the little dragon's combat awareness was very good, and under his command, it could also exert good combat power. If we could work together in the wild for more training, our combined combat power would be even stronger. It would be nice if there was a place where Charmander could fight, Qin Yi thought in his heart. Then he glanced around. After installing several pet buildings, the 100-meter space was getting smaller and smaller. With the current level of the void territory, it is impossible to build a place for Charmander to fight. It may be necessary to unlock the pet building for fighting training later. Now it's just because of the lack of level and venue. Thinking about. Qin Yi spent 1 million federal coins to upgrade the wind-type pet nest to level 1. Nickname, Small Wind Pet Nest. Level, LV1. Function, a nest that improves certain attributes of 1-star wind-type pets, speeds up their growth, and can hatch wind-type pet eggs. Upgrade conditions, 5 million federal coins, and the number of resident nest pets reaches 2 or more. Chapter 31 Upgrade. Pet Nest. In the void territory, that tiny wind nest, which was only about 10 meters long and wide, expanded its surrounding territory to 20 meters after it was upgraded to level 1. Above the ground, there are several slightly smaller flying stones, floating directly beside the giant flying stone, like satellites guarding it. The hatching speed of the flying feather grass babies on the giant flying stone has increased again. It is estimated that it will only take 2 or 3 days to hatch. Now Qin Yi has spent another 1 million federal coins, plus the previous consumption of 10 million federal coins. There are only more than 18 million federal coins left in the account. This is spending money like water. It can't be stopped at all. Afterwards, Qin Yi walked directly to the LV1 fire pet nest. The upgrade requirement of 5 million federal coins, plus the requirement of having 2 permanent fire pets, have all been met. At this moment, this small fire nest can be directly upgraded to level 2. Upgrade! Qin Yi walked to the level 1 small fire dragon nest and deducted another 5 million federal coins. The fire nest in front of me is nearly 20 meters high and wide. It seemed to be restricted by the LV1 void territory, and the area did not expand. Instead, a pool of water with a diameter of about 10 feet appeared inside the nest. The water in the pond is crystal clear. Moreover, the spring water contains extremely rich fire power, which is very gentle and does not have the violent feeling of fire attribute. In the blink of an eye, a dragon-scale fruit tree with intertwined roots grew out from it at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it grew to a height of nearly 10 meters. Its branches and leaves expanded to nearly 20 meters, covering the entire small fire pet nest. Nickname, Dragon-scale fruit tree. Level, LV2. Function, produces dragon-scale fruit with fire attribute, 1 fruit per day. Dragon-scale fruit can upgrade fire pets, temper the pet's body, and improve the pet's mental strength. When Qin Yi's attention fell on the fruit tree, information about the dragon-scale fruit flooded into his mind. And among the lush branches and leaves, a slightly green dragon-scale fruit has been formed. This kind of black iron-grade fruit can be found in civilizations born from pet ruins, in villages where dimensional creatures gather, and even in some important places in cities. If Qin Yi wanted to sell the dragon-scale fruit, it would be best to mix it into a potion. Otherwise, if you take out a whole one. If someone with ulterior motives did a little research, they might be able to trace the source, and there's a good chance that they'd be targeted by some big forces. But, generally speaking, this kind of fruit takes a long time to mature, and it also requires various treasures containing attribute powers to feed and water it. If a fruit tree is not properly maintained and rots, it will be completely ruined. Of course, the changes in this small fire dragon nest are not only the increase of this fruit tree, but also the fire attribute particles floating in the nest are several times more concentrated than before. The power emanating from the rock was also several times stronger. Boom! What Qingyi didn't expect was that a strong fluctuation of fire aura emanated from under several dark red boulders under the fire nest. The fire vine demon tree has advanced to 1 star. Only 2 or 3 days had passed since the summoning ceremony. This speed of breaking through to 1 star was many times faster than Qingyi's previous life. In his previous life, when the fire vine monster tree summoned by Qingyi broke through to 1 star, it was almost December, which was the time approaching the final exam. If you haven't reached 1 star yet, you will have no ability to protect yourself when you enter the pet ruins during the exam. Even so, in that ordinary animal tamer university in the imperial capital, his talent was already above average. At this point, he was lucky enough to obtain some pet information from the pet ruins, and then he slowly caught up with the first echelon, and even became one of the top 10 animal tamers in their university. Stepped into the elite level of animal tamer. However, when his life was just beginning, not long after he returned to Jiangnan City, he encountered the destruction of Jiangnan City and died instantly. Now, after the breakthrough of the fire vine demon tree, one can faintly see some veins that look like blood vessels on that part of its vine body, indicating the fire attribute power contained in the fire vine. It is even comparable to some ordinary fire pets with 3-star black iron rank. This may be because some of Qingyi's achievements have improved the little fire dragon and the fire vine monster tree, and the power they contain is far beyond that of the same level. It was for this reason that when fighting with Wu Lu, Charmander was able to spray out small fireballs multiple times in a row and still calmly perform the fire wing slash. The storage of fire power in the body has far exceeded that of people of the same level. Swish! The fire vine demon tree that had broken through to 1-star level circled around Qingyi in a very spiritual manner, and the little fire dragon beside the nest brought out the fire vine demon tree that had been hiding under the rocks. He rushed directly to the side of the fire vine demon tree, and immediately frightened the fire vine demon tree so much that it once again dived under the stone like a fire snake and disappeared without a trace. Nickname: Fire Vine Demon Tree. Qualification: Iron 3 stars. Attribute: Fire. Rating: 1 star. Skills: Flame Blessing, Snake Strangulation, Fire Thorn Entanglement, requires the use of fire thorn seeds. Just now, when Qingyi's mental power fell on the fire vine demon tree, he discovered that it had one more skill than the previous one: Fire Thorn Entanglement. However, there are certain limitations to the use of this skill, and it requires the seeds of fire thorns. But this skill is indeed useful, whether it is for setting traps, launching surprise attacks, or arranging defenses. It mainly depends on the person who performs this skill. The Fire Vine Monster Tree awakened this skill when it was at the Black Iron 5-star level. Every time the pet advances, there is a certain chance that it will be able to comprehend new skills. However, the probability of this happening is very small. In the previous life, the Fire Vine Demon Tree was able to comprehend a new skill because Qingyi spent almost half of his accumulated resources and hired a Black Iron 6-star cultivator. Even so, the chance of being able to comprehend new skills is only 1 in 3. Unexpectedly, in this life, it seems that there is a small fire pet's nest blessing. It only takes a 1-star breakthrough to realize the fire thorn entanglement. The seeds of the burning bush are not expensive. Ordinary firethorn seeds only sell for 100 federal coins each. One seed can grow to 20 to 30 meters in length. If stimulated by skills, its growth rate is terrifying. They are often very efficient in setting traps. But Qingyi still planned to buy more fire poison thorn seeds. They were a mutant variety bred by the fire thorn. If they were contaminated with fire poison and their blood was infected by it, however, they would endure pain comparable to being burned by fire. Unless they had an antidote, or a battle pet that could resist the toxin, having their body pierced would be extremely troublesome and painful. Afterwards, Qingyi called out the level 2 fire nest template again. Nickname: Small Fire Pet Nest. Level: LV2. Function: a nest that can improve the attributes of 2-star iron fire pets and can nurture fire pet eggs. Upgrade conditions: 10 million federal coins, and the number of resident nest pets reaches 3 or more. Chapter 32, affiliated with Sun Group. After upgrading to LV2, the federal coins required for the upgrade conditions directly increased to 10 million federal coins. Every pet building in this void territory is comparable to a terrifying gold-eating beast. However, although it costs a lot, but the improvements to the battle pet are real. Just look at the dragon scale fruit tree that grows and the dragon scale fruits it produces every day. If you sell a few of these things, you can accumulate 10 million federal coins. Certainly. Qin Yi would not do that. He also took a closer look at the dragon scale fruit and found that when it was ripe, it was as big as 2 adult fists. If it can be prepared into medicine, at least 20 doses can be prepared. Just now, when he focused his attention on the dragon scale fruit, many recipes for how to prepare the dragon scale fruit emerged in his mind. This power seemed to come from the title of Cultivator's Achievement. The formula for the potion made from dragon scale fruit inexplicably appeared in my mind, and the process was extremely detailed. Even under the influence of that trainer's achievements. He also used the first-person perspective to directly enter the body of a pet breeding master and saw the entire process of the other party preparing the dragon scale fruit potion, and even saw many different preparation methods. That first-person perspective feeling and memory were all stuffed into the sea of consciousness in an instant. Just a little recollection. The process of preparing the dragon scale fruit potion then became extremely clear. This is simply a magical tool for preparing medicines. Unfortunately, there are no other treasures containing attribute powers in this void territory. If there were, I could try to see if other treasures that could be made into potions could also do the same. If this is the case, his level as a trainer will definitely improve rapidly. Afterwards, Qin Yi summoned the little fire dragon to the bedroom at home. After all, he had to tell Lin Changhe about the matter of the fire dragon pet. In this case, the little fire dragon must show its face. Otherwise, if it stays in the void territory all the time, people will probably be able to tell that Qin Yi may have some storage space. Back to the bedroom. It was just after midnight, not too late, and he fell into a deep sleep. The little fire dragon next to him also coiled up on the floor and fell asleep as well. Before leaving, he drank a lot of spring water from the fire pet's nest in one breath. The stomach is bloated. The next day. Early morning. Ironhead, is your leg okay? Lin Changhe, who had just woken up, looked at Taitu, who was constantly rubbing against him. His originally lame hind leg was now fully healed. Could it be because of the potion? This effect is too good. The level of the healing potion Sun Nantian sent must be very high. Lin Changhe sighed in his heart. I can feel Taitu's vigorous energy, which is a world of difference from before he came back yesterday. Kindness? Is your head wound healed? Then Lin Changhe stroked Taitu's head. He clearly remembered that a piece of Taitu's skull armor had been bitten off by the Wolf King. But now the defect on the skull has healed. Later, Lin Changhe specially checked Taitu and other hidden injuries, including several scars left by battles. All were healed overnight. It's simply a miracle. Could it be that the Sun family has developed some new medicine? The effect is too terrifying. Lin Changhe sighed. The next moment, Lin Changhe thought of his 2 old comrades in arms. After this hunting trip outside the city, their war pets were also seriously injured. One of the men's fire bear was besieged by 3 gray wolves, and a large piece of its flesh was bitten off, and its body was contaminated with the highly toxic wolfsbane. The effect of this potion is so good, it would be even better if I could ask Xie for 2 bottles. After Lin Changhe finished selling breakfast, I went to wake Qin Yi up, but the one who opened the door was a small fire dragon nearly 80 centimeters long. It was covered with scales, like a close-fitting armor. There was a faint dark red light surging under the scales, and a pair of sickle-like dragon wings grew on its back, which were folded together. This is a dragon pet. Lin Changhe was shocked. Taitu, who was standing by, had seen the little fire dragon once. Although it was a young dragon, he did not dare to provoke it easily. He just found his daily resting place in the living room and lay down on the blanket. After, Qin Yi explained to Lin Changhe how he got the little fire dragon in the war pet tomb. It suddenly occurred to him. In the battle pet tomb, an unknown elite quality battle pet was identified. I have to go to the battle pet tomb in 2 days to get the elite quality battle pet out. While having breakfast. After hesitating for a moment, Xingchong asked Qinyi about Taitu, and also explained that he wanted to ask for 2 healing potions for the 2 old comrades. Qinyi seemed to have known this for a long time. With Xingchong his character, he would definitely do this, but he also prepared his own excuses. After all, this Iron Head was able to recover thanks to the pet healing room in the Void Territory. Uncle Lin, the Iron Head was able to recover as before, not with the potion given by the Sun family, but with a potion I prepared myself. Uncle Li and Uncle Zhao's battle pets are both fire type. I will give you the potion after I prepare it tomorrow. However, the healing effect may not be as good as that of Taitu, but it will definitely be able to heal their serious injuries. Qinyi replied. Qinyi was planning to use the spring water in the fire pet's nest and the dragon scale fruit to prepare a few dragon scale potions. At first, Qinyi also wanted to try to take away the rocks used to build the pet's nest. These materials were definitely of elite quality or above. It is possible to earn hundreds of millions of federal coins by selling anything. It's a pity that once the cornerstones of the pet's nest are taken away from the nest, the fire attribute power in the stone will dissipate rapidly. Good! You have made great progress, and brought honor to your Uncle Lin. When Xingchong heard Qinyi's promise to prepare the medicine, he patted Qinyi's shoulder with joy on his face, and drank a few more glasses of medicinal wine. This medicinal wine was bought by Lin Yanran from the imperial capital and is worth quite a bit. After, Qinyi remembered what Lin Yanran had told her, and sent her a text message, saying that Uncle Lin had returned safely, there was no problem, and there was no need to worry. After Taitu recovered, Lin Changhe felt much better. He took Taitu directly to find his 2 old comrades. He didn't want to get involved in Qinyi's business talks. Qinyi washed and packed up, then rushed to the hotel address given to him by Sun Nantian, Jiangnan Hotel. Jiangnan Hotel is the #1 hotel in the base city, with a total of 99 floors. All the meat in it has been purified by wild monsters. After taking it, it can strengthen the body and slightly achieve the effect of tempering the body. The cheapest dish costs more than 1,000 federal coins. Most of the people who come here to consume are animal trainers. It was almost noon. In the top floor box, Sun Nantian and Sun Shaoxing had been waiting for a while, and Qinyi walked directly in. The box was not big and there were not many of them, only 3. Sun Nantian was mainly afraid that Qinyi would mind the presence of other people. Qinyi, you passed the training certificate exam without saying anything, you are really amazing. When I go to school, if I ask you to prepare medicine, you have to give me a discount. Haha, no problem, Qinyi said with a smile. Sun Shaoxing is worth making friends with. After all, we will all be living in an animal trainer university in the future, so it is inevitable that we will have a lot of interactions. After eating a lot, Sun Nantian started to get on the right track and wanted to sign Qinyi. The reason why no pharmaceutical companies went to Qinyi to discuss things yesterday was that they were all intercepted by him. And it's just an affiliate, you can mix the medicine if you want or not. There are many pharmaceutical companies in Jiangnan Base City, and they all look for trainees from the 4 major animal tamer universities in Dongji Principality to affiliate with them. This identity alone allows them to save 2% in taxes on transactions between base cities. This ratio is already very high. If the quantity is large, there will be huge profits involved. Qinyi thought about it, and put forward his own conditions, an annual registration fee of 10 million federal coins, which was 5 million less than that of several other pharmaceutical companies in Jiangnan Base City. In addition, he also needs a batch of materials for preparing medicines, with a value of no more than 3 million federal coins. This condition was already lower than the price Sun Nantian had in mind, because he had received information from the Beast Tamers Association that Qinyi was not just a trainer, he also had a fire dragon pet. When Qinyi was attacked by the Black Magic Society, many people in the Dongan community heard a sound similar to a dragon's roar. The news is indeed reliable. A beast tamer who has a dragon pet and is also a breeder is considered a genius even in the imperial capital Beast Tamer University. As Qinyi's reputation grows, his Sun Group will also benefit greatly. Chapter 33 reveals the Black Demon Society's stronghold. Buzz! The phone vibrated. 10 million federal coins have already been deposited into Qin Ye's federal account. As soon as he left, Sun Nantian transferred the money to him. Add the previous ones. The amount of federal currency Qin Yi had on him had reached more than 28 million. If you want to upgrade the Void territory, you still have a long way to go. The most basic condition is 5 pet buildings above level 1, but 1 is still missing. Not to mention 30 million federal coins and an elite quality starstone. Starstone. I guess only the Animal Tamers Association has it. I have to open the pet shop as soon as possible. If I don't do business, I will soon be unable to make ends meet. We have to deal with those bastards of the Black Magic Society. Qin Yi thought in his heart. Providing information about several Black Demon Society bases could earn a reward of tens of millions of federal coins. I just have to find a reasonable excuse. Yesterday, Jiang He from the Beast Tamers Association, after annihilating a Black Magic Society stronghold, struck while the iron was hot and found 2 Black Magic Society strongholds that they had always suspected were hiding. However, only one of them is a real stronghold. In 2 days. Eradicating 2 strongholds of the Black Magic Society is a rare feat in decades. The hiding methods of those guys in the Black Magic Society are all top-notch. Otherwise, their Animal Tamers Association would not have only found 1 real base in so many years. However, after solving the 2 strongholds, Jiang He felt a little depressed. After learning the news, the members of the Black Magic Society must have retreated even further and dared not come out. Trying to find a dozen people in a city with a population of millions is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It would be great if there was someone like Qin Yi who could provide information. Jiang He and the Animal Tamers Association. They are studying a beast transformation potion obtained from the Black Magic Society's base. This beast transformation potion can transform humans into powerful half-orcs. Even if ordinary orcs fight against some Black Iron 3 or 4-star melee pets, they can win most of the time. There are even quite a few orcs who have been transformed. There is also a small chance of learning some combat secrets that only orcs know, and becoming a transformed orc with combat secrets. He could even master methods of becoming stronger, to the point where he could fight against elite war pets with his orc body, and it was highly possible that he could throw boulders weighing thousands of pounds at will. The reason why these Black Magic Societies have developed so rapidly is that they have mastered this special beast transformation potion, which has provided many humans who are unable to become animal trainers with another channel to become stronger. Many people were trapped in it, and became the lackeys of the Black Magic Society. What's more, these dark demons are so cruel that they brainwashed children in war and abducted children in many wild towns. Become a half-orc warrior of their Black Magic Society. Now, the orc potion with scarlet liquid in Jiang He's hand was obtained with great difficulty. If he had been a step later, the guys in the Black Magic Society's stronghold would have destroyed it directly. In the black market of the Principality of Dongji, there are many forces that are willing to buy this stuff, and all of them cost more than 30 million federal coins, which is priceless. However, among those forces that purchase potions on the black market, some are used by local animal tamers associations as bait. Once someone really tries to sell this kind of potion, they will find ways to confirm the other party's location. Once you catch it, there is a great chance of catching the big fish by following the clues. However, after being fooled several times, the members of the Black Magic Society became extremely cautious. Without confirmation, they will not easily try to open up new sales channels. And in most cases, after the people from the Black Magic Society concoct this potion, they will use it on their own people to cultivate more minions of their power. The number of orc potions sold is very small, and they are mainly sold to raise funds. Jiang He got the potion. Study for a day. A drop of liquid medicine was taken out from the sealed medicine test tube for research. They also found an elite trainer with a reliable background to analyze the orc potion, and found several unknown materials in the potion. The only things that can be decomposed from it are a minotaur blood gene and 2 known black iron level 6-star pet elixirs. And after he opened the sealed test tube of potion, the power of the beast potion would quickly dissipate when it came into contact with the air. Jiang He only opened it a little bit, but it caused nearly 1/20th of the power to be lost. In the Dongji Principality, All major forces have more or less a few of these medicines for research. Once it can be cracked, they can also train an army of orcs comparable to that of the Black Magic Society, and their power may be able to directly become the largest force in the Principality of Dongji. However, after more than 100 years of research, we still haven't figured it out. I don't know how many elite trainers, and even lord-level trainers are helpless. Jiang He had previously speculated about who the dark force behind the Black Magic Society might be. Perhaps the other party is not a person from Earth. It is very likely that he is a guy who walked out of the pet ruins. This has happened before. They also established their own forces in the Dongji Principality, and many scums like the Black Magic Society also defected to them. The other party also controls a terrifying power. Even now, in various places in the Dongji Principality, there are aliens who have walked out of the remains of some powerful pets, and their abilities are also varied. One of the forces of the Temple of the Dead. It can turn ordinary people into immortal skeletons, but even after becoming skeletons, they will be controlled by the people from the other world and become immortal puppets. Moreover, the combat power of the sacrificed skeleton is greatly related to the other party's combat power before his death, even if an ordinary person is transformed into a skeleton. They can't beat some farmers with hoes. It will be chopped down directly. Jiang He was in the Jiangnan base city at the beginning and caught 2 skeletons who had sneaked into it. They were captured alive just after entering the city. They were so weak that they were beaten to pieces with just one slap. Even Jiang He was confused. It truly illustrates what it means to be fragile. Buzz! Jiang He was thinking while holding the beast transformation potion when suddenly his cell phone vibrated. A text message from a stranger. The content of the text message was roughly that the other party knew about several bases of the Black Magic Society in Jiangnan Base City, but he would give him one base first, and after the base was confirmed, he would transfer the bounty to a federal account. News, Qingxi District, Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. Kong Xiao, the pet theory teacher in the 2nd year of high school, and his wife Li Yu are both members of the Black Magic Society. Their 2-year-old son is innocent, and it would be best if he could be rescued. Kong Xiao is very likely one of the leaders of the 12 Crows. Are you from the Black Magic Society? Jiang He sent a text message, but the other party did not reply. However, Jiang He almost believed it. Being able to get his personal contact information and send such a text message, he could basically tell the truth of the information from the intelligence. More than 90% true. A teacher at No. 1 Middle School turned out to be a member of the Black Demon Society. It's really terrifying when you think about it. If there are some talented geniuses among the students he teaches, he can easily kill them and give them enough time to escape. Jiang He put the orc potion on the table beside him, stood up and left the laboratory directly. He must do it himself. Chapter 34, Sweep the Stronghold. The other side. Qin Yi put down his newly bought mobile phone at home and turned it off after sending the message. In order to avoid being suspected by Jiang He, Qin Yi had to disguise his identity and got a communication card for temporary registration from the trading area of the pet house. I spent 3,000 federal coins to directly register a temporary account at the Earth Star Federal Bank. The account only existed for 1 day and had no information at all. The account was just a series of 300 digits that were specially encrypted. This type of account exists for use by people in the pet home black market who want to hide their identities. This type of business accounts for a large proportion of the Earth Star Federal Bank. Afternoon. West City District. Outside the street of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School is the Qingxi community, which is very close to the school. It is the largest community near Qingxi District, and many teachers of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School live here. Most of them are for the convenience of travel. In a 10-story building close to the street, in a room on the 7th floor close to the street, Kong Xiao, wearing a brown short-sleeved shirt, sat on a wooden chair on the windowsill, looking at the scene outside the window with a slightly solemn expression. A few steps away, Kong Xiao's chess piece Li Yu, wearing a loose black dress and light makeup, was sitting on the sofa without saying a word. Next to him was a 2-year-old child playing with some ordinary building blocks on the ground. We've already lost 2 bases in 2 days. This is a bit unusual. Team leader, could it be that someone has betrayed us? The information about our respective bases is all under the jurisdiction of the deacon at the next higher level. If the deacon betrays us. Liu, who was sitting on the gray-white sofa, was silent for a moment and then couldn't help but speak. No. If something happens to the deacon, the same fate bugs will also react. We just need to leave this place immediately. As for betrayal, that's even more impossible. We just need to do our part. Right now, in Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School, there's only one student with an elite 7-star qualification at this year's summoning ceremony. Unfortunately, I have never taught that student. If we approach him rashly at this time, it will definitely arouse others' vigilance. We can only wait for the next opportunity. Yes, team leader. I just feel that the two of us have been lurking for 12 years, and during this time we have killed 2 elite students. Shouldn't we be transferred out of Jiangnan Bay City? Let's wait for news. Some things are beyond our control. Kong Xiao couldn't help but speak when he heard what Liu said. Then Liu set his sights on the 2-year-old child beside him. His cold eyes showed a hint of tenderness. What Liu wanted in his heart was to be transferred away from this place, preferably to work in the logistics department of the Black Magic Society. This way her child wouldn't be put at risk once they are exposed. If he cannot escape, Kong Xiao will want to kill the child. As they talked, suddenly there was a knock on the door. Kong Xiao and Liu suddenly looked at each other. They were worried because 2 of their strongholds had been eradicated. The sudden knock on the door made them both nervous. Rest assured. Go and have a look, Kong Xiao said. After saying that, Liu got up and went outside the security door. Hello? Outside the door, Jianghe, with a kind smile on his face, spoke to Liu politely. President! At this moment, although Liu was prepared, when he saw Jianghe for the first time, his pupils immediately shrank several times and his voice was a little hesitant. Jianghe walked into the room with a swagger. Kong Xiao, who was standing near the balcony, froze the moment he saw Jianghe's appearance. I understood something instantly. The other party had already obtained information about the 2 of them, otherwise, with Jianghe's identity, how could he come to the residence of a teacher in their school for no reason? 2. I have 2 pills here, take them together. If you 2 are safe and sound, I'll apologize for disturbing you. Jianghe didn't say any more nonsense. He raised his right hand and in his palm were 2 pills the size of small cherries, all black in color. The fragrance of the pills alone was enough to make the orc power suppressed in their bloodline show signs of being broken. Inducing potion. Liu and Kong Xiao saw the scene. Almost instantly, it was as if I saw their end. If they ate it, they would definitely be exposed and there would be no chance of survival this time. How could they resist when a Lord-level beast tamer personally took action? A moment. Everything in the room fell silent. Jianghe naturally understood that this was a truly famous brand. Bang! Jianghe threw out 2 pet space capsules. A 1.8-meter tall snakeman warrior appeared out of thin air holding a steel fork. After appearing, a snow-white-haired snow mountain psychic fox immediately activated its pet skills. Absolutely freezing. Snap! Snap! Liu, who was locked by it, was instantly trapped in the ice from bottom to top and could not move at all. The snow-white psychic fox even flew directly in front of the ice. Liu's body was smashed into pieces and turned into a pile of debris that fell to the ground. Before, Jianghe had already walked in front of the 2-year-old child and blocked the child's sight with himself so that he could not see this scene. As Kong Xiao was relatively close to the balcony, he wanted to jump directly from it, but he obviously underestimated the mobility of the snake warriors. He arrived in front of him almost instantly, and the hard steel fork in his hand directly pierced Kong Xiao's neck, and part of the steel fork was nailed directly to the wall behind him. In just half a breath, one died and one was injured. At this moment, Kong Xiao, who was nailed to the wall by a steel fork, had a look of unwillingness in his eyes. He mobilized the strength in his body, and hair began to appear on his limbs. The head also turned directly into a huge bear head, and the strength of the whole body increased greatly. Kong Xiao himself was not a beast tamer, and the only thing he could rely on was the beast's power that the black demon would give him. Moreover, he also inherited 2 kinds of powers from the beast potion, which made him have power not weaker than that of an elite 7-star combat pet. That's exactly why the couple's base could remain undiscovered for more than 10 years. But what he didn't expect was that it was exposed now. Now Kong Xiao even believed what Liu said just now. Perhaps their boss betrayed their information. Otherwise, how could 3 strongholds be eliminated in succession? This is simply impossible in other base cities. Roar! Then Kong Xiao, who had turned into a huge bear head, opened his mouth slightly. One could vaguely see a flash of fire in his mouth, before the flame was ejected from his mouth. The snake warrior chopped off his neck directly, and the flames that had lit up went out immediately. With a muffled sound, his body fell directly to the ground and there was no movement. The only thing left was a faint smell of blood in the room. Jianghe's eyes were cold. He did not plan to make a big announcement to eliminate the stronghold this time. This was a shame for their Jiangnan base city that a teacher from No. 1 middle school was actually a spy for the Black Magic Society. This would be a blow to the school's reputation as well as their Jiangnan base city. Only a few responsible persons need to know about this matter. Then Jianghe picked up the 2-year-old child beside him, looked at his watery eyes, and a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. He planned to send the child to the Dawn School in the base city. Shuguang's school is a place where orphans who have lost their parents and relatives stay. In many towns outside the base city, if they encounter a medium to large-scale beast tide, there is a high probability that the town will be breached and hundreds of thousands of people may become blood food for the monsters. 10 years ago. There are 2 large towns outside the Jiangnan base city. Both towns are guarded by many elite animal trainers and are also important granaries. But now there is only one left. The remaining one was also held out because of the presence of city guards. Their town also relied entirely on the Gnome Mountain Pet Ruins, which is located in their town. Chapter 35. All the termites are destroyed. Gangnam Bay City. Outside Shuguang Primary School. After Jianghe contacted 2 elite animal trainers from the Animal Tamers Association and gave them instructions on what to do, he sent another text message to the stranger who contacted him last time. The news is accurate. 5 million federal coins have been deposited into the card. Nearly half a quarter of an hour later. Qingyi on the other side just turned on his computer and found that there were indeed 5 million more federal coins in his account, so he transferred it out immediately. The other 2 places are Kuishui, who grows golden jade flowers in the G-Men warehouse in the west of the city, and Qiuwen, the patrol captain stationed at the city gate in the east of the city. After posting the message, Qingyi turned off his phone. Jianghe, who was outside Shuguang's school, saw what Qingyi had posted, and even found that one of them was a captain of the city gate patrol team, all of whom were members of the Black Magic Society. His eyes darkened. This is a great disaster. Now that the beast tide is approaching the Jiangnan base city, if the patrol captain guarding the city gate takes advantage of the coming of the beast tide and opens the city gate at the critical moment, the consequences would be disastrous. This news is much more valuable than 5 million federal coins. West City District, Kinmen Warehouse. This is a warehouse covering an area of about 10 acres, built next to the Qingyu River that runs through Jiangnan base city. The purpose is to be able to better use water to irrigate the golden jade flowers. Jin Yuhua is an ungraded pet supplement. When preparing some gold-attributed potions, golden jade flowers are added into them. Kuishui was a 70-year-old man who usually walked with a hunchback and had difficulty walking. However, since he knew how to grow golden jade flowers, he contracted the Kinmen warehouse and used it all to grow golden jade flowers. Been doing this for 9 years. Usually friendly to others. But you can never know a person's heart by just looking at his face. Who would have known that this old guy was a member of the Black Magic Society? Before, a genius boy was attacked 3 miles away from this Kinmen warehouse. 3 years ago, a black fish monster appeared in the Qingyu River and swallowed many people. Now it seems that Kuishui is a big suspect. Now, a pair of green wings grew behind Jianghe, and in less than half a minute he arrived outside the Kinmen warehouse. In a corner of this huge warehouse, there was a 2-story building built of wood. The building is surrounded by green ivy, and it is very quiet here. Inside the wooden building, Kuishui, who was staying inside, also woke up from his daze and saw Jianghe walking towards his 2-story wooden building through the window. How could he not know what Jiang He looked like? The president of the Jiangnan Animal Tamers Association is a Lord-level animal tamer. In addition, 2 strongholds of the Black Magic Society have been eliminated in succession. Perhaps this time even he could not escape death. Now, Kuishui seemed to understand that he was definitely exposed, and he mobilized the beast's power in his body, and 3 slight cracks appeared directly on his neck. The crack moved slightly, and it turned out to be 3 fish gills. In addition, a dense layer of fish scales appeared on its body, and even its forehead seemed to have some reflections of fish scales. The reason why he set up the Golden Gate warehouse here was because he thought that his beast transformation potion was fused with the genes of the merman, and diving into the water and escaping from the underground river was the safest approach. But the one he has to face this time is Jiang He, a powerful Lord-level warrior. Bang! Na Kuishui directly broke open the iron door on the side of the warehouse, and like an arrow shot from a bow, he rushed straight to the Qingyu River, which was dozens of meters away. But what makes him despair is a burly snakeman warrior appeared at the bank of the Qingyu River. He was wearing black armor and exuded a powerful aura, which made Kuishui stop immediately, and a hint of despair flashed in his eyes. Cut! The snakeman warrior shouted angrily. Water waves swirled on one side of his body, condensing into a water knife about 10 feet long, which broke through the air. A faint blue afterimage flashed by, like a steel wire moving at a very fast speed. Cut Kuishui into 2 and kill him on the spot. Jiang He walked to the separated Kuishui, searched his body, and unexpectedly found a blue beast transformation potion from his arms. There are quite a few bubbles floating in this beast potion. This is obviously a potion that can transform a murloc into a beast. This is a good stuff. He had already obtained one from a stronghold before, and now he got another beast transformation potion. However, it is simply impossible to completely decompose the ingredients of this medicine. All we can do now is to collect more medicines to see if their ingredients are the same. After resolving the problem at the Kinmen warehouse and contacting the follow-up personnel from the Animal Tamers Association, they headed directly to the East City Gate. A quarter of an hour later, from the turret above the East Gate, Jiang He did the same thing again. He took out the magic-attracting potion and forced the spy from the Black Magic Society into danger. When the spy tried to escape, he killed him on the spot. This is a great thing for their Jiangnan-based city. Although Jiang He didn't know the identity of the person who contacted him, as long as he could help them eliminate the members of the Black Magic Society, everything would be fine. Jiang He even began to speculate. Perhaps the other party is some sect members who came out of other pet ruins, as well as some subordinates of highly intelligent monsters. They also want to invade their human-based city like the Black Magic Society. This kind of thing has happened before. Many of the highly intelligent monsters that came out of the pet ruins, when they formed their own forces, would definitely think of ways to expand their own forces as soon as possible and seize territory from the major principalities of the Earth Alliance. Think of the old villain forces like the Black Demon Society. There is also a great possibility that it will be suppressed by other emerging evil forces. Of course, this is just one of Jiang He's guesses. Perhaps it is also possible that the human race has infiltrated the upper echelons of the Black Magic Society. Anything is possible. He also thought that perhaps the other party might be the money grubber Qin Yi. Of course, he was just imagining things. No matter how talented Qin Yi was, he was just a middle school student. How could he come up with so many tricks? Since the information provided by the other party was accurate, this time Jiang He directly transferred 15 million federal coins to the other party's federal account. Because the information about the East Gate is too crucial. Since it is beneficial to both parties, he naturally has to show some sincerity if he can reach a cooperation with such a person. Perhaps the Black Magic Society's forces will not be able to penetrate into their base city. After, Qin Yi then told the other party about the 3 Black Demon Society strongholds he knew about, all of which were wiped out by Jiang He with thundering means, and he once again got a bottle of beast transformation potion. These are just 3 days. All the strongholds of the Black Demon Society have been uprooted. This was all Qin Yi knew. Finally, Jiang He transferred another 20 million to Qin Yi's account, although Jiang He wanted to investigate further. However, it is impossible to trace any intelligence information from the special account of the Earth Federation Bank. Of course, unless Jiang He himself is a top executive in the Earth Star Federal Bank, it would be possible for him to use his own authority to investigate some of the transactions of this account. In Dongnan community, Qin Yi at home couldn't help laughing when he saw the 40 million federal coins that came directly into his account within one day. Now I have some money, 68 million federal coins. If you put together a level 1 pet nest building and an elite starstone, you can upgrade the void territory to level 2. Chapter 36. Dragon Scale Tempering Potion. That night, Gangnam Bay City. The top floor of Xingchong Pet Pharmacy. The chairman of his company, Lu Zhan, looked at the message that had just been sent, and his right hand holding the phone was shaking a little. Within one day, all the bases of the Black Magic Society in Jiangnan Bay City were eliminated. Many of them have been hiding for more than 10 years. The news leaked silently. Even the deacon in the Black Magic Society who was in charge of the Jiangnan Bay City has been arrested, and an investigation has begun into his whereabouts during this period. Without these eyes and ears, this Jiangnan Bay City will become dark in the eyes of the Black Magic Society, and will be unable to be contained. Recently, Lu Zhan received a bounty from the elder of the Black Magic Society. Anyone who can kill the young genius Qin Yi from Jiangnan Bay City will be given 50 beast transformation potions and a chance to enter a pet ruins controlled by their Black Magic Society. The pet ruins are A-level and have dragon beasts lurking in them. 50 bottles of beast transformation potion really made Lu Zhan excited. The price on the black market was rising steadily, reaching tens of millions of federal coins. These 50 pieces are worth billions of federal currency. Enough to form a beast army in private. However, as the chairman of the Xingchong Pet Pharmaceutical Company, he was only cooperating with the Black Magic Society. What he was interested in was the formula for the beast potion in the Black Magic Society's hands. Lu Zhan also had special knowledge of Qin Yi. Jiang He values him very much. The certificate of trainer in the Animal Tamers Association was awarded to him by Jiang He himself. When Qin Yi was attacked by the Black Magic Society, Jiang He went to support him as quickly as possible. And more importantly, Lu Zhan has also found out that Qin Yi is accompanied by a dragon pet. The dragon tamer represents the strongest combat power at the same level. Just thinking of this word, Lu Zhan's mind immediately thought of an A-level pet ruins in the imperial capital. The adult dragon they encountered was nearly 100 meters tall, like a moving high-rise building. With its destructive power, it directly devoured a lord-level tamer. After Lu Zhan escaped death, the appearance of the adult dragon became a shadow in his heart. Qin Yi was protected by Jiang He. If he failed, he would be targeted by a future giant beast tamer. Lu Zhan felt a chill at the mere thought of it. The elder of the Black Magic Society who was in contact with him actually asked him to kill Qin Yi. This was completely an attempt to harm him. It would be better to ask him to jump into the fire pit directly. He is not alone in Jiangnan Bay City, but he has his own company. Even if he sees such a risky thing, he will pretend not to see it. Before Lu Zhan does anything, he always considers the risks of doing it. He is not a gun in other people's hands. He only does things for his own interests. At this time, far to the east of Jiangnan Bay City, in a small valley 30 miles away, there is a long-abandoned village. Inside the village, there is a team of 17 members of the Black Magic Society stationed. This team is led by Elder Tai San of the Black Magic Society. Tai San contacted Lu Zhan and waited for a while, but there was still no response from the other party. He must be pretending not to see it. Elder. Brothers, get ready. With this newly prepared potion, we can definitely trigger the beast tide ahead of time this time. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in black armor walked in from outside the door. A black horn protruded from one side of his forehead, and his pupils were emerald green. This is also a transformed beast man. Very good. This time we can take the initiative to lead the beast tide to Baiyu Town. Using such a beast tide to attack Jiangnan Bay City is simply not painful at all. At most, we can only kill some city defenders and some beast trainers. But if we can infiltrate Baiyu Town, we will be able to obtain enough test subjects that meet the requirements. Especially in that town, there is a D-level pet ruins Cobalt Mountain range. We can capture some kobolds to extract their genes and refine animal transformation potions, Tai-san said with a grim look in his eyes. He was assigned 2 tasks here. One was to find a way to get rid of a young genius named Qin Yi in Jiangnan City, who was a dragon pet tamer. The second is Bayou Town, the only town outside the Jiangnan City. The permanent population has reached 300,000. Once it is captured, not only will the Jiangnan City's morale be crushed, but a large amount of experimental resources and pet resources will also be plundered. For the Black Magic Society, this is a good thing that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. With the elders in charge, this will definitely be accomplished smoothly, the middle-aged man with a single black horn said in a firm tone. Kindness. Go down and wait for my order. Yes, elder. Then the whole room fell silent. Tai-san looked in the direction of Jiangnan City with a fierce look in his eyes. He also received calls to various strongholds in the Jiangnan City, but they had all been uprooted. Now in the huge Jiangnan City, there was only Liu Zhan who had a cooperative relationship with them. Moreover, Liu Zhan is just a businessman who only does things that are beneficial to him. If things are too risky, the other party will simply start playing dumb, which is extremely cunning. At the same time, within Qin Ye's void territory, at this moment, he was preparing a dragon scale potion in a small fire dragon's nest. In this void territory, there were a lot of pet materials, all of which were piled up in the small wind pet's nest. These are all pet materials obtained from the Sun family group. The total value is nearly 4 million federal coins. I got a bunch of materials for making various potions, including pet materials that can be used to make dragon scale potion. As for the dragon scale fruit in the small fire nest, it had already been picked and placed on the dark red boulder on the platform nearby. When ripe, the dragon scale fruit is bright red all over, with a skin that looks like dragon scales on the surface, giving it an attractive fragrance. Beside it was a little fire dragon drooling at the dragon scale fruit. In a small gold pet nest farther away, the armored wolf Taitu was hugging a huge rock that contained rich golden power with a look of enjoyment on his face. Previously, he had undergone treatment in the pet healing room, and his whole body had been tempered, almost completely transformed. Now he had absorbed a lot of golden power. The aura emanating from Taitu's body has a tendency to rise to 7 stars. He is Uncle Lin's natal battle pet. Once he reaches the elite 7 stars, he will be able to enhance Uncle Lin's spiritual power in his sea of consciousness. Now, Qin Yi, who was in the fire pet's nest, immediately began to add several prepared refining materials into it, and also added the spring water in the nest. Moreover, he had rehearsed this process of preparing the medicine countless times in his mind, and it seemed as if each step had been done thousands of times. Only 1/20th of the dragon scale fruit was cut off. After a dozen breaths, a dragon scale potion has been prepared. The level of this dragon scale potion should be black iron 4-star. Preparing such a potion does put some burden on mental strength. But with the help of soul refining techniques and the semi-finished ancient fire god Atlas, the pressure on mental power was reduced several times, and after Qin Yi consumed too much mental power, the fire god Atlas will also pass on pure soul power to replenish Qin Yi's consumption. This is completely equivalent to a huge spiritual source. On a daily basis, you can use the void territory to replenish the power of this spiritual source, and mobilize the spiritual power in the fire god Atlas when needed. This way the efficiency of preparing medicines can be greatly improved. Chapter 37, The Iron Head of the Elite 7 Stars. Qin Yi in the Void Territory. In less than a quarter of an hour, he used a dragon scale fruit to refine 20 dragon scale fruit potions. The whole thing was red. Even if he held it in his hand, he could still feel the rich fire attribute power released from the potion. The little fire dragon, who had long been unable to resist the temptation, and the fire vine tree hiding under the dark red rocks, smelled the aroma of the dragon scale fruit potion. They also gathered around Qin Yi. Especially the little fire dragon, which almost raised its head over, with its thick tail constantly shaking behind it, rubbing against the rocky ground, and even making a sound similar to metal friction. The fire vine demon tree also wrapped around Qin Yi's right leg and quickly moved directly to his right arm. They all looked at him eagerly. "Open your mouth." Qin Yi smiled. Even if Charmander and the other two don't want the dragon scale fruit potion, he will still give it to them to temper their bodies. Genie speculated that this dragon scale fruit potion was a 4-star black iron potion with strong medicinal power. Its main function was to temper the body, heal injuries, and increase the upgrade speed of the pet. Even if it is not a fire-type combat pet, it can be taken, but the prerequisite is that it can withstand the pain of the burning flames. There is a certain probability that the tempered combat pet can comprehend fire-type combat skills. Of course, this probability is not very high. But within this void territory, the attribute powers of each system are extremely active, and there are even a lot of mental particles floating in this void, which are extremely rich. This is a blessed place with unique advantages. With the blessing of this blessed land. With the addition of the dragon scale potion, the chances are much higher, and it can definitely be increased by dozens of times compared to the possibility of gaining enlightenment by taking it in the outside world. As a dragon pet, the little fire dragon's dragon body is not weaker than the bodies of some ordinary black iron 4 or 5-star pets. There is absolutely no pressure to take the dragon scale fruit potion. After Qin Yi finished saying, "Open your mouth," the little fire dragon opened its mouth obediently. After swallowing the potion, it felt the surging fire power in its body, and then it continued to lie down and fell asleep contentedly. It is visible to the naked eye that the upgrade progress is much faster than before. The Fire Vine Demon Wood has just been promoted to 1 star not long ago, but with the blessing of the attributes of Qin Ye's various achievements, it is definitely not weaker than the 3 or 4-star Fire Vine Demon Wood. This can be judged from the fire attribute power contained in its body. After the Fire Vine monster tree swallowed a dragon scale fruit potion, its dark red body suddenly turned crimson. It immediately swam to the side of the pool of water, and with the help of the power in the spring water, it managed to achieve a balance between the two. The effect was even better than simply swallowing the dragon scale potion. Iron Head. Drink this, it will be good for you. Ouch. Hearing Qin Ye's call, Taitu came running over happily, looking like a lackey. His wolf nose had already smelled the medicinal fragrance in the dragon scale potion. He had even noticed Qin Yi a long time ago. When he heard Qin Ye's call, he immediately knew that he must have a part as well. The young master is the best. Taitu ran in front of Qin Yi and without saying a word, he opened his big mouth and waited to be fed. He was very self-conscious. Then, after swallowing the dragon scale potion, Taitu felt the heat forming in his body. He immediately ran straight to the small gold pet nest and drank a lot of spring water in the gold pet nest in one breath. The two forces within Taitu's body are tempering and strengthening each other. A quarter of an hour later. Buzz. From Qin Ye's perception, the gold particles and fire particles around Taitu became several times more active than before, and countless particles of different attributes were sensed by his mental power. It was like a golden red vortex, and in the center of the vortex was the iron head that was undergoing drastic changes in the body at this moment. We're going to advance. Elite level? This reaction is the vision of promotion to the 7 stars. When his Fire Vine Demon Tree was promoted to Elite 7-star level, it was basically the same, but he had spent all his belongings to buy the things the Fire Vine Demon Tree needed for the promotion. I was lucky enough to get promoted in the end. Taitu has been stuck at Black Iron 6 stars for nearly 8 years. Although Xingchong also hopes that Taitu can be promoted, the energy required for the advancement of a melee beast pet like Taitu is too huge. At least 3 elite-level gold items are needed. Over the years, Lin Changhe had only spent a lot of money to barely upgrade Taitu's qualifications to the Elite 7 stars. But if you want to advance. But he became somewhat powerless as Taitu had too many hidden injuries. But last time, Taitu had been tempered all over his body in the pet healing room. The healing room even had a certain chance of improving the pet's qualifications. Taitu's qualifications had increased a little. Ouch! The surging power in his body made Taitu unable to help but let out a long roar. The power of the 2 attributes of gold and fire finally condensed into 2 drops of liquid in its body, which was a sign of its promotion to an elite-level combat pet. Attribute condensate. The power and frequency of skill releases have also been greatly improved. There was not much change on its body surface, and its torso had not changed, but on its helmet-like skull, a flame-shaped pattern was imprinted, which was bright blood red. After being tempered by the dragon scale fruit, this iron head actually gained an additional fire attribute. This kind of dual attribute combat pet is extremely rare in innate summoning, and once it appears, it is also a popular commodity that all major animal trainer associations are vying for. Because of its dual attributes, its combat methods are diverse and it is more durable than a combat pet with a single attribute. However, its promotion speed is also much slower than a combat pet with a single attribute. What's the fire attribute skill? Use it on that dark place over there, Qingyi said to Taitu. The huge wolf head nodded hurriedly, and the majestic aura just now instantly turned into a lackey's appearance. It walked a few steps to the side of Qingyi, and the bright red flame mark between its eyebrows was suddenly activated. With the blessing of the rich fire power, it seemed like a real flame and burned straight up. The next moment, a flame as thick as a bucket spurted out from Taitu's wolf mouth, and the attack range reached about 30 meters, directly hitting the space barrier of the void territory. This space barrier is extremely solid. Taitu's power is not enough to have any impact on it. Above this void territory there are many stars emitting bright light, illuminating everything in this territory. Especially several small pet nests, which can also emit bright light, and this place is basically as bright as day. After spitting out this breath of flame, Taitu was also a little surprised. Even he was frightened by the power of the attack just now. Roaring Fire Wave! This is one of the signature skills of the elite fire pets. It is very powerful and indeed very good. Are there any other fire skills? Qingyi asked. Taitu, who was squatting on the ground as if waiting to be tamed, couldn't help but shook his head when he heard Qingyi's question. This one is enough. After all, it was influenced by the dragon scale fruit, and with the help of the blessed land of void territory, it was fortunately able to obtain the blessing of fire attribute. In terms of pet combat power, it is definitely among the top among the 7 stars. Chapter 38, An Ordinary Little Shop. Taitu's promotion requires the right time, right place and right people. Stuck at Black Iron 6-star for 8 years. With the help of the dragon scale potion and the power from the gold pet's nest, it would be a miracle if there is no breakthrough. A lot of time was wasted on these front and rear iron heads. Then Qingyi sent him out, and it was already early morning. Taitu lay down beside the balcony of the living room with a look of enjoyment on his face. His stomach was a little bloated. Before leaving, he drank a lot of spring water in the gold pet's nest. Taitu could also clearly sense that the spring waters were of great benefit to him. And at this moment, Xingchong, who was sleeping, noticed that his mental power began to double after Taitu was promoted to Elite 7 stars, but he was unaware of all this. After a good sleep, my battle pet was upgraded from Iron 6 stars to Elite 7 stars. I guess no one would believe it if I told others about it. I want to upgrade my battle pet to Elite level. Each and every one of them has to go through untold hardships and consume a huge amount of pet resources to have a chance of a breakthrough. If it were so easy to get promoted, there wouldn't be so few elite animal trainers in the major base cities. No matter what force an elite animal tamer joins, after a period of adjustment, he or she will definitely become a senior executive of that force in the future, no matter what force it is. Things to know. In Jiangnan Bay City, many pet pharmaceutical company CEOs are elite level 7 stars or so. Sun Nantian is one of them. Xingchong had a slight smile on his face while he was sleeping, as if he was dreaming about something. These past 2 days have been the happiest moments for him in all his years of life. He has understood a lot of people's thoughts, and Yanren and Xiaoya are both students of the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University, and they have a bright future. Yesterday he talked to his 2 old comrades about Qingyi's matter and planned to prepare potions for their battle pets to help their injured pets recover. However, although the 2 old friends agreed, they did not have much confidence in a 1-star trainer. After all, a 1-star cultivator who had just obtained a cultivator certificate could only refine the commonly used potions. Having this heart is enough. However, when Xingchong's 2 comrades saw Taitu who had recovered, their faces were filled with disbelief. They had fought together with Xingchong, and they saw with their own eyes that Taitu's hind legs were bitten off by the Wolf King. They didn't expect that they would actually heal. This also made them sweep away the contempt in their hearts, and instead they became extremely excited. Xingchong did not exaggerate. He also remembered what Qingyi said. It was just slightly better than some healing potions on the market. The specific situation depended on how the battle pet recovered. Now, Qin Yi, lying in the bedroom, was preparing to register a pet shop. On the pet home app, you can do this, of course. The prerequisite is that the registered identity information can be certified by a trainer. This pet shop will be the main source of income for me in the future. However, with his ability, the reputation of this pet shop will definitely grow. By developing more stable customer sources, he will be able to receive a steady stream of federal coins. He did not register during the day because his pet care provider certification had not yet been synchronized to this system. If he hadn't urged President Jiang He, it would probably take another 2 days. This was mainly because President Jiang He was busy traveling around to eradicate those corrupt officials in the Black Magic Society during the day. Now, seeing that he had added a 1-star breeder identity certification to his identity information, he contentedly clicked the button to create a pet shop. It will cost 100,000 federal coins to create a pet shop. Do you want to continue? Continue. 100,000 federal coins is not a very large amount of money for a pet breeder. This money is mainly used on some pets that can maintain the entire Earth Star network. Welcome, Qin Yi Trainer. Now please give your pet shop a catchy name. God's Pet Shop. The name is repeated, please re-enter. The Invincible Shop of Divine Pets. The name is repeated, please re-enter. Afterwards, Qin Yi tried 2 or 3 more store names, and they were all repeated. Average Little Shop. Input successful. Congratulations on successfully creating a mediocre little shop. The trainer forum has been opened for Qin Yi Trainer. The Cultivator Virtual Badge certification has been issued. After Qin Yi successfully created it, these 2 lines of words appeared on the computer screen, but then disappeared. On the PC side of Pet Home, one could clearly see that there was an additional forum for breeders. As the name suggests, this forum requires a certified educator to be able to open it. All those who can post on this forum are pet trainers. Qin Yi looked at the number of followers of the Cultivator Jianghu channel, which had 3.7 million followers. That is to say, there are 3.7 million certified pet trainers using the Pet Home app, which means that there are only these 3.7 million certified pet trainers out of a population of nearly 10 billion in the 4 principalities of the Earth Federation. In his previous life, when Qin Yi became a trainer, the number of certified trainers had increased by 10,000 to 20,000 compared to this time. Even with so many trainers, it's already 200 years of accumulation. When some trainers died, his attention would not decrease, so this is the foundation of the entire Earth Federation. Qin Yi skillfully turned on the anonymous function. On top of the anonymous signature, there was also an ordinary passerby named A. Basically, many people prefer to be anonymous in discussions on the forum. No one knows who is discussing, and the other party also doesn't know what star level the person they are talking to is as a trainer. This way more people can speak freely. Qin Yi opened the trainer forum. The most popular post was about Long Xingyun, the only son of the Long family in the imperial capital, who obtained a 3-star trainer certificate at the age of 16. This record directly broke the historical record of the Dongji Principality. He has become the most talented young man in the imperial capital's animal tamer circle this year. Most importantly, as the only son of the Long family, he also signed a contract with a pet dragon, a gold-type pet dragon with 10-star lord qualifications. It has powerful combat power, and can easily kill enemies of higher levels. Even below that post, it also comes with the appearance of a golden dragon pet, which is a dark golden dragon pet. Although it is only a 2-star young dragon, its body is already 1.6 meters tall and nearly 3 meters long, and its dragon power is beginning to show its ferociousness. Many trainers became lemons under this post. The Long family is a super family in the circle of animal tamers in the imperial capital. His grandfather is a 12-star dragon pet tamer. He became famous for killing 3 wild lord-level monsters in one fell swoop, thus preventing a beast tide from breaking out outside the imperial capital. Chapter 39, Bayou Town. Qin Yi saw the post about Long Xingyun, but he was not very surprised. Previous life. This person is the top freshman in the imperial capital Beast Tamer University. As a freshman, he even defeated a senior who was ranked in the top 10 in the junior year. Every pet contract concluded by the other party is of lord-level qualification. He is being trained by the Long family as the next generation heir, so naturally, everything prepared for Long Xingyun is top-notch. It is precisely because of this that Long Xingyun has been made the #1 hunting target by many alien forces that have emerged from the pet ruins. Long Xingyun is also a very arrogant person. He is invincible among his peers. Even some sophomores and juniors were no match for him. The ones who could compete with him were seniors who were about to graduate, most of whom were elite animal trainers. In the University of Animal Trainers, generally in the senior year, the academy will give them a final assessment task, which involves a lot of risks, and they must complete the task assigned by the academy within half a year. There are quests regarding pet relics, as well as quests to hunt wild monsters and deal with alien forces. They are varied and the danger of the quests can be imagined. But being able to be taught by Lord-level beast tamers for 3 years in the Beast Tamers University in the Imperial Capital, almost every one of them is an elite beast tamer. If they go to any base city in the Dongji Principality, they can become a leader. In his first year after entering the school, which was at the end of this year, Long Xingyun encountered a joint attack by the Black Magic Society and the Temple of the Dead. Although he defeated the enemies, Long Xingyun was also hit by the undead magic of the Temple of the Dead. His mental strength was severely damaged, and even his body was infected with corpse poison. In the end, it was the ancestor of the Long family who took action and pulled Long Xingyun back from the brink of life and death. Since then, Long Xingyun's temperament has changed drastically, and he has become much quieter from his previous extremely arrogant attitude. At the same time, he became more ruthless and took on many missions from the Black Magic Society and the Temple of the Dead, killing nearly 100 of their elite animal tamers. Qin Yi glanced at the post. In particular, he lingered on Long Xingyun's golden dragon pet for a few seconds. In his previous life, he, like everyone else, was extremely envious of this guy for being able to sign a contract for such a powerful dragon pet. But now Qin Yi has the assistance of the system and the Void Territory, and he also has a little fire dragon by his side. His combat power may be even higher than Long Xingyun. After, Qin Yi turned his attention back to the other posts, including those from the Black Magic Society and the Temple of the Dead, but they were all bounty posts. I even saw a post about the acquisition and QA of animal transformation potions. Beast transformation potion. Qin Yi was also somewhat curious about the potions sold within the Black Magic Society. He also wanted to get one to see if he could find out anything from it. Is it possible to use identification techniques to decompose some of its components? Afterwards, Qin Yi looked through a few more posts. He returned to the page for editing the pet shop, and his virtual shelves were now empty. 1-star perfect grade quenching potion is available for sale, and 1-star perfect grade 5-element potion is available for sale. The price is 300,000 federal coins. Edited these two first. Qin Yi then walked out of the pet home. If his pet shop, opened by a 1-star breeder like him, did not have a good reputation, few people would pay attention to it. He would still need to go to the breeder forum or the animal trainer forum to take on some pet-related tasks. This can also accumulate some initial attention. And if you do well, those fans who follow you will definitely generate fission. Qin Yi thought about it and decided to go to Bayou Town tomorrow and talk to Uncle Lin about taking Taitu with him. It would be safer to have an elite combat pet like Taitu to escort him. This is absolutely foolproof. He searched for firethorn seeds in the Sun Group's battle pet shop and a trading system opened by the Tamer Association, but found that very few were for sale. And it is non-toxic. Qin Yi plans to go to the D-level ruins, the Knoll Mountains, in person to collect some fire poison thorn seeds from the ruins. That is a kind of thorn unique to the Knoll Mountains. He also thought that perhaps he could dig some out and transplant them into the Void Territory. After all, in the Void Territory, there is not only water, but also land, and the attribute particles contained in the void are much richer than other places. Especially the spring water in the nests of fire, gold, and wind pets, all of which contain powerful attribute powers, which will definitely be of great benefit to these plant-based spiritual fruits. This can be seen from the dragon scale fruit tree that bears 1 fruit a day. After deciding on tomorrow's plans, I opened the pet home app, planned the route, and then fell into a deep sleep. The next day, early morning, Lin Changhe, who was sitting in the living room, became a little dazed. He stared blankly at Taitu, who was lying on the bed not far away and sleeping soundly. Now, he also clearly sensed that because of Taitu's promotion, it brought him a boost in mental strength, which was the benefit of the promotion of his natal combat pet. It can bring many benefits to the tamer himself, the most important of which is the mental strength. Ironhead, have you advanced? But I didn't do anything. What's going on? Am I dreaming? Lin Changhe felt like he was dreaming, but dreams are not so real. But he didn't give Taitu any medicine. The only potion Taitu has ever used is Xieye's. Xieye. Ironhead has advanced. Elite 7 stars. Lin Changhe saw Qin Yi walking out of the room and immediately greeted him. I know. I personally prepared a potion. It seems that the potion has undergone some kind of mutation. Its attribute power has increased a lot. After Taitu took it, he was promoted. You made a potion that allowed a black iron level battle pet to advance to a higher level? Lin Changhe's eyes widened immediately. It was just a coincidence. My luck burst out once by chance. It won't be so easy to adjust it again. This is also because Taitu has a good foundation, plus Uncle Lin, you have improved his qualifications. He just needs the finishing touch. Qin Yi said it very easily. This was an excuse he had thought of long ago. Uncle Lin, these are the 2 dragon scale potions I prepared for Uncle Wang and his battle pets. Good. Why don't you come with me to meet your Uncle Wang and the others? No, Uncle Lin, I want to take Taitu to Baiyu Town. My natal battle pet, the fire vine monster wood, has a skill called fire thorn entanglement, which requires fire thorn seeds. I want to go to the dog-headed man mountains to collect some. Well, that's fine. Taitu has been promoted to elite level. It will be no problem for him to go to Baiyu Town, which is 5 kilometers away. If he encounters a group of magic fog beasts, he must hide away. The signal in the wild is not very good. It's okay. If I really encounter danger that I can't solve, I will definitely run away. If I can't run away, I will use the conch that President Jiang he gave me. President Jiang will definitely save me. Qin Yi said. Indeed, now that you have the conch given by President Jiang, I feel relieved. After hearing this, the worry in Lin Changhe's eyes faded a little and he nodded in agreement. Chapter 40. Encounter with members of the Black Magic Society. Jiangnan-based city, Qingyu Community. This is a community close to the Qingyu River. In one of the 2-story wooden buildings, Wang Heng looked at the dragon scale potion that Lin Changhe brought to him. Inside the transparent potion, you can clearly see a bright red color. Even if he just held it in his hand, he could feel the powerful fire power contained in it after he opened the dragon scale potion. The injured fire bear lying in the courtyard suddenly opened its huge eyes and looked up at Wang Heng, who was in the pavilion nearby. He smelled a very tempting medicinal aroma. Roar! The fire bear, which was nearly 1.9 meters tall, growled and walked to Wang Heng's side. It stared at the dragon scale potion in his hand with some desire in its eyes. Thank you, old Lin. This potion is of a high quality. Is it really made by Xieye? Wang Heng was said to Lin Changhe, who was standing beside him. Wang Heng had passed the exam to become a 1-star breeder, but there were always problems in the final refining stage, and he had failed several times based on the pet materials given. I know a little about this medicine. He immediately felt the terrifying power of the potion. This potion was at least 3 stars or above. This potion could have a healing effect on their pets that were above 6 stars of black iron. Of course. How could this be false? Why would I lie to you? Lin Changhe immediately pretended to be a little angry and said, No, that's not what I meant. It's just that the power of this potion is not weak. It's not a 1 or 2-star potion. It's very likely to be 3 stars or above. If it was really prepared by Xieye, maybe Xieye has the ability to pass the examination to become a 3-star trainer. Xieye is truly a genius. Wang Heng sighed in his heart. Well, Xieye is amazing. My iron head has been upgraded to 7 stars after using the potion prepared by Xieye. Kindness. Kindness? Wang Heng, who was sitting next to him, nodded subconsciously after listening to what Lin Changhe said, but then he realized something and looked at Lin Changhe in surprise. Why don't you believe it? Lin Changhe finished speaking. After he received the mental power from Taitu, his mental power was significantly improved compared to when he was at the ordinary tamer level. After he was slightly mobilized, there was a faint feeling of heaviness in the void around it. This feeling made Wang Heng's eyes widen. Oh my God! Where is Xie? I want to see him! Wang Heng, who was sitting in the pavilion, asked excitedly. That's right. The kind of mental suppression released from Lin Changhe can only be initially performed by elite animal trainers. But Taitu, who had just been seriously injured 2 days ago, was directly promoted to the elite 7 stars in just a few days. If Lin Changhe had not been his life and death friend for many years, he would never have believed it. Why are you so excited? Your fire bear's aptitude is still at black iron 6 stars. Giving you potions to improve it is useless. You should first improve your battle pet's aptitude before talking about other things. 2. Wang Heng calmed down and thought about it. Where's Taitu? Follow Xie to the Cobalt Mountains in Baiyu Town. Isn't it dangerous? It's okay. Xie has the sound transmission comp given by President Jiang He, and with the elite 7-star Iron Head, she can handle it. President Jiang He gave all the conches to Xie. No wonder. Wang Heng said. Roar! Suddenly, an anxious beast roar came from Wang Heng's side. The fire bear stared at the dragon scale potion with wide eyes, looking a little anxious. Why are we chatting about this now? We can probably start after he takes the potion. Wang Heng smiled and patted the fire bear's head, poured the dragon scale potion into its mouth, and the fire bear swallowed the dragon scale potion. He felt the powerful potion erupting from his abdomen, spreading to his limbs and bones. The previously injured parts were healed after being nourished by the potency of the medicine. The pain felt from it was also infinitely weakened. He found a pine tree nearby, lay down under it, and fell into a deep sleep. Now, the east side of Jiangnan City. East City Gate. There were many animal trainers coming and going. Qin Yi rode on Taitu, wearing a black robe and Lin Changhe's hat, and rushed out of the east gate. Qin Yi was riding on an elite 7-star battle pet. The patrol team guarding the city took out a look at the trainer badge Qin Yi took out and let him go. After leaving the Jiangnan city's towering city wall that is nearly 50 or 60 meters high, about 200 meters outside the city wall is a group of upright ancient trees, each of which is nearly 30 meters tall. Giant tree forest. This happened more than 200 years ago, after the heaven and earth changed and pet remains appeared everywhere. The power of attributes poured out from the pet remains everywhere. All the flowers, plants, and trees originally on Earth have mutated, including the giant tree forests. Before that, it was just a small poplar forest. But in just a few decades, the entire Jiangnan city was surrounded. If it were not for professionals, tens of thousands of ancient trees would be cut down outside the base city every year, and they would even grow directly under the city walls. Its vitality is dozens of times higher than before the mutation. And Baiyu Town. It is a town built 5 miles away in the southeast direction, leaning against a low mountain. There are guards stationed outside the town, and many elite animal trainers are also there. The town is reinforced with moats on 3 sides, and only one side is accessible by a drawbridge. Even if they encounter a small group of beasts, they can use the moat to resist. However, the walls surrounding Baiyu Town are only 20 meters high and are made of huge stones. Although it is not as strong as the Jiangnan city, it is sufficient. Except for some flying monsters, it can resist most monsters. Inside the giant tree forest. After Iron Head, who had been promoted to 7 stars, entered again, he felt a force in his body that was several times stronger than before. He became more active and his nose moved slightly. At this moment, his 5 senses have also been unprecedentedly enhanced. After a while, on the jungle road leading to Baiyu Town, Qin Yi saw 2 people wearing black robes and black masks, carrying 2 huge wooden boxes on their backs, walking slowly beside the dirt road. Qin Yi just paid more attention to it. After all, some of the demon hunter trainers who came out of the Jiangnan city were dressed in strange styles. There are even quite a few animal trainers who wear steel armor and helmets, and wear clothes made of leaves to hide their figures. It is somewhat understandable for people like these 2 people, one fat and one thin, walking on the side of the road. But just when Qin Yi approached the two men within 20 meters. In the sea of consciousness, the ancient fire god Atlas, which was suspended above and had originally closed its eyes, suddenly opened its eyes at this moment, as if it had sensed something and became hostile towards the two people on the roadside. This seems to be a warning from the Vulcan Atlas. At that moment, Qin Ye's mental strength was mobilized, and he could vaguely sense that the two people wrapped tightly in black robes on the side of the road were wrapped in a thick black mist from head to toe. Shit, is this someone from the Black Demon Society? We can even meet this kind of people. Are they new people sent here to organize the base? Qin Yi glanced at the two men, one tall and one thin, patted tight his neck, slowed him down, and stopped next to the two men, staring down at the two guys. Chapter 41. Ambergris Blood Grass. Outside Jianan Bay City, in the giant tree forest, next to a dirt road no more than 3 meters wide, two members of the Black Magic Society, Bingyi and Bingjiu, were walking slowly on the side of the road. Behind them, in a large wooden box, were two elite-level ambergris. When ordinary members of the Black Magic Society are on duty, they usually use code names to communicate in order to avoid revealing their respective identities. Among them, there are many members who are demon hunters and animal trainers from other base cities. After completing the mission, many people need to go back, so naturally they would rather avoid being exposed. Bingyi and Bingjiu are the two animal trainers who are carrying out the mission on this trip. Both of them are Black Iron 6 stars. They all work in pairs. The ambergris in the sealed box behind them is an elite-level pet elixir. When mature, it will emit a unique and attractive smell. If carried by the wind, it can spread to a radius of 10 kilometers in a very short time. Moreover, this ambergris blood grass has a great tempering effect on some other ordinary pets. It even contains some dragon blood. Dragon blood has a fatal attraction to some other combat pets. This time they were going to rely on the ambergris to attract all the beast groups gathered nearby and attack Baiyu Town. Master Bing, we have 2 ambergris plants anyway, so let's split the one we don't need equally between the two of us. The tall and thin man Bingjiu next to him was wearing a mask, and a middle-aged man's voice came from under the mask. You have 4, I have 6. Good. Thank you, Mr. Bing. The tall and thin Bingjiu had some joy in his eyes. He didn't expect that Bingyi could give him 40%. He originally thought that 20% or 30% would be good enough. They worked in groups of 2, and one of them had the ambergris as a backup. The reason why Bingjiu was so polite to Bingyi was not only because Bingyi was his superior, but also because Bingyi had withstood the elite beast transformation potion and had the power comparable to that of an elite half-orc. That's why he was so polite. In the Black Magic Society, everything is based on strength. Alas, I don't know when Elder Tai-san will give the order. There's no need to delay any further, Bingjiu complained. The Elder certainly has his own plan. We, his subordinates, are just waiting for his orders. It will definitely take 1 or 2 days. Several small herds of beasts have gathered near Baiyu Town. If 1 or 2 more herds of beasts come over and form a medium to large beast tide, Baiyu Town will definitely be doomed. By then, we can also reap some benefits. Bingyi smiled. He had participated in this kind of attack on small and medium-sized towns outside the base city twice before, and both times he gained a lot. As a result, he accumulated enough contributions from the Black Magic Society to exchange for an elite-level orc potion. The Black Iron Grade Beast Transformation Potion has only a 5% mortality rate. With some preparation, the probability of death can be reduced further. However, the mortality rate at the elite level has directly increased to 50%. The greater the power obtained, the higher the risk. Bingyi is also prepared for death. In the end, he still managed to hold on. But the 2 people who were injected with the potion with him in one of the Black Magic Society branches both died suddenly. Under the torture of the orc potion, they turned into a half-human, half-beast appearance. He was the only one who survived among the 3, and to this day Bingyi can still recall the miserable appearance of the other 2. Fortunately, he succeeded. I heard that 2 other orc potions had leaked out from within the Black Magic Society. The mortality rate after taking them reached 80%. As long as you can survive, you can gain the power of the orc's secret magic. Able to fight against 8-star or even 9-star elites. Generally, after taking elite-level orc potions, one can only deal with some elite 7-star tamers. Of course, if the opponent's tamer does not have a melee pet, if Bingy launches a sneak attack from the side, the probability of killing the opponent is still very high. But the 8-star animal tamer is more troublesome. After their pets are upgraded to 8 stars, many of them will comprehend the art of magical transformation and be able to change size. No one knows how many pets an 8-star animal trainer has. Master Bing, I also want to be injected with the orc potion by then, so that I can fight against elite battle pets. If I succeed, my status in the Black Magic Society will definitely be improved. The survival rate is not high. The 2 people who were injected with the drug with me both died. All dead? Well, I suspect the fatality rate of this elite-grade orc potion is even higher than the elders are saying. After listening to what Bingy said, Bingjio suddenly fell silent and was a little hesitant. Being able to obtain the power of an elite orc is certainly tempting, but you have to be alive to enjoy it. As the 2 were walking on the side of the road, there was a sound of breaking air coming from the dirt road in the forest behind them. After Bingy and Bingjio sensed it, they turned around and looked. Then they saw a beast trainer wearing a black robe and a conical hat. They took a quick look at the iron-head beast he was riding, and a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. This is an elite combat pet, and a melee type. Such a close distance. If this beast tamer had the intention to kill, he would never be a match for this elite beast tamer unless he revealed his elite orc power. Now, with the help of the ancient Vulcan god Atlas in his Sea of Consciousness, Qin already knew that the 2 were members of the Black Magic Society. He became curious about the things in the wooden boxes on them. Wherever the Dark Ones act, nothing will be easy. Identification technique. Unknown elite pet material. Then Qin shot out 2 white lights of identification technique that only he could see, which merged into the wooden box behind the 2 people. It turned out to be elite-level materials. Both. Some people made money this time. Let's deal with these 2 guys first. Qin glanced at the 2 of them, and murderous intent already emerged in his heart. One of the soldiers used its left leg to knock on Taita's belly twice, giving him a signal to be ready to take action at any time. Sir, may I ask you something? Of the 2, Bingy calmed himself down and clasped his hands together. There is nothing wrong with the way they dress. As long as they do not mobilize the beast's power in their bodies, even ordinary Lord-level beast trainers who approach them will not be able to detect their identities. What a bullshit, rubbish Black Demon Society. Ironhead, spray him. Swish. In an instant, Qin summoned out the Feiyu Lingqiao. Feiyu Lingqiao had already broken through to 1-star level in the Void territory this morning, and could already use pet skills. Flying Feather Step. Light Body Technique. The 2 wind-type pets' blessing skills were activated, and their feet suddenly felt a strong wind wrapping around them. The light body technique made their whole body feel lifted up by a gentle wind, making them as light as a swallow. Light body technique is a new skill unlocked after Feiyu Lingqiao reaches the 1-star level. Then, Qin jumped more than 5 meters high and landed on a branch above, overlooking Tai Tu and the 2 members of the Black Magic Society below. Now, hearing Qin Ye's roar, Bingy and Bingjio, who were standing there, were stunned for a moment. They immediately realized that they were in trouble. If this guy was not a mad elite animal tamer, then their identities had been exposed. Chapter 42 Taitu's Highlight Moment. Roar! Taitu on the dirt road opened his mouth without saying a word after receiving Qin Ye's order, and locked his sharp wolf eyes on Bingy. The next moment, a flash of fire appeared from Taitu's ferocious wolf mouth. Roaring fire wave! Boom! A wave of fire as thick as a bucket, like the flame ejected from the tail of a rocket launcher, directly submerged the upper body of Bingy in front of him. Bingjio, who was standing aside, was caught in the fierce and terrifying fire wave, and the clothes he was wearing also began to burn. Giant power bug! Bingjio uttered a low cry. Moment. From the pocket of his black robe, a bug nearly 3 or 4 inches long jumped out. It looked like a beetle and was dark red in color. Snap! Then, the giant black iron 6-star insect bit Bingjio's wrist. It instantly added a force of several thousand pounds. Under the effect of the giant worm's skills, the muscles all over his body swelled up slightly, and the black robe he was wearing also became swollen and turned into a slightly tight black robe. At the same time, he subconsciously exerted force with his legs and retreated several steps away. Ice butterfly! Ice shield! From his other pocket, a black iron 4-star pet ice jade butterfly flew out and condensed into a very thin ice shield half a step away from his body. A visible chill spread around it. The flames on his body began to extinguish rapidly under the ice cover. Call! Bingjiu retreated more than 10 steps in one breath, and when he saw Bingy being engulfed in the roaring fire wave, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He was also aware of the roaring waves of fire. It is one of the signature moves of the elite fire-type combat pet, and its attack power is ranked at the top among the 7 stars. At such a close distance, it was killed by an unexpected sneak attack. It's basically over. Before, he had also seen a 7-star fire-type battle pet that cast a roaring fire wave, but its power was not as powerful as that of this iron-headed wolf. But just when Bingjiu was relaxing, there was a sharp sound of breaking air directly above his head. Looking up, he saw Qin Yi, who was standing on a branch about 10 meters high, raising his hand, and a crescent-shaped wind blade nearly 30 centimeters long fell down. Small wind blade. Oh. A hint of contempt appeared in Bingjiu's eyes. He took half a step to the side. He barely dodged it, but at this moment, a wave of scorching fire came from behind Bingjiu, dyeing his surroundings red. The temperature rises suddenly. Huh! There's a battle pet lying in ambush. Bingjiu immediately turned around and saw a fireball as big as a basketball, which directly shattered his ice shield, hit his chest, and tore his robe. The flames burned Bingjiu's body, and an enticing aroma of meat wafted around. His body even took a step back. Young dragon! Base! Bingjiu widened his eyes, with some excitement in his eyes. Bingjiu, help me, or we will all die! But at this moment, to the side of him, about 10 steps away, there was a sudden scream and a roar from Bingy. C1. After withstanding Taitu's close-range fire wave attack, many parts of his body were burned to the point where white bones were visible, and his head was also severely burned. But at the moment of being burned, Bingy mobilized the orc power in his body, and the place that was originally almost burned through, the lost flesh and blood, now began to grow rapidly in a state visible to the naked eye. The flesh and blood on its head began to grow, and 2 horn-like protrusions appeared on both sides of its head. Iron Head, keep burning him, tear him apart. Qin Yi above. With a wave of his hand, 5 small wind blades shot out from the void, and each wind blade was aimed at the neck of Bingy below. The power of the 5 wind blades superimposed together. In half a breath. Then he cut his neck in half. However, under the powerful healing power of its half-orc strength, it still survived tenaciously, and its flesh and blood were still able to heal quickly, but the healing speed was obviously several times slower than at the beginning. All you can see are some newly sprouted granulations growing slowly. The power of the orc is not infinite, and there are certain healing limitations. Puff! At a distance of 2 steps, Taitu rushed forward, golden light flashing on his skin. A strong golden force covered his body and instantly condensed into a set of golden armor. The whole body is shining with golden light. He raised the armor-wrapped wolf claw and, with lightning speed, pierced through his collarbone and pinned him to the ground. He bit Bingy's neck. Snake armor vine! Vine armor! After Bingy was knocked down, he immediately connected to the snake armor vine that had been burned and seriously injured. This wood-attributed snake armor vine was his black iron 6-star war pet. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, vines like green snakes began to grow rapidly from his waist, covering most of Bing's body and protecting him. Neck. Because of the obstruction of Tayata's own wolf head, the continuously growing green snake vines climbed up to the wolf's head and wrapped the entire wolf head. Roaring fire wave! But as the green vines wrapped Tayata's wolf head into a big green bag, a dazzling red light suddenly appeared in it. Another roaring fire wave! The vine armor on the wolf's head was burned to ashes. The obstructing vine armor was completely burned away. Bingy was seriously injured again. He was careless. Although he was alert, he didn't expect that this guy was so cruel. He didn't give him any chance to react and attacked him directly. This time, even though he transformed into an orc, his recovery speed was still extremely slow. Puff! Without any obstruction, the iron head directly bit off Bingy's neck, killing him. However, the only snake armor vine on Bingy's waist was directly burned to death by Tayata's 2 fire wave roars. After all, it was a black iron 6-star pet. If it recovered, it could be sold for millions of federal coins. What a pity! The other side. Bingjio, who was very excited when he saw Charmander, turned around and saw Bingy calling for help. Then he saw that Bingy was pinned to the ground and his neck was bitten off by the elite armored wolf. The movements were efficient, and without any delay. From this point, it can be seen that this elite iron-headed wolf has sufficient experience in combat. I'm done! Bingjio's excited expression was extinguished in an instant. If it were just him and the Charmander on the field, he thought he still had some chances, but now he had no chance of survival at all. Chapter 43. The same fate as the poisonous insect. Along the dirt road in the giant tree forest. After sensing the aura of the elite war pet on the iron wolf, many black iron level monsters wandering nearby began to run away. Bingjio at the original place. A lot of sweat appeared on his forehead. Thump! He knelt on the ground and said with a little fear in his tone, "Sir, please don't kill me. I know that the Black Demon will have 2 bases in Jiangnan City. I want to exchange my life for it." Oh. Qingyi stood on the branch with steady steps, overlooking Bingjio, who was kneeling on the ground, and sneered in his heart. "You know nothing. Don't you know that all the bases in Jiangnan City have been eradicated?" The strongholds in Jiangnan City were all eradicated. Hearing what Qingyi said, Bingjio's heart trembled. What the elite animal tamer said in person could not be false. He had originally wanted to sell 1 or 2 pieces of information, but now he had no bargaining chips. "If you tell me what you dark demons are doing here, I might let you go." "Ah," I said. "Us." Bingjio's face changed, as if he knew he was going to die. His expression was a little complicated. In this situation, the chances of him surviving were too small. His expression suddenly changed. Qingyi looked at Bingjio, who was struggling in pain. His brows frowned, and then he thought of something, and immediately jumped down from the branch. He landed steadily in front of Bingjio, who was struggling on the ground, and kicked him down. "Bone blade!" Puff! A pale bone blade nearly half a meter long grew out from under the skin. Then he raised his arm and cut his chest, revealing the pitch-black bugs in his heart. They had crawled all over his heart, and had been eaten clean. The larvae of the same fate goo. The larvae of this fate-sharing insect are controlled by the mother insect. Once the members of the Black Magic Society betray the Black Magic Society, the mother insect, which is more than 100 miles away, will drive the larvae to eat the heart of the Black Magic Society member. Then, Qingyi ordered the little fire dragon to burn to death all the unleveled larvae of the same life goo. The giant insect on Bingjio's wrist wanted to escape after losing its master, but was knocked unconscious by Tayata's claw and thrown into the void territory. Now, dozens of miles away, the elite 8-star same life goo mother insect that was lying on the shoulder of the village elder Tai-san was originally dormant, but it suddenly moved twice, and a piece of information came out of it and poured into Tai-san's mind. Bing 1 and Bing 9 are dead. Bingjio still wants to leak the details of this operation? Has the plan been discovered? How is that possible? This plan was guided by Tai-san throughout the whole process. The only person who knew about this mission was another elder of the mission hall at the Black Magic Society headquarters. The elder of the mission hall was from another world. There is absolutely no way that he would help the human race. The rest are his men. The only possibility is that Bingy and Bingjio's identities were discovered by others, and they wanted to find out what the Black Magic Society's purpose for coming here is. We have to kill that guy. If they let the other party know about the Black Magic Society nearby and attract the attention of the Jiangnan City Defense Army and the Beast Tamers Association, then this plan will be completely ruined. Notify the other nearby groups to gather towards the place where Bingy and Bingjio died. If they encounter any suspicious elite beast trainers, kill them immediately. Tai-san controlled a khaki-colored, 30-centimeter long homonymous queen insect in front of him and spoke to it. This homophonic insect is the same as the homophonic insect, both of which are special types of combat pets. One is used by the mother insect to transmit messages and issue orders, while the other one is used to remotely control the lives of its subordinates. Once this elite insect with intelligence determines that the larvae are parasitizing members of the Black Magic Society, if they do anything that violates the orders of the Master Tamer, it can easily kill the opponent remotely. The larvae of the same fate poisonous insects can easily move into the internal organs of the human body because they are small and can hide easily. And it only needs to swallow a little blood every month to maintain life. Give another order. After killing the enemy, immediately start heading to their respective mission locations. The plan must be carried out in advance, Tai-san said. Then, Tai-san, who was living in a house in a quiet village, immediately walked out of the room. That guy was able to get rid of Bingy in such a short time, he must not be a good person. Among the 4 groups of members nearby, only 2 possess elite-level orc strength, so it might be difficult for them to deal with the elite-level beast tamer. The safest way is for him to take action himself and kill this disaster. The Beast Tamer Association and the city guards must not know about this. If his plan fails, he will definitely be punished by his superiors. This time, he wants to collect more experimental subjects and capture some ogre-headed men alive to extract their genes. Tai-san hesitated for a moment, then took action himself. In the wild. After leaving the base city, the electromagnetic interference was extremely strong and mobile phones could not be used at all. This also gave Tai-san and his friends some time to take shelter. We must seize this opportunity. Now. At the place where Bingy and Bingjio were attacked, Qin opened the wooden box that Bingjio was carrying on his back. Ambergris blood grass. When I saw a rhizome more than half a meter long lying in the wooden box, with a blood flower growing on the top, and an attractive medicinal fragrance emanating from its whole body. This made the little fire dragon and iron head on the side come forward consciously, and set their eyes on the dragon's saliva blood grass. It seems like they all want to eat it. Then, Qin threw it directly into the void territory. Ambergris has many uses, but this thing is not abundant around here. It can only be found in some A-level pet ruins where there are adult dragons. This ambergris is also a magical medicine that adult dragons like to eat. If this thing is carried by the wind, its fragrance can spread over 10 miles away and attract all the beasts nearby. At the same time, Qin searched through his memories and remembered that in his previous life, it had been more than a week since he participated in the summoning ceremony. Bayou Town encountered a medium to large beast tide. The town was breached, 6 elite beast trainers were killed or injured, and nearly 100,000 civilians in the town were killed or injured. More than 80% of a 500-man garrison camp of the city guards was wiped out by the beast tide, and those who survived were mostly mutilated and almost completely disabled. It was extremely tragic. Even in that situation, it was President Jian He who took action personally to block part of the beast tide. That was indeed what was reported at the time. But who can know how much truth there is in that report? Perhaps the reason why President Jian He was intercepted was because the Black Magic Society was involved, using several plants of ambergris to attract the Lord-level monsters from the depths of the giant tree forest. It turns out that everything that happened back then was caused by the Dark Society. Now Qin Yi finally understood. Chapter 44, Killing Indiscriminately. Ouch. Beside the dirt road in the giant tree forest, just as Qin Yi sorted out his thoughts, Tai Tu, who was half a step away, suddenly stood up with his 2 huge wolf ears. As if he had sensed something, he let out a low cry and warned Qin Yi. At the same time, the little fire dragon next to him also reacted. Swish! The next moment, its sickle-like dragon wings opened slightly, and a blazing red flame suddenly burned from its wings. The scorching heat blurred the scene around it. Immediately entered combat status. Tai Tu on the side looked at Qin Yi and opened his mouth as if he wanted to replenish the fire power he had just consumed. Qin Yi thought about it and cut the dragon scale fruit condensed today in the void territory into 2 halves with a bone blade. He threw one half to Tai Tu, who opened his mouth and swallowed the half of the dragon scale fruit into his stomach. The pure power of fire made up for all the power that was missing. Here it comes! On the side, more than 100 meters away. On the lush tree canopy, there was a giant spider that was nearly 4 meters long. The giant spider was completely black, and each of its legs was like a huge sickle that was nearly 10 feet long. It easily hung on those ancient trees with hard bark. On its back is a hunchbacked old man sitting on it, dressed the same as Bingyi and Bingjio, both in a black robe, and behind him is a wooden box. This person is Bing Er, and Bing Ba, who is hiding behind an ancient tree underground. Identification technique. Qin Yi cast an identification spell on the giant spider that was more than 4 meters long. Black Iron 6-star giant black spider, with skills of spider web predation and venomous spider silk. No need to wait for Qin Ye's instructions. Feeling the fire power bursting out in his body, Taitu rushed forward at a swift speed, and the little fire dragon followed him. At 3 times the speed, there was a faint red air wave surrounding its body. The speed was just a little slower than Taitu, and he was following closely behind. Taitu raised his wolf claws, and his 4-meter-long body was not affected at all. He rushed directly to the ancient tree where the giant black spider was. There was a flicker of fire in his mouth. Once again, a roaring wave of fire erupted. The pressure from the elite war pet caused the giant black spider to lose its composure all of a sudden. It was even somewhat out of control of its master and wanted to retreat. How can this elite armored wolf use the attack skills of a fire-type battle pet? This is an elite battle pet with dual attributes. Oh my god! It's over. Boom! In the jungle. Between the straight branches of the ancient trees, a bright and dazzling red light suddenly burst out, and a pillar of fire as thick as a bucket shot out and submerged the giant black spider above. A shrill beast roar came from it. The spider webs that were ejected from its mouth before the fire wave hit were instantly burned clean by the roaring fire wave. There is absolutely no comparison between elite level and iron level battle pets. Moreover, Taitu is a dual element fire and gold combat pet with super combat power. Even if it is an ordinary 8-star combat pet, Taitu is confident to fight against it at this moment. Bing Er, who immediately jumped away from the back of the burning spider, looked at Taitu, who had already flown close to him, his eyes full of fear. Before that, he just received the news that there was an elite animal trainer here who had killed Bingyi and Bingjio, and asked them to come and surround and kill the other party. Bing Er thought in his heart. Bingyi and Bingjio together are not weak. Even if their identities are discovered, it will not be easy to kill them. He is just an elite animal trainer in Jiangnan-Base City. After such a fierce battle, even if he doesn't die, he will definitely be injured. But when I got closer, I took a look. How could this be an injured elite war pet? The elite fire war pet's signature attack comes immediately without any hesitation. Its power is even much stronger than some other elite 7-star war pets. Now, Bing Er fell onto a thick wooden branch and immediately mobilized his beastly power without any hesitation. As the beast power awakened in Bing Er's body, some snake scales appeared on his body's surface in an instant, and his eyes became a lot narrower and longer. Moreover, its lower body was also changing rapidly, transforming into a snake's tail. However, the snake's tail was only halfway transformed. Iron had rushed up from below, wielding his sharp wolf claw, split the burning black spider into 2 and killed it. It went straight to Bing Er, who had not yet fully transformed into a beast. The huge wolf body and a pair of fierce eyes showed fear after looking at Bing Er. No! Seeing Taitu opening his mouth again and seeing a huge wave of fire gushing out of his mouth, he couldn't help but scream in fear. Then, the next moment, he was submerged in the fire wave. This kind of elite fire-type combat pet, usually an elite 7-star combat pet, can only release 3 roaring waves of fire in a short period of time when fighting with the enemy. Without replenishing the potion, it would be basically difficult to perform it for the 4th time. Forcibly releasing pet skills can also cause physical harm to yourself. But now, Bing Er saw Taitu perform roaring fire waves twice in less than 3 minutes. In addition, this iron-armored wolf had fought with Bingyi and Bingjio before. This signature fire skill must have been used more than 3 times. But even so, the armored wolf in front of him still didn't feel the slightest bit of effort, and even had a tendency to become more and more fierce as the battle went on. If he hadn't felt the pressure from the Iron Wolf, which was only at the 7-star level, he would have even thought it was an 8-star or higher war pet. Boom! Above. among the dense branches of the jungle. The roaring flames, as thick as a bucket, directly submerged Bing Er's body. The fierce flames burned his flesh and blood, and Taitu pounced on him without any hesitation this time. Use your sharp claws to kill it directly. This Bing Er did not fully exert his elite orc power. If he had directly activated the power of the orcs before arriving here, the two sides might have been able to fight for a few more rounds, but Bing Er was careless again. When Taitu was walking through the void territory, he drank a bellyful of energy spring water from a small fire nest. The power contained in the spring water would be stored in his flesh and blood even if Taitu could not consume it in a short period of time. Below, Bingba saw that Binger had died in the battle. If I am left alone, I will definitely be doomed. Charmander's target was this weaker guy, whose whole body was entangled by the red wind. After determining Bingba's position, he rushed forward with a fierce force, and the power of the flames attached to his wings was quite strong. It was like two huge flaming sickles chopping down. Bingba, who was carrying a wooden box on his back, looked up at Charmander, and there was some helplessness in his eyes. I was entangled by this little fire dragon. There's definitely no way to leave here. Bingba's battle pet is a golden beetle, nearly the size of a basketball, lying on Bingba's back. However, this golden beetle is just a black iron-level combat pet. After feeling the oppressive aura from Ironhead and Charmander, it trembled behind them. Even if Bingba could be forcibly mobilized, its combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Bingba could only draw out a broadsword and barely block the attack of the little fire dragon. But after only 2 rounds, Taitu came behind Bingba at an extremely fast speed, attacked him unexpectedly and bit off Bingba's neck. They wiped out another group of the Black Magic Society. Of course, this approach will definitely be recorded by the top leaders of the Black Magic Society, who are able to mobilize so many members of the Black Magic Society, and there are so many people in the Black Magic Society who have ambergris. The opponent's level must be above Elite 8 stars. The elders of the Black Magic Society are all ruthless characters and difficult to deal with. Chini thought about it and decided to eliminate more Black Magic Society groups around. Many of the ambergris on these people are still quite fresh, and look as if they were picked less than half a month ago. With the tenacity of the elite-level pet elixir, and the void territory that contains several times the attribute power, it is transplanted into the void territory. There is still a certain chance of survival. Chapter 45, Fire Dog, Scent Tracking. In a clearing in the giant tree forest, Chini opened the wooden box behind Bing Ba and got another complete ambergris. Put it into the void territory. There are already 2. The other 2 were accidentally injured by Tayata's roaring fire waves and must have been burned to charcoal. Charmander and Ironhead on the side. The battle had just ended. They became alert again. On a tree crown 200 meters away from them, a member of the Black Magic Society stood upright. Although he was also carrying a wooden box on his back, he had already activated the beast's power in his body. A pair of human legs turned into a pair of slender bird legs, and the body suddenly grew to 2 meters in height, becoming sturdy and upright. The sharp eyes also turned into a pair of eagle eyes. He saw the scene where Taitu displayed his extraordinary power and killed Bing Er and Bing Ba in succession. He is Bing San. He is the 3rd one who possesses elite-level beast transformation power. The beast he can transform into is a blue-feathered eagle. After activating the beast transformation power, he can escape into the air safely, and if he cannot win, he will run away immediately. He joined the Black Magic Society in order to gain power and to seek revenge on his enemies. He had been waiting for the opportunity to return to their base city, and now he had just been injected with an elite-level beast transformation potion. I value life more. He witnessed with his own eyes the death of many people who were with him, and this life was basically a lucky chance. Bing-san, what's going on over there? On the branch below and beside it, animal hair appeared on Bingchi's face, and sharp claws emerged from his hands. He directly grabbed the hard tree in front of him, and after a few leaps, he reached the branch more than 10 meters above. However, Bingchi could only hear some noises, and like Bing-san, he did not choose to attack rashly. Seeing that there was no movement in the distance, he opened his mouth and asked. Dead. Both Bing Er and Bing Ba died very quickly. That was a dual attribute Iron Wolf. Its defense was gold attribute armor, and its attack was fire attribute roaring fire wave. It was used twice in a row without any effect, and this was already the Iron Wolf's third battle. I suspect that the armored wolf has mutated. The attribute power in its body is stronger than that of an ordinary elite 7-star. It also has a trainer and a fire dragon by its side. Fire dragon it? Yes, the combat power is quite good, close to the black iron 4 or 5-star melee strength. It's not easy to deal with, Bing-san said with a slight fear in his tone. Can be immediately. Bing-san, who was on the tree canopy, seemed to have seen something. A hint of panic appeared in his sharp eagle eyes, and the pair of wings hidden under the loose black robe behind him suddenly spread out. It is nearly 3 meters long. Swish! A strong wind blew up, and his body flew directly into the sky dozens of meters high. That moment just now. He seemed to be noticed by the armored wolf. The two sides looked at each other, and the armored wolf actually turned around and ran towards them, determined to kill them. Bing-chi, run away! The mutant iron-headed wolf is coming! Bing-san gave a warning and started to escape into the distance without any hesitation. Bing-chi, who was on the branch below, also had a changed expression and immediately jumped down from the branch. He started running towards the distance without any hesitation. After a few breaths, Taitu just arrived at the place where the two members of the Black Magic Society were, and Charmander followed closely behind, not looking tired at all. Under the two blessing skills of Feiyu Lingqiao, Qin Yi was like a smart ape in the jungle, moving rapidly between some upside-down vines. Run away! Qin Yi also came close to Taitu. Hearing Taitu's low growl, he sensed the other party's mental fluctuations and knew what Taitu wanted to say. It's not easy to kill. I only got 2 ambergris blood grasses and a black iron 6-star giant power bug. It's not a loss. At least we killed so many guys. There must be an elder of the Black Magic Society behind these guys. We killed 4 of his men. Maybe the other party is on the way here, Qin Yi said. After saying that, Taitu suddenly sensed something, and the wolf hair on his back stood up like long and narrow steel needles. He let out an anxious growl. You're here so soon? Qin Yi was also a little surprised. However, it seems that the elder of the Black Magic Society must be somewhere nearby. He actually chose to preside over the event in person, which shows that he does not take the power of Jiangnan-based city seriously. Oh. Taitu hid directly beside Qin Yi, as if to imply that he couldn't win. Hide yourself. Jiang He has to take action. There is no benefit to be gained. There was some regret in Qin Yi's eyes. I finally met these fat sheep. But after those fat sheep sensed the danger, they all started hiding. Then, Qin Yi took out the conch given by Jiang He. President Jiang He, I'm dying, please save me! Several Black Demon Society elders want to kill me. There is a burning place with black smoke in the giant tree forest outside the base. Hurry! In an instant, Qin Yi changed the subject and anxiously activated the conch and shouted at it. Walk! After saying that, Qin Yi grabbed the little fire dragon and Taitu with both hands, and connected his mental power to the void territory. The figures of the two beasts and one person disappeared out of thin air on the spot, without a trace. After a few breaths, at the place where Qin Yi and Taitu were, a thin man named Tai-san with black wings on his back flew over from the treetops in the distance. The triathlons are thousands of kilometers apart. Then they saw 2 billowing smoke rising from the giant tree forest, and the mother insect through the same life goo already knew that Bing Air and Bing Ba had both died at the hands of each other. An elite beast tamer was able to kill 2 elite orcs of their Black Magic Society in one fell swoop. It seemed that even if other groups continued to besiege the other side, they will continue to lose manpower, and each of them has a plant of ambergris, which is extremely rare. If they lose 4 of them at once, they will lose a few more. That could even change the direction of this plan. Swish! Accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air, Tai-san landed at the place where Qin Yi and Taitu disappeared. A pair of sharp eagle eyes looked around. Run away! There was also some surprise in Tai-san's eyes. He didn't find any clues. Those guys had just been fighting, and in an instant they disappeared hundreds of meters away. Bang! Then Tai-san directly threw out a black pet space capsule, and a sturdy black fire dog appeared out of thin air half a step away from his side. This is an elite 7-star fire dog. It is nearly 1.7 meters tall, with a slender body that seems to be full of explosive power. The most eye-catching thing is that there is a tuft of clearly visible fiery red hair at the bottom of its limbs, as if it is stepping on flames. Breath tracking. This is one of the skills of this black fire dog. It can track within a radius of 10 kilometers. Oh! Trying to escape from me. After summoning the fire dog, Tai-san showed a sneer on his face. Chapter 46. The Beast Shed. Thunder Eagle. Inside the giant tree forest. Tai-san, the elder of the Black Demon Society branch. At this moment, after summoning out the fire dog that was good at scent tracking, he was full of confidence that he could find Qin Yi and the others' whereabouts. He had once encountered an elite animal trainer like Qin Yi fleeing from him. Even if the other party has a pet that can conceal its breath, he still couldn't escape the scent tracking of his fire dog, and could still easily find the trace of the fugitive. Woof! The huge fire dog that was summoned sniffed the surroundings and walked straight to the place where Qin Yi and iron-headed Charmander disappeared. The smell ends. He followed the scent and headed straight towards the place where they had fought with Bingy on the dirt road in the forest. Now, the only place that the fire dog can track the scent is here. There is no trace of the scent of the man and two beasts in other places. This feeling seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Swish! The fire dog at the original location immediately moved swiftly towards the first battle site. There was a hint of coldness in the eyes of the triathlon player on the side. Also followed the fire dog and chased after it. At the same time, in Jiangnan City, in the basement of the Beast Tamer Association. This time, Jiang He was still studying the beast potion. Together with the elite trainer from their association, they were decomposing the 2 beast potions they obtained later. There were actually several overlapping material components that were decomposed, but 2 of them were unrecognizable. They should be materials that can only be cultivated under some special conditions. Maybe it is just controlled by some high-ranking members of the Black Magic Society, or they have specially built a breeding base for this kind of pet material. Needless to say, the controllers of these forces are definitely from other worlds. As some powerful S-level pet anger relics, many of them have given birth to a civilization. Some of their territories are even vaster than half of the Earth today. The types of spiritual medicines with different properties contained therein must be extremely numerous. It is natural that there are some materials with special properties in some places that they have not yet detected. Jiang He today. He was thinking that it would be great if he could capture the top leaders of the Black Magic Society alive. In that case, maybe he could get some useful information. However, it is quite difficult for the top leaders of the Black Magic Society to show up. We can only wait for the Black Demon Society to send more people. He had previously captured Du Xingxi, a member of the Black Magic Society, alive from the East District of the city, hoping to get some useful information from him. But he was planted with the larvae of the same fate insect. Without removing the larvae in time, the heart was devoured right under their noses, and the person died on the spot in just a few breaths. Eventually the larvae devoured each other and all died. They know it too. Some trainers have awakened special skills in their pets, which can be used to find clues based on certain items. Naturally, they will not let the trainers and the city defenders in various parts of the Dongji Principality have the things of their Black Magic Society. However, combat pets with special skills are extremely rare in the entire principality. In previous years, once a member with such skills appeared among the students of the 4 major animal tamer universities, their level would be raised by several levels in the bounty within the Black Magic Society. It is indeed possible for the Black Magic Society to eliminate 1 or 2 such students. Of course, the Black Magic Society will also pay a heavy price, but it is all worth it. Once the new students are promoted to the elite level and lord level, their battle pet skills will be fully developed to the extreme. The price that the Black Demon Society will pay in the end will be even greater. Well, if you want to know the information about these unknown pets, you have to hand this information over to the Imperial Capital Beast Tamers Association for analysis. Jiang He looked at the reports in his hand and the characteristics of the decomposed pet materials. President, Even if you know the names of these materials and their origins, it won't be of much use. The people in the Imperial Capital Tamers Association have been around for so many years, they must be very clear about it. It's just that perhaps one or two of the key materials are inaccessible. Beside him, the elite trainer in black with gray hair couldn't help but speak. Kindness! We still have to get the information from the Black Magic Society. Jiang He also echoed. At this moment, Jiang He suddenly felt the movement of the conch in his pocket. Took it out. What's wrong with Qin Yi? Is he using the conch shell to ask for help? There was a hint of doubt in Jiang He's eyes. But then, Qin Ye's extremely anxious cry came out from the conch, and it echoed in the basement on this floor. President Jiang He, I'm dying, please save me! Several Black Demon Society elders want to kill me. There is a burning place with black smoke in the giant tree forest outside the base. Hurry! The sound echoed endlessly. Several elders of the Black Demon Society want to kill him. Damn, why is this guy leaving the city? Jiang He was stunned. But then he rushed out of the basement. With it as the center, a weak spiritual fluctuation spread and was directly transmitted to the animal shed of their Animal Tamers Association. In the animal shed, it is just the battle pets of many beast tamers in their Beast Tamer Association. Their association also has special people who are responsible for feeding them, and the food they feed contains some properties. In the animal shed that was nearly the size of 3 football fields. In the center, there is an ancient tree that is nearly 100 meters high. It is the largest ancient tree in the building, and most of the animal shed is shaded by its shadow. On top of the ancient tree, there is an eagle's nest that is nearly 30 meters long. The eagle's nest exuded a faint aura of pressure from a Lord-level war pet, causing the hundreds of pets in the entire animal shed to stay very quietly in various places. Even some war pets among their natural enemies did not dare to fight under the pressure and intimidation of the eagle's nest. Inside the eagle's nest is Jiang He's natal pet, the Thunder Eagle. A few days ago, Jiang He's natal pet, the Thunder Eagle, was recovering from his injuries. He had severely injured the Water Ape King in the Skull Valley, and his natal pet, the Thunder Eagle, was also injured by the Water Ape King. His injuries were better than those of the Water Ape King, but he still needed to recuperate in order to recover. After Jiang He fed him a lot of elite potions. Now the Thunder Eagle's injuries have almost recovered. Crash! There was a sudden noise from the eagle's nest on top of the 100-meter-high ancient tree. After sensing the movement of the Lord-level Thunder Eagle, the hundreds of pets below all raised their heads and looked towards the eagle's nest. In the eyes of the hundreds of war pets looking up, a pair of huge black wings nearly tens of meters long suddenly spread out. After they flapped, a lot of golden arcs of electricity appeared directly in many places on their wings. Pushed by the terrifying air wave generated, it flew directly out of the animal shed of the Animal Tamers Association. Many residents and ordinary animal trainers in the animal trainer base, as well as on the roads in the base city, showed excitement when they saw the black shadow of the giant eagle flying across the sky. That is the patron saint of their base city, the Thunder Eagle. A few days ago, reports of the battle between President Jiang He and his natal war pet in the Skeleton Valley outside the city were overwhelming, and his reputation was much better than that of the city lord. After a few breaths, Jiang He stepped on the back of the more than 10-meter-long Thunder Eagle and headed towards the giant tree forest outside the base city. Soon after he came out, he could see the billowing black smoke rising in the distance. There were flickering flames in the black smoke. The elders of the Black Demon Society are here. Are they going to kill Qin Yi? This is interesting. Do they really think that Jiangnan Base City is easy to bully? Jiang He immediately took out 4 pet space capsules from his pocket, ready for battle at any time. Chapter 47 Jiang He is here. Giant Tree Forest. Among the straight and upright tree branches, there were several old trees that were burned beside a dirt road more than 3 meters wide in the forest. The fire dog summoned by Tai San, after tracking the scent here, looked up in the direction of Jiangnan Base City. The fire dog has already sensed something. This was not the other party's escape route, but the route he took when he came. The aura was also mixed with the aura of the other 2 members of the Black Magic Society. That's what it seemed like. The animal trainer in the base city and the opponent's battle pet killed the 2 members of the Black Magic Society in this place. After hesitating for a moment, the The fire dog couldn't help but look back at Tai San, who was following closely behind it, and shook its head, indicating that it could no longer track that person's whereabouts. Kindness? After seeing the fire dog doing this, Tai San's expression suddenly became gloomy. This place is very close to Jiangnan City. Once they were unable to track down the transferred animal trainer, they waited until he got close to the base city and notified the city defenders and the Animal Tamers Association. He will be targeted soon. That means this plan might be completely ruined. This is not what he wants to see. For this plan, he had spent a lot of money to exchange for those ambergris, and he was just an elder in a branch. There are more than 20 elders at the same level as him. If he wants to stand out, he must have enough merits. If he fails this time, his authority may even be downgraded by a level. In this case, there will be no chance for him to break through to become a Lord-level beast tamer. I have to go. Tai San had already thought about giving up. There are Lord-level animal trainers in Jiangnan City. Although he registered a Lord-level orc potion and survived by chance, the power of the orcs he inherited was limited, and he did not have the secret memory passed down to those powerful orcs. It can only rely on its own genes to automatically capture the energy particles swimming around and charge them. He is a pseudo-lord level strongman. It can only fight for about 3 minutes. Once its energy is exhausted, it will lose its ability to fight. In their current branch of the Black Magic Society, many elders have simply inherited the fighting power of a disabled Lord Orc. Less than 5 people actually inherited the throne and became successful. Moreover, each of them is a core member of the branch, with a much higher level of authority than them, and they can also give orders to these pseudo-lord level strongmen to do things for them. This time he found one of the core layer lord level strongmen. If successful, 70% of the credit would go to the other party, and he would only get 30%. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten so much ambergris. But all of this is facing the trend of failure. After hesitating for a while, he decided in his heart to immediately notify the nearby members of the Black Magic Society, cancel the plan, and evacuate as soon as possible. Now all we can do is minimize the losses. But at this moment, the fire dog a few steps away seemed to have sensed something and immediately began to run towards the place where it was summoned. Just a moment ago, the smell it was tracking appeared in another place where traces of a brutal battle were left. The fire dog immediately rushed forward. Woof! And a clear dog barking sound came out of its mouth. Under the transmission of its mental fluctuations, Tai San immediately knew what this fire dog meant. So he hurriedly followed. Could it be that the other party has a pet that can conceal its aura? It seems to have a time limit, and it was actually exposed. At this moment, a sense of hope immediately emerged in Tiasun's heart. There's still hope. But in the blink of an eye, after a few breaths, the fire dog froze in place, spinning around in the same place, and once again lost all trace of the smell. Qin Yi in the void territory. He just went out for a moment, and then connected his mental power directly to the void territory, and then teleported back to the territory, and then lured the fire dog over. He did this just to delay time. He was very clear about the time it took Jiang He to ask for help, which was slow. I came here after being assassinated by Wulu last time. If he didn't put out some bait and by some time, the elder of the Black Magic Society would definitely slip away. He is in the conch. But since they said there are several elders of the Black Magic Society, Jiang He should bring more people to prevent other elders of the Black Magic Society from being nearby, to ensure that everything is safe. But Qin Yi also knew. According to the style of the Black Magic Society, several elders will not appear in the same place at the same time. Once one of the elders is a spy who has infiltrated their organization, the other elders will be buried with him. After this happened several times in the Black Magic Society's records, they learned their lesson. Outside world. Waste! Tai San looked at the fire dog spinning in place and couldn't help but snort coldly. Can be immediately. Tai San seemed to have thought of something. The other party is stalling for time. As he was thinking about it, in the direction of Jiangnan City in the distance, a huge black afterimage appeared in the air and began to rush towards where he was. The burning ancient trees and flames around were obvious landmarks. Depend on! Tai San realized that he had been tricked by the elite animal trainer. The elite beast tamer's method of concealing his aura is simply amazing. If this elite beast tamer continues to be allowed to live, it will definitely cause greater losses to their black magic society in the future. Eagle cry. A sharp eagle cry suddenly came to Tiesan's ears. Thunder Eagle! Jianghe! It's him indeed! Tai San showed a bitter smile. Jianghe personally went out of the city, which really shows that he thinks highly of him. Swish! After Tai San put the elite fire dog into the pet space capsule, a pair of black wings spread out from behind it, and it began to flee deeper into the giant tree forest. But he only flew 100 meters behind. The Thunder Eagle that came flying from the Jiangnan base city directly reached a place dozens of meters away. For them, such a short distance was already very close. Poisonous miasma frog! Tai San, who was fleeing in front, immediately took out 2 space capsules and threw them backwards. 2 huge toads with earthy yellow bodies and pus-filled backs appeared out of nowhere. They were 3 meters long, and their bellies were bulging even larger than their entire bodies. Quack! Quack! The loud croaking of 2 poisonous frogs was heard in the air. The next moment, billowing green smoke and miasma gushed out of their mouths, instantly enveloping the surrounding area within 100 meters, and even tended to spread to the surrounding areas. Under this green smoke miasma, some elite pets will be poisoned and faint after entering it. Even some lord-level pets will have some effect. This miasma directly hit Tai San's body. Tai San had the antidote in his mouth, so he was not affected at all. It flies directly forward. He immediately began to fall rapidly downwards. Triathlons are not stupid. No matter how hard he tried to escape in the air, he could never match the speed of the Thunder Eagle. His only chance to survive was to leave underground. After it rushed out of the green smoke and miasma, it reached a distance of more than 10 meters from the ground. Boom! Jianghe, whose green smoke and miasma were dispersed by a gust of wind from above, looked down at Tai San, who was about to fall to the ground, and a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. A golden lightning as thick as a bucket immediately spurted out of the mouth of the Thunder Eagle, under his feet. It was extremely dazzling, and the rumbling thunder resounded through the sky. Even in the base city, which is several miles away, many people heard the thunder outside the base city. Chapter 48. Sacrifice the divine guards and capture Tai San alive. Oh no! Tai San, who was about to fall to the ground, heard a loud thunder above his head. In an instant, a great terror overwhelmed his body. The hairs on his body couldn't help but stand up. In an instant, he mobilized all the dormant beast power in his body. Boom! With the power of the Lord-level Orc as the center, a yellow air wave burst out from his body. He suddenly looked up at the golden lightning falling above his head. Clench your fists. He suddenly threw a straight punch. The green fighting spirit accumulated in the body suddenly exploded. It transformed into a yellow bear head nearly 10 feet in size, and withstood the golden lightning that was falling down. But he could only hold on for a few breaths. The dazzling golden lightning directly pierced through the yellow bear's head and fell on his body. For a moment, Tai San felt as if he was hit by a heavy truck. It fell directly to the ground. It directly created a huge pit nearly 2 meters deep, raising a cloud of dust. After the power of thunder and lightning entered his body, he began to feel a tingling sensation all over his body and began to tremble uncontrollably. But at the same time, the orc fighting spirit in Tai San's body began to disperse the invading lightning. Only then did Tai San's life get saved. At the same time, when he mobilized the power of the orcs, his appearance was also undergoing tremendous changes, and part of the black robe he was wearing was also burst. The entire head instantly turned into a huge yellow bear head. Roar! After 2 breaths, Tai San's entire body transformed into a giant yellow bear that was nearly 2 meters tall. He had a sturdy body and exuded an extremely thick earth-attributed power all over his body. The fighting spirit of the orcs. It's getting weaker. Pseudo-lord level! Jianghe, who was on the back of the Thunder Eagle above, released his mental power and became interested immediately after sensing the yellow giant bear transformed from the elder of the Black Demon Society below, and the powerful fighting spirit on his body. The orc's secret fighting skills. But it has always been one of the core secrets of the Black Magic Society. For the current Dongji Principality, every newly acquired secret method of fighting spirit can be exchanged for tens of millions of federal coins in the government and the Beast Tamer Association. Of course, for a Lord-level cultivation method, the price must be ridiculously low. But a long time ago, the government of the Principality of Dongji and the Beast Tamers Association have jointly studied and found that the orcs' secret fighting skills are simply not suitable for humans to practice. The only way to practice the secret art of fighting Qi is to transform those traitorous humans into orcs like the Black Magic Society did. Only in this way will there be a tiny chance to come into contact with the secret art of fighting Qi. After Jiang He sensed that the orc fighting spirit in Tai San's body was weakening, he was able to immediately conclude that the elder of the Black Demon Society in front of him only had a Lord-level orc body and did not have control over the secret techniques. He had encountered this situation several times. The giant yellow bear in the pit below struggled for a few times and then stood up. Crustacean Earth Dragon! Immediately following, Tai San transformed into a giant bear, and at this moment he spat out the black pet space capsule from his mouth. Swish! In an instant, next to it appeared a nearly 20-meter long, as thick as a bucket-sized armored earth dragon. It looked like an enlarged earthworm, except that its body was covered with a thick layer of armor. And when its mouth is open, you can clearly see circles of sharp teeth, like a running meat grinder. Boom! Above, Jiang He, who was on the eagle's back, controlled the giant thunder eagle under his feet. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket spurted out of its mouth again and landed on Tai San. The thunder eagle also swooped down with a terrifying impact force and rushed straight to the front of the yellow giant bear. Huge eagle claws. It directly tore off one of the giant yellow bear's arms. Jiang He grew a pair of green wings behind him and hovered in the air dozens of meters high. He then dropped two of the space capsules in his right hand. The Snakeman warrior, who was burly and skilled in the secret art of fighting Qi, immediately exerted his full strength upon his appearance and chopped out a half-moon fighting Qi that was nearly 3 meters long. The armor of the elite 8-star armored earth dragon was broken directly, and the fighting spirit cut off half of its body. The severe pain caused it to struggle on the ground continuously, and immediately a cloud of dust flew all around. The snow mountain psychic fox that appeared out of nowhere also spit out 2 ice blades from its mouth. Each of them was 2 meters long and locked onto the broken part of the armor of the earth dragon. Puff! After a muffled sound, the head of the armored earth dragon was chopped off directly, and green blood gushed out. The blood was even poisonous and stained the surrounding grass. A lot of green grass has withered. Wisps of white smoke emerged. Below, Tai San, who transformed into a giant yellow bear, knew very well that he would definitely die this time and there was no possibility of survival. He could already see what would happen if it fell into Jiang He's hands. He must have wanted to force more information out of me, but the elder of the law enforcement hall of the branch had planted a blood curse on him, and the elder had contracted a special blood-bonded battle pet with him. The skill is to plant a blood curse. It was a Lord-level war pet, and he had no way of resisting its skills. Once the blood curse is activated, he is also doomed to die. After a few breaths, the two sides fought several times again, and the arm of the other giant bear transformed by Tai San was also torn apart. Then, Jiang He threw out a pet space capsule in his hand. The next moment, a tiger-headed man wrapped in chains appeared above the head of the yellow giant bear. Like the snake man, this tiger-headed man was also wearing armor. However, the aura of this tiger-headed man is much stronger than that of the Snake Man warrior, and he is nearly 2 meters tall. Even if you look closely, you can also see some fine runes engraved on the armor of the tiger-headed man, and these runes seem to contain some kind of power. Dowen Jia! Jiang He, you actually subdued the sacrificial guards. This divine guard is loyal to the priest, how could he be subdued by you? When Tai San saw the tiger-headed man wearing Dowen armor and holding a thick black chain, his face was full of surprise. Worship the divine guards. In some pet ruins, there are many orc civilizations. Their core is the tribal priest, and the guards around them are the priest's guards. Every sacrificial guard is the strongest warrior in the tribe. Not only does he know the secret art of fighting spirit, he can even perform contract magic, which is equivalent to the skills of a pet. There is not much difference between it and combat pets of the same level. Jianghe just looked coldly at the giant yellow bear that was missing its arms. After the tiger-headed divine guard appeared out of thin air, he raised his hand and threw out his chains, binding Tai San tightly. After being tied up, the sacrificial text on the black chain, stimulated by the fighting spirit, released a dark red blood light, which merged into Tai San's body and temporarily suppressed the bat blood curse in his sea of consciousness. After suppressing the blood curse, the aura of the elite 9-star tiger-headed divine guard instantly weakened a lot. It is already quite difficult to temporarily suppress the blood curse cast by the Lord-level pet. Chapter 49 Bonus, 30 million. Within the Void Territory, Qingyi waited for a while. He walked out of the Void Territory, and suddenly a loud thunder was heard from the giant tree forest more than 1,000 meters away. Under this thunder, be it the members of the Black Magic Society nearby, or some wild monsters that already existed in the giant tree forest within a few miles, all of them fled to a farther place. The pressure from a Lord-level warrior is not something they can easily resist. After, Qingyi summoned Taitu and the little fire dragon, and rode Taitu towards the battlefield. The other side only has an elder from the Black Magic Society. Now that Jianghe has come in person, it will definitely not be difficult to deal with an elder of a branch of the Black Demon Society. If I keep hiding like this, problems might arise. When Qingyi approached the battlefield, he saw a giant yellow bear tied up with thick chains. The aura of the giant bear was exactly the same as that of the Black Magic Society elder who had chased him before. It had completely turned into an orc. You are so lucky! Being hunted by an elder from a branch of the Black Demon Society, yet he managed to survive. Hey, is your battle pet a dual attribute armored wolf? It's an elite 7-star, no wonder it was able to kill several members of the Black Magic Society. Jianghe saw Qingyi riding on Taitu, and looked at him with a smile on his face. When his eyes fell on Taitu, there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Under the exploration of his mental power, he could see at a glance the 2 attribute powers in Taitu's body. Each of them had reached a level close to the elite 8 stars, and the attribute power was frighteningly rich. It was as if he had just taken some battle pet potion. At this moment, there was a hint of understanding in Jianghe's eyes. When he just flew over and passed by the place where the battle had just broken out, those members of the Black Magic Society seemed to be torn apart by large beasts. 1 or 2 of them were burned to death, definitely an elite fire-type combat pet. But what he didn't expect was that this fire elite combat pet was actually an armored wolf. President Jianghe provided timely support. This is the first time I've seen the President's Thunder Eagle up close. He is indeed the guardian of Jiangnan Bay City. Qingyi immediately followed up with some boasting. Ahem, Lord President, I narrowly escaped death this time, risked my life, saw through the Black Magic Society's conspiracy, and saved hundreds of thousands of lives in Bayou Town. Lord Jianghe, the patron saint of our Jiangnan Bay City and the president of the Beast Tamer Association, has always been clear about rewards and punishments. Can you... Stop! You said you had uncovered the Black Magic Society's conspiracy. What conspiracy? Jianghe really wanted to know. Even the elders of the Black Magic Society branch would not be so rash as to expose their identities several miles away from the base city, unless there was something big that was worth the risk. Master Jianghe, look! Afterwards, Qingyi took out a piece of ambergris that he had prepared long ago from his arms, and told the Black Magic Society that they wanted to use this ambergris to lure wild monsters within a dozen kilometers to attack Bayou Town. You mean, there are quite a few members of the Black Magic Society nearby, and each of them has ambergris blood grass behind them? Jianghe stared at the ambergris in Qingyi's hand and asked with fiery eyes. Ambergris. However, some of the spiritual medicines that can be used to refine elite combat pets contain dragon blood, which is a great tonic for refining the body, and the price is tens of millions of federal coins. And they are all in high demand and priceless in the market. Both depend on. Why didn't you tell me earlier? The elder has been captured. Those guys must have escaped. Go after him. Then Jianghe ordered the Snakeman warrior and the Snow Mountain psychic fox to search nearby. 2 figures, one in blue and one in white, disappeared from the spot and went deep into the jungle on one side. Then Lord Jianghe. Qingyi suddenly laughed again. I understand. No need to say more. In view of your great contribution to Jiangnan Base City, on behalf of the Jiangnan Beast Tamers Association, I will grant you the status of Honorary Elder. The status of Honorary President is very valuable. You can enjoy a 30% discount on all items purchased in the Tamer Association. Even in the Imperial Capital Tamer Association, there's a 30% discount. Just be happy. Don't worry, I will ask the City Lord for some benefits for you. There is also a bonus of 30 million federal coins. President, is there something missing? Isn't that enough? My annual salary as the president is only 1 million federal coins. Your bonus of 30 million federal coins is enough for my salary for 30 years. Oh well, Qingyi said with a look of regret. That's good, at least I can get 30 million federal coins, and I still have 2 ambergris plants in my hand. They can also be worth a lot of money. After thinking about this, Qingyi felt much more comfortable. However, you'd better not go out of the city as much as possible in the future. The people of the Black Demon Society regard you as a thorn in their side. This time you have obtained the status of Honorary Elder. I will also publish the Black Demon Society incident that you encountered this time, so that I can be justified. I have the conch you gave me, and an elite battle pet like Iron Head, but I'm just a few miles outside the city. Who would have thought that I would be so lucky? At the beginning, those 2 guys from the Black Demon Society were walking on the side of the road. They looked like bad people, Qingyi said. After Qingyi said goodbye to President Jianghe, explained that he was going to Bayou Town, and immediately disappeared into the lush forest of giant trees in front of him. He also wanted to see if he could find any members of the Black Magic Society. The ambergris on those guys is worth money. What a pity. Qingyi searched the area for several miles nearby, but only found a few traces of the Black Magic Society members, but did not find any of them. Even President Jianghe's 2 elite combat pets returned empty-handed. Once the members of the Black Magic Society were in danger, their efficiency in escaping was extremely high. They could also use various means to cover up their whereabouts. Each of them seemed to be extremely skilled, as if they had practiced escaping countless times. Jianghe also felt it was a pity. In the end, he only got 3 plants of ambergris from Tai San. Afterwards, Jianghe brought the tied-up elder Tai San back to the base city and immediately informed the City Lord's Mansion's City Lord Li Qianjun of the Black Magic Society's conspiracy outside the city. Soon, several times the number of troops and 30 elite animal trainers were dispatched from the Jiangnan base city to reinforce Bayou Town. Jianghe even dispatched one of his elite combat pets, a tamed Gale Falcon, to patrol the skies above Bayou Town every day. Once anything happens, he will be able to know it immediately. After all, Bayou Town is the only pet relic in Jiangnan Base City that can be developed on a large scale and can support so many pet pharmaceutical companies in Jiangnan Base City. The pet ruins of the Knoll Mountains in Bayou Town played an indispensable role. Nothing can happen in Bayou Town. Qingyi was unwilling to give up, and he searched in the surrounding giant tree forest until dusk. After failing to find other members of the Black Magic Society, he rushed to Bayou Town with a look of regret. This time it seemed as if he had lost tens of millions. This is something that only happens once in a while. Generally, elite-level pet elixirs are guarded by elite-level pets or some alien life forms in pet ruins, so it is very difficult to obtain them. This kind of ambergris is even more difficult. Arrive! Qingyi arrived at Bayou Town when the sun set. Many people who were hunting monsters in the wild, as well as some truck caravans from Jiangnan Base City, gathered outside Bayou Town and entered one after another. Qingyi rode on Taitu, showed his trainer certificate issued by the Jiangnan Association, and then entered Bayou Town. Chapter 50, Yumeng Man-Eating Plant. Late at night. A mountain range stretching for hundreds of miles, the belly of one of the most majestic peaks. This place is the base of a branch of the Black Magic Society. From the outside, it looks basically the same as an ordinary mountain, and under the cover of the lush jungle, it is difficult to see clearly some of the wild monsters in the forest. This is indeed a good place to hide. The hinterland of the mountain. A lot of buildings were built. In one of the pitch-black houses, there was a white-haired old man sitting cross-legged on a stone platform in the center. Behind him was a foxtail. On the beam above his head, there was a dark red bat hanging upside down, nearly 2 meters long. The bat folded up its wings and wrapped its entire body inside, like a black silkworm chrysalis hanging upside down above its head. Suddenly, the dark red bat seemed to have sensed something. A faint spiritual fluctuation came out from it and flowed into the fox-tailed old man on the black stone platform below. The white-haired old man who was thinking with his eyes closed suddenly opened his captivating eyes. That idiot Tai San failed? Cannot activate the blood curse. Suppressed by the power of the sacrificial god. No problem. Jiang He in Jiangnan Base City is a tough guy. He has a sacrificial guard in his hand, but the sacrificial guard has left its original world. If it is used in this world, its power is not as strong as before. It can only last 2 days at most. Guards, notify them to abandon this base and go to another backup base. Take everything with you and destroy this one. The fox-tailed old man who was sitting cross-legged on the black stone platform slowly stood up and spoke. Yes, Elder. Outside the room, 2 orc guards wearing black armor passed down the order. The Black Magic Society's branch has already built several strongholds, like a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows, and the construction cost is just digging a hole in the mountains. You just need to avoid the strongholds of some Lord-level wild monsters, and there are many places to choose from. Even if it's Iron 3 moves. There's no harm in telling them about this stronghold. Jiang He! In the room, the figure of Jiang He appeared in the mind of the old man with foxtail, and a hint of coldness flashed in his slightly turbid eyes. However, he also wanted to know why that useless guy Tai San was exposed this time. In order to get those ambergris bloodgrass, he also used his authority in the Black Magic Society, at a high cost. But fortunately, among the members who acted with Tai San, only 4 were killed or injured, and the rest were still alive, which prevented a lot of losses. But even so, their plan to mobilize a tide of beasts to besiege Bayou Town is bound to fail. If they cannot deliver a certain number of human and half-orc experimental subjects, the core elders of their headquarters will definitely blame them. By then, the extra animalization potions and pet material resources that their branch had obtained would be greatly reduced. The current plan was to find other towns besides Bayou Town to replenish the experimental subjects they needed. After a moment, the huge space in the belly of the mountain was now deserted, and some of the pavilions and towers had been completely destroyed. At the same time, inside the Animal Tamer Association in Jiangnan Base City, after hearing that Jiang He had captured an elder of a branch of the Black Demon Society alive, City Lord Li Qianjun rushed over from the City Lord's mansion as soon as possible. Li Qianjun? He was wearing a loose black robe, with his long, unkempt hair casually tied behind his head. This black robe was what he wore when he practiced. Inside the Tamer's basement, Li Qianjun walked up to Tai San, who was tied up with whirlwind chains. At this moment, Tai San's beast power was almost exhausted. Most of the yellow hair exposed on the body has already faded a lot. The bare head has turned into a human head. The power of the sacrificial guards cannot suppress him for long. He will be killed by the blood curse in 2 days at most. Jiang He on the side glanced at Li Qianjun next to him and spoke to him. 2 days is enough, Li Qianjun replied. The next moment he took out a pet space capsule from his pocket. After the capsule was opened, a carnivorous plant nearly 2 meters tall appeared out of thin air half a step in front of him. Its roots were emerald green, but its head was a closed dark red flower. The whole body exudes the aura of an elite 9-star pet. Yumeng Piranha! Now, Tai San, who was tied up by whirlwind chains, saw the nearly 2-meter-tall carnivorous plant, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. This phantom piranha can absorb the memories of others. But the price is to eat that person's brain. Tai San smiled sadly. He had already anticipated his own fate. He was trapped in the Jiangnan Bay City, and the branch of the Black Magic Society would not come to rescue him. If you can't escape and are kidnapped, the only outcome is to be killed. Even if he was not killed by Jiang he would be killed by the blood curse in his body 2 days later. It would be death anyway. Wow! Then, the dark red flower of the Yumeng piranha summoned by Li Qianjun suddenly opened, and two octopus-like tentacles burst out of its mouth. It directly pierced through Tai San's head and sucked out his brain. He began to filter and read the memories in Tai San's mind. At this moment, the blood curse in Tai San's body seemed to sense the invasion of external forces. He also began to struggle violently, but unfortunately, it was of no use at all. It was firmly bound by the sacrificial divine power. No matter how hard it struggled, it could only shake the divine power a few times. It would not be easily broken without a day or two of effort. For a long time, a faint mental fluctuation emanated from the body of the Yumeng carnivorous plant and began to communicate with Li Qianjun. Although Li Qianjun also had some expectations, perhaps Tai San could know something about the beastification potion. But it's a pity. The Black Magic Society attaches great importance to authority. Without sufficient authority, it is impossible to know the information that is required. Tai San is just an ordinary elder of a branch. He is just like the leader of many members of the Black Magic Society, but he knows some strongholds, especially the strongholds of the Black Magic Society's branches. But this kind of memory can be read. The so-called stronghold must have been emptied long ago, and there will be absolutely no clues left. This is normal. Unless we can catch those aliens in the Black Magic Society, it will be possible to find out something about the core members of the Black Magic Society. Unfortunately, this guy knows too little intelligence. He only knows a few strongholds in other base cities. I will notify the city lords of those base cities as soon as possible so that they can take action as soon as possible. Perhaps the orders for some strongholds have not yet been conveyed. Kindness. After listening to what Li Qianjun said, Jiang He on the side just nodded slowly, with some disappointment in his eyes. However, after asking Li Qianjun for the base of the Black Magic Society branch, he decided to go and investigate it himself. Be careful on the road. It's okay. My Thunder Eagle has basically recovered. After Jiang He replied to Li Qianjun, he left the basement in a free and easy manner. Chapter 51. Transplanting the Fire Poison Thorns. Outside the Jiangnan base city. Baiyu Town. There is a 30-meter-high stone building in the center of the town, where the city guards from Jiangnan base city are stationed. Several teams of soldiers wearing standard black armor all had weapons on their waists, and many of them even carried some small thermal weapons, although thermal weapons might not be able to break the leather armor of some black iron-level melee pets. However, in some battles with low-level black iron monsters, using a pistol to break their eyes at the right time can also have some effect. Inside this stone building is the entrance to the D-level pet ruins of the Kobold Mountains in Jiangnan base city. The ruins of the Doghead Mountains. After entering, there is an island of 100 meters in length and width. There are several smaller uninhabited islands scattered around the island. There are several extinct volcanoes on the island, and it is rich in coal and iron or resources. There are mostly trees on the island. It is a place with a climate close to tropical. At another point at the entrance to the pet ruins, their Baiyu town has built a small village in it. Several elite animal trainers are stationed there all year round to prevent the ogre tribe from attacking the tribe. That side is also very safe. Once you leave the village, there is a high chance that you may encounter a kobold hunting you in the jungle a few hundred meters away. The combat power of every adult kobold is no weaker than that of a 1-star black iron battle pet. An adult kobold is about 1.8 meters tall and wears woven rattan armor. Some use polished stone tools, but more use bone blades. Their bone blades were obtained by hunting other large monsters on this island. Qin Yi, after paying 1,000 federal coins to enter the ruins, entered. The teleportation portal is a stone door that looks quite ancient. It is completely black and seems to be made of black iron. Once this stable teleportation portal appears, it is very difficult to break. Even if a Lord-level battle pet wants to destroy it, it will take some effort. Step into the portal. Just like the feeling when he first entered the War Pet tomb, he felt a pulling force, accompanied by a blurry and distorted vision, and then Qin Yi appeared in the village on the other side. There are obviously fewer people here. Although it was already night on Earth, it was still daytime in this pet ruins. They had reversed day and night. This is why, near dusk, a caravan of merchants riding on war pets would come here from the Jiangnan base city. It's because black and white are reversed here. Walking out of this street, the view becomes much wider. On both sides of the wide street, there are many stalls selling some of the proceeds from the mountains. There are some bone blade weapons carried by the ogres, and some black iron grade pet materials, but they are all very ordinary. Few people can take out the real good things, and most of them are for their own use. Qingyi brought Taitu with him, and the little fire dragon was taken into the void territory. A young fire dragon was too eye-catching. After leaving the village, Qingyi rode on Taitu and headed straight to the place where he remembered there were fire poison thorn seeds. Fire poison thorn seed is a black iron 2-star plant. On this island, there are only a dozen or so plants growing on the cliffs near the east seashore. Even some gnolls are reluctant to go to that place. The most they could do was to collect low-level firethorn seeds and plant them around their tribe to defend against foreign enemies. Qingyi rode on Taitu and quickly arrived at his destination. On the way, he happened to encounter the nests of 2 black iron-level monsters and killed them all with ease. Before coming, Qingyi was still wondering if he could meet Zhang Xuetong and the others, but they had left Jiangnan Base City directly after getting what they needed the day before. On the east coast, on a cliff more than 100 meters away, there is a patch of fire-poisonous thorns. Each thorn is covered with those frightening barbs, which will attack and entangle you. An ordinary black iron-level battle pet would definitely surrender on the spot. Iron Head! It's burned! Qingyi commanded. If you want to successfully dig out these fire-poison thorns, you have to burn the vines they grow on. These guys have very strong vitality, even if they are burned. It will also grow in a few days. Moreover, the seeds of their fire-poison thorns are as hard as black iron and extremely difficult to destroy. Taitu walked up to the dozen or so fire-poison thorns and opened his mouth. A dazzling flash of fire flashed in his mouth, and then he spurted out a wave of flames, covering the large area of fire thorns in front of him. After being attacked, the vines grown from these fire-poison thorns were burned in large areas and began to wave around wildly. Still nothing. Their black iron-level plants moved extremely slowly, and there were monsters' territories all around them, so they couldn't go anywhere else. After more than 10 breaths, on the cliff, only 14 bare fire-poison thorns were left with a few roots exposed. On the ground were dozens of fire-poison thorn seeds, each as big as a soybean, dark in color, and with a hard shell. Afterwards, Qingyi took out the prepared shovel from the void territory, swung it with great force, and easily dug out the 14 fire-poison thorns, suppressing them all to the side of the cliff where the small fire pet nest was, and dug some soil from the wind nest. After being watered with the spring water in the fire nest, the roots of the newly transplanted fire-poison thorns were visible to the naked eye and began to move, with new shoots growing out of them. At this growth rate, it will recover in less than 2 days and can produce new fire-poison thorn seeds. What is certain is that under the influence of the environment of the fire pet's nest, the power of the newly produced fire-poison thorn seeds will definitely be much stronger than before. After doing all this, Qingyi had no intention of leaving the Knoll Mountain ruins. He had paid 1,000 federal coins, and it would be a huge loss to just transplant a few fire-poison thorn seeds. Of course, Qingyi is not stupid, and he will not take Iron Head to attack the tribe of dog-headed people. Those dog-headed people are not easy to deal with, and they all have black iron-level combat power. Even if hundreds of gnolls fight to the death, they can still wear Iron Head down. However, Qingyi could use the spring water in the pet nest to help Taitu recover as quickly as possible, but there was no need to do so. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Otherwise, there wouldn't be several elite animal trainers stationed in Jiangnan Base City. No force in the pet ruins is easy to deal with. Qingyi remembered an incident in his previous life. Someone was being chased by a dog-headed man. When he sneaked under a small island on the east coast, he discovered a natural cave under the island. There was actually another world inside. There was actually a human skeleton among them, wearing clothes from another world, and leaving behind a lot of things. After that person left the Knoll Mountains, he eventually grew into a Lord-level powerful man. He joined a super clan in the imperial capital that has been passed down for hundreds of years, and his reputation has spread far and wide. Chapter 52 Unlocked, Pet Decomposition Room. Like in Qingyi's memory, this kind of person is extremely lucky to get the opportunity in the pet ruins. Looking across the entire Dongji Principality, There are 2 or 3 cases exposed openly every year, not to mention how many happen in secret. Many people have even obtained some information about how to become stronger in other worlds. They would also preserve it as if it were a treasure and try to practice it in secret. It's just a pity that according to the information Qin Yi obtained from an ordinary animal tamer's university library in the imperial capital in his previous life, those cultivation methods from other worlds are almost 99% unsuitable for cultivation by humans on Earth. Unless it has been improved. Perhaps there are some that require special genes to be practiced. The Black Magic Society's Orcish fighting secrets are one of them. One must become a half-orc through potion transformation before being able to practice some fighting secrets. In his previous life, Qin Yi just happened to see a post on a forum, which recorded some people who had revealed some information over the past few decades and gained some opportunities in the pet ruins. Among them was information about Jiangnan Base City, so he had an impression of it. Cobalt Island East. Qin Yi put Taitu into the void territory and stepped into the cool sea water. At the same time, he summoned the flying feather spirit grass, stuffed it into his pocket, and performed the light body technique and flying feather step. In the shallow water on the beach, Qin Yi could feel the wind flowing around him, making his movements much more agile. At the same time, the bone-modified worms in the body were also mobilized. Take a step forward. The waves are surging. Then its body began to run wildly on the water. Before that, after being tempered by the bone-transforming worms, the strength of its body had been greatly enhanced. Even without using modified insects, you can still fight against black iron-level battle pets. Now with the addition of the light body technique and flying feather step, it is much faster. At this moment, if someone stood on the cliff on the east side of the island, he could clearly see a surging white water line above the sea. Every time Qin Yi stepped on the water, he was able to use the wind to move forward. Behind it, a wave of water nearly 2 meters high was raised, and its speed directly increased to dozens of miles per hour. After a dozen breaths, they arrived at the small island which was only 100 meters in diameter. He was not sure of the exact location of the underground cave, so he could only dive into the water to search. Moment. Qin Yi stopped beside the island, took a deep breath, and dived directly into the water. The white waves on the sea surface gradually subsided, and all traces were covered by the waves sweeping in. In water, Qin Yi could still feel the wind that created the slight waves around him. The wind-based skills still existed and were maintained by the flying feather spirit grass in his pocket. It moved as swiftly as a swimming fish, exploring the area more than 10 meters below the island. After surfacing several times and breathing twice, finally, we found a cave on the west side of the island, more than 10 meters underwater. However, the entrance was only about 1 meter and 20 or 3 meters wide, so it was not big enough and could only accommodate one person. This is exactly the same as what was said in the original post introducing that person. Found it. Qin Yi's face lit up with joy, and he went straight in. After approaching more than 10 meters, he entered a cave, which was a space independent of the interior of the island. The area was over 100 feet in size, and no seawater entered it. Qin Yi popped his head out from the entrance of the pool in the middle of the open space. After taking a look at the small cave space, he saw a skeleton man wearing a black robe next to the stone wall. Next to it was a broken wooden staff. There was no color on the black robe. It seemed like new even after so many years. The material used to weave this black robe must be high-grade silk. It's true. Crash. From the underwater cave, there was a sound of water and Qin Yi walked out of the pool. Can be immediately. A sense of crisis came from the bottom of his heart, and he suddenly turned around to the other side of the cave, behind a few uneven rocks nearly 2 meters high. A green snake head as big as a human head appeared, with a scarlet snake tongue and a pair of snake eyes staring at Qin Yi. Identification technique. The white light merged into the green snake's body. The 3-star black iron blue spotted snake has the skills of venom spray and petrifying skin. Iron head, burn this snake. Qin Yi's mental power connected to the void territory. Taitu, who had just drunk a few sips of spring water, was directly summoned into the cave. After receiving Qin Yi's order, he spewed out a wave of fire. As the entire cave was lit up with flames, the green-spotted snake hiding beside several huge rocks had turned into a piece of charcoal, and the only danger here had been eliminated. It is normal to have 1 or 2 monsters in such a natural cave. After all, it is a good place to hide from natural enemies, and it is dozens of times safer than on an island or mountain. After cleaning up the green-spotted snake, Qingyi threw Tai-Tu, the tool wolf, into the void territory again. After, Qingyi walked up to the black-robed skeleton man, with some vigilance in his eyes. Who knows if this man will set a trap for those who come after him before he dies. Many people are killed by this kind of opportunity every year. Qingyi uses bone armor. The bones under the skin condensed into a set of hard bone armor. He felt relieved and walked to the front of the man in black robe, glancing at the wooden staff beside him. Identification technique. A ray of white light, which was only seen by Qingyi, merged into the wooden staff. An alien magic device above the unknown Lord level. Made of materials above the unknown Lord level. Materials above Lord level. This is a magical device from another world, and should be a type of weapon. In his memory, even in the library of the Beast Tamer University in his previous life, there were very few records about the forces from other worlds. These are all confidential. The strength of ordinary animal tamer universities is not strong, and they cannot access more data and information from alien forces. As for matters concerning magical devices, you still have to go to the imperial capital Beast Tamer University. Maybe you can learn something in their library. After all, it was Qingyi in the previous life. He had only studied until his junior year and was just a student who had not yet graduated from the college. Although his talent had ranked among the top with his hard work, he had only just entered the threshold. However, what Qingyi valued was the Lord-level materials. Qingyi picked it up with his hand. Although it was just an ordinary wooden stick, it weighed about 20 pounds. Put it away first. Then Qingyi put the tattered wooden stick into the void territory. After looking at the cave a few more times, there was only a skeleton of an unknown human from another world in front of him. He put it into the void territory first, and it would not be too late to take a closer look at it when he got out. Thinking of this, Qingyi took the skeleton of the human from another world into his territory. What he didn't expect was that he actually triggered the 5th unlocked pet building in the void territory. An unknown dead life form has been detected, triggering the conditions for building a pet decomposition room. Do you want to spend 10 million federal coins to build it? Yes. Chapter 53, The Secret of Sword Emperor's Fighting Spirit, Meditation. Ding! Deduction of 10 million federal coins was successful. Under construction. Within the void territory, the ground began to shake and the earth cracked. A black building that was 20 meters high and wide emerged from the ground. Like the pet healing room, it was made of black stones. Before, the bonus of 30 million federal coins that Jiang He wanted to give had already been deposited into his account. Now, after deducting 10 million federal coins, Qingyi still has as much as 88 million federal coins in his account. Nickname: Pet Decomposition Room. Level: Black Iron. Function: can decompose black iron level dead life, with a chance to obtain the opponent's previous skills, bloodline, etc. The black iron 1 star to 6 stars increases from 1 million federal coins to 1 million cumulatively. Upgrade conditions: Void territory reaches level 7. Additional: free chance to decompose elite level and above dead lives 10 times. Number of free decompositions: 10. I got a chance to give it away for free. I'm so lucky. Wouldn't this be a perfect opportunity to decompose that dead life form? Qingyi's eyes lit up with joy. Now, enough pet buildings have been unlocked in the void territory, and only 1 elite quality star stone is left to upgrade the void territory to level 2. After returning, you have to go to the pet house to look for it. If it is not for sale, you have to upload a reward post yourself. After he completed the construction of the pet decomposition room, the attribute template of the decomposition room also came to his mind. This is the decomposition chamber. It simply exists to pick up corpses. Even if they are dead, you can use the power of this decomposition room to decompose the opponent's skills, bloodline, etc. during his lifetime. Of course, how much can be decomposed depends entirely on luck. But even so, it is already extremely terrifying. Especially for the people from another dimension living in the pet ruins. Now, over the past 200 years, Although they have learned a lot about each other, the humans on Earth are still unable to control the cultivation methods of some alien people in their pet ruins. A small number of people in other worlds can also form pets and use them as their fighting force. Qin Yi is in the belly of this mountain. After entering the void territory, he looked at the building rising from the ground, took off a wooden box and a black robe from it, and then threw it into the decomposition room. Ding! An unknown Lord-level dead life form has been detected. Do you want to use a free decomposition opportunity? Yes. A powerful Lord-level warrior from another world actually died on an island outside such a small D-level pet ruins. Qin Yi certainly didn't know the reason. Maybe his death was approaching, or he was chased by his enemies and seriously injured, which led to his death here. However, outside the pet ruins, a few hundred meters away from the sea surface, you have already reached the barrier of this world. There are even some places that are only more than 10 meters away from the sea surface. Perhaps the power of these rules is only limited to humans on Earth. This was just a thought that flashed through Qin Yi's mind. In the pet decomposition room, there is still a stone platform 1 foot above the ground. Inside the stone platform, there are also some complicated magic arrays engraved, which are dozens of times more complicated than those in the healing room. This is probably because of the difference in abilities. After all, the ability of the decomposition room is to take away various abilities of the living from the dead. Ding! Decomposing. A voice that only Qin Yi could hear suddenly rang out. On the stone platform, the formation was activated, and a gray mist emerged from under the stone platform, wrapping up the skeleton on the platform. In an instant, the skeleton seemed to be swallowed up, and disappeared out of thin air, without a trace. Decomposition successful! Obtain a copy of the Sword Emperor's Doji secret, improved. Obtain the Crystal Magic Meditation Technique, improved. Obtain a copy of the high-level Fire Mage's Innate Bloodline. Note: all decomposed skills have been improved and can be practiced by the host without any side effects. Extract all of them? Extract! The words fell. In an instant, everything about the secrets of the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit and the Crystal Magic Meditation Technique merged into Qin Yi's mind. At the same time, a blood-red glass bead as big as a cherry appeared before his eyes out of thin air. This glass bead was emitting a blood-red glow. Moreover, this glass bead looks like a fruit and even emits a fruity aroma. As the name suggests, this must be something that can help improve one's talent for mage cultivation. This can be judged simply from the fact that this skeleton was a Lord-level mage from another world when he was alive. This person's talent for practicing magic must be extremely strong. Regarding the alien civilization in the pet ruins, they have some alien wizards in the Empire. Even practicing magic requires talent, and only 1 or 2 out of 100 people can do it. What's more, there are mages with stronger talents, some of whom are 1 in a million. Gulp! Qin Yi didn't hesitate, and swallowed the blood-colored glass bead directly into his stomach. Boom! In an instant, a surge of energy and blood burst out from the abdomen and merged into every part of his limbs and bones, just like the last time when he was parasitized by the bone-transforming worms. Suddenly, there was an extremely intense tearing sensation on the limbs, as if the bones were going to be broken, but the pain only lasted for a few breaths. It was wrapped up by a gentle force, and its torn flesh and blood began to recover instantly. After a moment, after completely absorbing the cultivation talent of the high-level magician, the world around it seemed to have undergone a drastic change, with countless red energy particles floating in the void. These are the energy particles in crystal meditation. These particles are also devoured by the battle pets. This crystal magic meditation technique only records 10 levels of cultivation methods, and the 10th level is the pinnacle. Before practicing this meditation technique, it is also necessary to have appropriate spiritual secrets to practice. Otherwise, if there is not enough mental power to control the energy particles, even if you have practiced to a sufficient level, you can only be a high-level magician vase. Even if one forcibly uses magic from another world to attack, there will be backlash from the magic, and one may even be killed by the magic one has cast if one is not careful. As for the practice of spiritual arts, Qin Yi doesn't have to worry, because he has the secret method of the spirit. In the Fire God Atlas in his Sea of Consciousness, whenever he enters this void territory, he doesn't need to actively practice. The ancient god of fire Atlas will also automatically capture some magic particles from this void territory, integrate them into itself, and automatically charge. It only took a few days. Originally, only 1/4 of the fire god Atlas had been condensed, and now it was only approaching 1/3. It was estimated that within a month or two, this first level of condensation would be completed automatically. Chapter 54, Level 1 Mage. Level 1 Fighter. There is a method of cultivation in another world. He will then be able to possess combat power comparable to that of his pets. Even if he does not have a pet to protect him, the outburst of his own combat power will definitely give his opponent a surprise. After thinking about this, Qingyi found the fire nest where the fire energy particles were the most concentrated, and sat cross-legged on a dark red boulder. Underneath. Even if Qingyi did not practice on the nearly 3-meter-high dark red boulder, the dark red particles in it would actively enter his body due to his talent as a high-level wizard. Then Qingyi wanted to try to practice meditation. He closed his eyes and sat quietly. In an instant, his body entered a state of clarity, like a pure crystal. At the same time, with the help of the powerful spiritual power in the ancient fire god Atlas, he began to actively capture the particles floating around and continuously integrated them into his body. Finally, these energy particles, guided by the crystal meditation technique, gathered in Qingyi's sea of consciousness. Under the comfort of spiritual power. Finally, it gathered into a red star vortex composed of energy particles. An hour later, the red star vortex finally took shape. With Qingyi as the center, an invisible wave of air was released. He has already reached the level of a first-level wizard in crystal magic meditation. After the magic energy vortex is condensed, it will still capture the energy particles swimming around during its automatic rotation. However, this efficiency is hundreds of times lower than that captured by the ancient Vulcan Atlas, and is almost negligible. But what made Qingyi happy was, when this ancient Atlas of the god of fire captures energy particles, it will also take care of the weak magic vortex below it, and capture some fire magic particles for him. Now I am also a 1-star fire mage. There are only 2 1-star fire magics recorded in the crystal magic meditation technique. One is fireball and the other is rocket. Try. Qingyi, who was on the dark red boulder, opened his eyes. He awkwardly mobilized the fire energy particles in the magic vortex, and a stream of energy was released from the magic vortex and instantly reached Qingyi's right hand. Bang! A muffled sound. A flame nearly the size of an apple burst out from his palm. Now, the little fire dragon that was lazily sleeping on a boulder nearby opened its eyes after sensing the energy fluctuations around it. When he saw a fireball coming out of his master's right hand, his eyes immediately widened and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Master can also spit fireballs? But its power is so weak, much weaker than mine. The little fire dragon stared at the fireball in Qingyi's hand without blinking, thinking in his heart. Qingyi felt the fireball coming out of his palm, and there was some excitement in his eyes. This was the power controlled by his body, but this fireball technique was much weaker than Charmander's. Although Charmander is only 1-star black iron, its combat power is equivalent to that of 3 or 4-star black iron, and is much stronger. The power of its fireball is naturally comparable to that of a 4th or 5th level fire magic fireball. Qingyi, a 1st-level mage, definitely can't compare to him. After, Qingyi raised his right hand and threw the fireball towards the boundary wall beside him. Swish! A fiery red afterimage plundered the void, and when it fell on the boundary wall, it exploded with a loud bang, sparks flying, and it was extremely powerful. At the same time, almost 1/10 of the power in the magic vortex in Qingyi's sea of consciousness disappeared directly. This was due to his high-level magical talent. If he were an ordinary magician, he would probably need external force to replenish it after performing it 2 or 3 times. Rocket technique! Then, Qingyi tried the rocket technique again. Power surged out, and a nearly 1-meter-long flaming arrow condensed directly on his right hand, and he blasted it out again. The penetrating power seems to be stronger than fireball. The power of fireball is relatively dispersed. The rocket technique concentrates all the attack power into one point, and its power is comparable to the attack of a 2-star fire pet. You can say that. Today, Qin can compete with the 2-star black iron battle pet with his own magical means. However, the secret techniques that one possesses must not be leaked out. Once one has mastered the cultivation methods from another world, not only will one be besieged by forces from that world. Even within the Dongji Principality, it is estimated that all the major clans will focus their attention on Qin Yi. Before you have enough strength. On the surface, Qin Yi could only reveal the strength of his combat pet. Of course, he could also show off his magic attacks when necessary, and he could push this special skill to the blessing skill of Charmander. The blessing skills are also skills that the master can use. Of course, you can't reveal too much, otherwise if it is noticed by someone with ulterior motives, you will definitely get into unnecessary trouble. Now I am stronger. We will be able to deal with the crisis of the destruction of Jiangnan Base City 3 years later more calmly. You can even counterattack. Qin Yi has begun to suspect that in the S-level ruins under the Jiangnan Base City, there must be an alien civilization empire, which is comparable to the S-level ruins in the God's capital. Of course, this is just his temporary guess. After practicing the crystal magic meditation technique, Qin Yi was ready to try the secret of the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit. Before the person who was decomposed was alive, it could be judged from his magic robe and magic wand that he was a magician. As for the secret of Sword Emperor's fighting spirit, it is possible that the other party has understood this secret of fighting spirit. Only then was it decomposed. The Sword Emperor's fighting chi secret was much more powerful than the crystal magic meditation technique. This fighting chi secret actually had 13 levels. One layer corresponds to one level. Level 13. Doesn't that mean that the secret of the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit can be cultivated all the way to a level comparable to that of a god-level beast tamer? It is completely comparable to a god-level beast tamer. If the power is under the control of oneself, if one is with a god-level beast tamer, perhaps one can kill the opponent with thunder when the opponent cannot summon a battle pet. A moment. Qin Yi could even imagine in his mind the scene where he would strike with thunder and kill the enemy's god-level beast tamer. But Qin Yi was not sure whether cultivating fighting spirit was as simple as practicing magic. After all, he had a talent for advanced fire magic, not a fighting talent. Qin Yi sat cross-legged on the dark red boulder again. It was still fire energy particles, but this time they gathered at the dantian. Condensed and concentrated within the dantian. Half an hour later, a light red flame of fighting spirit appeared in Qin Yi's dantian, but this fighting spirit was very fragile. This was the sign of him becoming a first-level fighter. The fighting spirit is condensed in the dantian. A first-level fighter condenses chi in his dantian, and a second-level fighter can mobilize the fighting chi to strengthen his physical body, greatly enhancing his physical fitness. A level 3 fighter's fighting spirit can leave the body. It's just a few inches away. When you become a 7th-level fighter, you can create a 100-meter-long fighting spirit, and with the help of secret techniques, you can kill elite battle pets. Chapter 55, Advancements in Succession. Half a day later. Qin Yi from a small fire nest in the void territory. Within the dantian. The purity of fighting spirit has been raised to a higher level again. The fighting spirit even formed a small circulation within his tendons and veins, flowing endlessly. 2-level fighter. The formation of a small circulation in the body is the sign of a 2nd-level fighter. It's just half a day of practice. The rich fire energy particles in this small fire nest can greatly enhance his cultivation. It was only after he broke through to the 2nd-level fighter. This increase dropped significantly and became normal. This is probably because the level of this small fire pet's nest is only LV2. If the nest is upgraded to LV3, the increase in cultivation will still be greater. Now, the little fire dragon in the small fire pet nest sensed a force erupting from its master's body on the dark red boulder next to it. It opened its eyes slightly, took a look, turned over, changed its posture, and continued to sleep. This master has become stronger again. I'm almost used to it. Charmander still felt comfortable sleeping. The rocks beneath were constantly transferring strength into his body, and he felt like he was slowly getting stronger. It also has some effect of tempering the body, which is indeed very comfortable. Qin Yi took out his cell phone from his pocket. 8 hours had passed. It was probably almost dark outside in the Pet Ruins and Knoll Mountains. But fortunately, he sent some text messages to Uncle Lin before entering the ruins. He might have to stay in the Knoll Mountains for 2 more days. Since the fighter has been promoted, the mage's skills must also be improved. This time during the battle with the Black Magic Society, he also realized the weakness of his own combat power. Without Taito's help, it would be impossible for him to kill those members of the Black Magic Society by himself. What's more, he is the elder of the Black Demon Society's branch. Then, Qin Yi closed his eyes again and began to practice the crystal magic meditation technique. Countless fire energy particles from the outside world were all integrated into Qin Yi's body. According to the records of crystal magic meditation, even a high-level wizard with a natural talent for cultivation would need more than a month to reach the first level. And the 2-level mage. For a talented person, half a year. For those with average talent, it will take 3 to 5 years or more. Talent determines a mage's growth rate and limit. Even if an ordinary mage gets some opportunities, he can only become a great mage above level 7. However, to become a saint-level wizard above the Grand Wizard, one needs a high-level wizard talent to achieve this. The holy level recorded in this meditation technique is level 10, equivalent to a lord-level beast tamer. Indeed, when Qin Yi started practicing, his speed was indeed much slower, but it was only as slow as when he was practicing the first level, for an ordinary magician from another world. Qin Yi's cultivation speed is already incredible. It only took a few hours to reach the first level. Even for the most talented wizard, it would be difficult to achieve this level. In the end, Qin Yi spent a whole day to be promoted to the second-level magician, and he cleared the magic vortex under the ancient Vulcan Atlas in his Sea of Consciousness. It has expanded more than 3 times compared to the previous level. At the same time, from the crystal magic meditation, 3 more level 2 magic skills were unlocked. The fireball technique releases a fireball as big as a football. Its power is comparable to that of a 3 or 4-star fire-type pet, but it is still much weaker than Charmander. This is the horror of bloodline talent. It is equivalent to level 1, and its power is comparable to level 3 or 4 fire system. The second one is the fire wave technique. Release a fan-shaped flame wave with a range of about 5 meters. Suitable for group attack. And the third one is fire shield. This is the only defensive fire magic. After casting, a fire shield with a diameter of 1 meter and a height of 1.5 meters can be condensed in front of the body. Qin Yi used the small fireball technique, but was unable to break the wooden shield. However, after 2 large fireball techniques, he broke the fire shield. If it was a small fire dragon, it would only take 1 hit. At this time, even Taitu, who was in the gold pet's nest, looked up at Qin Yi. When Qin Yi just started practicing, the power was very weak, and it made no difference to Taitu whether he had it or not. However, in such a short period of time, young Master Qin Yi's power doubled. This power is already quite strong. Just like the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit, after it was upgraded to level 2, the progress of the mage's cultivation also began to slow down. Without the enhancement of the fire nest. After, Qin Yi spent another half a day to familiarize himself with the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit and fire magic. He recovered quickly in this void territory, but if he tried to achieve such a terrifying training speed outside, he would definitely not be able to do so. After mastering it, then you can hide the fighting spirit and magical power in your body. At the same time, a weak mental wave was released from the Atlas of the ancient fire god in the Sea of Consciousness, covering up the magic vortex and the Dantian fighting spirit, making it impossible for the Lord-level beast tamer's mental power to detect it. This fire god Atlas seemed to be intelligent, and knew what Qin Yi was thinking, otherwise it would not have acted like this. Qin Yi, before leaving the void territory, picked up the broken wooden stick. Now he knew that this was a Lord-level magic wooden staff, but it had become dilapidated due to years of corrosion. However, the opponent's magic robe was still as good as new, without a speck of dust on it. Apart from the magic wand and magic robe, there was only a wooden box left on Qin Yi's skeleton. Most of the surface of the wooden box had been corroded by time. There was originally forbidden magic on it. But now they are all broken into pieces, and the wooden box can be opened very easily. The person who got the opportunity at the beginning was probably able to cultivate to the Lord level or above because of the things in the wooden box. This is a wooden box about 20 centimeters long. After opening, there are 10 pet space capsules neatly arranged, as well as a method for magic summoners to improve their spiritual power. This text is of the same origin as the crystal magic meditation technique. They are all foreign languages. After Qin Yi practiced the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit and meditation, it was not difficult for him to understand the magic summoner's spiritual practice method. Perhaps the skeleton died here because of the magic summoner's spell. It seems so. The magic summoner has a very high status even in the other world, otherwise he, a 10th level wizard, would not attach so much importance to the magic summoner's spell. The abilities of a magic summoner are exactly the same as the animal tamer system that everyone in the Earth Federation is practicing today. Qin Yi took a look at this secret method of spiritual cultivation and found it very simple. It is far different from the spiritual secret technique of the fire god Atlas that he practiced. Qin Yi practiced for a while. The speed of cultivating this spiritual power, even with the blessing of the void territory, is more than 100 times slower than the ancient fire god Atlas. But this spiritual secret technique is already a priceless treasure to others. In the end, this spiritual secret technique only reached the 10th level. But after practicing these 10 levels, as a Lord-level beast tamer, his mental power is several times stronger than other ordinary Lord-level beast tamers. When fighting against opponents of the same level, he can fully use his spiritual secrets to attack the opponent. In this way, his chances of winning are greatly increased. But Qin Yi looked down on it. Practicing this spiritual secret technique is not as fast as practicing it automatically through the ancient fire god Atlas. It is totally useless. But this is also a treasure. If you cannot use it yourself, it will be of extremely high value whether you sell it or give it to people around you for cultivation. Even if it sells the best, it only sells 1 or 2 floors. 3 or 4 floors at most. And even if you want to trade on Pet Home, you have to do it anonymously on the black market. This is enough insurance. But what Qin Yi valued most were the 10 pet space capsules, which could only be obtained from some A-level or above pet relics. Great value. Nowadays, on Pet Home, the lowest price for a pet space capsule is 30 million federal coins, and some bounty posts even have prices as high as 60 million. He can't use it himself. But I can give 2 to Uncle Lin. Lin Yanran kept 3. The remaining 5 can be sold, and some of them are worth nearly 200 million federal coins. This time I really made money. Chapter 56. Business is here. In the Void Territory, Qin Yi in a small fire nest. Holding the tattered magic wand in his hand, he threw it into the pool of water in the nest. There's a chance. After waiting for a few moments. After absorbing the inexhaustible fire energy particles in the pool of water, the broken magic wand actually emitted a faint vitality. Under the nourishment of the spring water, the vital force began to recover gradually at an extremely slow pace. What can be confirmed is that this level 10 magic wand will definitely be restored in the future. The person who got this opportunity at the beginning could only get 10 pet space capsules and the incomplete magic summoner's spiritual secret method at most. The benefits Qin Yi gained from it were dozens of times more than the other party. He can decompose dead lives above elite level 9 times for free. Be sure to make good use of it. In Qin Yi's memory, he clearly remembered that some people had obtained some inheritance from powerful people from other worlds in the pet ruins in the imperial capital. At that time, you can get ahead of others and grab those opportunities. Maybe you can also obtain the skeletons or corpses of 1 or 2 powerful beings from other worlds. If so, you will definitely get a lot of good things. After, Qin Yi left the void territory contentedly and returned to the belly of the mountain. Because the green-spotted snake's burnt flesh gave off some meaty aroma, it attracted quite a few of the 2 one-star black iron crabs in the shallow sea. Qin Yi is hungry. Fortunately, when he left Jiangnan City, he stocked up some snacks and a few boxes of self-heating hot pot from the void territory. But none of them could compare to the giant iron-clawed crab in front of him that was nearly 1 meter long. The 2 iron-clawed crabs were still fighting over the charred body of the blue-spotted snake. Even though Qin Yi suddenly appeared, they still didn't notice it. The battle was so fierce that they would occasionally tear at the charred corpse and bite off a few pieces of flesh from it. Big fireball! Qin Yi's mind moved. The magic vortex in the sea of consciousness burst out with a strong force, which poured into the right arm. Bang! 2 fiery red afterimages streaked across the void and directly fell on the 2 ironclaw crabs, blasting the 2 one-star black iron crabs away and knocking them unconscious on the hard stone wall beside them. Under the scorching heat of a huge fireball, a large area of the back turned red, and a seafood aroma wafted out, causing Qin Yi to swallow his saliva. Afterwards, Qin Yi added 2 more big fireballs, which finally burned the 2 ironclaw crabs red, and the aroma of crabs filled the air. The claws of the ironclaw crab were easily cut off using the bone blade skill, and the plump white crab meat with a rice aroma appeared before his eyes. After a moment, after eating, Qin Yi jumped directly into the water. Even without the help of the wind skills of the Feiyu Ling Chao, he could still survive with his current physical fitness as a second-level fighter. With the help of fighting spirit, his speed was much faster than when he had the skill of light body. While swimming in the water, he even stirred up a white wave of water behind him. Arrived at the beach, Qin Yi summoned Tai Tu and headed straight for the village built by Baiyu Town in the ruins. On the way, we encountered a few gnolls ambushing in the jungle. In close combat, these gnolls are indeed not weak. Each of them carries a bone blade that is about 1 meter 30 or 14 long. The bone blades are as hard as steel and are indeed not easy to deal with. But Qin Yi simply released a rocket spell remotely, and under the control of his mental power, it accurately pierced the dog-headed man's chest, killing him on the spot. Using rocket magic to destroy this one-star black iron dog-headed man really wasted a lot of fire magic in the body. But even if it's wasted, the Vulcan Atlas can also be supplemented. In order to conceal his tracks, Qin Yi also took out a black mountaineering backpack from the Void Territory and carried it on his back. If he were discovered while selling spiritual secrets or space pet capsules, just say that I was lucky to have obtained it in the ruins of the Knoll Mountain Range. And there is no flaw at all. That's indeed the case. Qin Yi felt very happy after feeling that he had killed those dog-headed men with his own strength. Moment. The image of the giant-eyed monster emerged in Qin Yi's mind. The other party's inverted triangle scarlet pupils were still very clear in his memory. That was the Lord-level monster that killed him in his previous life. Moreover, the other party was suspected to have come from outside the base city, and did not break out from the ruins of Jiangnan base city. After I have enough strength, then I can kill that guy with my own hands. It would not be the case that after his battle pet is killed, he would become an ordinary person and be killed by the opponent at will. There was a hint of sternness in Qin Yi's eyes. This time when I go back, I will first look for elite level or above star stones from the transactions at the pet house, and then see if there is any information about the giant-eyed monster. As a Lord-level monster, if it happens to be near the base city of the Dongji Principality, there must be records of it. It's impossible that there is none at all. Unless that Lord-level monster has been hiding. Then, Qin Yi had just come out of the ruins. After his cell phone regained signal, it began to vibrate several times and several text messages came in. 2 of them belonged to Lin Changhe. All I did was to send him a text message after he came out of the ruins. The other one was from Jianhe, who told him that 30 million federal coins had been transferred to him, and he also asked City Lord Li for an elite dragon blood potion, and 10,000 military merits. If you have military merits, you will be protected by the city guards. If anyone wants to investigate Qin Yi's information in the future, they will ask for permission. Ordinary people can forget about finding Qin Yi's information. Moreover, once you join the army, you will be upgraded quickly. 10,000 military merits are equivalent to a battalion commander of the city guards. Also on the side of the Animal Tamers Association, Jianhe did his best to increase Qin Yi's authority. After all, Qin Yi is already a trainer of the Beast Tamers Association, and his file is already in their Beast Tamers Association. Increasing his authority level is a piece of cake for Jianhe. Except for people at his level, others could only find some general information about Qin Yi. An elite-level dragon blood potion is very valuable. Jianhe also began to pave the way for Qin Yi's little fire dragon to be upgraded to the elite level. After all, the combat power of the dragon-type combat pet is the strongest in the same level, and it can also fight across levels. But at the same time, the energy required to raise and upgrade dragon-type combat pets is several times more than that of the same level. If Qingyi did not have the Void Territory as his backing, this little fire dragon hasn't even broken through to 1 star yet, but it has already spent all the 2 million federal coins left by its parents. Pets in the home. There was even a purchase request message popped up. He only put on the shelves a 1-star perfect grade tempering potion and a 1-star perfect grade 5-element potion. Those who wanted to buy the potions must have valued the perfect grade potion, he wrote. This is business. You'd be a fool not to make money. Qingyi immediately chose to accept it. The pop-up message is sent 1 day in advance. If you do not accept other people's buying and selling messages within 3 days, the pet house system will automatically cancel this order. Chapter 57. The first transaction is completed. Now, the imperial capital of the Principality of Dongji. In Dongshan Villa District. In this villa area, each villa occupies an entire hill, and inside a room in one of the villas, a long-haired woman in pajamas sitting cross-legged on the sofa saw a pop-up message on her mobile phone's pet home. This ordinary little shop has accepted your order. The store owner has been added as a friend. Zhao Shanshan clicked on it immediately. I actually picked up the phone. Could it be possible that this trainer could really make a perfect potion? Interesting. There was some curiosity in Zhao Shanshan's eyes. She also recently obtained a 1-star cultivator certificate, and was able to understand the difficulty of preparing the potion. If she did not have a secret method to enhance mental strength, she would not be able to do so. It might be impossible for her to pass the breeder's certificate. Even so, she spent a lot of time and several years to record a lot of black iron level pet materials. And almost every year, new pet materials appear on the market, which are all worth understanding. Is the boss here? Zhao Shanshan opened the chat page in the store and typed a line of words. Exist. The owner of the shop opposite replied. Boss, can you really make a perfect potion? Just place your order. Our store is absolutely honest and fair. We will compensate you tenfold if the product is fake. This is a store that has my trainer certificate. Please rest assured, customers. The owner of the shop opposite typed out this series of words quickly, as if he was afraid that this customer would run away. I want 20 of each, 20 of the 5 elements potion and 20 of the fire spirit potion. I wonder when they can be shipped. Can you send it by Golden Eagle Express? Zhao Shanshan said immediately. The other side. Qingyi, who was on the dirt road in the giant forest outside Jiangnan City, was afraid that the client he had finally come to would run away, so when he saw the other party's message, he immediately replied impatiently. But after seeing the Golden Eagle Express sent by the other party, his brows frowned slightly. It's not for anything else, it's just that the Golden Eagle Express is too expensive. The reason for this name is that almost all of their couriers have a black iron level 6-star Golden Eagle. Occasionally, there are elite level Golden Eagles escorting some important items, which can be delivered to designated customers at the fastest speed throughout the entire Dongji Principality. Before, Qingyi thought that it would be best to send it by government-led Dongji Express, which has a slightly more affordable price. It is all based on the weight of the package. Even if the items are very expensive, you only need to pay a small amount of money to insure them. The earliest delivery time can be the day after tomorrow, but can it be sent by Dongji Express? Golden Eagle Express's price is a little bit expensive. Qingyi hesitated for a moment and replied. The other side. Zhao Shanshan saw that the other party was hesitating and thought it would take a long time to prepare the medicine. The result is just a matter of wondering which courier is cheaper or more expensive. I'll pay, and the boss can pay when he arrives. How can this be possible? You are our first customer. Qingyi thought about it, gritted his teeth, and sent it over. It's okay. Our company has a partnership with Golden Eagle Express and we have a big discount. Is that so? Great! As compensation, I will give you a VIP card of our store. You can join our store's VIP group, which will give you some daily benefits. Moreover, if there are new products in the store, you can notify customers as soon as possible. Qingyi, who was sitting on Taitu's furry back, couldn't help but send a message. Qingyi thought about it and decided not to give a discount. After all, the medicines in his shop are all genuine perfect-grade medicines for sale at a reasonable price. The medicinal strength is several times higher and the effects are extremely strong. Moreover, after sending out the VIP card and adding the customer to the group, you will gather your own private traffic pool and develop this customer into a long-term customer. Then, Qingyi set up the VIP settings of his ordinary little shop and spent 500 federal coins to create a private chat group for Pet Home, and added the customer of Pet Home whose online name was Qianmeng to the group. In the shop chat group. Hello, boss. Hello? Send me an address and I'll ship it to you the day after tomorrow. With the speed of Golden Eagle Express, if we're close, it can basically be delivered within a day. Okay, boss. Afterwards, Zhao Shanshan sent the address of a community not far from Dongshan. You can ask the butler to get it when the time comes. You're welcome. We'll have new products in the store soon, so please stay tuned. As a shop owner, Qingyi ended with a friendly, "Oh," thinking that this would definitely leave a friendly impression on customers. It's done! Qingyi was delighted. Afterwards, 6 million federal coins were added to the store's account. This is how the transaction system of Pet House works. After both parties confirm the order, the buyer will pay half of the money, and then pay the other half after the inspection is completed. Because every pet shop is registered with its own breeder certificate, there is no need to worry about people running away if the owner of a pet shop tries to cheat you out of money. That would be on the wanted list of the Dongji Principality government, and even if you escape to other principalities, the bounty hunters of the Dongji Principality will not stop. No one would do that. Now, Zhao Shanshan, who was curled up on the sofa, also left after seeing the other party's last message. The other party did not lie to him. Unless the other party is ready to escape from the world. Could it be that the owner of this pet shop is really able to prepare perfect-grade potions continuously? Unless the owner of this pet shop is a lord-level breeder, it would take a lot of mental energy to continuously prepare perfect potions. Another possibility is that the other party has mastered another method to prepare a perfect-grade potion. These are all what Zhao Shanshan is curious about. But let's wait until the other party really has that many potions. Then Zhao Shanshan stood up and walked into the practice room. She needed to spend a lot of time every day practicing spiritual secrets, although the improvement was slow. But he has already surpassed many geniuses of the same age. It wouldn't take long before she felt she could become a 2-star trainer, but even so, she was still no match for the genius Long Xingyun from the Long family. The opponent is so powerful that it is terrifying. He is the same age as her, but she obtained the 3-star trainer certificate. She surpassed all the young people in their imperial capital, but her father did not think very highly of her, saying that Long Xingyun's talent was similar to hers. This result was only achieved because of the full efforts of the Long family. But even so, Long Xingyun himself is also very powerful. At the same time, Qingyi returned to Jiangnan City and took out the elite dragon blood potion that Uncle Lin had kept for him. He also explained that it was sent by someone from the city lord's mansion. Moreover, Lin Changhe already knew that Qingyi had encountered the Black Magic Society in the wild. President Jiang he used his Pet Home account to publicize it widely. After all, this time he defeated the Black Magic Society's conspiracy. And they also arrested someone, which is an achievement. This needs to be reported to the higher-ups so that their Jiangnan city can obtain more resources. Of course, Jiangnan city has also caught the attention of many members of the Black Magic Society. Especially since Jiangnan city had previously eliminated all of their strongholds in the base city. Some of them even began to suspect that there was a pet trainer with tracking skills hidden in the Jiangnan city, otherwise they would not have made so many mistakes. Otherwise, there must be a traitor in their Black Magic Society. Both things have been going on in the Black Magic Society branch. They are going to send people to the Jiangnan city again to find out if there are any animal trainers with tracking talent in the base city. And Qingyi. He spent tens of thousands of federal coins and got a 30% discount on the price due to his status as an honorary elder of the Beast Tamers Association. It was indeed a lot cheaper, and Qingyi felt it was worth it to be the honorary elder. Chapter 58. Purchase Starstone. As this was the first order placed by a customer, Qingyi still felt that he should prepare the products as quickly as possible and ship the goods. Only in this way can you build a good reputation for yourself. Only in this way can customers be satisfied. Qingyi then found the black market trading channel on the breeder forum. Every post in this channel was about trading, basically all of them were pet materials, and there were also many posts about trading pet babies. Of course, there are also many reward posts. There are quite a few popular posts among them, all of which are looking to purchase spiritual secrets. Any spiritual secret is a treasure for a beast tamer. Many of these posts were published several years ago. Occasionally, they will be pushed up once or twice by someone's reply, but will soon sink to the bottom. This kind of posts appear all year round. It's all just a formality. Those good things with spiritual secrets will not be traded. They will definitely be treated as heirlooms. Build a family of animal trainers. Many animal tamer families developed because of a spiritual secret technique, and thus became increasingly powerful. In the early years, there were many large families in the imperial capital that had been passed down for hundreds of years, and they developed in this way. Some of these large clans that have existed for hundreds of years have controlled a lot of powerful resources since the Earth entered the era of universal animal tamers. Even after entering the era of animal tamers, they were able to integrate the resources at their disposal as quickly as possible and maximize their profits, so that the family could be passed down through this era and remain a super clan. Of course, after the advent of the era of universal animal tamers, the rise of superclans is countless. Qingyi searched for Xingchong's posts in the black market. There are actually quite a few. The Starstone posts published in the past 2 months were automatically filtered out, among which there were posts selling elite-level Starstones, priced at 6 million federal coins. It's indeed a bit expensive. But this is already the cheapest. Qingyi contacted the other party immediately. The post was published a month ago, but what surprised Qingyi was that the other party still had the elite Starstone. Even though this Starstone is some pet material, pets with star attributes are scarce, and only when preparing some special potions will a little Starstone be added. Although it was not available in the Animal Tamers Association of Jiangnan City, it was at least obtained from the black market transactions of this pet house. The other party is also very free and easy. Using the pet house's black market trading system, after Qingyi makes the payment, a special black market courier will deliver it to Qingyi's designated location. Both parties are anonymous, and each gets what they need. After resolving the issue of the Starstone, Qingyi took the pet materials he had bought and went directly into the bedroom. He told Uncle Lin that he wanted to have a good sleep. The next moment, he entered directly into the pet nest in the void territory. In the small fire nest, Qingyi picked up a glass, scooped a cup of water from the pond nearby, drank a few sips, and it tasted the sweetness of spring water. The rich fire energy particles contained in it, after entering the abdomen, were injected into the magic vortex and the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit. No wonder Taitu had to drink a lot of spring water every time. The effect is indeed good. Moreover, this spring water seems to have the effect of relieving fatigue. Qingyi hesitated again and again. I decided to prepare the 40 potions first, and then take a rest. With the luck bonus from the Black Iron level cultivator achievement, and the mental support from the ancient Vulcan Atlas, Qingyi was now able to concoct a perfect level potion. It couldn't be simpler. The movements are extremely skillful. And this time, after he had the pet materials, he focused his attention on the materials for making potions. In an instant, dozens of methods of making these potions emerged in his mind. There is even a more economical way to prepare a quenching potion with the same effect. All of this stems from the Black Iron Breeder achievement Qingyi obtained. The achievement and the ability added by the system allow him to directly think of the method of mixing pet materials into potions just by looking at them. There are dozens of improved methods, and many of them are better than the recipes released by the Earth Alliance Tamers Association. It can also save a lot of pet materials. From this point of view, by preparing it according to the methods that come to mind, you can save a lot of money. Then, Qingyi chose one of the preparation methods in his mind. Nearly 50% of pet materials are saved, but the effect is the same. The total cost of the raw materials was less than 200,000 federal coins, but it could be sold for 12 million. Of course, the most expensive thing is the preparation technology, and Qingyi has a luck bonus, so he can always prepare the potion to the perfect level, and he has the spiritual power of the ancient Vulcan Atlas to assist him. Even without the bonus of luck, Qingyi could still refine a lot of perfect grade potions at one time. An hour later, 40 perfect grade potions have been refined, and they were prepared using Qingyi's improved method. It is even several times stronger than the previous perfect grade potion. The first customer in the imperial capital who bought this batch of goods definitely made a profit. The 12 million federal coins were well worth it, and he would probably be able to make some profit by reselling them. Qingyi's refining this time. I felt extremely relaxed. It was just a piece of cake. Afterwards, Qingyi tried the 2-star quenching potion again. He chose one of the dozens of methods that emerged in his mind and still refined it easily. But the price needs to be doubled. 600,000 federal coins per piece. The 3-star tempering potion was successfully refined, 1.2 million federal coins. When Qingyi wanted to refine a 4-star quenching potion, he couldn't find the materials to do so. If other cultivators knew that Qingyi only used 2-star materials to prepare a 3-star quenching potion, their entire worldview would probably collapse. Low-level potions are mixed into high-level potions. This is not just about being able to concoct a perfect potion, this is completely a superb shaping. After Qingyi stopped, there was a feeling of swelling in the head, but after the cool feeling released by the ancient fire god Atlas, the swelling feeling disappeared instantly. Afterwards, Qingyi called the little fire dragon next to him and asked it to drink the 2-star pet tempering potion. The originally lazy Charmander, after tasting the pet tempering potion, he immediately became energetic. The little fire dragon, which has now grown to a height of 1.2 meters, ran to Qingyi and rubbed his pants, looking at Qingyi eagerly as if he still wanted to drink the tempering potion. This sweet and comfortable feeling is so addictive. Qingyi then let the little dragon swallow the 3-star tempering potion he had refined. This time, the little dragon felt the powerful medicinal power of the 3-star perfect grade tempering potion. The whole body became much warmer, and its upgrade progress began to increase. With a look of enjoyment on his face, he returned to the dark red boulder beside him and fell into a deep sleep again. It's done, time to ship it! Qingyi put the 40 test tubes of medicine into a wooden box specially used for storing medicine. This wooden box was made of iron sunken wood. It was as hard as iron and very light. It was indeed a good object for holding things. Fortunately, this thing is not expensive. After purchasing materials worth 100,000 federal coins from the Beast Tamer Association, you will be given 2 of these wooden boxes for storing test tubes of medicine. After putting these things into the wooden box, Qingyi contacted the branch of Golden Eagle Express in the base city and gave them the address of Donglin Community. The Golden Eagle Express staff came to the door quickly. After Qingyi showed his trainer certificate and explained that this was a cash-on-delivery item, the other party agreed. Of course, before that, the other party also checked the potions in the wooden box, and they were all 1-star pet potions. After finding no problems, he picked up the items and left Qingyi with a courier number. Their Golden Eagle Express is also linked to the Pet Home app, so you can check their delivery time on it, which is very convenient. Chapter 59. The Zhao family is shocked. After solving the problem with this first customer, Qingyi returned home and fell into a deep sleep. And Lin Changhe did not interfere with Qingyi's affairs. After he met Taitu, he brought Taitu to his old friend to show off. He is now also an elite animal trainer. If he wants to apply for a senior executive position in some pet companies, it will definitely not be difficult. Moreover, almost every pet company is in urgent need of elite animal trainers. Of course, just by registering as an elite demon hunter in the Tamers Association and completing the target of a task every month, you can also receive a good salary from the Tamers Association. Qingyi's sleep. That's 10 hours. When I woke up, it was already dark outside. Qingyi felt refreshed after the sleep. After drinking a few sips of the spring water containing energy particles and sleeping like this, he felt that the magic cyclone and the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit in his body had increased a little. Open the Pet Home app. The Star Stone hasn't been delivered yet, but it shows that Golden Eagle Express has delivered it from the Jiangnan base city to the imperial capital. So fast! Qingyi was a little surprised. Jiangnan base city is not close to the imperial capital. The other party must have dispatched elite golden-winged eagles, otherwise they would not have been so fast. This is professionalism, Qingyi said with emotion in his heart. He immediately thought of the scene in which he prepared the medicine for his first customer, and suddenly felt that he had some experience. Although he had never opened a pet shop in his previous life, he always felt that he had talent in this area and that his pet shop could definitely be expanded in the future. Qingyi's guess was correct. The Golden Eagle Express branch here did indeed dispatch elite animal trainers. This was mainly because after the people from Golden Eagle Express filled in the address, the Imperial Capital unilaterally upgraded the courier number, raising the authority by several levels, and directly upgraded it to an elite 9-star combat pet to deliver the parcels. This speed is already the fastest. This was of course the work of Zhao Shanshan. Their Zhao group is a major customer of Golden Eagle Express and has the highest level of authority. Zhao Shanshan casually used her father's ID and adjusted the order number of this Golden Eagle Express. Naturally, they did not dare to neglect it. The strongest golden feathered eagle in Jiangnan Base City was taken away for delivery. Now, in the Dongshan Villa area of the Imperial Capital, the old butler, wearing a black tuxedo, silver-framed glasses and a head full of silver hair, stood straight and took back the wooden box containing the medicine. A lifelike Golden Eagle logo was affixed to one side of the wooden box. It is the exclusive express delivery of Golden Eagle Express. Second miss. I brought the stuff. Miss, if you want to buy anything, just tell me. We can get a batch of the best pet medicines from our group's store. Butler Zhang said in a gentle tone. It's okay, Uncle Zhang. I bought this from a breeder's shop at the pet house. That little shop was selling perfect grade potions. I was curious to see if they really wanted to sell them. After I placed the order, I didn't expect that they would actually accept it. It was delivered before 14 hours had passed, and the preparation time was about 3 hours. Zhao Shanshan took the wooden box of medicine from the housekeeper Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang has been working in their family for more than 40 years. He followed Zhao Shanshan's grandfather when he was young. Now he stays with Zhao Shanshan, taking care of her daily life. Zhao Shanshan has been taken care of by Uncle Zhang since she was a child, so there is no need to explain the affection between them. Second miss, I checked and they are indeed all perfect grade potions. As for the modulation time, I'm not sure. Uncle Zhang, the housekeeper, shook his head. He himself was not a cultivator, but only an elite 9-star junior cultivator. He could only make a rough judgment based on the power emitted by the potion. Zhao Shanshan opened the wooden box. He took out one and took a look at it, then closed his crystal eyes and carefully sensed the test tube of medicine in his hand. The power in the test tube was extremely pure, and there was still residual heat on the wall of the test tube. The medicinal power in the test tube was also surging. These are all consistent with the marks of a test tube that has just been prepared. This is a newly prepared one. Could it be that the person who runs the pet shop is really a Lord-level breeder? In an instant, this thought emerged in Zhao Shanshan's mind. Then she checked the second tempering potion, which was indeed of perfect grade, and seemed to be even stronger than the perfect grade one in terms of medicinal power. It's stronger than the perfect grade medicine. How is this possible? Zhao Shanshan was stunned for a moment, thinking that it must be a misjudgment on her part. After a moment, when Zhao Shanshan finished checking the last potion, she looked at the 40 neatly arranged perfect grade potions in the wooden box with her crystal eyes and took a deep breath. These are actually newly prepared perfect grade potions. He went from placing the order to receiving the goods. The transport took 10 hours. Even if the other party has the opportunity to prepare the medicine, it will definitely take within 3 hours. 41-star perfect grade potions in 3 hours. Perfect grade potions cannot be prepared by anyone other than the Lord's cultivator, and one must mobilize mental strength to adjust them. 40 potions were prepared in 3 hours. Even an ordinary trainer cannot accomplish this level, as their mental strength is definitely not enough to support it. Master! The other party is at least a Lord-level trainer. And he may be a trainer with 11 stars or above. Even the Zhao group doesn't have a trainer of this level. In their Zhao group, only the ancestor is a 10-star breeder, and even so, they only prepare a small amount of 10-star pet potions for sale every year. To maintain the reputation of their Zhao group, But now, the business within the Zhao group has also been shaken to a great extent. Many elite breeders within the group have been poached by people from the other two rival pet companies. Although it did not harm their foundation, they did lose a lot of customers. If this continues, their Zhao group will become weaker and weaker, which is not a good thing. At this time, their Zhao group had a big gap in some special medicines. Perhaps the master cultivator in that ordinary little shop could prepare them. Uncle Zhang, call my dad back. Zhao Shanshan seemed to realize the importance of this matter. Uncle Zhang, the butler standing by, also understood what Zhao Shanshan meant, a cultivator who could refine 40 perfect grade potions in 3 hours. Although they are all 1-star, this level is difficult to achieve even for Lord-level trainers. After a while, Zhao Dongqing rushed to the villa area from the pet pharmaceutical company under the Zhao group. What's wrong, Shanshan? Dad, look at these potions. Zhao Shanshan directly took out the 40 pet potions prepared by Qin Yi. Zhao Dongqing checked them doubtfully and also saw a clue from them. He is an elite trainer. Although these 40 are 1-star pet potions, they are all of perfect grade. What's even more terrifying is that the preparation time of these potions is almost within the same time period. And with Zhao Dongqing's experience, he has already seen the most important point about these perfect grade potions. Their medicinal power is several times stronger than ordinary perfect grade potions. There is no doubt that the other party may have changed the pet materials for modulation and opened up another modulation method besides the official one released by the trainer. Even his father, who is now a 10-star cultivator, cannot make such a potion. Even 1 star is of great value. You should know that it is best for combat pets to take potions of the same level. If you take a perfect level potion at this time, the medicinal power will be comparable to that of a 3 or 4-star pet potion. In this way, you can get better tempering than other combat pets of the same level, and the upgrade speed will also be faster. 1 step faster, every step faster. The big families in the imperial capital would spend a lot of money to buy pet potions for their children. With such a batch of perfect grade potions as a stepping stone, they can even attract a group of customers from the group pharmaceutical company again. Who made this? Zhao Dongqing immediately turned to look at Zhao Shanshan beside him and asked with a fiery look. Chapter 60. Putting Space Capsule on the Shelf, Spiritual Secret Technique. I bought it from a breeder's shop at the pet home. The other party's store had no sales before. I saw that the 2 1-star potions he had on sale were both perfect, so I tried it. As a result, he prepared these 40 perfect potions within 3 hours. Zhao Shanshan briefly explained the situation. This person may be a hidden master cultivator. It's not so easy to make a perfect potion. Shanshan, since you have established this relationship with the shop owner, you must maintain it well. Perhaps this master cultivator can make up for the share that our Zhao group has lost in those special potions. Then, Zhao Dongqing said in a serious tone. Good. Zhao Shanshan nodded in agreement. I'll leave 2 of these potions for you. I'll take the rest. You can ask the other party if they can make the 9 spirit potion and the soul enhancement potion. If it can really be adjusted, no matter what conditions the other party offers, as long as they are not too excessive, we will agree to them. After finishing the explanation, Zhao Dongqing took away the wooden box containing the medicine. He was eager to analyze and figure out what materials were used in the medicine. He was certain in his heart that a lot of adjustments had been made to these 2 1-star perfect grade potions. Not only were the medicinal strengths stronger, but perhaps even the pet ingredients required for preparation had been reduced. If all of this can be confirmed, it will completely overturn the official optimal modulation method released by the Animal Tamers Association. After my father left, it took a long time for Zhao Shanshan to calm down. He has basically determined that the owner of that ordinary little shop is definitely a cultivator above the lord level, and he opened this little shop perhaps just to play around. Suddenly, there was another pop-up message from Zhao Shanshan's pet home, sent by an ordinary shop owner. Qianming customer, I have seen that the express delivery seems to have arrived. If possible, can you give our store a 5-star praise? Qin Yi, who was in Jiangnan Bay City, was very excited when he saw that the other party had confirmed the goods and another 6 million federal coins had arrived in his account. At the same time, for the sake of the store's reputation, I specially contacted the first customer who placed an order. Boss's perfect grade potion is really good and works very well. Next time I need it, I will definitely buy it from you. Zhao Shanshan replied immediately. As long as it works well, quality is always our top priority in our shop. Qingyi felt very satisfied. Very good. The unremarkable little shop took its first steady step. After that, you can attract more customers. Boss, can I ask you a question? It's up to the customer to say what he wants. Can I ask my good friend to come to this shop to buy potions? He also needs a perfect grade potion to refine his battle pet recently. Zhao Shanshan asked carefully. She was a little confused about what the shop owner was thinking. The ideas of some lower-level animal trainers or breeders, and some old guys, are indeed different from those of ordinary people. There are often some wonderful ideas popping up in my head. Of course, it would be good to recruit more people. The store has just started and we need to expand our customer base. Not too much. I have other things to do right now, so I don't have too much time to prepare the medicine. Okay, got it, boss. After Zhao Shanshan finished speaking, she left the VIP chat group of Pet Home. There was some excitement in his golden eyes. As for what her father said, asking about the 9-spirit potion and the soul-enhancing potion, it would not be too late to ask next time. She could first test the old senior's thoughts step by step. Since the senior has agreed, he can bring his friends along. The first person she thought of was the one from the Xingji Tower in the imperial capital, whose talent was second only to Long Xingyun. If they were to go by relationship, she would be her cousin. Just 2 months older than him. Her natal battle pet is actually a blue phoenix bird with lord-level qualifications, which has dual attributes of fire and illusion. It is also extremely brave and aggressive. For her, the younger generation has only one goal, which is to defeat Long Xingyun of the Long family. The Xingji Tower is one of the major forces in the Dongji Principality. The first priority is to collect and sell intelligence from all over the world. No matter what information you want, you can basically buy it in the Xingji Tower, including some things about alien civilizations. There are also a lot of records in the Xingji Tower. Just wanting to get it requires paying a high price. Zhao Shanshan sent a text message directly to her cousin Wang Susu. Cousin, I know of a trainer's shop that sells 1-star perfect tempering potions and 1-star 5-element potions. You can buy them. And according to my dad, the shop owner is a hidden lord-level trainer. I invited you because you are my best friend. This shop owner has just opened, and he will definitely put more good stuff on the shelves in the future. Zhao Shanshan finished sending. Just waiting for my cousin's reply. However, given Wang Susu's personality, she is probably honing her combat skills with her combat pet in a pet ruins at this moment. There is no possibility of reply in a short time. Then he started to give a 5-point positive review to the mediocre little shop, praising the quality of the medicines sold in the shop. Now, Qingyi, who was in Jian'anbei City, felt very satisfied after seeing the 5-star reviews for his shop. Regardless, the first order has been completed. At the same time, Qingyi was also very satisfied with the fact that customers took the initiative to help find new customers. This is the butterfly effect produced by improving the quality of medicines. Judging from the order placed by this generous customer, and the fact that he lives in the imperial capital, the customer introduced must be a good one. The number of people in the VIP group will increase. Qingyi specially opened a VIP group to source goods. This is a benefit specifically for VIP group customers. First, increase the number of members in the VIP group. When the number of members exceeds 10, start voting for those who want to enter the VIP fan group to decide whether to let them enter the VIP fan group. In this way, we can ensure that the people in the group are friends worth making. Qingyi was also afraid that people from other trainer shops might see that his shop was doing a booming business and maliciously want to mess with their shop, sneak into the fan group to cause trouble, and try to poach his customers. This kind of thing is terrible. He also went to see Pet House, which had 108 posts about experiences in opening a pet training shop. One of them is to open an independent source of goods in the VIP fan group. Qingyi thought about it and felt it was indeed a good idea, so he adopted this experience. Put 2 pet space capsules on the shelves. This thing is pretty good. Although many of the big families in the imperial capital have a lot of these things, if the things are good, it will definitely not prevent us from getting a few more. As for the others, Qingyi planned to keep them for show. If you don't have a space pet capsule on you, and directly summon Charmander and the others from the Void Territory, it will easily attract other people's attention and be too conspicuous. In this world where alien forces are mixed and wild monsters are rampant, it is definitely beneficial to keep a low profile before you step into the Lord-level tamer. Put the incomplete tamer's spiritual secret technique on the second shelf. Genie thought about the super rubbish spiritual secret method for cultivating spiritual power, and casually threw up 2 layers. This thing was too ineffective. But at least it can be considered a spiritual secret. Finally, Genie completed the pricing. Space Pet Capsule costs 35 million federal coins each. As for that rubbish spiritual secret technique, just sell it for 50 million federal coins. Moreover, Genie felt that the 50 million federal coins were a bit high, but things are valuable because they are rare. He also knew that this spiritual secret method was very precious in the Beast Tamer University in his previous life. I also specifically asked some students from the big clans at that time, and they said that the spiritual secret method was possessed by almost every big clan, and it was something that was completely common in the imperial capital. Genie thought about it and decided on 50 million federal coins. If the customer thought it was too expensive, he could lower the price a bit. Chapter 61 Upgrade. Void Territory. The next day. Early in the morning, there was a knock on the door. Outside the door, it was a man wearing a black mask and a black uniform with a Pet House Black Market Express logo on his chest. Pet House's Black Market delivery service will keep the information of both buyers and sellers strictly confidential. An ordinary passerby. After Genie revealed his anonymity, the Black Market courier left immediately. The next moment, a nearly 3-meter-long black crow appeared on the roof of their building and turned into a black shadow and flew towards Jiangnan-based city. Genie opened the package. I finally got the star stone that I had been longing for. This thing is very scarce. This is a silver stone the size of a pigeon egg. The outer shell seems to be covered with a layer of glass, and inside is a mass of flowing liquid like mercury. It just shook slightly. You can clearly see the liquid flowing back and forth. Lin Changhe was still not at home. He went to the homes of his 2 old comrades early in the morning, as if they were planning something recently. Uncle Lin didn't say anything, and Genie was too lazy to ask. Genie took the star stone in his hand. Directly entered into the Void Territory. Ding! Elite level star stones detected. The conditions for upgrading the Void Territory have been met. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade! Ding! Successfully deducted 30 million federal coins, the Void Territory is being upgraded. 30 million federal coins disappeared directly from his account, but there were still 50 million federal coins left, and there were also 12 million in the trainer's shop account. The total amount is 60 million federal coins. Boom! In an instant, the boundary wall at the edge of the Void Territory began to expand outward, revealing more grassland and expanding out to a distance of 400 meters. The length, width, and height all became 500 meters. The exposed ground was still extremely flat grassland, and the entire territory instantly became much wider. The little fire dragon in the small fire pet nest felt the huge noise outside, and immediately opened its eyes and looked around curiously. Looking at the expanding grass, the little fire dragon glanced around and then continued to hug the dark red boulder and closed his eyes. He was still more comfortable inside the nest. Congratulations on the upgrade! Buzz! At the same time, an attribute panel about the Void Territory appeared on Genie's retina, and only he could see it. Nickname: Void Territory. Level: LV2. Function: provide a pet breeding space in the void. Territory area: 500 by 500 by 500 meters. Upgrade conditions: to upgrade, you need to unlock 7 pet buildings above level 2, 10 elite starstones, and 100 million federal coins. After meeting the promotion conditions, the Void Territory will continue to expand. Ding! Congratulations to the hosts for upgrading the Void Territory to level 2. You have obtained a Black Iron level pet building construction plan, the Ancient Battle Pet Arena. It is detected that the host has the construction plan of the Battle Pet Arena. Do you want to spend 10 million federal coins to build the Battle Pet Arena? Yes. Ding! Deduction of federal currency successful. Under construction. Outside world. Within the void territory, a building resembling the Roman Colosseum appeared directly in the center of the territory, with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. In the center of the arena, there was a raised 2-foot stone platform. The entire arena exuded a murderous atmosphere. It is very ancient at first glance, and many buildings on the outer walls even have many tiny cracks, but it does not have much impact on the overall appearance. Instead, it enhances the mystery of this arena. Construction completed. Nickname, Arena. Level, Black Iron. Function, train your pet's combat ability. Fight with pets of the same level and bloodline. After a successful battle, you have a chance to plunder the opponent's skills and your own strength. Each battle with a 1-star pet costs 1 million federal coins, and the amount increases by 1 million. The arena is absolutely fair to all. Upgrade conditions, Void Territory reaches level 7. Charmander, go try it! Genie immediately called the little fire dragon to his front, pointed at the huge arena in front of him, and said to it. Charmander was also a little curious. Then he entered the arena and stepped onto the ancient black stone platform. A 1-star peak fire dragon pet has been detected. Should we spend 1 million federal coins to find a combat target for it? Yes. The words fell. Swish. Then a bright golden light descended from above onto the black stone platform. When the light faded away, a 3-meter tall golden armored young dragon was revealed. The appearance of the golden armored young dragon was that its head was a bit like a triceratops, with 3 long protruding horns, and its back was covered with a layer of shining golden scales. A tail with a meteor hammer at the end was shaking with full of fighting spirit, and from time to time it could touch the black stone platform, thus rubbing out a series of sparks. It looked like a powerful weapon to the naked eye. This golden-armored young dragon also has a pair of sickle dragon wings on its back, and there is a nearly 10-centimeter-long scar on its head near the dragon's eyes, which makes this golden-armored young dragon look even more ferocious. As for the Charmander opposite him, the two were very different in momentum. This Charmander usually slept in the fire nest and had basically no combat training. The battle in the giant tree forest outside the city was basically just a minor one, and most of the gains were made by relying on Iron Head. But the little fire dragon, who has dragon blood, saw the golden-armored young dragon in front of him with high fighting spirit. For some reason, a fighting spirit suddenly burst out in his heart. It seems to be due to the influence of this arena. Roar! The golden-armored young dragon roared angrily. Although it was a young dragon, the power of its dragon roar was extremely extraordinary. It stepped directly on the black stone ground. Like a cheetah locking onto its prey, it rushed forward directly, lowered its head wrapped in thick bones, and exposed its 3 protruding long horns. If it was hit, Charmander's dragon scale armor would probably be penetrated on the spot. Charmander didn't dare to show weakness either. A small fireball was immediately sprayed out. The hot fireball, as big as a basketball, hit the golden-armored young dragon directly on the head. But the golden-armored young dragon, in its sprint, directly dispersed the fireball. Only a little red appeared on its head, and even its dragon scales were not broken. The golden-armored young dragon was already within reach. The little fire dragon directly gave itself a triple speed and dodged to one side, but at this moment the golden-horned dragon seemed to have anticipated it. The direction of its attack also suddenly changed. Puff! Roar! A painful dragon roar came from the little fire dragon's mouth. One of the golden-armored young dragon's sharp horns pierced the dragon's scales on the little fire dragon's neck. It was only a few inches away from piercing its neck. Fire wing slash! I bite! The 2 pairs of sickle dragon wings of the little fire dragon were instantly blessed by flames. Like 2 scimitars, they chopped towards the golden-armored young dragons that were stuck in front of them. If they were hit, the golden-armored young dragons would definitely be injured. But what was unexpected was, the golden-armored young dragon seemed to be able to use the golden wing slash. The sickle dragon's wings, which were basically the same as Charmander's, were instantly covered with a layer of hard gold, as if they were coated with a layer of gold powder, making them even more shining. The 2 pairs of dragon wings collided with each other, and the huge sound of metal collision resounded in all directions. Flames were shooting out on the stage, but neither could completely suppress the other, and all of a sudden the two young dragons were deadlocked on the stone platform. The little fire dragon's eyes were also filled with anger. It opened its sharp mouth and bit the neck of the golden-armored young dragon. Its sharp teeth pierced the dragon scales of the golden-armored young dragon. But this amount of injury is far from what Charmander could have suffered. And the golden-armored young dragon still has one last killing weapon that he hasn't used yet, which is his tail that looks like a meteor hammer. Call! There was a sound of breaking air. Charmander stared at the falling meteor hammer with wide eyes, and it hit him directly on the head. Challenge failed! When he was knocked to the ground by Charmander, a loud voice echoed in the arena. The golden-armored young dragon disappeared out of thin air. All that was left was the little fire dragon, with a shattered skull and blood gushing from its neck, lying on the stone platform. Buzz! The next moment, a healing divine light fell from the stone platform and enveloped the seriously injured little fire dragon on the stone platform. The injury on its neck recovered visibly. The originally broken skull became a little harder after being healed. In the blink of an eye, the recovered little fire dragon stood up on the stone platform again, looked around with eyes full of fighting spirit, and then set his sights on Qin standing beside him. It seemed as if he was saying that he was going to fight again. Do you want to spend 1 million federal coins and continue the challenge? Yes. Qin agreed without saying anything. This is indeed a great practical exercise. The battle will not end until one side dies, and even if one is injured, they can recover instantly. The 1 million federal coins are worth it. Chapter 62, Arena. Charmander Upgrade. In the Void Territory. In the arena. Ding! Deduction of 1 million federal coins was successful. The battle begins. Swish. Same as before. A brilliant golden light fell from the sky above the arena again. Roar! A familiar dragon roar was heard, and the golden-armored young dragon appeared again. The moment the golden-armored young dragon appeared, its pair of sickle-like dragon wings were directly wrapped in a layer of solid gold, like a pair of golden dragon wings. The Charmander that had just been healed was in much better condition than when it started. At the same time, the dragon's wings also began to burn. After the two pairs of young dragons roared at each other, they collided directly with each other like two rolling boulders. Every collision of flesh. There would be sounds like the collision of metal. Puff, puff, puff. As a result of the physical fight between the two young dragons, many places on the black stone platform were stained with dragon blood. Now, another fire-type combat pet, the fire vine demon wood, which was in the small fire-type pet nest, sensed the movement coming from the arena and swam out from under the dark red boulder. He climbed directly onto the dragon scale fruit tree and looked towards the direction of the arena. It seemed like he was watching the two young dragons fighting with great interest. Moment. Looking at the two figures, one red and one gold, colliding with each other on the black stone platform, an idea emerged in his mind that there were also white bone-transformed worms in his body. A parasitic combat pet. Can I also enter this arena? You can try it. Qin also became interested. He has accumulated a lot of combat experience, and in his previous life, during his 3 years at the Animal Tamer University, he had also been to many pet ruins to fight. Otherwise, he would not have become one of the top 10 figures in his grade. Challenge failed. 3 minutes later, a huge sound was heard again in the arena, spreading throughout the entire Void Territory. On the black stone platform, the little fire dragon's skull was still smashed by the meteor hammer on the golden-armored young dragon's tail, but this time it lasted much longer than before. Charmander's combat experience also began to increase rapidly. The golden-armored young dragon that remained on the black stone platform had large chunks of flesh bitten off its neck, and many parts of its back were covered with scratches from dragon claws, which was shocking at the first sight. Every drop of light golden blood falling on the stone platform could be heard. This golden-armored young dragon did not win as easily as it did in the first battle. If he didn't have the meteor hammer on his tail, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. In the blink of an eye, the little fire dragon that fell on the stone platform recovered under the healing golden light and became full of energy again. The young dragon's body was originally only 1.2 meters tall. After the healing divine light was absorbed into his body, His injuries healed and his body even grew slightly bigger. The dragon's fangs that were originally broken into several pieces seemed to have become much harder after recovery. Bang! The little fire dragon stepped on the black stone platform and let out a long roar with great fighting spirit. He wants to fight again. Continue the challenge! Qin made his choice. Millions of federal coins evaporated in an instant. The brilliant golden light fell, and the golden-armored young dragons descended again. This time, the two young dragons did not hesitate at all. After looking at each other, they attacked decisively. Roar, roar, roar! The dragon's roar echoed on the black stone platform. This time, after finding an opportunity, the little fire dragon didn't say a word and bit off the golden-armored dragon's tail in one bite, even at the risk of injuring his own back. Got killed twice. The little dragon has clearly understood that the biggest threat to him is the tail of the golden-armored dragonet. Its dragon fang has been strengthened twice. After biting the golden-armored dragon's tail, the little fire dragon bit it twice desperately, and the tail broke directly. At the same time, Charmander also paid a price. The dragon scales on its back were pierced by the 3 protruding dragon horns of the golden-armored dragon. Blood was dripping, but Charmander didn't care at all. No matter what, you can recover after the battle. There is only one thought in the little fire dragon's mind at the moment, and that is to kill the golden-armored young dragon in front of him. After fighting for more than 10 rounds, both young dragons were covered in scars and blood. But neither of them admitted defeat. In the end, the little fire dragon was better and directly bit off the neck of the golden-armored dragonet, but one of its dragon legs was broken and one of its dragon claws was also bitten off by the golden-armored dragonet. If Charmander hadn't been injured at the beginning and hadn't bitten off the golden-armored dragon's tail, the outcome of their battle will most likely be that Charmander will lose. Challenge successful! The golden-armored young dragon fell heavily to the ground, and its entire body instantly turned into a golden fluorescent light. Thousands of fluorescent lights were all integrated into the body of the little fire dragon. At the same time, a healing divine light descends. He began to rapidly recover Charmander's injuries. In the blink of an eye, Charmander's aura began to soar. It broke through from the peak of 1 star to a 2-star fire dragon pet in the blink of an eye. Its physical body grew directly from 1.2 meters to 1.5 meters, and its dragon body became much stronger. Especially the small dragon horns that originally protruded from the dragon's head, which had grown several inches longer, had begun to reveal the ferocious appearance of a young dragon. The little fire dragon's breakthrough was also due to the fact that it absorbed a lot of the golden-armored young dragon's power. It felt like in addition to the original fire magic power, there was also some gold magic power in the body, and it perfectly matched with the body of the little fire dragon. Swish! When Qin's mental power fell on the little fire dragon, a panel about his attributes was directly reflected on his retina. Nickname: Charmander. Qualification: Lord 10 stars. Attributes: Fire, Gold. Rating: 2 stars. Skills: Dragon's Roar, Exploding Fireball, Fire Wing Slash, Triple Sprint, Golden Armor Dragon Scales. Enhanced skills: Increase endurance by 100% and become 20% immune to fire attacks. See the skill introduction. The little fire dragon that was upgraded to 2 stars of black iron did have the skill to plunder the golden-armored dragonfly, the golden-armored dragon scales. This is a gold attribute defensive skill. At the very least, the next time he fights the enemy, with this skill, his physical combat power will be enhanced by several levels. Qin also noticed that the small fireball in the previous skill was directly upgraded to an explosive fireball. Roar! Under Qin's instructions, the little fire dragon standing on the black stone platform immediately spewed out a fireball the size of 2 basketballs in diameter, with a power several times greater than before. It is comparable to the skills of some ordinary 5 or 6-star fire-type combat pets. Do you want to spend 2 million federal coins to continue the challenge? Yes. Qin also wanted to see who would be the next opponent of the 2-star Charmander in the arena. Boom! Just like before, a thick, bright golden light suddenly fell. A pitch-black demon dragon walked out from it. It had black dragon scales all over its body, a pair of scarlet dragon eyes, and a body that was about 1.6 meters tall. Faint black arcs of electricity flashed on the pitch-black dragon throne. And this evil dragon has 2 heads. The sharp dragon teeth are chilling. A cold, dark aura emanated from its entire body, and after it landed on the black stone platform, 2 streams of thick black smoke suddenly spewed out of the mouth of this 2-headed dark dragon. The entire black stone platform was enveloped in it. It directly blocked Charmander's vision, and the 2-headed dragon attacked fiercely. After a few rounds, with the assistance of the 2 dragon heads, it directly bit off Charmander's neck. Directly seriously injured. Challenge failed. The corners of Qin Ye's mouth trembled. This feeling was completely on a different level. This 2-headed dragon is much stronger than the previous golden-armored young dragon in terms of both skills and combat. A young dragon of this strength would not be a match for this guy even if it was an ordinary black iron 5 or 6-star combat pet. The fire vine demon tree, which was originally looking out, sensed the breath of the magic dragon and hurriedly dived under the dark red boulder in the fire pet's nest. Charmander still refuses to admit defeat. But after 3 consecutive challenges, he only lasted 3 minutes before failing the last time. Exhausted the challenge opportunities. There are only 3 challenge opportunities every day. If you cannot defeat your opponent, you can only wait until tomorrow. This time, in order to improve Charmander's combat capabilities, Qin Yi spent 9 million federal coins in one go, and nearly 10 million federal coins were gone. There are only 43 million federal coins left in the federal account, not including the tens of millions of federal coins in the account of this ordinary little shop. Chapter 63, Upgrade. Level 3. In the Void Territory, Qin Yi stood on the arena. He also wanted to see if he could fight his opponent with the parasitic bone-modified worms in his body. In that case, if I defeat my opponent, doesn't that mean I can also devour his power, which makes me much stronger? Moreover, Qin Yi not only has the bone-transforming worm in his body, but also 2 levels of Sword Emperor fighting spirit and 2 levels of magic power. So stacked up, Qin Ye's combat power is already enough to fight some black iron level combat pets alone. If it is a close-range fight, Qin Yi is confident that he can kill those elite level beast trainers. This is the confidence that one has powerful fighting power. Do you want to spend 2 million federal coins to take on the challenge? Really? Qin Yi heard the voice and an expression of, as expected, appeared in his eyes. The arena has sensed a magic power and fighting spirit in Qin Ye's body. Yes. Deduction of 2 million federal coins successful. Swish. A brilliant golden light descended again. A thin man wearing a black mask walked out. He was dressed in a black robe and was unarmed like Qin Yi. Then the man who was fighting with Qin Yi raised his hand, and fire energy particles in the void rushed towards him half a step away, and directly condensed into 2 rockets more than 1 meter long. 2 red afterimages flashed through the air and headed towards Qin Yi's face. And Qin Yi. He directly used 5 rocket techniques in one breath and started to fight against the masked man who was fighting against him. 2 of the rockets exploded directly at each other. It was like 2 fireballs exploding in the air, causing the temperature of the entire stone platform to suddenly rise a lot. The other 3 rockets went straight towards the man. Fire shield. In front of the man, a fire shield blocked the rocket attack, but 3 rockets were more likely to break the opponent's fire shield. Qin Yi also rushed forward. Bone blade! Puff! Immediately afterwards, a pale bone blade emerged from Qin Yi's right arm, and he swung it forward as if he was holding a scimitar. Base! Immediately following, a white light emerged from the man's waist, and it turned out to be a soft sword wrapped around his waist. Like him, he was also practicing both magic and martial arts. The opponent is also an expert in using soft sword. Fortunately, I have my own bone blade to resist. Even if the opponent's soft sword pierced his body, it would only pierce a little skin. He had already used bone armor and rushed directly in front of him. The other party looked at Qin Yi, who rushed in front of him. Almost instinctively, he wanted to knock Qin Yi back with a punch, and aimed at Qin Yi's chest. Bone spurs! Puff, puff, puff. The next moment, the clothes on Qin Yi's chest were torn apart, and several white bone spurs nearly half a meter long protruded, directly piercing the fist that fell on Qin Yi's chest. The arm was completely disabled. Qin Yi stretched out his left hand, grabbed the opponent's other arm holding the soft sword, aimed the bone blade in his right hand at the opponent's head, and chopped it down directly. Bang! The next moment, the thin man in the mask, who was no longer alive, fell straight to the ground. Challenge successful! The thin man turned into countless fluorescent lights on the spot and injected them into Qin Ye's body. A healing divine light fell from above and tempered Qin Ye's body. After swallowing those fluorescent lights, the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit and the vortex of magic power in his body soared by several times, both reaching the peak of level 2 and only one step away from entering level 3. Continue the challenge! Qin Ye was a little excited. If I can defeat the second challenger again this time, I will definitely be able to advance directly to level 3. Another 2 million federal coins were deducted. Golden light falls. This time, a warrior wearing heavy silver armor and holding a silver spear walked out. Even the eyes on the silver helmet were covered with a layer of steel net. It can be said that he was armed to the teeth. Swish! Qin Ye took the initiative and added his fighting spirit to his legs. At the same time, because of the bone-modified insects, his speed was comparable to that of a cheetah when he ran at full speed. Rushed directly to the front. The bone blade in his right hand chopped down without saying a word. Bang! When the protruding bone blade on his right hand fell on the silver armor in front of him, it only sank into one point and could not break through the defense at all. This made Qin Ye's expression darken. He is much more difficult to deal with than the masked man just now. Call! The man, covered in heavy silver armor, swung the straight silver spear in his right hand and chopped down fiercely. Bone blade! On Qin Ye's other left hand, as the bone-transforming worms surged in his body, another bone blade more than 1 meter long grew out from under the skin. With the blessing of Sword Emperor's fighting spirit, the bone blade even emitted a hint of sword energy. This was the characteristic of the second level of fighting spirit, which could bless flesh and bones, and his bone blade was also made of bones. This made the 2 bone blades condensed by Qin Ye much harder. Directly blocked the spear of the man in silver armor. A huge force came from the spear, causing Qin Ye's body to be blasted back several steps before he could barely keep his balance. At the same time, the man in silver armor also rushed to Qin Ye at a swift speed. It seemed that the heavy armor did not affect his speed at all. He rushed directly in front of Qin Ye. The spear once again moved like a meteor, hitting the bone blades on Qin Ye's arms again and again. Every time the huge force was transmitted, some fine cracks would appear on Qin Ye's bone blades. But after the cracks appeared, they healed rapidly. It's all because of the bone-modified worms in Qin Ye's body. However, this also put a great burden on Qin Ye. Break it for me! Qin Ye roared angrily. Most of the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit in his dantian flowed into the bone blade, directly interrupting the opponent's continuous attacks. This time it penetrated directly into the silver-armored man's armor by 2 or 3 centimeters, almost breaking his defense. But Qin Ye could only do this much. Big fireball! The next moment, he waved his left hand, and a fireball the size of a football appeared in his palm, hitting the silver-armored warrior in front of him directly. But under the scorching high temperature, it is impossible to heat the opponent's armor. On the opponent's silver armor, it seemed that a lot of runes were engraved on it. After the fighting spirit was stimulated, the power of the armor dispersed a lot of the heat waves. However, after Qin Ye attacked the place that was burned by the fireball, the defense was still much weaker. But just after the silver-armored warrior was blown back a few steps, a green light suddenly appeared on the opponent's spear. The speed of swinging the spear increased again, and the fighting spirit contained in the spear also increased a lot. Qin Ye was about to use the 2 bone blades to block in front of him. He was still blown off the black stone platform. Snap! The 2 bone blades broke with a sound. Is this the real fighting power? Qin Ye felt the numbness in his arms and felt quite emotional. If I can't reach the 3rd level of fighter, I will not be able to break the opponent's silver armor. The challenger was knocked off the stage, and the challenge failed. A healing light descended from the sky. It fell onto Qin Ye's body again, and countless rays of light wrapped him up and merged into his body, causing his missing strength to recover rapidly. It was back to normal in the blink of an eye. With the help of this power, the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit in the Dantian directly broke through the current realm and stepped into the third-level fighter. The Sword Emperor's fighting spirit directly doubled. The tendons and veins around the small circulation in the body were all broken through by the fighting spirit. At the same time, the magic vortex also swallowed up a lot of healing divine light. After being stimulated, the power in the magic vortex also increased several times. The vortex became several circles larger, and the purity also increased by several levels. Call! For a long time, Qin Yi, who was standing beside the black stone platform in the arena, slowly exhaled a breath after the healing light that enveloped him disappeared. Chapter 64 Unlocked. Forging Room. In the Sea of Consciousness. The magic vortex under the ancient fire god Atlas, after it was upgraded to the third-level magic vortex, a stream of information poured out of it and went straight into Qin Ye's mind. This time, 2 third-level fire magics were unlocked. Fire Snake Technique, Fire Spear Technique. After Qin Yi experimented with the Fire Snake Technique, he condensed a very spiritual fire snake that was nearly 4 meters long and as thick as an adult's arm. If it entangles the enemy, if there is no defensive armor, you will definitely be injured directly. And the Fire Spear Technique. It was more like an upgraded version of the rocket technique, summoning a nearly 3-meter-long fire spear at his side, emitting endless flames all around it, with a terrifying power. Qin Yi will have 2 more chances to challenge the silver-armored man, so he will naturally not give up so easily. Now the combat power has greatly increased. He was confident that he could deal with the second silver-armored warrior in the arena. However, what disappointed Qin Yi a little was that the improvement of the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit did not unlock any sword skills, but only refined the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit itself. After the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit is refined to the extreme, using his own bone blade as a sword, he may be able to break all the laws with one force. One move can break everything. Naturally, there is no need for any fighting skills to assist, they are all useless. Do you want to continue the challenge? Yes. Deduct 2 million federal coins. Swish. A brilliant golden light descended from the black stone platform again, and the silver-armored warrior walked out of it again. Bone blade! Puff! 2 muffled sounds were heard, and a bone blade nearly 1 meter long grew out from under the skin of Qin Yi's left and right arms, like 2 scimitars. With the blessing of the third-level Sword Emperor's fighting spirit, several inches of fighting spirit even emerged from the front part of the entire bone blade, greatly increasing the attack power, which was several times stronger than before. Fire Spear Technique! Fire Snake Technique! Looking at the silver-armored warrior in front of him, Qin Yi did not hesitate at all and directly used the 2 fire magic attacks he had just unlocked. In the blink of an eye, a fire spear nearly 1.7 meters long appeared out of thin air at his side, and the whole body was covered with flames. Under the scorching heat, the silver-armored warrior who was more than 10 steps in front of him suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He immediately picked up the silver spear in his hand and blocked it in front of him. At the same time, the fighting spirit in his body began to mobilize, and light could be seen emerging from the silver spear in front of him. After the fire spear is condensed, it blasted out like a cannonball, a fiery red afterimage flashed by, and it directly arrived half a step in front of the silver-armored warrior. So fast! The silver-armored warrior clearly felt that Qin Yi had become stronger. The magic attack is several times stronger than before. The silver-armored warrior wielded his spear and chopped fiercely at the flying fire spear. In an instant, flames flew in all directions, and among the waves of fire that were raised, a fire snake nearly 4 meters long flew up and wrapped around the silver-armored warrior's neck like a real snake, burning with raging flames. Its head was burned into a huge fireball. Even with the protection of his silver armor with fighting patterns, no matter how he activated his fighting spirit and mobilized the silver armor to its strongest capacity, it was still of no avail in the end. The temperature inside the silver armor is still rising rapidly. Now, Qin Yi, who was standing opposite him, rushed directly in front of him. The bone blade blessed by the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit easily broke his defense this time. Under the flames invasion. After a few breaths, the silver-armored warrior turned into thousands of light spots. However, As he disappeared, the silver spear held by the opponent finally remained and fell onto the black stone platform, accompanied by a pleasant sound of metal collision. Challenge successful! Congratulations on obtaining your opponent's equipment. The conditions for activating the forging room have been met. Do you want to spend 10 million federal coins to build the forging room? Yes. Qin Yi made his choice without hesitation. Every building in this void territory is of great use. Judging from the name, this forge is definitely used to forge equipment. Nowadays, in the Principality of Dongji, all major animal tamer academies also have specialized forging academies. They know it very well too. As animal trainers, their pets are everything to them. Once their pets die, they are just people with slightly stronger physiques than normal people. In order to enhance the combat power of your pet, it is crucial to forge pet equipment so that your pet has stronger combat power. Deduction of 10 million federal coins successful. Pet forge is being built. A familiar voice from the system came to my ears. Another 1,000 was deducted, plus the 6 million federal coins that Qin Yi had used in the previous challenge. Qin Yi only had 27 million federal coins left. This Krypton gold is flowing like water. Fortunately, a client in his own shop agreed to help him attract each other's friends as customers, plus the space capsule and 2 layers of spiritual secrets that are now on sale in the VIP chat group. The other parties should be a little interested. I still can't relax, I have to put more things on the shelves in my store. Once the forging room is opened, maybe sell some pet gear too. This thought flashed through Qin Yi's mind, and then it fell into the forging room that rose from the ground in the void territory. The forging room is a house covering an area of about 30 meters in length and width. There is a small courtyard with a furnace that is always burning, emitting scorching heat. In the forging room, there was a strong fire demon with 2 curved horns on his head, nearly 1.8 meters tall. His skin was dark red, and his bulging muscles looked like pieces of iron welded together. The most eye-catching thing is that this fire demon wearing light armor holds a huge hammer in his right hand. The diameter of the pure black hammer is more than 1 meter. If this hammer is hit, I am afraid that melee pets that are not elite or above will not be able to withstand it. Then, Qin Yi's mental power fell on this fire demon. The attribute template of this fire demon also appeared in my mind. Nickname, Forge Master. Race, Fire Demon. Level, Black Iron 6-star peak. Weapon, Enchanted Hammer. Skills, Blacksmithing. Function, responsible for the forging work in the forging room. Just give the order and the equipment will be made according to the actual situation of the pet. At the same time, the template of the forging room was also directly mobilized. Nickname, Forge Room. Level, Black Iron. Function, forge various pet equipment. Forging price, 1 million federal coins for 1-star pet equipment, and so on, up to 6-star pet equipment. Upgrade conditions, Void Territory LV7. The price of making pet equipment is not expensive, which is indeed beyond Qin Yi's expectations. To make pet equipment, you must use good materials, and most importantly, you don't have to worry about the raw materials for making the equipment. These things should all be produced in this forging room. Qin Yi just needs to pay for it. If that's the case, can we also forge a weapon for him? Such a thought popped up in Qin Yi's mind. Chapter 65, Create Pet Equipment. Qin Yi walked to the forging room. Master. The tall and burly fire demon forging master with curved horns on his head lowered his head and spoke to Qin Yi respectfully. Can you forge a 6-star sword for me? Can. Master, here are several basic styles of forged long swords. Which one would you like to choose? Then, this fire demon forging master took out a blueprint out of thin air that was filled with several long sword styles. They were all standard, and the shapes of the long swords from all angles could be clearly seen. Then Qin Yi took a look and locked onto a machete, about 1 meter 23 long. That's it, Qin Yi said. Afterwards, Qin Yi was deducted another 6 million federal coins. The fire demon forging master in front of him, after confirming it, immediately took out the forging materials from the room behind him, and then hammered down with the enchanted hammer. Any material could be melted easily and forged with great skill. After half a quarter of an hour, the black sword was forged. Even a leather scabbard is made, which comes with it. Moreover, the blade has many fire-related inscriptions engraved by the forging master. If activated, it can stimulate many additional skills. One of them is flame attachment. Qin Yi took the nearly 30 kilograms long sword in his hand and injected the Sword King's fighting spirit in his body into it. Boom! In the blink of an eye. On this seemingly dark red blade, after the fighting spirit was activated, a raging flame suddenly burned up, suddenly illuminating the stone platform in front of it. However, at the same time, the speed at which the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit in Qin Ye's body was consumed seemed to have left a gap, and began to be rapidly devoured by the flaming long sword in his right hand. At this rate of consumption, the fighting spirit in Qin Ye's body would be completely consumed in basically a quarter of an hour. It is better to use this Dowen skill less often. I'll call you the Demon Slayer Sword. Qin Yi smiled. Then he put the dark red long sword into the scabbard. Beside Qin Yi was the little fire dragon who was eager to try. He was attracted by the pure fire energy particles in the furnace. Qin Yi looked up and down at the little fire dragon in front of him. This guy's own scales are already hard enough. When it reaches 3 stars, it is estimated that the strength of this little fire dragon's own scale armor will be harder than 6-star armor, so there is no need for full body armor. Of course, if you can put on an extra set of armor when fighting with the enemy, you will have a better chance of defeating the opponent. You need to prepare a set of combat armor. When Qin Yi learned about it, he realized that this full body armor was not cheap. Besides, Charmander is still a young dragon, so even if the armor is forged, it won't last long. It won't be too late to ask the Fire Demon Clan's forging master to forge them when the battle is about to begin. Now we only need to forge 4 leg guards. They are also fighting equipment. Can this equipment have an additional wind attribute to increase movement speed? Yes, but the master needs to provide information about wine gems before you can join in. Okay, continue forging. Qin Yi asked and then stopped talking immediately. He didn't have any wind-type gems. The equipment forged by this fire demon forging master are all in line with the pet's attributes. If you want to build equipment with other attributes in addition to the pet's own attributes, you need to use gems with other attributes to fuse them according to the characteristics of the gems. Another 12 million federal coins. Plus Qin Ye's 6 million. There are only more than 9 million federal coins left in Qin Ye's account. Only by adding some of the money on the small shop's account could the top 20 million federal coins be barely reached. It's too expensive. Qin Yi looked at the little fire dragon on the grass beside him, trying out the power of its new equipment. Its leg guards suddenly began to burn, and it seemed as if it was stepping on 4 balls of flaming clouds, looking very majestic. But this pet equipment is very worthwhile. It can improve Charmander's combat power, and even if Charmander's level increases and its body becomes bigger, the leggings only need to be slightly adjusted by the Fire Demon Clan's forging master. There are now 7 pet buildings in the Void Territory. 4 of them are black iron level pet buildings, but they do not have a specific level. However, they can fully serve as pet buildings above LV2. Next, only the gold and wind pet nests are needed. Once they are upgraded to LV2 or above, one of the upgrade conditions can be met. Another 10 elite star stones and 100 million federal coins. There is still a long way to go on the road to making money. However, one thing that surprised Qin Yi was that he had thrown the pets he had captured from the outside world into the Void Territory. Without exception, those battle pets entered a dormant state, and their bodies began to be bound by a layer of white cocoons. The aura emanating from the war pets wrapped in white cocoons became increasingly weak. This kind of war pet was snatched from its master. After their master dies in battle, they will suffer backlash. Some are strong, some are weak. Under the strong backlash, the pet will die instantly on the spot and die with its owner. Even if a weak backlash allows one to survive, their combat power level will decrease, their mental strength will be damaged, and it will be difficult to increase their level. This is also why some of the war pets traded on the black market are highly valued war pets that have been raised since childhood by some pet companies. These are the easiest to tame and sign contracts with. If you kill someone else and snatch the battle pet, the price will be 1/10 of the normal battle pet. Some may even be lower. When Qin Yi stuffed those living war pets into the Void Territory, he wanted to resell them, but he never had the time to deal with them. But when he noticed that the war pets he stuffed into the void territory were all like silkworm pupae that had emerged as butterflies, and began to be bound by cocoons, he immediately realized something. This is the power within the void territory. Perhaps it is changing the battle pets that have been severely damaged. Qin Yi walked to one of the white cocoons that was no more than 20 centimeters long. After peeling off the cocoon, what appeared before his eyes was a baby of flying feather spirit grass. A faint wind-attributed force attached to this piece of white, tender ginseng. At the moment when Qin Yi's mental power was released from it. With the help of the power of the void territory, the two instantly concluded a contract. Just as Qin Yi had guessed before, with the help of this void territory, the situation that a black iron-level beast tamer could only train 3 war pets was directly shattered. Then Qin Yi put the baby flying feather spirit grass into the wind element nest. The upgrade conditions for upgrading the small wind-type pet nest have been met. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade! Qin Yi agreed subconsciously. Deduct 5 million federal coins. Upgrading. The next moment, the wind energy particles in the small wind pet's nest directly climbed several times, and more flying stones broke out of the ground, floating one by one above the 20-meter territory. On the ground of the wind-type pet's nest, there were some green spots in the pool of water, which was a sign that the wind-type energy particles were too dense. Afterwards, Qin Yi called out a new template for the wind-type pet nest, and there weren't many changes. Nickname: Small Wind Pet Nest. Level: LV2. Function: a nest that improves the attributes of 2-star wind-type pets to a certain extent, speeds up their growth, and can hatch wind-type pet eggs. Upgrade conditions: 10 million federal coins, and the number of resident nest pets reaches 3 or more. After the nest level is upgraded. What Qin Yi didn't expect was that the level of the first flying feather spiritual grass also directly reached 2 stars. Even if there were 2 flying feather spiritual grasses, if the power of one flying feather spiritual grass was exhausted during the battle, it could be perfectly replaced by the next flying feather spiritual grass. If we compete in endurance, the opponent will definitely collapse. Moreover, the Feiyu Ling Chao, which was upgraded to 2 stars, also mastered a skill of a large wind blade, which was much more powerful than the previous small wind blade. Back then, Qin Yi used a series of small wind blade attacks in the giant tree forest to cut the neck of the half-orc transformed by the member of the Black Magic Society in half. If there is a big wind blade, it can be solved in no more than 3 hits. Of course, the other party would not be so stupid as to let you take action. In a one-on-one fight, there are many other uncertain factors involved. Chapter 66. The secret method causes trouble. In the end, Qin Yi was left with 4 million federal coins. But fortunately, in the void territory, after the other elite 7-star flying feather spirit grasses degenerated to the baby state, the other pets in the cocoons were already slowly progressing. It is estimated that it will take quite a while. And Qin Yi, after getting the new weapon, he was also prepared to adapt to this void territory for a while. He even searched for posts about swordsmanship on the Pet House forum. But only 1 or 2 posts mentioned it briefly, and the rest were nothing. 2. After all, the Earth Federation is now in the era of universal animal tamers. As the owner of a battle pet, although there are many who can exercise their physical fitness, that level of exercise is limited. It is far better to establish a battle pet with enhanced skills, especially when fighting against the Dark Order. The giant power worm used by one of the Black Magic Society members is a battle pet with enhanced skills. It instantly possesses a strength of nearly thousands of pounds, no matter how much it is tempered with drugs, no matter how strong its physique is. It is simply not as powerful as the boost brought by a giant insect. In this context, it is understandable that there is no introduction to swordsmanship in the posts on Pet House, but there are also many posts discussing swordsmanship after the battle pet skills are added. There are also many animal trainers who need close combat, and swordsmanship is also needed. But the demand is pitifully low. It would be better to search for more sword techniques on the browser on your mobile phone. There are also many drawn pictures of little people holding long swords and doing various actions. Qin Yi also tried it. After practicing a set of sword techniques, there were indeed some effects, but this sword technique lacked the murderous aura, so Qin Yi still had to improve it himself. At the same time, when Qin Yi improved his swordsmanship, Imperial Capital. Wang Susu, who had just returned from the pet ruins, still had a lot of bloody smell of alien monsters on her body. She was wearing a slightly tight black robe. This black robe was made of special materials. It was soft in texture but very hard. Many animal trainers who go on adventures in pet ruins will wear this kind of adventure costume. A few meters above Wang Susu's head was a young blue phoenix bird that was nearly 1.3 meters long and had a wingspan of nearly 2 meters. It already had the power of a Lord-level monster. Many young animal trainers outside the pet ruins immediately shifted their gazes elsewhere, not daring to even look at each other. Wang Susu's blue Wan bird has now reached the peak of 2 stars. Before I even entered college, my battle pet had already been upgraded to 2 stars. Moreover, it hasn't been long since the summoning ceremony was held, but the upgrade speed is simply terrifying. He is worthy of being the second genius of the younger generation in the Imperial Capital. The reason why the young animal trainer outside the pet ruins did not dare to provoke Wang Susu. It's not just because Wang Susu's background is terrifying, but also because a young animal trainer who didn't know her said a few frivolous words to her. This young lady directly threw out the space capsule given by her father, and was crippled by an elite combat pet. From then on, this lady's bad reputation spread. Wang Susu was also happy to have some peace and quiet. His blue Wan bird was about to break through to 3 stars, so he needed to find some high-quality tempering potions. After it walked out of the pet remains, her cell phone began to vibrate a few times, and the first thing she saw was the text message from Chao Shanshan, which was about the cultivator's shop that could brew perfect-grade tempering potions. This aroused his interest. When it comes to tempering potions and 5-element potions, her first choice is the perfect-grade potion, but even in the Imperial Capital, this kind of potion is not easy to get. In most cases, the perfect-grade tempering potions she used were all prepared by the only Lord-level cultivator in the Xingji building. However, the Lord-level cultivator also has a lot of things to do and has very little time to prepare potions, if he was not the younger generation successor of the Xingji Tower. It is also impossible for him to ask the other party to prepare a perfect-grade potion for him. She was also a little worried. She didn't expect that Shanshan could find such a small training shop. She believed what Shanshan said very much. The two of them have known each other for many years since childhood and have some blood relationship, so naturally they are very close. Wang Susu simply asked her family to pick her up and drove directly to the Dongshan Villa area. In the villa where Zhao Shanshan lived alone, she washed the blood on her body that was stained by the pet's remains and changed into a set of spare casual clothes she had prepared. Xiao Shanshan, is what you said true? Of course. The other party prepared 41-star perfect-grade potions in 3 hours. My dad took away a lot of those potions, and now I only have these 2 bottles left. As she spoke, Zhao Shanshan took out the tempering potion. Wang Susu took it in her hand, opened the bottle, and sensed the medicinal power in it. Is it stronger than the one prepared by that old ancestor? Wang Susu had also obtained 2 tempering potions and was very familiar with this perfect-grade potion. The potion was real, although it was only 1 star, but the medicinal power seemed to be stronger than the one prepared by her ancestor. This caused a strange look to appear in Wang Susu's eyes. The owner of that trainer's shop is really amazing. Wang Susu sighed. Then, under the guidance of Zhao Shanshan, Wang Susu searched for the ordinary little shop, followed the shop, and became the second fan of the shop. On the store shelf page, there are only those 2 1-star potions. A hidden master! Seeing such an ordinary trainer shop, who would have thought that there was a Lord-level trainer behind it? Such a thought suddenly popped up in Wang Susu's mind. Sister Susu, I invite you to join this master's VIP chat group. I have already sought the master's consent. This master said personally that he would put some items on the shelves of the VIP group in the future. Shanshan, thank you. Wang Susu also knew that as an early customer of a Lord-level trainer who was willing to open a trainer's shop to prepare medicines, they would definitely be the first to get any medicines that this master had in the future. This is in line with a Lord-level cultivation. Why are you thanking me? Zhao Shanshan said with a smile. But when Wang Susu was invited to the VIP group chat by Zhao Shanshan, she opened the shelves in the group. Saw 2 items on the shelf. When he found out that one of them was a pet space capsule, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. But when he saw the title, Spiritual Secret Technique, below, his expression froze and he blinked a few times. After confirming that it was not an illusion, he immediately turned his head to look at Zhao Shanshan beside him. Shanshan, don't you know that the master has put items on the VIP group chat shelf? Wang Susu asked. If there was a spiritual secret technique for sale, Zhao Shanshan would definitely not be so calm. She would definitely contact the master to buy it as soon as possible. There is only one possibility, that is, Zhao Shanshan is completely unaware of it. The secret technique of the spirit can be passed down as the inheritance of a clan of super beast tamers. With the spiritual secret technique, you can be ahead of other tamers and have a strong amplification effect in battle. Are the items on the shelves? Is it some new potion? Zhao Shanshan also had some doubts. Looking at Wang Susu's solemn expression, she also opened the exclusive shelf of the chat group. First, the space pet capsule. The price is 35 million federal coins. The second one is the spiritual secret technique, 2 layers. The price is 50 million federal coins. Spiritual secret technique. Zhao Shanshan's pupils dilated several times in an instant, and her expression was full of shock. She was well aware of the importance of spiritual secrets. Their Zhao family had developed step by step because their ancestor had obtained an incomplete spiritual secret. As for the cultivation of the secret spiritual arts, even she herself had only taught the initial level. Chapter 67, Leaving a Legacy. Can this master even sell his spiritual secrets casually? Wang Susu calmed down her fluctuating emotions, her heart filled with emotion. Even their Xingji Tower. Although they are already one of the major superpowers in the Dongji Principality, as far as she knows, there are only 3 spiritual secrets treasured in their building. Moreover, 2 of them are incomplete, with only the secret methods of the last few levels. When practicing them, the increase in mental strength is extremely limited. There can only be one secret method inherited from their Xingji Tower that lays the foundation from the first level. Now Wang Susu has only been inherited 1 layer of spiritual secrets, and it was taught by her ancestor himself. In order to prevent the spiritual secrets from leaking out, he also used his own Lord-level spiritual power to set up a spiritual barrier for her. If anyone tried to spy on the secrets in her sea of consciousness, the ancestor of their Wang family would know it first, lock onto her location, and come directly to kill her. We need to inform your father and my father about this matter. It is not something we can solve. Although the price of this master is 50 million federal coins, it is definitely not that cheap. Wang Susu took a deep breath. She had seen a lot of things in the world. After calming herself down, she spoke in a serious tone. Aha! Sister Susu, I'll listen to you. Zhao Shanshan nodded. She also knew the importance of this matter. Shanshan, this time our Wang family owes your Zhao family a favor. If you hadn't invited me to join the group, I wouldn't have gotten involved. Sister Susu, this may be the master's instruction. The master promised me to invite you into the group, so he put new goods on the shelves. Zhao Shanshan recalled the conversation between herself and the shop owner. She firmly believed in her guess. If their Zhao family wanted to embezzle this spiritual secret technique, it would very likely cause dissatisfaction among the master. Is that so? That's right. Maybe the master is testing me to see if I can resist the temptation and keep this spiritual secret for myself. The reason why the master set up such a training shop is definitely not just for the purpose of making money. Now that he has even brought out the spiritual secrets, maybe the master wants to leave his legacy. Zhao Shanshan continued along the line of thought she had just been thinking. After saying that, even Zhao Shanshan herself felt as if she had suddenly realized something, as if she had comprehended the mystery of the master's previous conversation with her. I want to leave a legacy. Upon hearing this, Wang Susu's pupils shrank. This was truly a rare opportunity. Before she came here, she was only interested in the perfect grade pet potion. But what she didn't expect was that her cousin gave her such a big surprise. In any case, she owed him this favor. He was filled with awe in his heart for the owner of this ordinary pet shop, who could casually sell the spiritual secret technique, which was a treasure passed down from generation to generation. From this point, it can be seen why the other party was able to prepare 40 perfect grade pet potions within 3 hours. Afterwards, Zhao Shanshan and Wang Susu both contacted their elders at home. Wang Xingchong is Wang Susu's father. At this moment, Wang Xingchong was in the Xingji building branch, sorting out information about a pet relic in the imperial capital. At this time, he received a text message from his daughter. His daughter doesn't contact him often. But when he saw the text message, a ripple appeared on his calm expression, and he immediately put down the work in his hands, summoned a flying war pet, and flew straight to the Dongshan Villa district. At the same time, the same was true for Zhao Dongqing in the Zhao group. He put down the work at hand immediately, and summoned a flying demon to help him travel. His eyes were filled with excitement. What he never expected was that the suspected Lord-level trainer that Shanshan had contacted would actually put a spiritual secret technique on the shelves in the store. This is related to the prosperity of a big family. If their family could have one more spiritual secret technique, and the two secret techniques had cumulative effects, it would be enough to allow many disciples in the family to kill enemies of the same level. It is even possible that at the Iron level tamer stage, once the mental strength is enhanced to a certain level, a fourth battle pet can be formed. This way you can have more combat power than others, and the possibility of winning in the battle will be greater. Half a quarter of an hour later, Wang Xingchong and Zhao Dongqing both rushed to the villa. In the lobby on the first floor. After the two elders understood the whole story, they had a completely new impression of the shop owner. He was probably a Lord-level peak powerhouse who was nearly 200 years old. There are indeed such people on Earth. These strong men who are stuck below the god-level beast tamers, when they feel that there is no hope for their promotion, may look for an opportunity to leave behind their heritage. Of course, this is just a guess. Our two families jointly contributed funds to purchase this spiritual secret technique, and each of us copied a copy. Good. They discussed it quickly. However, I still have to find out what this master means, whether this spiritual secret can be passed on to others after purchase, and whether this spiritual secret will be sold to other people. Then, at the urging of their two elders, Wang Susu and Zhao Shanshan started asking in the pet shop VIP chat group. Is the boss here? I invited my new friend in. Zhao Shanshan finished speaking. Wang Susu said with a little trepidation. Hello, boss. I'm Qianmeng's friend. Boss, you can just call me Xiaoyu. I see some spiritual secrets on your shelf. If I buy them, will you sell them to other people? 30 minutes later. 4 people in the quiet lobby on the first floor of the villa area stared at the screens of Zhao Shanshan and Wang Susu's mobile phones, waiting for a long time for the store owner's reply. Wait and see, Wang Xingchong said. Facing such a great master, waiting for a while doesn't matter. The boss is very enthusiastic. If he sees it, he will definitely reply. Zhao Shanshan, who was standing by, thought of the scene when she had talked with Qin Yi before, and quickly added. The other side. Qin Yi and Dong'an community, Jiangnan Bay City. In the Void territory, with the combat experience from the previous life, he improved his swordsmanship, and it seemed a little better than before, but he still needed to rely on actual combat to hone his skills. But Qin Yi suddenly remembered that in the ruins of the Battle Pet Tomb in the Beast Tamer Association, there was an elite quality battle pet inside those stone eggs, and he hadn't taken it out yet. But he had just come out of the Void territory. A lot of chat messages from the pet home popped up on the phone. Qin Yi glanced at it and saw Xiaoyu, who had just joined the group and had a 7-second memory, asking about the incomplete spiritual secret technique that he had only thrown in 2 layers. A hint of joy suddenly appeared in his eyes. Business is back again. He had just spent all his money, and he had marked the spiritual secret technique for 50 million federal coins. If he could really sell it at that price. This is another way to make a lot of money. Moreover, as the first new source of customers brought in by a reputable client, Qin Yi can also trust him. I am here. After you buy it, you can pass it on to others, but I suggest that it is best not to spread it on a large scale. This is an internal benefit for the VIP customer group. It will not be removed from the shelves. In the future, not only these 2 layers will be put on the shelves, but also the subsequent ones. I will also put them on the shelves for sale when I find an opportunity. Oh, and there's the space pet capsule. Although it costs 30 million federal coins, the quality is absolutely guaranteed. I've tried it many times myself, and it's very smooth whether it's opened or folded. It's definitely worth the money. After explaining the secret technique of spiritual power, Genie also specially promoted the pet space capsule. If it could be sold, it would make a lot of money. However, Genie was also a little nervous. This price is not something that ordinary people can afford. But since the other party asked, he must have the intention to buy. After all, although he knew in his previous life that everyone in those big families had spiritual secrets, they would definitely want to buy more than one set. Who can have too much of a good thing? Chapter 68. Is it too cheap? The boss replied. In the Dongshan Villa area of the imperial capital, Zhao Shanshan spoke hurriedly after looking at the few words spoken by the shop owner's avatar frame on the mobile phone chat page. Wang Qingsong and Zhao Dongqing, who were standing quietly waiting in the first row, had a gleam in their eyes. He hurriedly came forward. Hiss! The master actually wants to sell more than just the first 2 floors. Now, when Wang Qingsong and Zhao Dongqing saw what Qingyi said on the chat page, they both gasped. The spiritual secrets of both families are above the 7th level. There are more than 7 levels of spiritual secret techniques. Once you really practice to the 7th level or above, it will be of great help in breaking through to the lower level beast tamer, and it can basically increase the possibility of the battle pet breaking through by 40% to 50%. Use your own mental power to temper your combat pet's mental power. If you do this, your combat pet's breakthrough will be much smoother. And based on what they know, many of the beast tamer clans in the imperial capital have obtained incomplete spiritual secrets, and some of them only have 1 or 2 levels of spiritual secrets. But just these 1 or 2 levels can make one stronger than other animal trainers. It is extremely rare to have spiritual secrets above the 4th level. After all, it is too difficult to obtain spiritual secrets from the S-level Pet Ruins civilization. Even in the eyes of the alien civilizations in the Pet Ruins, spiritual secrets are rare treasures. Their cultivation system places more emphasis on spiritual cultivation. It is much more difficult for them to get promoted than for the humans on Earth, because the humans on Earth rely on the power of battle pets to upgrade. In just over 200 years, they are able to suppress so many pet relics on Earth. Moreover, there are many pet relics of various sizes on Earth, which can provide places for all animal trainers to practice and strengthen themselves, so as to maintain the current status of base cities in various places. However, the monsters in the wild and the gradually developing and strengthening alien forces should not be underestimated in the Principality of Dongji. In fact, many alien forces have already developed to a large enough scale. If they unite, they can threaten the security of the Dongji Principality. Of course, as long as there are Lord-level beast tamers guarding various places, even if there is chaos, it will definitely not be too serious. After a moment of daze, Wang Qingsong and Dao Dongqing turned their attention back to their daughter's mobile phone chat page. Quick, reply to the master, we want to buy it. But such a valuable spiritual secret method is too cheap to be sold for only 50 million federal coins. Wang Qingsong couldn't help but complain. Zhao Dongqing on the side also nodded in agreement. It was simply a bargain. This is a treasure inherited from a clan of super beast tamers. Selling it for just 5,000 federal coins is simply a steal. Then, Wan Susu's white jade fingers began to slide across the phone a few times. Boss, this spiritual secret is extremely precious in the eyes of some of the big families in the imperial capital. The price of 50 million federal coins is a bit outrageous. It's basically a bargain. I think you should set some conditions when you want to sell this spiritual secret in the future. Wan Susu replied. The other side. Qingyi looked at the message sent by Xiaoyu, who has the online name 7 seconds memory. Stunned for a moment. You mean it's too cheap? Qingyi replied. Yes, boss. Many people have offered the price of this spiritual secret technique at over 100 million federal coins, but even so, it is still priceless. This is the secret method of the rise and fall of this great clan. I suggest that the price should be raised to more than 100 million federal coins. Shan and I will both buy a copy of this spiritual secret technique of the boss. Wang Susu finished speaking. Zhao Shanshan, who was lurking in the crowd, also quickly expressed that she would definitely buy a copy of the spiritual secret technique. Qingyi felt a little emotional in his heart. Look, this is the trust between him and the customer. Because they were afraid that his boss would suffer a loss, they even took the initiative to ask him to raise the price. However, Qin initially thought that this was just an incomplete two-layer spiritual secret technique. After buying it for 50 million federal coins, he felt that he had made a fortune. I didn't expect there is such a huge profit margin in this. This is all thanks to 2 customers in my store. Then Qin suddenly thought of something. He had tried to practice this spiritual secret method before, which could improve the efficiency of his mental power. The difference was too great compared to what he practiced from the ancient fire god Atlas in his Sea of Consciousness. The speed is nearly 100 times slower. He had to explain this flaw. Oh, there is one more thing. The effect of this spiritual secret technique may not be so ideal. If the effect is too poor after you practice it, I can give you some other supplements. The price has been changed. I also put 2 pet space capsules on the market. I got them by chance. The price is quite affordable. I only plan to sell these 2 now. If you are interested, you can buy them. Qin said. Wang Susu and Zhao Shanshan were not stupid. They could naturally see what Qin meant and immediately said that they would buy the space pet capsule. This space pet capsule is also a good thing. Even many big families in the imperial capital have been purchasing space pet capsules that have appeared on the market, and some can even bid more than 40 million federal coins. After a moment, Wang Susu and Zhao Shanshan completed the order. Each of them purchased a complete spiritual secret technique and a space pet capsule. The total value reached 270 million federal coins. This time, the customer trusted Qin so much that he paid the full amount without even inspecting the goods. In Zhao Shanshan's and others' opinion, it was worth it to buy the spiritual secret technique at this price. Although the master said that the effect of spiritual secret techniques is average. But even the most ordinary spiritual secrets are worth the price. Qin looked at the account of his store and saw that the amount had reached 282 million. He was filled with joy. He had just spent all the federal coins in the Void Territory, a money-eating beast. Now that so much money has come in, I can make some improvements. You can create a piece of pet equipment for Tai Tu and a piece of software for Uncle Lin. Qin pondered. However, Qin then used letter paper to copy down 2 layers of the incomplete spiritual secret technique, but this spiritual secret technique still needed to be practiced in conjunction with a magic array. After this magic array was drawn with pen and ink, it lacked a bit of the charm of spiritual power. Qin simply unleashed 2 strands of spiritual power from the ancient Vulcan Atlas and integrated them into the magic array drawn on the letter paper. Everything was ready. Finally, Qin took out 2 space pet capsules, packed everything in a wooden box, and this time he directly and generously contacted Golden Eagle Express. And this time he paid. After all, the transaction amount this time directly reached hundreds of millions of federal coins, and it was the first time that Qin had so much money in his pocket. This amount is enough to equal the annual turnover of several pet pharmaceutical companies in Jiangnan-based city. After sending the express, it was getting close to evening again. Lin Changhe still didn't come back. He just said that he had important matters to deal with 2 good friends. Qin didn't ask any more questions and just looked at the sky. Qin was in a good mood. After having a meal at the buffet restaurant not far downstairs, he rushed to the Animal Tamers Association. The time to report to the Imperial Capital Tamer University is getting closer and closer. I have to quickly take away the elite stone egg in the battle pet tomb. It is worth tens of millions of federal coins. That's not small money. Enough to create an elite pet equipment. Naturally, the sooner you get it, the more at ease you will be, because delaying it may lead to changes. Chapter 69, Special Authority. In the Dongji Principality, in the Dongshan Villa district of the Imperial Capital. When Qin entered the order number of Golden Eagle Express into the transaction system of the pet home breeder shop, Wang Xingchong directly used his own connections. He once again raised the level of this express number to the highest level. As a lower-level trainer of the Wang family, his authority level was 1 level higher than Zhao Dongqing. Immediately following, in the Jiangnan-based city, within the branch of Golden Eagle Express. In their transportation system, just like the previous 2 days, another express package sent from the Jiangnan-based city was directly upgraded to special grade. The one from the previous 2 days was just an A-level one. But level A authority is something that only the big bosses of pet companies can have. And special grade. This is a privilege only possessed by a few of the top forces in the imperial capital. In the entire system of their Golden Eagle Express, this is already the highest level. This level has never been seen since the establishment of their Jiangnan base city branch. The A level in the past 2 days was also very rare and only appeared twice. The first time was because of the beast tide in Jiangnan base city, so they went to other base cities for help and mobilized their Golden Eagle Express. Regarding the safety of the base cities, the level was raised to A. Quick! Call out the elite golden winged eagle in the animal shed immediately. I have to deliver a package myself. The head of the branch immediately put on protective clothing as quickly as possible and repacked the packages that needed to be delivered. After a dozen breaths, with a sound of breaking through the air, a giant eagle with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters flew directly into the sky from the open space of the animal shed in their backyard. After a few breaths, it flew directly over the towering walls of the base city and rushed towards the direction of the imperial capital. Many soldiers on the base city walls seemed to recognize the golden-winged eagle. The person who could let an elite golden eagle deliver the goods personally was recognized as the head of the Golden Eagle Express branch in Jiangnan base city. The other party is an elite 8-star beast tamer. He just stays in the branch on a daily basis, and this person in charge will only be dispatched to deal with some couriers with high authority. Now, the person in charge of the Golden Eagle Express branch was also a little helpless. Normally, when they wanted to transport express, they needed to send a group of small blue-winged birds to conduct reconnaissance in the front. But with this kind of special express delivery nowadays, we simply cannot waste this time. Fortunately, he was riding an elite golden-winged eagle. Unless he was extremely unlucky and encountered a lord-level flying monster, nothing would happen under other circumstances. The probability is also low. And just as this person in charge took advantage of the night and rushed towards the imperial capital in Dongshan Villa district. After Wang Qingsong and Zhao Dongqing learned that the courier was on the way, they went to the courier receiving point in person to wait, while Zhao Shanshan and the others were also feeling somewhat expectant. Just now they have received the promise from the 2 elders in the family that if they get this spiritual secret method, they can try to practice it. Even say, they can also be taught a few more levels of the spiritual secrets within their respective families. Considering that Wang Susu's fire-type combat pet, Qingwan, is still in its fledgling stage, the family specially promised her a portion of Phoenix Blood Potion, which was directly taken out from the treasure house of the Xinji Tower. And Zhao Shanshan also gained a lot of benefits. They both understood that all this was brought to them by the shop owner. Especially Wang Susu's blue Luan bird. After drinking the 1-star fire spirit potion prepared by Qin Yi, the blue Luan bird's emotions conveyed that it was very satisfied with the power of the medicine. One could clearly sense that the aura of the blue Luan bird had become slightly stronger. The absorption effect is several times better than ordinary medicines. If this fire spirit potion could be sold at 2 stars or 3 stars or above, Wang Susu even felt that the level of her blue Luan bird could be faster than Long Xingyun and reach the 3-star level. In particular, the family agreed to prepare a portion of Phoenix Blood Potion for her. The price of that portion of potion was enough to reach more than 10 million federal coins. Of course, it was also because the Phoenix Blood Potion had been diluted many times and was only of black iron grade. But the level is lower. The Phoenix blood in it is real. That was a potion made with a Lord-level war pet containing Phoenix blood. It was only 10 years ago that their Xinji Tower sent out several Lord-level animal trainers from the S-level pet ruins in the imperial capital to hunt down that Phoenix blood war pet. Now that we have consumed 10 years' worth of inventory, we naturally use it with great care. This time there were 2 of them. It can be considered as a contribution to each family. Although it is possible that the spiritual secret method is purchased by people from other big families in the future, what the other party gets is only a 2-layer incomplete version. What Zhao Dongqing and Wang Qingsong valued was what the battle pet training master said. He was also planning to sell subsequent spiritual secrets. Although it is unknown how many levels of spiritual secret techniques the other party has. But it must be at least 4 floors. If there were more than 7 floors, with the merits they had gained, perhaps this time Wang Qingsong could have become the deputy master of the Xinji Tower in one fell swoop. And the power of Zhao Dongqing and the Zhao family will be able to reach a higher level. Of course, the wife of Wang Qingsong from the Wang family of Shinji Tower is Zhao Dongqing's second sister, so they can also be considered as one family. Dongqing, I heard that your Zhao group was suppressed by several rivals? Kindness. No problem. Shanshan bought a bad perfect grade potion from that cultivation master last time, and she managed to regain some market share. It's just that I'm too embarrassed to ask. I'll go back and ask Shanshan if I can add him to the VIP chat group. That training master seems quite kind. This is our chance, Zhao Dongqing said with a firm look. Wang Qingsong on the side also nodded. This was indeed what he meant. He also wants to get into the chat group. Afterwards, they waited in a community outside the Dongzhan Villa district, since Wang Qingsong had upgraded the level of the Golden Eagle Express to the fastest. We will definitely be able to reach the imperial capital within 8 hours. It takes so little time to wait for a spiritual secret technique. If such a good thing really existed, I guess all the old guys from the big families in the entire imperial capital would rush here to queue up and wait. At this time, in Jiangnan City, in the Animal Tamers Association, after Qin Yi revealed his identity as a trainer and paid the money, he obtained a spot to enter the battle pet tomb. The one who led him to the pet battle tomb was a thin young animal trainer. After seeing Qin Ye's tender face, he was a little surprised, but then he thought of something. In the entire Jiangnan City, the only trainer who is so young is Qin Yi from Jiangnan No. 3 Middle School, who is only 16 years old and has just reached adulthood. Is President Jiang in the association? Qin Yi asked. Yes, but he is researching something. He has been in seclusion in the underground laboratory. He also said that no one can disturb him unless there are wild monsters attacking the city. The lean young trainer in front of him replied with a friendly smile. Of course, we must not offend such a young genius with unlimited future achievements. It would be good enough to leave a good impression on him. Perhaps after he finishes his studies, he will have the opportunity to become a Lord-level powerhouse. If we could remember him and give him some help, he would be able to easily get promoted in the Animal Tamers Association. Chapter 70, Gold-Type Combat Pet, the Gold-Eating Bug. Animal Tamers Association. The ruins are outside the gate. The passage was still covered with vines, and it looked a little eerie with very little light. The dark red ghost vine above the portal sensed someone approaching. A flash of red light suddenly emerged in the sunken black hole of his skull. Token! The young trainer leading the way took out a token. After the ghost-headed vine took a look, the door suddenly opened. When the ghost-headed vine's sight fell on Qin Yi, it laughed. Little kid, I recognize you. You were lucky last time. Not everyone is lucky in this place. After saying this, the ghost vine closed its eyes again, and no longer cared about anything. Qin Yi is the same as before. Stepped into the portal. The void is twisted. I entered the war pet tomb again. It was daytime inside the ruins and I saw the familiar beach. I glanced around and found that it was no different from the first time I entered. There were huge stone eggs placed on the beach in front of me. In the bush forest, stone eggs of all sizes covered the entire island. The last time Qin Yi came here, he didn't have enough time to identify all the stone eggs on the entire island. He was still short of about a quarter, but he could make up for it this time. I identified the rest as well. Perhaps it could also detect combat pets with elite qualifications. But half an hour later, after confirming those thousands of stone eggs, the highest one was only of black iron 6-star qualification. In this huge battle pet tomb, the remaining 2 pets of elite qualification had already been confirmed by it. These battle pets that are opened from ancient stone eggs have a good chance of producing some excellent products. Qin Yi found the only stone egg with elite qualifications. After a drop of petrifying liquid fell on it, its hard petrified shell began to soften at a rapid speed. Even if Qin Yi doesn't have to do anything, the hard shell of the stone egg will also begin to fall off automatically. After a few breaths, a black beetle appeared in the stone egg. It was as big as a baby's fist and looked very small, but Qin Yi was in the library of the Animal Tamer University in his previous life. I have seen the illustrated book of this gold-eating insect with my own eyes. This little thing is extremely difficult to deal with, and if there is no void territory, you need to buy refined iron to feed the gold-eating worm larvae on a daily basis. Once the gold-eating worm has passed the larval stage and reached the elite level, it will need to be fed with metals of higher purity, and black gold is the best. Of course, this is also because this gold-eating insect is one of the few war pets that can bite through the armor of warriors from alien civilizations. The reputation is also huge. However, it is difficult to feed them, and the reproduction rate of these gold-eating insects is also very low. Basically, they rely on personal talent and the gold-eating bugs summoned by the pet altar in the summoning hall. As for the baby gold-eating bugs, they have not been seen on the market for several years. Even if they see it, many wealthy families will scramble to buy it. Even Lord-level animal trainers would personally try to snatch them. Those high-level animal trainers had fought against alien forces, and some of them were Lord-level powerhouses in the alien forces. Many people were wearing armor, which was made of black gold, and was extremely hard. It is extremely difficult to break through the defense. Without certain means, it is impossible to deal with the enemy. If this gold-eating insect takes action, it only needs to be at the elite level to eat the opponent's armor as food. For their high-end combat forces, as long as they can break the opponent's defense, it will become much easier for their own combat pets to deal with the enemy. The gold-eating worm, which had been sleeping in the stone egg for who knows how long, was much weaker than the original bone-transformed worm. Qin Ye's mind moved. He mobilized the spring water from the gold pet's nest in the void territory, took out some of it, and sprinkled it on the weak gold-eating insect. The gold-eating bugs were stimulated by the rich gold energy. Its originally motionless body suddenly trembled, as if it was a sign of waking up. Qin Yi threw it into the void territory. With the help of the power of the territory, a contract was directly concluded with them. The gold-eating bug was taken out from the void territory. It had already regained its activity, with the wings behind it spread out. It flew as fast as a hurricane. After waking up, the gold-eating insect happily flew around Qin Yi several times, and then landed on his shoulder. This one-star gold-eating beetle has a dark body and a silver thread can be clearly seen on its hard shell on the back, running straight through it from head to tail. This is the mark of his one-star status. With each star increase in level, there will be one more silver line on his back. When he reaches the elite 7-star level, he will shed his shell once, and his entire body will transform into an elite-level silver gold-eating bug. The power of the silver gold-eating bug is described even among alien civilizations. It is called the silver demon bug by the forces from other worlds. The reputation spreads far and wide. At the same time, when his mental power fell on the gold-eating bug that had signed the contract, a template of its attributes was reflected on his retina. Nickname: Gold Eater. Qualification: Elite 9 stars. Attribute: Gold. Rating: 1 star. Skills: Aerial Catapult, Metal Corrosion. Unlock new skills by upgrading. The qualification is Elite 9 stars, which is very high, the same level as the bone-modified worm. In the history of the new favorite calendar. In the Human Principality Federation of Earth, the strongest seems to be the Elite 9-star gold-eating bug that is only recorded, and no Lord-level gold-eating bug has been born. Some pet illustrated books also record the breeding of gold-eating bugs and how difficult it is to upgrade a gold-eating bug to the Lord level. Just to upgrade to the level of elite gold-eating bugs, the conditions are extremely harsh. Even if one is lucky enough to summon a gold-eating bug as his natal battle pet, the tamer's promotion speed will be much slower than that of the same level. Unless you have a wealthy family, or sign a contract with a big family, you can use the power behind the other party to upgrade the gold-eating bug to the elite level. Once you break through to the elite level, the tamer can then bring his gold-eating bugs and join the battles of high-level warriors, even fighting against Lord-level humans from other worlds. Of course I am qualified. Among the war pets threatening the gold-eating bugs among the alien civilizations, they are definitely ranked in the top 20. After dealing with the gold-eating bugs, Qin Yi left the war pet tomb. When he left the entrance of the ruins, the ghost head vine on the gate sensed the aura of the war pet on Qin Yi. He also opened his eyes curiously. When his gaze fell on Qin Yi's shoulder, and he saw the tiny gold-eating insect, the red light in his head flickered and his emotions seemed to fluctuate violently. Gui Tu-Ting knew the reputation of the gold-eating bug. This gold-eating beetle can devour even the hard metal at will, let alone his plant body. Even if it wants to eat his hard head, it all depends on the gold-eating beetle's willingness. You are so lucky! They even got a gold-eating bug. Even the president would be jealous of this. A slightly old voice came out from the dark red skull of the ghost vine and echoed throughout the room. The young animal trainer standing nearby. Hear what Eradicating said? A hint of doubt emerged in his eyes, but then he thought of a report he saw last year about gold-eating bugs. A Lord-level warrior in the Imperial capital used a gold-eating bug to capture alive a Lord-level warrior from another world in the pet ruins. The post had been hanging on the public forum of the pet house for as much as a week. That post gave a description of the gold-eating bug. I also know a few things about these gold-eating bugs. In the battle pet tomb of the Jiangnan Beast Tamers Association, someone opened a gold-eating bug from a stone egg. If this news were to be released, it would probably attract many beast trainers in the Jiangnan base city. I guess even people from other base cities might want to try their luck. Qin Yi didn't stay long. Qin Yi left the Animal Tamers Association directly, returned home, and opened the black market transaction on the Pet House Breeder Forum. He wanted to buy an Earth-type combat pet. When he left Jiangnan Base City, he wanted to see if he could find any clues under the ground of the base city. Even if I have to remind Jianghe. You have to produce some evidence. Chapter 71. Purchase the Earth-type combat pet, Xingchong Pangolin. Flipped through it for a while. Qin Yi found a post selling an elite-level Earth-type combat pet, the Xingchong Pangolin. At that time, in the Jiangnan News Morning Edition, when a huge pit appeared on Tonghe Street, it was thought to be the work of the Xingchong Pangolin. However, the elite demon hunters in the Animal Tamers Association did not find any trace of the Xingchong Pangolin after entering the giant pit and personally investigating it. In the end, all efforts were in vain. Xingchong Pangolin. Even in its infancy, a layer of hard armor will condense on its body surface, and when it reaches the elite level of combat pet, the armor on its body will turn into crystal armor as hard as diamond. It is extremely hard. If it shrinks into a big ball, many elite combat pets will not be able to pierce the pangolin's shell. It provides it with powerful defensive power. At the same time, its drilling ability is also first class. It is one of the most capable combat pets at digging the ground. This thing would be perfect for underground exploration, and he had a gold-type pet nest in the void territory, as well as a perfect grade gold spirit potion that he had prepared himself. It may even take less than a day to break through to 1-star level. After it reaches the 1-star level, this allows us to start drilling underground. The owner of this post sold it for 18 million federal coins. But it is indeed worth the market price. The Xingchong Pangolin Baby Tamer Association does not have it. If it does, I can get a 30% discount as an honorary elder, and I can save a lot then. It is really worth it. But now he has too many battle pets exposed, and according to the current rules of Earth Star Tamers, ordinary black iron tamers can only have 3 battle pets. Even if one practices the secret technique of spiritual power, the number of combat pets can only be expanded to 2 or more at most. Of course, all this is also because those black iron tamers who have the spiritual secrets, no one can practice the spiritual secrets to a higher level. After reaching the 6th level of spiritual practice, the mental power can bear the contracts of more than 6 combat pets. The money on Qin Ye's cultivation stores account has reached 282 million federal coins, including 12 million federal coins from before. The rest was obtained by buying pet space capsules and incomplete spiritual secret techniques. After Qin Yi contacted the other party. After using the black market trading system to transfer the money, the 2 parties quickly completed the transaction. I guess I'll have to wait until tomorrow. Then the baby Xingchong Pangolin can be brought to him. Afterwards, there were only 264 million federal coins left on Qin Ye's store account. Late at night, Lin Changhe returned home with a little excitement. Tai Tu, who followed him, returned home, smelled Qin Ye's scent, and went straight to Qin Yi. Now the house in this Dongan community is indeed a little small. Tai Tu is such a big pet. There is only a small area near the balcony all day long. You can buy a 3-story villa by the Qingyu River. That place is specially prepared as a residence for the rich people in Jiangnan Base City. One building costs 16 million federal coins. After Lin Changhe comes back, Qingyi also took the initiative to say that when he went to the Gnome Mountains, he was lucky enough to find a place under a small island where a powerful warrior from another world had fallen. Obtained a lot of pet space capsules and an incomplete spiritual secret method. Qingyi planned to let Lin Changhe practice this spiritual secret technique. Now that Taitu had broken through to the elite level combat pet, it had replenished a lot of his mental power. Lin Changhe's mental strength has improved a lot. In this way, he will be able to practice this spiritual secret technique more thoroughly. With the nourishment of Lin Changhe's spiritual power, Taitu's level will increase faster. At the dinner table, Lin Changhe listened to what Qingyi said. He looked a little dazed. Then he saw Qingyi put a piece of letter paper with an alien array pattern engraved on it in front of him, along with 3 space pet capsules the size of pills. Lin Changhe picked up the space pet capsule and looked it up and down. This was the first time he saw the real thing. He had only seen this kind of thing on TV. Most of these things are used by some powerful elite trainers and lord-level trainers. One item costs tens of millions of federal coins. This thing can only be obtained from pet relics. Even in alien civilizations, this kind of space pet capsule is extremely precious. As for the secret techniques of the spirit, that would be even more amazing. This thing is the foundation of those super clans. He once heard the commander of the city defense army explain it. He used to be a soldier under the other side. Even the army commander longs for it. Lin Changhe transferred a wisp of mental power into the pet space capsule. The closed capsule suddenly opened. A cup of water on the table was sucked into it and disappeared. Then Lin Changhe activated the space pet capsule and took it out. It's really good stuff. Very useful. In this way, it will be much more convenient to put it away with the iron head. I'll take this one. Don't sell the others. Just keep the federal coins you sold for your own use. When you arrive at the Beast Tamer University, the training process consumes a lot of pet resources. The daily feeding of the battle pets you have contracted is a huge expense. Shuya is very lucky, so I feel relieved. Here are 3 million federal coins. My comrades and I have been hunting outside the city these days. This is some money I saved. Go to the Imperial Capital Tamer University. If you run out of money, you can tell your Uncle Lin. Thanks to you, Taitu has entered the elite level. I am also registered in the Tamer Association. I can get a lot of federal coins every month. Lin Changhe thought about it and put away the pet space capsule. He took out a federal bank card and said, Uncle Lin, I'm already a breeder. Don't worry, I make a lot of money. I even opened a breeder shop on Pet Home. We made more than 200 million today, Qingyi said. He had no intention of asking Lin Changhe for money. He had suffered a lot of hidden injuries over the years and needed nourishing medicine every month. Qingyi basically took out the spring water from some pet nests in the void territory these days. Although the energy particles in it will disappear soon, it still contains a lot of energy. After drinking it, it will definitely have the effect of tempering the body. I know you can make money. Lin Changhe knew that Qingyi said he had earned more than 200 million just to refuse the money he gave him. That's it. There's no reason to take back what your Uncle Lin has given out. After Lin Changhe finished speaking, he stood up and walked out of the room. Taitu, who had just laid down beside him, glanced at Lin Changhe's departing back and walked directly to Qingyi's side. He whimpered, as if he wanted to go to Qingyi's void territory. Qingyi looked at the federal bank card on the table. Uncle Lin's temper was indeed like this. That was a good reason to make weapons for Uncle Lin. Then, Qingyi glanced at Taitu next to him, and the next moment he took him directly into the void territory. The man and the wolf disappeared out of thin air in front of the dinner table without a trace. Chapter 72, Taitu's Pet Armor. In the void territory. Half an hour passed. Qingyi spent 20 million to build a full set of armor for Taitu. The armor is dark red. When worn, it gives people a sense of toughness from the naked eye and greatly increases the defense. This full-body armor can even increase his recovery speed without any effect on his mobility. Even when wearing it, you will not feel uncomfortable. You may even feel very comfortable because of the faint energy particles emitted from the armor. After the fire power in Taitu's body exploded, this set of full-body armor changed directly from dark red to red, and emitted an extremely high temperature. On the surface of the armor, one could even clearly see wisps of flames being released from the armor, which raised the temperature around it a lot. At the same time, Qingyi also made a 3-foot-long saber for Xingchong based on his habits. This was a 6-star fighting weapon after all, so its hardness was definitely beyond words. If both are 6-star combat pets, with the help of the power of this sword technique, the armor of the 6-star melee pet can be easily shattered. But this sword technique cannot be shown to others easily. If Xingchong possessed the ability to control fighting spirit, he could even fight at the elite level with the help of this weapon. But it cannot mobilize stronger power, so it is enough to use it as an ordinary weapon. After doing this, Qingyi took Taito's equipment and Uncle Lin's saber out of the void territory and placed them in his bedroom. He would find a chance to tell Uncle Lin about them tomorrow. After, Qingyi walked towards the gold pet nest in the void territory. The gold-eating bugs in it were soaking on the surface of the pool, and their entire bodies were covered by a thin layer of golden mist. One can clearly sense that the rich gold energy particles released from the pool of water are continuously merging into the body of the gold-eating insect, constantly recovering the power of the gold-eating insect. The silver line of sight on the shell behind it also began to become clearer and brighter. It was only less than half an hour. Qingyi could feel the power of this gold-eating insect increasing rapidly, and it was already comparable to the peak of 1-star level, with the assistance of this pet nest. I believe that within 2 days, you will be able to directly reach the 2-star level. Ding! It is detected that there are more than 2 permanent gold pets. The conditions for upgrading are met. Do you want to upgrade? Yes. Qingyi's mind moved. After successfully deducting 5 million federal coins, the small gold pet nest in front of him suddenly underwent drastic changes. The gold energy particles contained in the void suddenly skyrocketed, including the pool of water inside this pet's nest. Particles of golden light began to emerge, just like fireflies in the water. Black gold-eating insects floating on the water. After seeing the fluorescent lights under the water, it excitedly dived into the water. As if it was mad with hunger, it opened its insect mouth and swallowed a fluorescent spot into its stomach. After swallowing 7 or 8 spots of light, it floated to the surface of the water again. The abdomen of that small body became swollen. After a few breaths, a strong aura emanated from the gold-eating bug, and there was a silver thread behind it, which was extremely conspicuous. It was the gold-eating bug after it swallowed the golden light spot. Directly broke through to the black iron 2-star level. Call up the attribute template of the gold-eating worm again. Nickname, Gold Eater. Qualification, Elite 9 stars. Attribute, Gold. Rating, 2 stars. Skills, Aerial Catapult, Metal Corrosion, Minor Stealth. Unlock new skills by upgrading. In the skill column, there is a new small stealth skill. This is a hidden skill. After activating this skill, you can hide your breath very well and hide in one place. With the help of this skill, you can also give a fatal blow to the enemy. This little stealth technique is almost one of the main skills for elite gold-eating bugs. However, it is indeed not easy to awaken new skills at the 2-star level, and the small gold pet nest accounts for the greatest contribution. In the small gold pet nest, at the bottom of the pool, there are a few more golden jades than at the 1-star level. If you are at the edge of the pool and look down, you can clearly see the bright golden jades. At the same time, the bone-modified worms that parasitize in its body. After being attracted by the rich gold energy particles from the outside world, Qingyi felt a strong desire to devour them, and he jumped directly into the cool pool of water. Just like a swimming fish, he picked up 2 pieces of golden jade stones under the pond more than 10 meters high. The gold energy on these 2 pieces of golden jade stones was indeed extremely rich. The next moment, the bone-modified worms under the skin drilled out from the pores of his palms, like a piece of white liquid, and ate the 2 pieces of golden jade in a few breaths. After devouring the golden jade, the bone-transforming worms in its body received a large amount of golden power that entered its body for transformation. Directly entered the upgrade process. Entered into a dormant state. Qingyi sat there for half an hour, and the bone transformation worm in his body was upgraded to a 2-star parasitic combat pet, but the changes on its attribute panel were very small. No new skills were unlocked, but its 3 skills, Bone Blade, Bone Spur, and Bone Armor, were enhanced to a certain extent, and all reached the 2-star level. According to the transformed bone worm, Qin Yi could clearly sense that the vitality of the transformed bone worm was much stronger than before, as if it had stepped into the 2nd star. They split into several more bone-modified insects from the original number, and integrated them into the previous large army. This extra bone-modified insect. During the battle between Qin Yi and the opponent, he was able to repair the broken parts of his body more quickly, and the condensed bone armor was not easily broken by the enemy. It's even more satisfying to mobilize. What was an unexpected gain for Qin Yi was that during the time he sat cross-legged by the pool, the ancient fire god Atlas in his sea of consciousness finally began to automatically capture the free power around him. 1/3 of the entire Atlas has been filled, and we are starting to sprint towards the goal of 1/2. Qin Yi's spiritual secret technique has only stimulated 2 levels in his mind now, but after the first level of the condensation diagram is completed, it feels equivalent to the 10 levels of the Beast Tamer's spiritual secret technique he obtained before. Enhancement of mental strength. Qin Yi became more and more proficient in controlling everything. Qin Yi planned to challenge again in the arena, and he could not relax during the period when the baby King Kong pangolin had not yet been delivered. Improve your combat power as soon as possible. When he arrived at the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University, he would look into the origins of the giant-eyed monster, although he had also searched carefully on some posts on the pet house. But still no one was found that met his characteristics. Perhaps it was because he knew of the existence of the Lord-level monster, and had certain permissions, or perhaps the information on the pet house was incomplete. The Beast Tamer University in the capital of the Dongji Principality is one of the 4 major Beast Tamer academies in the Principality. The information recorded in the library is definitely much more comprehensive than the monster information recorded in other base cities. In order to be able to better respond before danger comes, naturally you need to seize the available time to practice. Chapter 73, Skill Book Explodes. In the Void Territory, in the center of the arena. On the ancient black stone platform, Qin Yi adjusted his mind and adjusted his physical condition to the peak. Begin the challenge! Swish! After deducting 3 million federal coins, a beam of golden light landed on the stage. With the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, the next moment the golden light dissipated and a man in golden armor emerged. Like the armor of the man in silver armor, his armor protected the whole body and was armed to the teeth. But this time he had a golden sword on his waist. A holy power emanated from his whole body. At the same time, in Qin Yi's opinion, after he and the man in golden armor looked at each other, his mental strength seemed to be pressed down by a huge rock, and he was extremely exhausted. Cut! The man in golden armor also immediately made an attacking posture. The golden holy sword was directly pulled out and chopped down at Qin Yi with a sword. The holy sword flickered with light. A crescent-shaped golden sword energy nearly 1 meter long flew straight towards Qin Yi's face. Sword energy comes out of the body. What kind of enemy is this? Qin Yi was stunned. Looking at the golden sword energy that was shooting out like a bullet, 2 muffled sounds suddenly came from his left and right arms, and 2 bone blades more than 1 meter long grew out from under his skin. Under the blessing of the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit, the bone blades also emit a strong fiery red fighting spirit light. Block in front and behind. The sword energy collided with Qin Yi's bone blade. The power contained in the sword energy was not as exaggerated as Qin Yi had expected. After feeling the huge force of the sword energy, his body shook slightly, and the power of the bone blade, which was blessed with the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit, was indeed beyond Qin Yi's imagination. Moreover, at this moment, Qin Yi still had a long sword behind him. This was the 6-star demon-slaying sword he made in the forging room. It was his trump card. Although the enemy can also see it, it does have a deterrent effect. He is so powerful even before he draws his sword. Wouldn't he be even more powerful if he draws his sword and attacks? And what Qin Yi wants is exactly this kind of mentality in his enemies. In this way, the opponent's attention will be distracted and he can focus on the long sword behind him for defense. At the same time, Qin Yi's Sword Emperor's fighting spirit was added to his legs, and his strength was instantly increased. Fire Spear Technique! A huge amount of magic power gushed out from the vortex of magic power in his sea of consciousness, and 2 fire spears nearly 1 meter 80 long condensed directly on his side. Violent flames and high temperatures were released, illuminating the surroundings red. Swish! 2 fiery red afterimages shot out like cannonballs. Almost instantly he arrived in front of the Holy Light Warrior and blasted his body back half a step. The blood in his body surged, and the explosion of the fire spear technique also created a dazzling flame. It blocked his vision. At this moment, Qingyi also approached the man's side, and with the blessing of the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit, the 2 level 2 bone blades chopped the armor of the Holy Light Warrior into pieces. The fighting spirit broke through the body, causing several clear blood marks to appear on the flesh under the Holy Light Warrior's armor. Fire snake technique! Wow! The next moment, a fire snake as thick as an adult's arm directly wrapped around the neck of the Holy Light Warrior. At the moment, he was blown back, before he could react. A fierce flame force suddenly burst out from the thick fire snake that had been wrapped around it several times, directly dyeing its head red. And right at this moment, a soft white beam of light fell directly from the top of the Holy Light Warrior's head and enveloped the Holy Light Warrior. The fire snake technique that was originally wrapped around his head and burning with flames was suppressed by the opponent's Holy Light technique. His own fire magic power began to be suppressed rapidly. After a few breaths, it dissipated and turned into red fluorescence, disappearing into the surrounding void. Under the broken armor, the injuries on his body also healed rapidly. Healing spell? Qingyi, who felt threatened by the Holy Light technique, retreated a few steps. Feeling the golden-armored man recovering quickly from his injuries, he immediately anticipated something and a hint of surprise flashed across his heart. This is a warrior of light from the alien civilization. The healing methods of light warriors are second only to special healing methods. And when the light magic around him was strong, Qingyi used his mental power to sense it, and was able to see a lot of light energy particles floating around. It's just much weaker than sensing fire energy particles. Maybe it was because the talent that was awakened was that of a high-level fire mage. But now it seems that Qingyi also has the ability to sense other magic particles, and his talent is not weak. However, no matter how amazing your healing skills are, you can't bring the dead back to life. Qingyi waved his hands, and the waves of fire magic spread out, condensing from his side into 2 flaming spears that were nearly 1.7 meters long. Same as before. The force generated by the explosion of the fire spear caused obvious cracks in the other 2 places of his armor, and a lot of the armor was broken and exposed under the skin. Under the burning flames, even the aroma of meat began to spread from the surroundings. Fire snake technique! Fire wave technique! His neck was still entangled by the fire snake, but this time the Holy Light Warrior summoned a light shield to protect his entire body. It was just that due to the influence of the fire spear technique, the movement was a little slow. The next moment, the fiercely burning flames once again burned the Holy Light Warrior's head, but the opponent still used the same trick again, and a milky white beam of light fell again. Dispels the magic of fire, and heals the body. But the outside world. Qingyi used the bone blade blessed by the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit to directly shatter the opponent's light shield. The shield was so strong that it took 3 hits to shatter it. The defensive power is comparable to some 5 or 6-star combat pet armor. If Qingyi is still at the 2nd level of Doqi, it would be difficult to break this armor. But the 3rd level Sword Emperor's fighting spirit is already able to break through the body, greatly increasing its power. After it got close, the sharp bone blade was aimed at his head. A cold light flashed in the void, and the golden helmet burned by the flames immediately flew up and fell on the stone platform beside him. Bang! The Holy Light Warrior immediately fell to the hard stone platform, making a dull sound of metal falling to the ground. In an instant, its body shattered into thousands of golden light spots, all of which merged into Qingyi's body. What surprised Qingyi was that at the place where the Holy Light Warrior was, there was a golden book floating 2 feet above the ground. The words on the book are, Holy Light. Congratulations on the successful challenge. The opponent dropped a skill book. A huge sound echoed from the arena. Qingyi walked to the skill book. This skill book seemed to be formed by the gathering of pure light magic power under the observation of his mental power. This skill book is like a bright light bulb with a circle of golden halo at its center, and you can feel a holy breath. It's the same aura as that of the Holy Light Warrior. Buzz! When Qingyi touched the skill book with his hand. Instantly the skill book shattered and turned into a ray of golden light that merged into Qingyi's sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, in addition to the fire magic vortex under the ancient fire god Atlas, there was also a much smaller light magic vortex. Chapter 74, Challenge, Necromancer. Light Magic. Qingyi mobilized some light magic with his mental power. From his right hand, the light magic particles gathered together and formed light spots that swirled in his palm, which was very beautiful. Qingyi who swallowed the Holy Light skill book. In the Sea of Consciousness. The appearance of a vortex of light magic meant that Qingyi had the identity of a light magician, but the level of magic contained in it was only about level 1. However, his perception of the surrounding light magic particles was several times clearer than before. After mobilizing his mental power, it was as if several giant invisible hands grabbed all the surrounding light magic particles and pulled them into the sea of consciousness in the body. Holy light! A thought came to my mind. A milky white light burst out from his body, covering his entire body. This light magic can not only heal the injured parts of the body, but also restore one's fatigue value. Instantly, one will feel refreshed and energetic without any side effects. However, this light magic was not like Qingyi, who could perform fire magic as recorded in the crystal magic meditation after breaking through to become a fire magician. Qingyi has basically mastered the fire magic, the only thing missing is a certain realm. As long as he reaches that realm, everything can be accomplished smoothly. Then, Qingyi took the demon-slaying sword and injected some light magic into it. A faint golden light began to emanate from the entire blade of the demon-slaying sword. However, the sword was not very powerful and could not add much combat power. He just wanted to give it a try. If the attributes are mutually exclusive, adding light magic is very useful. But under normal circumstances, the power of the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit can reach the strongest. Do you want to continue the challenge? Challenge! Above the arena, a huge voice echoed again. At this moment, Qingyi still did not hesitate at all. The benefits he gained from defeating his opponent were so unexpected. Perhaps after defeating the opponent, some cultivation talents and some inheritance of the opponent may drop from his body. Everything is possible. Deduction of 3 million federal coins was successful. Swish! The golden light of transmission descended again. Boom! The other party walked out of the teleportation beam, and in an instant, a black mist centered on it enveloped the entire stone platform. However, under the tempering of fighting spirit, Qingyi's eyes still saw the other party's appearance in the black fog. It was a skeleton man in a black robe. Necromancer. Qingyi immediately thought of the power of the Temple of the Dead in the Principality of Dongji. The core layer of this Temple of the Dead was some powerful undead creatures and undead magicians. Especially the undead magicians, who were causing trouble all over the Principality, and converted many skeleton soldiers to serve under them. Click, click! Black fog gradually rose. Accompanied by the sound of bones rubbing against each other, the black fog in front of Qingyi rolled, and a bone knife more than 3 feet long came out of it and chopped down. A sharp wind blew. Cut! Qingyi swung his demon-slaying knife and chopped the 2 skeleton soldiers, who were about 1.8 meters tall, into pieces. However, after he chopped the skeleton soldiers into pieces, several skeleton soldiers came out from the black fog and other places around them, still swinging their bone knives and slashing like before. Qingyi also chopped them all into pieces. Roar! The next moment, a 2-meter-tall burly figure suddenly rushed out from the black fog on his right. It was also a skeleton, but this skeleton was wearing steel armor, a rusty helmet, and holding a huge machete. Its imposing aura was several times more powerful than those skeleton soldiers. The machete, weighing hundreds of pounds, was almost as big as his entire body. Rushed directly in front of him. Level 4 skeleton warrior. Qingyi felt that the aura of this guy was much stronger than that of a level 3 fighter like him. He immediately raised the demon-slaying sword. Although he blocked it, the huge force transmitted from the broadsword blasted him directly off the black stone platform. Challenge failed! A voice sounded. Everything on the stone platform disappeared out of thin air, as if it was just a bubble illusion. And the healing divine light fell again, tempering Qin Ye's fighting spirit and magic power, and consolidating his realm at the initial stage of the third level. If he could kill the necromancer, perhaps this time he could break through to the middle level of level 3, but the level 4 skeleton warriors summoned by that guy were very powerful. Try again. There was a hint of determination in Qin Ye's eyes. His road to challenge was much smoother than that of Little Fire Dragon. The main reason was that Qin Ye practiced both magic and martial arts. The combined combat power was much stronger than that of cultivators of the same level. After challenging again, Qin Ye still failed. Although he used fire magic to kill 3 level 4 skeleton warriors in a row, a level 5 skeleton king appeared in the end. All the attacks that Qin Ye faced just now were summoned by the skeleton king. The necromancer was now hiding in a shield made of white bones. This was the strongest defense that a 5th level necromancer could deploy. After Qin Ye consumed a wave of level 5 skeleton kings, he was defeated again in close combat with him. The opponent's combat power level was beyond his expectations. If you want to challenge it again, it won't be as easy to succeed as before. But it did hone Qin Ye's swordsmanship. The previous 3 moves have been perfected. Although the movements are relatively simple, if they are coordinated with one's own momentum, they can also exert good combat power. As long as you don't encounter this kind of level 5 skeleton king, everything will be fine. Although this skeleton king is level 5, even if Taitu encounters it, he may not be able to get the upper hand from this skeleton king. This is already comparable to an elite battle pet. Then, Qin Ye sat quietly for a while beside the small fire pet's nest. Then he raised his hand and picked a dragon scale fruit, and began to prepare the dragon scale tempering potion. Although this dragon scale tempering potion is a 4th level potion, Qin Ye refined it with a luck bonus. The perfect 4-star dragon scale potion has a medicinal power comparable to that of a 6-star potion. After a 4-star combat pet obtains the potion, its training speed can surpass that of many combat pets of the same level. Qin Ye understood. You have to keep high-quality items on your own trainer store to retain customers. Throw up a few dragon scale potions to sell. The rest will have to be devoured by the little fire dragon. Now he has broken through to 2 stars, and with the help of the dragon scale potion, perhaps he can break through to 3 stars before October. The new student is a 3-star animal tamer. Many graduates of the Beast Tamer University have this level of strength. Of course, the graduates of the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University are all the elites of the Dongji Principality. In previous years, even several top students from other principalities also entered the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University. They came here mainly for some pet relics from the Imperial Capital Tamer University. Qin Ye wanted to fight with Long Xingyan. There is a golden dragon in the place, but the actual combat capability of the opponent's dragon pet may not be as good as Charmander. And now, after Charmander swallowed the previous golden armored dragon, it has an additional gold attribute in its body. Before the fighting power becomes stronger. In any university for animal trainers in the Imperial Capital, all pet resources must be obtained by oneself, and the top 10 in the grade will receive rewards. Strength is respected, which can mobilize the enthusiasm of those geniuses. Especially those super clans like the Long family. They care a lot about the reputation within their family and have already started competing at the Animal Tamer University stage. Qin Ye on the side didn't think any more and calmly prepared the dragon scale potion. After preparing the potion, he would leave the void territory to rest. Chapter 75: The Powerful Effect of the Secret Technique. Late at night. In the sky above the imperial capital of the Dongji Principality, near the Dongshan Villa district, an elite golden-winged eagle swooped down from 100 meters in the sky like a family of fighter jets. A shadow passed through the air, and behind the golden eagle was the head of the Jiangnan-based city branch. On the side of the wooden box behind him was a Golden Eagle Express flag. This is their pass to enter the airspace of the imperial capital. If there is no pass, the Lord-level war pet stationed at the city gate will not let it pass, and once the golden-winged eagle does something that makes them feel strange, after asking questions to no avail, they will directly kill the opponent. There will be absolutely no mercy. As the person in charge swooped outside the community. In the pavilion of the park outside the community, 2 middle-aged men have been waiting there for a long time. Afterwards, Wang Qingcong walked up and negotiated with the person in charge. After confirming that the order number was finalized and there were no problems, he rode away on the golden-winged eagle. After leaving, the middle-aged man who was an elite animal trainer on the eagle's back raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. When he came into contact with the middle-aged man, he was at that moment. It was as if it was being stared at by a Lord-level monster at close range. Its body functions reacted automatically, and the elite golden-winged eagle next to it also lay quietly on the ground. It also vaguely sensed that there were Lord-level war pets around it. It would be too easy for a Lord-level battle pet to deal with them. Call! The Imperial capital is too dangerous, there are Lord-level beasts everywhere. The person in charge of Jiangnan base city is eager to return home. He thinks it is more comfortable to stay in the base city he is in charge of. If he stays in the Imperial capital, he might offend a Lord-level animal tamer. If the opponent is some special type of combat pet, perhaps in the end even you yourself won't understand why you died. Got it, let's go. Let's get out of here first. Wang Qingcong grabbed the wooden box in his hand and looked around. There was a spiritual secret technique inside it, so he had to be extra careful. Zhao Dongqing next to him also nodded slowly, and the two of them ran straight to the villa area. In the hall. It's still the four of them. Wang Qingcong carefully opened the wooden box, and inside was a cardboard box sealed with tape, with the words, "Sweet and delicious big white pear," even written on it. These are the wooden boxes that Lin Changhe used to buy the fruits. One box cost 80 federal coins. Lin Changhe moved 3 boxes in one go, and the two of them spent quite a while. Qin Yi looked around the house and found that this was the only suitable box. Qin Yi also presented 2 2-star tempering potions as a gift. After all, this was a big customer, and he still adhered to his competitiveness in providing excellent service. Moreover, those 2 2-star tempering potions were also mixed by Qin Yi through random experiments. The four of them looked at the pattern of the sweet and delicious large white pear with some surprise on their faces. This cultivation master was really doing it casually. It seemed that such an important item was just packaged casually. If it were them, they would definitely use a special box that is impervious to water and fire. Of course, Qin Yi had thought about it, but after checking, he found that it would cost thousands of federal coins, so he simply eliminated it as too expensive. Cut the tape apart. Only then did he see 2 of the perfect grade tempering potions, and the 2 space pet capsules that were still packed together in a glass box. As for the spiritual secrets that they valued so much, Qin Yi had put them in 2 letters. Outside the letter was Qin Ye's spiritual secret, written in ink that had just dried. Wang Qingcong took out the letters with a serious expression and handed one of them to Zhao Dongqing. After they opened them, they saw a piece of letter paper copied by Qin Yi. There were nearly 3,000 words on each piece of letter paper, but the notes were very neat and in very standard regular script. At a glance, there is not a single typo and I can understand it. Especially on these 2 pieces of letter paper, Qin Yi drew 2 spiritual array patterns. A spiritual secret method assisted by spiritual array patterns. When Wang Qingcong and Zhao Dongqing saw the complicated spiritual array pattern, a hint of ecstasy appeared in their eyes. This spiritual array pattern was an auxiliary means of practicing spiritual secrets. They both have the spiritual secrets inherited from their families, but if one wants to obtain this spiritual array pattern, one must make a certain contribution to the family. Both of them had inherited the spiritual array pattern not long ago. With the help of the array pattern, the cultivation of spiritual power could be twice as effective with half the effort. The effect is excellent. Just with this array pattern, the quality of this spiritual secret technique has already surpassed the inheritance methods of many superclans in the imperial capital. I thought that the spiritual secret technique that the master said had a lot of effects, and it might just be an ordinary spiritual secret technique, but I didn't expect it to have spiritual array patterns. Wang Qingcong said with emotion. Maybe the master's own spiritual secret technique is more powerful, so he said this spiritual secret technique is not effective. Zhao Dongqing on the side changed his train of thought and said. After Wang Qingcong heard this, the corners of his mouth trembled. This possibility is very high, but it also means that the master of cultivation possesses more than one spiritual secret method. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but take a breath. Let me try the effect first. Wang Qingcong couldn't wait to walk out of the living room and sat cross-legged on the grass in the courtyard. Zhao Dongqing beside him also sat cross-legged beside him. The two of them picked up the letter in their hands in unison and began to observe the contents of the spiritual secrets in each other's hands. When their mental power touched the mental array pattern engraved by Qin Yi. Moment. An extremely pure mental power emanated from the mental array pattern, and this mental power also carried a feeling of heat. Needless to say, they all knew in their hearts that this must be the spiritual power of the Master. However, what surprised them was that the Master's mental power actually had attributes. What they cultivated were all attributeless mental powers, although this burst of burning mental power was very weak. But it is like a fire lamp, shining brightly in the darkness and silence. Although there is only this one strand, it is still extremely tough. Swish! Almost at the same moment, after they sensed it, they withdrew from the mental array. The strength of this mental power was indeed very suitable for Susu and Shanshan to practice. In this case, the trace of spiritual power left by the Master behind the spiritual array pattern may be of some benefit to them. This is the first time I have encountered spiritual power with attributes. If their daughter could also comprehend it, it would definitely be of great benefit. They immediately imagined what would happen if the Master cultivator behind this could use this kind of mental power with the power of fire. Maybe I can burn their heads out in an instant. Killing without being seen. Just this thought made Wang Qingcong and Zhao Dongqing feel a chill down their spines. Then, after they comprehended and understood the spiritual array pattern, they immediately used their mental power to engrave one in their sea of consciousness and began to practice this spiritual secret technique. Boom! In an instant, a lot of spiritual energy particles from the void around them gathered towards their bodies. The speed of improving spiritual power through this spiritual secret method of practicing was more than 3 times stronger than the spiritual secret method inherited by their two families. The effect of the first level is equivalent to the effects of the third level, or above, of the spiritual secret techniques they inherited. This? Wang Qingcong and Zhao Dongqing beside him looked at each other, and both saw a hint of surprise in their eyes. Chapter 76. The Secret Method to Become a Divine Pet Tamer. In the courtyard of the villa area at night, the gentle breeze brings a little coolness. Wang Qingcong and Zhao Dongqing, who were sitting cross-legged on the grass to comprehend the spiritual secrets, breathed a sigh of relief. "What's wrong, Dad? How's the effect?" Zhao Shanshan next to her asked with great interest. But she can also practice this set of second-level spiritual secret techniques. Wan Susu, who was standing by, also had a look of anticipation on her face. She wanted to become the best warrior among the younger generation, and then wipe out all the monsters in the wild of Dongji Principality. This was her goal, Wan Susu. If you can obtain a good spiritual secret method in the early stage of your growth, you will definitely be able to build a solid foundation, and the breakthrough of your combat pet in the future will become extremely smooth. It's several times better than our family tradition. Zhao Dongqing spoke with joy in his eyes. The effect of this spiritual secret technique was beyond their imagination. However, both he and Wang Qingcong have already mastered their respective family secret techniques to the 7th level or above, and the effects are better than the incomplete secret techniques of these 2 levels. But if there were subsequent 3rd or 4th level spiritual secret techniques, the effect might be much better than what they are practicing now. In the eyes of Wang Qingcong and Zhao Dongqing, they were looking forward to seeing the master of that mediocre little shop put the 3rd and 4th levels of spiritual secrets on the shelves more than anyone else. So much better. Zhao Shanshan also looked surprised. Wan Susu on the side was a little excited. The effect was even better than the secret spiritual technique passed down in their family. "Dad, how does it compare to the Long family's spiritual secrets?" "I don't know their family's spiritual secrets. If I knew, the ancestor of the Long family would have to come and kill me. But based on my guess, if this incomplete spiritual secret method can be completed later, it will be on par with other methods. It is also a precious secret method that has the potential to allow animal trainers to reach the god level. With the help of the spiritual array, your cultivation will be more stable." "Very good." Wan Susu was also very excited. This spiritual secret method that the boss said had little effect was so terrifying. What realm had the boss reached? Could he be a god-level animal tamer? This thought also emerged in Wang Susu's mind, and at the same time, her awe of the shop owner suddenly increased. Come! An even more important point is that when the senior wrote the spiritual secret technique, he also left behind a trace of his spiritual power, and this spiritual power also has attributes. Your spiritual secrets are still laying the foundation. Now with this spiritual secret text and the fire spiritual power left by the senior, it won't take long for your spiritual power to be enough to support you to form a 4th battle pet, or even a 5th battle pet. Wang Xingchong said with a smile on his face. That's right, Wang Xingchong and Zhao Dongqing have all changed their words to seniors. The other party's realm must be at least below the peak of the Lord level. Perhaps he is an old senior who has lived for more than 200 years. It is a great opportunity for Zhao Shanshan and others to meet him. Then, under the guidance of their father, the two sisters began to enter the state of cultivation. When they used their weak mental power to sense the mental power on the mental array pattern. Boom! From their minds, they immediately sensed a vast flaming power that directly invaded their sea of consciousness. However, although the flame of mental power is powerful, but it is not aggressive, but very gentle. It even began to subtly influence the mental power of Zhao Shanshan and the other two girls. That strand of fire mental power also contained a lot of knowledge about the mental array. It was also the first time for them to come into contact with this spiritual array pattern. Countless mysterious feelings emerged in their hearts. After understanding the spiritual array pattern, they also began to experimentally engrave the array pattern. However, given the mental power reserves in their sea of consciousness, they can only engrave a quarter of it. But even just a quarter of that. This effect is already extremely amazing. Holly. The senior has taught us such a top-notch spiritual secret method and has not allowed us to teach it on a large scale. So we should not hand it over to our respective families for the time being. I believe that even if other animal trainer families obtain such a secret method of spiritual cultivation in the future, their practices will definitely be the same as ours. Wang Xingchong, who was standing aside, couldn't help but speak. Zhao Dongqing in front of him nodded. That's true. If someone among the people they come into contact spreads this spiritual secret technique and causes a large-scale leak, and the seniors know about this will make them unhappy. Based on their speculation about the strength of their predecessors, they were at least at the peak of the 12-star Lord level. And there is also a possibility of becoming a God-level beast tamer. However, there are only 2 God-level animal tamers in their Dongji Principality. But as far as they know, there is a God-level animal tamer in the dark and in SS-level pet ruins in the Imperial capital. There may be more old seniors hiding in other places in the Dongji Principality. Those were the first group of leaders who had experienced bloody battles with monsters. They built the border wall that stretched across the entire Dongji Principality, preventing the invasion of wild monsters outside the Dongji Principality. Even within the Principality of Dongji, there are many wild monsters outside the major base cities. But this degree has been much weaker than those monsters outside the border of the Principality. Many Lord-level monsters outside the border have even formed their own monster forces. Each one has dozens or even dozens of Lord-level ferocious beasts gathered together. In recent years, this also caused many Lord-level animal tamers stationed on the border to frequently send signals of support to the Imperial capital, and more Lord-level animal tamers had to be dispatched to defend the border. Even so, the borders of 2 places were breached this year, and Lord-level ferocious beasts invaded the Dongji Principality, even causing many casualties in the base city. It can be said that in the face of pressure from wild monsters, the Principality of Dongji must also allocate more resources to pet training. Only in this way can more Lord-level war pets be cultivated, so as to suppress the bloodthirsty beasts outside the border. It's fine as long as our 2 families know about it. If the news is leaked and Senior gets angry, it will probably be a disaster for both our families. Wang Qingchong's expression suddenly became serious. Zhao Dongqing also realized the seriousness of the matter and nodded. At this moment, they all took out their mobile phones and began to search for pet shops opened by their predecessors on the Pet House Breeder Forum. The 2 immediately clicked to follow. Senior has put new potions on the shelves. 4-star Dragon Scale Potion. I've never heard of it. Could it be that the senior developed it himself? Wang Qingchong took a look at the items on the shelf and found an additional 4-star Dragon Scale Potion, which was only sold in 10 bottles. Definitely. I asked several elite cultivators in our company to decompose the 1-star perfect grade potion I bought from you earlier, using a lot of newly developed instruments. It subverted our imagination. Senior used less than half the raw materials of the previous potion and created a potion that is even more powerful than the previous perfect potion. I was also shocked when I got the decomposition data. Our elite breeders have also tried to mix the raw materials many times, but they all failed. I'm afraid that the senior's level of brewing medicine has reached a level of perfection, Zhao Dongqing said. After hearing this, Wang Qingsong's expression became even more respectful. But just when Wang Qingsong was stunned, Zhao Dongqing secretly put his hand on the mobile phone, frantically clicked the dragon scale potion on the shelf 10 times, and directly sent a transaction request. In an instant, the dragon scale potion, of which only 10 bottles were available, was shown to be sold out. Unless the transaction fails, the goods will have the possibility of continuing to be put on the shelves. Zhao Dongqing, you brother-in-law, why are you so angry? Calm down. I bought these 10 bottles of medicine and I will definitely give you 2 bottles. Really, believe me. If I lie, I will be struck by lightning. Zhao Dongqing, who was standing by, looked at Wang Qingsong, who was about to get angry, and quickly said with a kind smile. Although he said so on the surface, Zhao Dongqing had taken all the potions. Even if there was a real lightning strike, his battle pet could withstand it. If we want to research this new medicine, 10 bottles are not enough. If we can really discover something from the potion prepared by the master, we will definitely benefit greatly. Chapter 77, Drilling and Exploration. Jiangnan City. After Qin Yi came out of the Void territory, he saw that the express delivery sent to the imperial capital had shown the status of being signed for. Even the dragon scale potions that had just been put on the shelves were sold for 1.2 million federal coins each. This price was comparable to that of 5 or 6-star potions. But considering the medicinal power of the dragon scale potion, it is indeed worth the price. This time, even without Qin Ye's reminder, the other party was very satisfied and gave a 5-star review. This was the second business order, and the third order came right after. If this continues, perhaps the number of his VIP customer base will increase again. With more than 10 million federal coins deposited into his account, Qin Yi was in a good mood. It's still too little. Qin Yi looked at the items on the shelves that were sold out again, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional, but for Qin Yi, the business of the shop was certainly important. But what he values most in his heart is the S-level, or above pet relic under the Jiangnan city. The next day. It was almost noon. Then a courier from the black market trading area of Pet House came and brought the baby King Kong pangolin that Qin Yi needed, packed in a wooden box. After opening it, we saw a baby King Kong pangolin that had just awakened. Even though it was still in its infancy, its size was still nearly 1 meter and 3 meters, with sharp claws and huge scales, like spindle-shaped leaves. And if you look closely, you can see some crystal particles embedded on its surface, refracting some light. After Qin Yi brought the baby King Kong pangolin into the Void territory. This creates the conditions for creating a small Earth-based pet nest. It cost 1 million federal coins. A small level 1 Earth-based pet nest was directly built. This level of pet nest broke out directly from the ground next to the gold-based nest. The nest range is about 20 meters. There is a dirt hill nearly 10 meters high with many huge holes on it. The light yellow soil contains extremely rich earth energy particles. Inside the nest, there is also a pool of water with a diameter of several meters, and next to it there is a soft grassland of more than 10 meters. After Qin Yi placed the baby King Kong pangolin into the Earth-type nest, a light yellow mist enveloped it, and pure Earth-type energy particles continued to merge into his body. As a result, the crystal particles on the surface of the baby King Kong pangolin became more and more numerous, and its upgrade progress also soared rapidly. At the same time, Qin Yi also took out a lot of pet materials and prepared 2 1-star perfect grade Earth Spirit potions and 2 1-star tempering potions. So many potions were enough to raise the level of the baby King Kong pangolin to 1 star within 2 days. However, what Qin Yi did not expect was that after only 1 day and 1 night, the baby King Kong pangolin in the Earth-type pet nest went directly from a 0 level to a 1-star level. Its body increased from 1.3 meters to 1.7 meters in size, weighing over 1,000 kilograms, and its claws turned completely black. It has begun to show the style of an Earth-type combat pet. After Qinye's mental power fell on the Xingchong pangolin, an attribute template was reflected on Qinye's retina. Nickname: Xingchong pangolin. Qualification: Elite 7 stars. Attribute: Earth. Rating: 1 star. Skills: Crystal Defense, Ground Spikes, Mud Swamp. Unlock new skills by uprating. Compared to the previous sporadic skill, there is one more Earth-related skill, the Mud Swamp. Crystal Defense. A layer of crystal armor nearly an inch thick condensed on top of the scales. With this armor, it can resist some collapsed situations underground. Ground Spikes and Mud Swamps are both attack skills. Ground Spike summons a thick ground spike nearly 1.4 meters long from under the enemy's feet. The texture of the ground spikes was as hard as if they were made of steel. Generally, Earth-type battle pets will have this skill. This is the signature attack skill of Earth-type battle pets in the Black Iron level. It is indeed very effective when fighting against enemies. If it is a lower-level Earth-type combat pet, it will even launch a large-scale group of ground spikes. If there is such an Earth-type lower-level combat pet guarding the Jiangnan base city, when the monster beast tied outside the city wall comes to attack the city, a large-scale ground spike can directly pierce the bodies of a large number of low-level pets, killing them instantly. The crystal pangolin in the Earth-type pet's nest nimbly crawled to Qinye's feet and started to cuddle with him affectionately. Its pair of eyes that looked like black pearls even narrowed slightly. It was clear from its expression that the crystal pangolin was enjoying it very much. After leaving a note, Qinyi prepared to go to an open space on the bank of Qingyi River in Jiangnan Base City. He took the crystal pangolin and began to drill underground to explore Jiangnan Base City. However, Qinyi himself did not have much confidence that he could discover anything. After all, if some pet remains are not about to appear, there will be no movement at all, let alone excavation and exploration under the ground. But even so, Qinyi still chose to try his luck. If nothing is discovered in the end, Qinyi also plans to create some by himself, so as to attract the attention of President Jiang He and others, as long as they monitor the situation underground in the base city at all times. Once there are signs of the S-level pet ruins, we will be able to capture the situation of the pet ruins door in the first place, so that we can make better preparations. It was mid-morning outside. The hottest time of the year has passed, and a breeze is blowing in the base city. After arriving at the Qinyi River, Qinyi summoned the crystal pangolin, and when its huge body fell to the ground, it made a heavy muffled sound. Under Qinyi's command, he began to wave his claws and started digging the ground frantically. After a few breaths, a deep pit with a diameter of 1 meter appeared on the spot. Looking down from the side, one could faintly hear some sounds of breaking ground. And Qinyi. He sat quietly on a huge rock beside him, practicing the secret technique of spirit, but the particles of spiritual power in the surrounding void were extremely scarce. It is completely incomparable to the scene in the void territory. However, although the number of magic particles is small, it is still a lot in comparison. At the same time, from outside the Jiangnan base city, more than 100 miles to the west, in the boundless forest of giant trees, on top of a tree canopy, there was an orc with black wings on his back. This orc was an elder of a branch of the Black Magic Society. He also received an order to use the potion refined from ambergris blood grass as a lure to attract a giant unicorn turtle that was sleeping in the mountains. This giant turtle is sleepy and bloodthirsty. Every time it wakes up, it eats a big meal of monsters nearby and then falls into deep sleep again. It is said that this giant turtle has stayed in this mountain range for more than 100 years. Basically, I don't want to go any further. Last time, Jiang He captured Elder Tai San of the Black Magic Society's branch and forced the Black Magic Society to abandon a branch base. The Black Magic Society's law enforcement elder has always remembered this grudge. This time, he wanted to use the ambergris blood herb potion and a lower-level pet magic potion, red dragon fruit, as a prize to allow the giant unicorn to build a nest near the Jiangnan base city. In this way, it will be enough to pose a greater threat to the Jiangnan base. Before, just one water ape king was enough to give Jiang He a headache, and if this bloodthirsty giant unicorn turtle also built a nest in Jiangnan base city, the number of monsters outside the Jiangnan base city will also increase due to the influence of the unicorn turtle. Chapter 78: the giant turtle that only takes benefits but does nothing. This Lord-level Black Hawk Orc can only display Lord-level combat power for a short period of time, and has not obtained the complete version of the Fighting Spirit secret method. After determining the location of the giant unicorn, as the black wings behind it flapped, it turned into an extremely swift afterimage and flew into a small valley surrounded by mountains on all sides, in the depression in the valley. You can see a 30-meter-high hill protruding in the middle, which looks like a huge steamed bun. However, looking down at the hill, one can see a huge unicorn head. The heads are also covered with weeds. There are even many saplings several meters high growing on the back of the body. From this, it can be seen that this one-horned giant turtle must not have moved for several years. Found it! Elder Black Eagle Taichi looked down at the mountains below, a glint flashing in his eyes. The next moment, he took out a dark red potion directly from his pocket and opened the bottle mouth. A faint fragrance came out of the bottle mouth, with the help of the breeze in the valley. Within a few breaths, the scent of ambergris spread throughout most of the valley. Boom! A moment. The sleeping giant unicorn turtle under Elder Taichi moved its nose slightly, and stretched out a thick leg from the surrounding area of its ill. Its nearly 2-meter-long claw landed steadily on the ground. Its body slowly stood up, and the ground in the entire valley began to tremble slightly. There was a muffled sound from the ground. It smells so good. There's something delicious. The unicorn-shaped giant turtle suddenly opened its pair of dark blue eyes, raised its head, and fixed its gaze on Elder Taichi, who was hanging in the air. Orc, what are you doing here? The next moment, a slightly old voice came out from the mouth of the giant unicorn. The sound was like a huge bell, and a huge echo was heard back and forth in the valley surrounded by mountains. At the same time, a hint of fear appeared in the eyes of the unicorn turtle. He knew these orcs from the Black Magic Society. One of them had fought with him before. The other party was attracted by his ferocious beast body. But after fighting for hundreds of rounds, the two sides still could not determine the winner. In the end, he was slightly better and injured the opponent. Feeling the hostility of the giant unicorn below, Taichi quickly stated that he had no hostility. Juyo, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to make a deal. I'll use this potion to allow you to build a nest outside the Jiangnan base city. Do you think Juyo is a fool? An elite-level potion will allow me to build a nest outside Jiangnan base city. Jiangnan base city is guarded by human lord-level strongmen. If you're not sincere, get out of here. When the unicorn heard what Taichi said, a hint of anger appeared in its eyes and it couldn't help but roar. Of course not. We in the Black Demon Society are still sincere in what we do. We also have a red dragon fruit. After saying that, Taichi took out the Lord-level red dragon fruit, a blood-colored fruit as big as a basketball, with hideous and crisscrossing blood vessels on its surface. The giant unicorn below released its mental power to explore. He could clearly sense the pure power contained in the red dragon fruit, and there was some heat in his eyes. Okay, I agree. Give me that fruit, and I'll build a nest outside of Jiangnan Base City, said the one-horned giant turtle in the valley below. Okay. But you have to swallow a demon-devouring pill that we refined. If you cannot promise to complete it, this demon-devouring pill will make you feel pain. As long as you follow our instructions, we will give you the antidote to the demon-devouring pill. Taichi also took out a black pill the size of a baby's fist. This is just a means to clamp the giant unicorn. They will definitely give the antidote, otherwise the giant unicorn can leave the vicinity of Jiangnan Base City at any time, and then everything they do will be useless. The giant unicorn hesitated for a moment, then nodded and responded. Okay. Then, the giant unicorn opened its huge mouth and swallowed the demon-devouring pill into its stomach, and then took the red dragon fruit. But just when Taichi thought the matter was over, suddenly, after the giant unicorn turtle got the red dragon fruit, it opened its mouth wide, and the demon-devouring pill that had been swallowed into its mouth was now wrapped up by a stream of black water, turning into a water ball with a diameter of 1 meter. Under the control of the unicorn's mental power, the moment he swallowed the demon-devouring pill into his mouth, a water ball gathered and wrapped up the demon-devouring pill. The moment the water ball came into contact with the demon-devouring pill, it was quickly stained and turned black. A giant unicorn spit out a black water ball. After checking that the red dragon fruit had not been tampered with, he immediately swallowed it into his mouth. Zhou Yu! When Tai Chi saw this scene, his face turned dark. He instantly felt like he was being made a fool of himself, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. His hands gradually transformed into sharp eagle claws, as if he was ready to pounce and fight at any time. Don't be impulsive. I'm just afraid that you won't give me the antidote. If I really eat this damn demon-devouring pill, what can I do if you don't give me the antidote? I'm also an old man. I have to be cautious when doing things, lest someone thinks that I'm an old man who is easy to bully. I will definitely go to build a nest outside the Jiangnan city, but not now. I have to finish my own business. The unicorn turtle said in a rogue tone. Are you really not afraid that my black magic society will cause trouble for you? I'm scared. I've explained it to you. I'll go. The giant unicorn continued. Of course, he also bet that these guys from the Black Magic Society would not dare to send out too many people at once. They are the mortal enemies of mankind. If they really dared to come and he could not defeat them, he would just run away. Whether it runs outside the Jiangnan city, or runs deeper into the territories of some other lord-level ferocious beasts. None of these elders of the Black Magic Society will have a good ending. That's really good. He had just woken up when someone brought him such delicious food. Zhu felt that if he could digest the power in the red dragon fruit, he might be able to break through to a smaller level. Okay, you can go now. The unicorn immediately ordered the visitors to leave, then lay down in the valley again and closed his eyes, but his mental power was always released outside. He locked onto Tai Chi's figure, and if the other party made a move, he would respond instantly. Above. After hesitating for a moment, Tai Chi immediately spread his wings and left this small valley. These lord-level beasts were too cunning. There was no need to cooperate with them. This time the mission was not completed, and a bottle of ambergris and red dragon fruit were given for nothing. The law enforcement elder will definitely blame me. To deal with Jiangnan City, they have to use their own people. After Tiechi left, the unicorn turtle that was pretending to be asleep immediately opened its eyes, then left the valley and hid in a deeper place, even if the Black Demon's Society came to kill it. He can also deal with it. At this time, in Jiangnan City, Qingyi is by the Qingyu River. He was originally sitting cross-legged, absorbing the energy particles from the surrounding heaven and earth, when suddenly a weak wave of mental power came from under the ground below him. It was the crystal pangolin that sent the message. There was actually an unexpected discovery. Chapter 79, Underground Cave, the Entrance to the Ruins. Qingyi is sitting on a huge rock beside the Qingyu River. Feeling a spiritual fluctuation coming from the crystal pangolin in the pit below, his eyes lit up. The next moment, he jumped directly into the deep hole in the pit. The deep hole dug by the crystal pangolin is large enough for one person to pass through after sliding down from the hole. A hole in the ground nearly 1.5 meters in diameter. The speed of digging the hole is simply amazing. After walking in this earth cave for hundreds of meters underground, Qingyi entered a wide underground cave with an underground river. In a dark underground cave, Qingyi raised his right hand and used his mental strength to mobilize the magic power in the vortex of fire magic. In his palm, a fireball nearly the size of a football condensed, illuminating the space within a distance of more than 10 steps around it. The exit of the underground cave. After the 1.7-meter-long crystal pangolin saw Qingyi falling, it began to lead Qingyi and rushed towards the deeper part of the underground cave. Qingyi followed closely behind, walking straight along the underground river in the cave. After walking hundreds of steps, then he saw a black teleportation vortex emerging under the stone wall on one side of the dark river cave in front of him, but there was no teleportation portal built outside this teleportation vortex. Normally, a stable pet relic will form a hard space arch after the barrier between the two and the Earth space is broken. This portal contains powerful force, which is used to suppress the transmission channel and make the channel more stable. Some of the alien civilizations in the pet ruins have extremely harsh living environments. Especially in some pet ruins, although there are kingdoms, they are in a world of ice and snow, and the environment is extremely cold everywhere. They can only build some survivable tribes outside some active volcanoes. The area available for cultivation is almost negligible. When they learned about this piece of land on Earth with warmth from the sun, they would definitely go crazy and invade here and occupy the land. In this kind of space vortex, the pet remains may be incomplete. Or it was just formed not long ago. Judging from the previous life, the memory does not match. During the 3 years, only a dozen Lord-level beasts rushed out from the remains of pets above S level. But such a weak teleportation vortex could never be a sign of the opening of an S-level pet relic. It looked more like an incomplete pet relic. In the previous life, Qingyi didn't know that outside the Jiangnan base city, there would be such an incomplete pet relic. As long as such pet relics exist, there must be intelligent life in them. However, because the ruins are incomplete, the energy particles will definitely be greatly affected. Therefore, it can be judged that the level of the intelligent life in the pet ruins will definitely not be too strong. This place is so remote. Still underground. It is reasonable that no one in the Jiangnan base city in the previous life could discover it. Qingyi didn't have so many concerns. No matter how much he guessed, it would be better for him to go and investigate it himself. Swish! Then Qingyi took a step forward and entered this black space vortex. A strong pulling force came from the void and pulled his body directly into it. The Xingchong pangolin next to it also followed in. Boom! But as soon as Qingyi emerged from the other side of the portal, a stream of cold water rushed in from all around. This is underwater! Qingyi immediately determined the current situation. And the outside world was still pitch black. Looking up from under the water, one could see a faint blue light flickering on the shore. Crash! Gurgle! Immediately afterwards, the Xingchong pangolin following behind Qingyi also entered the water, took a few big gulps of water, and a series of bubbles came out of its mouth. Qingyi was not clear about the situation outside. The Xingchong pangolin was too big to be conspicuous, so he just raised his hand and took it into the void territory. Afterwards, Qingyi added Sword Emperor's Qi to his limbs, and the Qi in his dantian circulated. He didn't feel any suffocation at all. The Sword Emperor's Qi was able to provide the body with the oxygen it needed. But the time cannot be too long. Swish! Qingyi moved his legs and swam directly from the bottom of the pool to the edge of the pool like a fish. He poked out his wet head and looked around. This seemed to be a cave similar to an underground river. It was pitch black all around, but on one side of the cave, there were blue fluorescent flowers with a diameter of nearly half a meter in full bloom. It will emit a faint blue light. What Qingyi saw outside the entrance to the bottom of the pool were these dark blue flowers. Qingyi knows Yulanhua. This is a 1-star black iron pet material. It is just an auxiliary material for preparing potions. If it is made alone, it can only produce a blue fluorescent potion. It can only emit a continuous blue light. When hunting monsters in the wild, you can use this blue fluorescent potion to mark the monsters you are hunting. In this way, it will be very easy to find the whereabouts of the monsters in the wild jungle. Qingyi walked out of the pool. Beneath the surface. Basically, he began to condense a layer of bone armor subconsciously. With the blessing of the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit, his movements were like a civet cat, and he began to explore the corridor with light movements. This is ore! Qingyi walked through a stone corridor with a diameter of 3 meters. He turned his head and looked at the stone wall beside him. There was a stone inlaid with some crystal blue light. Puff! A bone blade about 1 meter long grew on his right arm. He locked his sight on the stone on the wall in front of him, and reached directly under the wall. Dig up the ore. Some of the elite blue crystals within these stones contain a faint water attribute. This is a kind of magic stone. Right at this moment. At the end of the stone wall corridor, footsteps were suddenly heard. Looking up, I saw 2 rat-headed men about 1.6 meters tall, wearing tattered coarse cloth clothes and carrying a worn-out hoe on their shoulders, and one of them was holding a shovel that was almost deformed. When they saw Qingyi in the corridor, they immediately started shouting loudly. Invasion, come, food! In his previous life, Qingyi had studied the writing of alien civilizations and also learned several special types of languages and writing. What this rat-headed man was saying was a small category of the language of the alien civilization. Even Qingyi could only vaguely hear a few of the words they used. But just a few words are enough. This seems to be a mine of an orc tribe. The 2 rat-headed men were calling for help and trying to eat him. Rocket technique! As Qingyi waved his hand, the temperature in the corridor suddenly rose. The next moment, 2 flaming arrows over 1 meter long condensed out of thin air from the void beside Qingyi. 2 bloody afterimages streaked across the sky and headed straight towards the 2 rat-headed men. The 2 rat-headed men were still thinking about calling for help to kill this foreign invading human being and eat him as stored food. But when they saw Qingyi summon 2 flaming arrows, their 2 pairs of rat eyes were immediately filled with fear. He's a human magician! It's over! Puff! The flaming arrows pierced through the chests of the 2 rat-headed men and finally hit the stone wall of the corridor behind them, sparking everywhere and creating 2 shallow pits. The chests of the 2 rat-headed men were also pierced with a burning bloody hole, and their bodies fell directly to the ground after lasting for a second. There are many blue fluorescent flowers planted around this corridor, which is as bright as daylight. After Qingyi dealt with the 2 dog-headed men, he turned around and entered a stone wall corridor on the side, and his figure disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 80: Mine. Orc Tribe. Mountain Wolf Tribe. The magic crystal mine he was in charge of was one of the few magic crystal mines within hundreds of miles. As a result, the patriarch of their mountain wolf tribe was successfully promoted to a high-level fighter. In the heart of this mine, in a stone house built on the side of the cliff, Tai Lang, the chief of the mountain wolf tribe, was counting the magic crystals in a wooden box. These magic crystals were to be traded with other tribes. He is nearly 1.9 meters tall, a half-orc werewolf, wearing leather armor, with many scars visible on the exposed skin. The Iron Wolves basically use magic crystals to exchange for the supplies they need. Now that winter is about to come, the mountain wolf tribe still needs a lot of furs of ferocious beasts to keep them warm. If the weather permits, they might be able to take a trip to Blackrock City. The orc maids and fine wine in the city are what Iron Wolf and the warriors in the tribe are most excited about. And just at this moment, the outside world suddenly became restless, and a dog-headed man wearing tattered leather armor rushed into the stone house in a panic. "Chief, it's bad. A human magician has invaded our mine. He killed 2 of our rat-headed miners, and now he's nowhere to be found," the dog-headed man said while panting. "What?" While Iron Wolf was cleaning the magic crystals, he closed the wooden box and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Human magician. There are only a few humans living in Black Rock City, and magicians are the most feared among the human group. Normally, Iron Wolf would not provoke those human magicians. Everyone goes their own way. But now, a human magician broke into his mine and killed his rat-headed slaves. The other party had already declared war on their mountain wolf tribe. "How many of them are there?" Tai Lang asked. To the patriarch, "It's still not clear yet. We only found the bodies of the 2 rat-headed men in a remote mine. It seemed that their chests were pierced by flames, and even 2 small holes were blown out on the stone wall behind them. The temperature inside the mine is also higher than other places, so we concluded that there was a human magician," the dog-headed man said with a slightly panicked look. "Kindness. Go find the tribe's priest elders. Since we don't know the exact location of the human magician, don't act rashly." After Tai Lang finished speaking, he sent the doghead away and returned to his stone house. He then locked the 3 wooden boxes filled with magic crystals in the house. He stuffed it under the bed on one side and took a broad knife nearly 3 feet long hanging on the wall of the stone house. The murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. He had spent a huge amount of money to buy this sword, which contained a lot of black gold. He could easily defeat the warriors of the same level with this weapon. At the same time, in this vast hollow area, Iron Wolf immediately mobilized all the werewolf warriors of the mountain wolf tribe, as well as some slaves they had purchased, and began searching the large and small tunnels in the mine. Not long after, there came a werewolf priest wearing totemic animal skin and holding a wooden staff. He came directly to a wooden platform at the highest point in the mine. On one side was the fierce-looking Iron Wolf, and below, many werewolves and dog-headed men began to shuttle through the mine tunnels, making a lot of noise. "How could a human magician come to our mountain wolf tribe's mine? It's 200 miles away from Black Rock City. Are those human nobles crazy?" Next to the Iron Wolf, a skinny werewolf priest, only about 1.4 meters tall, was holding a wooden staff that was much taller than him. He spoke with some doubt in his eyes. I don't know, but the chances are very high. No matter what, they are the guys who invaded the mine. If we find their whereabouts, you and I will join forces to kill them. The burly iron wolf at the side tightly grasped the black gold steel knife in his hand, and his sharp wolf eyes overlooked the several large and small mines around him. The interior of this mine was interconnected. They have been mining here for more than 10 years, and the various mines are very complicated. It is indeed not ideal to want to capture a human magician in such a complex terrain. The orcs encountered in the early stage will definitely be killed by the human magician. However, Iron Wolf and the priests of the Mountain Wolf tribe knew very well in their hearts that although human magicians were powerful, if they fought alone, the fighter would basically become a target if they were far away from him. But as long as the fighter gets close to him, or the magic power of the human magician is exhausted, the opponent will be just an ordinary person with a slightly stronger physique. Anyway, Iron Wolf has enough orc slaves under his command. If he can really drain the magic power of the human magician, capture him alive and sell him as a slave, it can definitely be sold for a good price in Black Rock City. After a few breaths. Here, come on! In one of the mines, the barking of a kobold's dog was heard. At this time, when Chinyi came out of the remote mine, he saw torches lit everywhere in the mines near the hinterland, and the burning flames illuminated the entire cave. There were more and more footsteps around, and a noisy sound came from the mine. In an instant, 5 dog-headed men holding tattered swords began shouting frantically after seeing Chinyi. Fire wave technique! Chinyi's mind moved. A stream of pure magic power surged out from the vortex of magic power, and a fire wave with a range of several meters instantly appeared on the ground of the mine, and was released directly. The 5 dog-headed men holding tattered swords were all set on fire, and they wanted to retreat out of the cave in panic. But Chinyi naturally couldn't let them get their wish, so 2 flaming arrows shot out. Under Chinyi's wonderful mental control, one of the 2 flaming arrows pierced 2 people, and the other one directly penetrated the chests of the 3 dog-headed men. In the blink of an eye, the 5 ogres who were blocking the way were killed. Even the power of the 2 flaming arrows was only weakened by 60 to 70%, and finally fell on the stone wall nearby. The main reason is that these dog-headed men are not wearing any armor, and trying to resist with the naked body is like an egg hitting a stone. Outside world. Because of the dog-headed man's cry, more and more dog-headed men and werewolves began to gather in this cave like a tide. However, the combat power of these gnolls has not even reached the entry level. Only a few of the werewolf warriors have reached the strength of 1 or 2 stars. From the beginning to now, he has only killed some small minions. There must be more powerful beings in this mine. If this is an orc tribe, there must be tribesmen, and any slightly more powerful orc tribe will also have sacrifices. The priest is the equivalent of a human magician, except that the talent of orc priests is generally lower than that of humans, and it is also very difficult for them to cultivate to the realm of magicians. According to the levels of these minions, the realm of the sacrificial magician is only level 3 or 4 at most. Chapter 81. Defeat the Orc Tribe. Now, inside the mine controlled by the Mountain Wolf Tribe. On the wooden platform held up by dozens of thick hemp ropes, the priests of the Iron Wolf and Mountain Wolf tribes stood upright. After hearing the noise coming from one of the mines below, Iron Wolf ordered all the kobold slaves and werewolf warriors to rush forward. It was like a black wave, pouring into the mine from the front and back. You have to catch him alive. Don't kill him. Then the human magician can be sold for a good price. The Iron Wolf on the wooden platform roared. This human magician really overestimates his own abilities. If he really is alone and dares to create our Mountain Wolf tribe's mine, then he really doesn't take us seriously. The Mountain Wolf tribe priest standing nearby said with his eyes slightly narrowed. Now, Chinyi in the mine. Looking at the dozens or hundreds of orcs rushing over, he immediately took out the demon-slaying sword from the Void Territory, holding the sword in his right hand, and blessed it with the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit. Base. A ray of fighting spirit blade light several inches long suddenly rose from the tip of the long sword. A huge deterrent force was released with it as the center. The pressure of fighting spirit made the orcs in the entire minefield depressed, and there was a bit more fear in their eyes when they looked at Chinyi. This human magician can fight. In A werewolf warrior who was a first-level fighter felt the strong fighting spirit erupting from Qin Yi and blurted out with a look of surprise. At the same time, the bone-modified worms in Qin Ye's body also condensed a layer of white bone armor protection under Qin Ye's skin at the fastest speed. Fire wave technique! Fire spear technique! Fire snake technique! In an instant, nearly half of the magic power in the vortex of magic in Qin Ye's sea of consciousness surged out, and a wave of fire that stretched for several meters in front and behind him began to be released from the ground. It was like a rolling wave of scorching fire, burning dozens of kobold slaves in front and behind, as well as several werewolf warriors. Two huge fire spears, about 1.78 meters long, seemed to be thrown out by a force of thousands of pounds. A sound of breaking through the air came from the mine and directly pierced through more than a dozen dog-headed men and wolf-headed men. The huge fire spear directly pierced through the mine over 100 steps away. When the fire spear hit the hard stone wall, it exploded into a blazing flame. Screams rang out one after another. Qin Yi rushed forward with the demon-slaying knife that could cut through iron like mud in his hand. The gnolls wanted to swing their rusty swords to block them, but accompanied by a flash of cold light in front of his eyes. The rusty sword in his hand was cut off directly. His body was easily cut in half and killed easily. Qin Yi rushed into the enemy group, holding the demon-slaying knife, like the god of death who reaped lives. Every time he swung the sword in his hand, several ogres would be killed instantly, even those werewolf warriors who had already cultivated their fighting spirit. He was still no match for Qin Yi. Even though a few werewolf warriors managed to get close to Qin Yi in the melee, they were unable to launch a successful sneak attack because their whereabouts were completely exposed under the detection of his mental power. There are too many people. A few fire spells are thrown out, and a large number of people can be killed instantly. Outside world. The old wolf priest of the Iron Wolf and Mountain Wolf tribes outside the mine watched as time passed, and half a quarter of an hour had passed. During this time, they saw some broken sparks bursting out from the mine with a huge sound. The screams of the dog-headed men and wolf-headed men in their Mountain Wolf tribe continued to be heard, without stopping for even half a quarter of an hour. Tai Lang felt a little pain. These are the fighting forces of their Mountain Wolf tribe, especially those gnolls. It costs 10 silver coins to buy them. If one dies, 10 silver coins are gone. However, when Tai Lang thought about it, whether it was the orc nobles or the human nobles in Blackrock City, they would definitely offer a high price to capture a human magician's slave alive. It is not impossible to sell it for thousands of gold coins. Thinking of this, Tai Lang can still bear it. But the outside world. Many of the dog-headed men and werewolf warriors of the Mountain Wolf tribe outside the mines could smell the pungent smell of blood with their sensitive noses. Almost every orc can imagine what kind of hell the mine is like. He was wandering timidly outside the mine, not daring to go in. Tap, tap, tap. A few footsteps were heard as they walked out of the mine. All the orcs from the Mountain Wolf tribe saw Qin Yi, whose robe was stained with blood. It was not as messy as they had imagined. Qin Yi alone killed more than 200 orcs. Fighting spirit! Magic! Practicing both magic and martial arts, no wonder he is so difficult to deal with. Iron Wolf on the wooden platform clenched a black gold sword in his hand and frowned slightly. He felt pressure from the young human. Even he couldn't be as relaxed as Qin Yi when facing the attack of hundreds of orcs. The robe on his body was still intact, with only a few blood stains. The strong ones who practice both magic and fighting spirit are indeed the most difficult to deal with. Nearby. Outside the mine, many werewolf warriors of the Mountain Wolf tribe, as well as the gathered ogres, began to tremble slightly in their hands holding their weapons. My legs feel weak. If it weren't for the Mountain Wolf tribe's chief watching them on the high platform next to them, these orcs would have turned around and ran away without even stopping. Master Priest, let's work together to cripple him, Tai Lang said with red eyes. With fangs emerging from his mouth, he jumped down from the platform in anger. Fool! Qin Yi sneered in his heart as he watched Tai Lang jump down from a platform more than 10 meters high. There is no leverage for falling from midair. It's just a target falling vertically. Swish! Qin Yi raised his hand, and 5 fire spears condensed in the void beside him in one breath. In an instant, the entire space inside the mountain was illuminated red, and the surrounding ground turned red under the scorching high temperature. Under the influence of the high temperature, Qin Ye's entire figure became blurred. In front of you. Iron Wolf, who was falling from the sky a dozen steps away, was startled when he saw that Qin Yi still had the strength to summon the 5 flaming spears. His body had automatically sensed the crisis, and the fighting spirit in his dantian instantly flowed through his entire body. He immediately swung the black gold sword in his hand down. A crescent-shaped ochre-colored fighting spirit shot out and headed straight for where Qin Yi was standing. The distance is too far. Qin Yi dodged the fighting spirit attack easily. Instead, 5 huge flaming spears shot out from his body and hit his body one by one. It was blasted away more than 10 meters and fell to the ground. The protective leather armor on his body was shattered, and even with the defensive fighting spirit, a lot of the hair on his body had turned black. And at this moment, just when Tai Lang was about to get up, suddenly, a wave of energy came from the ground beneath his feet. Puff! A hard spike more than 1 meter long shot out from the ground, tearing a half-meter long wound on Tialong's right leg. After the bones were hit by the spikes, a sharp pain came. Earth magic! But isn't this guy a fire magician? Looking at the spikes on one side, Tai Lang felt a little scared. If he reacted a little slower, the spikes might have pierced his lower abdomen. And at this time, Qin Yi rushed directly in front of Tai Lang, raised the demon-slaying sword in his hand, and with the blessing of the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit, he aimed at his neck and slashed down with the sword. It seems that Tai Lang is also going to fight back. But as soon as he raised the black gold sword in his hand, a hot mental force centered on Qin Yi invaded Tialong's head, weakening Tialong's already weak mental power. Under the impact of Qin Yi's fire mental power, he suddenly felt like he was being cut into pieces. The pain was like a wave that invaded my whole body. What the hell is this? How can he, a magician of only level 4 or 5, have such strong mental power? When Tai Lang noticed that his eyes were darkening, a trace of panic appeared in his heart. This time it's over. Outside world. In the eyes of some other orcs in the mountain, Qin Yi was like a ghost, rushing to the side of their Iron Wolf chief, but when the Iron Wolf chief raised his knife to fight back. But his movements froze in place, his face full of pain. The next moment, Qin Yi swung down the 6-star-long sword that was endowed with the Sword Emperor's fighting spirit. A bright white blade light flashed by, and the head of the mountain wolf tribe leader flew up into the air,